Pain, such excruciating pain. Agony that seared down to the bone flooded every inch of Zhang Yi's body. It was not a mere sensation, but a brutal reality unfolding upon him. At this moment, he was being mercilessly trampled to the floor by friends and neighbors he had once trusted and helped. Fists, kicks, and even clubs rained down upon him like a relentless storm. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they did not even care about the help Zhang Yi had given them in the past, yet still raised their hands against him. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw the goddess in his heart Feng Yuqing standing at the back of the crowd. With a pitiful expression, she shouted loudly, "I'm the one who made him open the door. You must give me an extra share of the supplies." It was this very woman who deceived Zhang Yi into opening the door and thus led him to his death. Zhang Yi stared at her, his eyes filled with hatred and bitter regret. He could only blame himself for being too foolish, too kind-hearted, and thus becoming a mere stepping stone for others in this apocalypse. How desperately he wished that everything could start anew. If given another chance, he would no longer show mercy to anyone, he would live only for himself. Zhang Yi's vision went dark and consciousness slipped away. Yet in the very next instant, he suddenly snapped his eyes open and bolted upright from the sofa. The hellish scene he had just experienced, that horrifying pain, remained vivid in his mind. Zhang Yi gasped heavily, his entire body quickly soaked in sweat. What's going on? Wasn't I killed by those beastly neighbors? Once he regained his senses, Zhang Yi began to survey everything around him. The place was far from unfamiliar. It was his own apartment. The comfortable temperature in the air, however, left him utterly astonished. In December of Western calendar year 2050, Blue Star had been struck by the effects of a supernova explosion 500,000 light-years away, ushering in a global Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted. In Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lived, daily temperatures hovered around -60 to 70 degrees, and a blizzard raged on for a full month, burying the entire city. It was said that in the northern regions of Hua country, temperatures even dropped to a terrifying -100 degrees, the land entirely entombed in ice and snow. Countless species became extinct on a vast scale, and even humanity lost more than 95% of its population in this calamity. Zhang Yi rose to his feet, took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and gulped down more than half of it in one go. Though the chilled water was icy cold to him, it tasted like nectar from the heavens. In the apocalypse, the only way for people to obtain water was to venture outside brave temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees and dig up snow to melt into liquid. Such work could easily lead to a frozen death. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. The display read November 12th. There was still a full month before doomsday arrived. It seems I've been reborn. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and quickly understood what had happened. That month of experience could not possibly have been a dream. Above all, the agony of being torn apart was far too real. Raising his head, Zhang Yi felt immense gratitude at having survived the calamity. At the same time, a razor-sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. He remembered with crystal clarity every person who had once brought about his death. In this new life, he was determined to live well and would never again show compassion to those animals. Moreover, as long as his own safety was ensured, he would exact fierce revenge upon those beasts. For now, however, the first thing Zhang Yi needed to consider was how to survive the apocalypse that would arrive 1 month later, and to survive it well. Zhang Yi's personal living conditions were relatively decent. His parents had passed away years ago, and he had inherited a 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. He had more than 2 million yuan in savings, which in ordinary times would have been considered rather comfortable. But once the apocalypse arrived, material goods across the world would become severely scarce. With only that amount of money, he would not be able to hold out for long. To live through the end of the world, what one needed was an ocean. Since he could prepare in advance, Zhang Yi did not merely want to stay alive. He also hoped to maintain a certain quality of life in the days to come. Food and entertainment both had to be taken into account, otherwise over time his mind would inevitably collapse. Weapons and equipment were also indispensable. Only with those could he safeguard his own safety and carry out his revenge against the neighbors. Just then a streak of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi's eyes. Thinking his right eye had gone blurry, he raised his hand to rub it. But all at once a strange thought surged through his mind. It felt as though this strand of white light was part of him, and information about the light surfaced in his consciousness. With a mere flicker of thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness slipped into that white light. Once inside, he discovered an immensely vast white misty space. He could not tell how large it was. All that stretched around him was endless emptiness. Is this the different space? He murmured. It seems that after my rebirth I've gained some kind of special ability. Joy flared in Zhang Yi's heart. It appeared that the passage of gamma rays had mutated his body, granting him with this enormous space, storing supplies for doomsday would become far more convenient. Still, Zhang Yi wanted to know just how much the space could hold, and whether there were any limits on what objects it could take in. His consciousness returned to his apartment, and he began experimenting by placing household items into the space. He started with a teacup and a wash basin, and both were easily stored away. Zhang Yi then attempted to stash his larger home appliances inside. The television, refrigerator, washing machine, computer, air conditioner, and vacuum cleaner. All were accepted without resistance by the white space. Moreover, with a single thought, he could retrieve any item from the space at will. However, objects under strong external force, or those not existing independently, were hard to store. For instance, when he tried to pry up a piece of flooring from the ground, nothing happened at all. This alternate space seems to have many rules, he thought. I'll have to explore them slowly. Even so, this enormous space that can store objects will already allow me to hoard a colossal amount of resources. He licked his lips as a bold plan took shape in his mind. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor in the warehouse of Walmart's South China region. As the largest supermarket chain in the world, Walmart's inventory encompassed all manner of goods imaginable. In Hoard country, it maintained 3 colossal warehouses in central South and North China. The scale of these warehouses was terrifying, especially the South China facility. Built in 2040, it stretched 1500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, occupying more than 1 million square meters. It was the largest warehouse in the world. It had once been hailed by the president of Walmart Greater China as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, officially, there were only 7 wonders, while so-called 8th wonders numbered in the thousands. Even so, the South China warehouse's area and storage capacity were indeed unrivaled in the global warehousing industry. The supplies it constantly held could sustain several cities and tens of millions of people for an entire week. In other words, if Zhang Yi emptied one such warehouse and transferred all its supplies into his space, then not only one lifetime, but even 10 lifetimes would not exhaust that stockpile. Most importantly, Walmart's quality control was extremely strict. There were no shoddy low-grade brands in its warehouses. Whether food, daily necessities, or luxury items, everything was reputable and of high quality. If Zhang Yi could empty one Walmart warehouse, he would not only be free from worrying about supplies in the apocalypse, but would also live an exceedingly carefree life. As the warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi was intimately familiar with every shelf, every surveillance device, and every staff schedule. To him, emptying the warehouse would not be a difficult task at all. Having firmly made up his mind, Zhang Yi felt considerably more at ease inside. Just then his stomach voiced its protest with a loud growl. He rubbed his belly and glanced at the takeaway braised chicken rice he had bought on the table. Touching his chin, he hesitated for a moment, then smiled, and shook his head, choosing to forego the cheap delivery meal. In just 1 month the world will end. All those delicious foods have to be enjoyed while there's still time, otherwise there will be no chance later. Why keep being so stingy with myself? He had endured a whole month of cold and hunger, and now he longed desperately to taste some hot, delicious food. What was the point of keeping money around? After the end of the world, money would turn into mere waste paper. Better to spend it all now than let it go to waste. With a carefree turn, Zhang Yi headed out, intending to find a high-end restaurant he had never dared visit before and treat himself to a hearty feast. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home, greeted by a scene of tranquility and joy filled with the cheer and comfort of the mundane world. Many parents were playing with their children in the residential square, their faces glowing with happy smiles. Yet Zhang Yi knew that in another month all this would turn to dust. He strode quickly out of the residential area, and not far from which stood a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A meal there would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. Something Zhang Yi had never been able to afford in the past. But now he couldn't care less. Reborn from death, he deserved a grand celebration. Entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi found a seat by the window and ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu, along with a bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild. All of that set him back 50,000 yuan. Even the waiters in the restaurant cast ambiguous glances at Zhang Yi, convinced he must be a wealthy second-generation heir. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person afford such an extravagant meal? Zhang Yi paid no heed to others' opinions. When the sumptuous dishes arrived, he began devouring them hungrily. Perhaps because he had endured 6 months of an icy apocalypse, tasting such delicious food now moved him to. Thus his eating manner became somewhat ferocious, drawing murmurs from the surrounding diners. Zhang Yi didn't care. In the apocalypse, people would kneel and beg just for a pack of instant noodles. By then, all civilization and morality would vanish. Just as Zhang Yi was eating, a woman passing by the window stopped in her tracks. She was a woman with long flowing hair, exquisite makeup, and stylish heels, carrying an LV bag. This woman was Fang Yuqing, who had caused Zhang Yi's death in his past life. Beside her followed her best friend Lin Caning. As the two passed the Michelin 3-star restaurant, they couldn't help but steal more than a few glances. Such a place of luxury and extravagance had always been a deep longing in their hearts. Unfortunately, their financial means forbade them from indulging there. But that didn't stop them from scrutinizing the interior with an appraising gaze. Perhaps they might spot a quality-rich second-generation heir to set their hooks on. And then with a start, Fang Yuqing realized that Zhang Yi was inside with a table full of the finest food laid out before him. Isn't that Zhang Yi?
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
As she spoke, she shot Fang Yuqing an ambiguous glance, then chuckled. Yuqing, you're really in luck. That simp who's been chasing you is actually a hidden rich second-generation heir. Look at that table. It must have cost at least 50 or 60,000. Who else but the wealthy could afford such a meal? A note of envy crept into Lin Caning's voice. She knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. But Fang Yuqing had always kept him dangling, never rejecting, never accepting. Fang Yuqing was a thorough gold digger, always believing she could marry a quality-rich second-generation heir and become a pampered wife. But she was also reluctant to let go of Zhang Yi, a comfortable middle-class man with a house and car in Tianhai City. Thus all along, Fang Yuqing had treated Zhang Yi as a backup. Her principle for backups was never initiate, never reject, never take responsibility. Seeing Zhang Yi dine alone on a lavish feast worth tens of thousands today, Fang Yuqing began to doubt. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden rich second-generation heir? Fang Yuqing propped her chin and started thinking. The more she thought, the more plausible it seemed. Right, isn't this a common trope in TV dramas? He's obviously loaded, but he pretends to be an ordinary person to find true love. Fang Yuqing convinced herself if that were true, she could save herself a lot of trouble. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her all along. She felt that if she just nodded head propose on the spot. Lin Canning urged her from the side. Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi. In truth, she had her eye on that table full of delicious food. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant after all. Ordinary people might never taste such delicacies in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated, then shook her head. That wouldn't be good. It would make him think him a gold digger. Let's wait outside and pretend we ran into him by chance. Fang Yuqing wasn't stupid. She wouldn't lower her pride just for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi really was rich, she would still maintain her goddess demeanor. Only by doing so, if they got together in the future, could she control Zhang Yi properly and keep him as her simp. So the two had not far from the restaurant waiting for Zhang Yi to come out. Zhang Yi ate for over an hour, then patted his round belly with satisfaction. The taste of the Michelin 3-star restaurant was actually average, but for someone who had just been reborn from an apocalypse, it was already a delicious feast that moved him to tears. Next, he planned to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some supplies. This was to test the storage capacity of his alternate space to avoid any problems later. Although he was extremely confident about transporting supplies from the Walmart warehouse, caution was the better part of valor. After all, he had known hunger and could not afford any mishap. Zhang Yi paid the bill cheerfully and walked out of the restaurant under the waiter's deferential smile. Just then a familiar voice sounded from nearby. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobe. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Such a tactic was a classic move of a tea-girl meant to make a man's heart flutter in a... Fang Yuqing, the ultimate tea-girl, and White Lotus was a master of this art. Unfortunately, the Zhang Yi of today was no longer the naive simp he had once been. Not long ago, he had been killed by this woman in the most miserable way. She had even wanted to break his ribs to make soup. At that thought, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy cold and naked, murderous intent. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon. Killing her would pose no issue. Should he just offer? Fang Yuqing was chilled to the bone by his look and stammered, Zhang Yi. You. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yi quickly restrained his gaze and said flatly, nothing, I mistook you for someone else. He suddenly changed. Wouldn't it be too easy to let this woman die like that? Besides, if he killed her now, he'd likely be unable to escape the law. Zhang Yi had no intention of ending up in a detention center when the apocalypse arrived. Better to let her experience the despair of the end times first than toy with her to death. With deliberate planning against a clueless target, Zhang Yi had ample time to prepare. Coupled with his pre-rebirth memories, he had 100 ways to make her die in agony. So for now, there was no need to deal with her. The most critical thing now was to build the safest shelter, allowing him to survive the apocalypse in comfort and security. Zhang Yi treated Fang Yuqing with a distinctly cold attitude. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning both quickly sensed that something was wrong. Yet after mistakenly assuming that Zhang Yi was a hidden second-generation rich heir, the two women not only took no offense at his aloofness, but instead proactively drew nearer to him. What was wrong with a wealthy man having a bit of a temper? That was called having style. Oh, Zhang Yi, were you just eating at this restaurant? Lin Canning asked, pretending to speak casually. Zhang Yi's brows knit slightly. This woman was no better than Fang Yuqing. The two were cut from the same cloth. In the past, she had shared responsibility for the food that had ruined him, and for the circumstances that led to his death. Zhang Yi replied curtly, then shoved his hands into his pockets, and turned toward the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning hurriedly followed behind. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. To the supermarket, Zhang Yi answered, his voice still cool, tinged with impatience. If he were not intent on letting her taste the despair of the apocalypse with her own body, Zhang Yi would have already had the urge to kill her on the spot. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Canning a meaningful look, and quickly said, what a coincidence, we were just planning to buy a few things too. It's right on the way. By now Zhang Yi understood perfectly. They must have seen him enjoying a lavish meal at the Michelin 3-star restaurant, and thus mistakenly assumed he was some kind of hidden rich heir. That was why they had suddenly become so warm and attentive toward him. He could not be bothered to explain anything and strode straight toward the supermarket. The more indifferent he became, the more certain Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were that he was a wealthy heir. Otherwise, how could he act so domineering? The two walked at his side. Fang Yuqing even pressed close to him, occasionally reaching out on purpose to brush against him. Whenever Zhang Yi glanced at her, she would feign shyness, turn her head away, and flush bright red, as though utterly demure. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Such a consummate manipulator. If you acted in films, you would surely win an Oscar for Best Actress. Zhang Yi entered the supermarket, grabbed a shopping cart, and headed inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning hurried to take carts and follow him. Zhang Yi, were you eating with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a bright smile. Walking toward the food section, Zhang Yi replied coolly, can't I eat alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she hastened to say, oh no, that's not what I meant. It's just that everything there is quite expensive. I thought you must have been treating someone. Lin Canning couldn't help asking, Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? That one meal would cost you half a year's wages. Fang Yuqing quickly added, it looks like your family must have left you quite a lot of money. She shot Lin Caning a fierce glare. Idiot. How could you ask something like that so casually? As a top-tier manipulator, the foremost rule was with the rich talk about feelings, with the poor talk about money. Realizing she had misspoken, Lin Caning hurried to patch things up. Haha, I was just joking. We're all good friends, right? Money really doesn't matter. Zhang Yi did not bother responding. He reached the food section, and as he looked at the shelves packed with dazzling varieties of goods, it felt as if he had entered a treasure vault. In his previous life, he had known what it meant to stretch a single pack of instant noodles over 2 days. Thus his heart harbored an endless longing for food. He stepped right up to the shelf and began dumping armfuls of items into his cart. He bought large quantities of sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and seasonings. His actions left Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning gawking, utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much to eat? Are you going camping? Zhang Yi replied lightly. Lin Caning grew doubtful and whispered into Fang Yuqing's ear, would a rich heir eat this kind of thing on a camp? Fang Yuqing was puzzled as well, yet when she recalled that Michelin 3-star feast, she was reluctant to abandon the notion that Zhang Yi was wealthy. She rushed to Zhang Yi's side and said earnestly, do you need any help? With free labor volunteering itself, Zhang Yi had no reason not to make use of it. Moreover, as he looked at Fang Yuqing's deliberately innocent smile, a new idea for revenge took shape in his heart. He still had 1 month to prepare for the coming apocalypse. Creating a flawless shelter to guarantee his own safety would not be difficult. As for daily supplies, he could always obtain them from the Walmart warehouse. In this way, he could ensure that in the apocalypse he would not only be absolutely safe, but also live in comfort. Why not deliberately let slip to Fang Yuqing that he had stockpiled supplies, and then watch her come crying and begging him for help when the time came? As for Fang Yuqing leaking his information and inciting those bastard neighbors to besiege him, that too could be easily. As long as his safe house was built strong enough, he would have no need to fear any siege. Instead, he could effectively turn those bastard neighbors into prey. Imagining them enraged yet utterly powerless against him, the smile at the corner of Zhang Yi's lips took on a twisted edge. Yes, it was indeed an option worth considering. Zhang Yi decided that he would soon contact a security company to construct such a safe house. If that plan proved feasible, he would adopt it. If not, he would leave the city, find a remote wilderness, and build an underground shelter there. That would be his backup plan. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Then help me push the carts, he said. Fang Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi then told Lin Caning to fetch another cart as well. Though both women were full of doubts, they still did as they were. Zhang Yi purchased a great deal of non-perishable food, instant noodles, sausages, various cured meats, and canned goods. He used one entire cart solely for fresh meat, fruit, vegetables, and live fish. He wanted to test whether his different dimensional space had any special effect when storing fresh food. With 3 shopping carts packed to the brim, he handed the cart filled with beef, lamb, and canned goods specifically to the 2 women. There were at least 400 to 500 jin of goods, leaving them drenched in sweat from the effort. Pouting, Fang Yuqing complained, Zhang Yi, how many people are supposed to eat all this? Do you have some event going on that you haven't told me about? Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and said, heaven's changes are unpredictable. What if doomsday arrives someday? I'm just stocking up in case I need to live off it. What he said was nothing but the plain truth, though no one would ever believe it. A certain doctor surnamed Li had proven that all too clearly. Fang Yuqing took it as a joke and burst into laughter. Come on, if you don't want to tell me, just say so. Why joke about something? It's just that after helping you so much today, you'll have to treat me to a meal later. Her eyes brimmed with implication. She was already imagining Zhang Yi inviting her to dine at that Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Yi's lips curved faintly. Sure, but I'm quite busy these days and don't have much free time. Next month. Fang Yuqing said happily, all right, it's a deal. Lin Caning quickly chimed in, great, we'll all go together, she giggled. For her, merely pushing a cart in exchange for a lavish meal was reason enough to be delighted. Seeing how oblivious Lin Caning was, Fang Yuqing shot her another glare. Lin Caning simply pretended not to see it. Zhang Yi went to pay for the goods. This single shopping trip had cost him over 10,000 in supplies. He did not even blink as he completed the payment. In the apocalypse, the value of these supplies would multiply several thousand times over. They would be nearly priceless, for by then no matter how much money you had, you might not be able to buy a single bite to eat. Because Zhang Yi had bought so much, the supermarket readily agreed to let him take the carts out. Zhang Yi unceremoniously ordered the 2 women to help him push everything back home. In truth, he owned a car and could easily have driven the goods back himself. But with free labor at hand, there was no reason not to use it. Though the 2 women complained incessantly about how tiring it was, the promise of a future feast spurred them back into high spirits. Thus the 3 of them pushed 3 heavily loaded carts of supplies all the way back to the residential complex. Zhang Yi and 2 others pushed 3 carts of supplies back into the residential compound. Along the way, many neighbors witnessed this scene and couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Zhang Yi no longer cared about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, those 2 green tea girls already knew about his shopping, so the news was impossible to hide. If he only wanted to simply survive, he could liquidate all his assets and retreat to a desolate place to build an impregnable fortress. But if he did that, how could he take revenge on the neighbors who had hacked him to pieces in his previous life? If he didn't kill them, all the shadow in his heart would never vanish. Thus, one of his doomsday plans was to stay in this compound and exact brutal revenge on all those who had wronged him. Of course, the prerequisite for this plan was that the security company could build him an unbreachable shelter. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a backup plan building an underground shelter in a remote place. Zhang Yi looked around at the neighbors who were laughing and discussing his purpose in buying so much supplies. He could already see the scene during the apocalypse when these neighbors would try to break into his home and loot. He had truly experienced all this before. But he was not afraid because in this life he would prepare in advance. He would make them see the supplies, but never touch them, leaving them furious and helpless. Zhang Yi lived in the same apartment building as Fang Yuqing and others. Because Zhang Yi worked as a warehouse manager at Walmart, the neighbors often asked him to help buy discounted goods. Thus everyone knew Zhang Yi. Seeing him and the two women bringing back so many things, an elderly woman bringing her grandson out to play walked over. She looked at the food and fresh beef and mutton in the cart, her eyes gleaming with interest. Xiaozhang, why have you brought back so much stuff? Is it from the warehouse clearance? You can't possibly use all this, so why not share some with the neighbors? This was Granny Lin, who worked in the neighborhood committee. She usually took advantage of her small power to boss others around, acting like she was the leader. In the past, she often asked Zhang Yi to buy cheap clearance goods for her, and she was extremely petty. In the previous life, she had also pestered Zhang Yi into giving her some food. But when all the neighbors stormed his home, she not only failed to stop them, but was even more energetic than the young people. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning didn't want to provoke this woman, so they quickly said, "These things are all Zhang Yi's purchases. Oh, we're just helping him deliver them." Granny Lin's eyes immediately fixed on Zhang Yi. She said with a smiling face, "Xiaozhang, it looks like these are from your warehouse. How about giving some to Granny Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson Xiaohu climbed onto a cart and grabbed a box of chocolates. The boy was small but had sharp eyes. That imported chocolate box cost over 200 in the supermarket. Without a word, Zhang Yi snatched it back with a swift motion. Then he said coldly to Granny Lin, "Sorry, I'm keeping these for myself." Since the apocalypse was coming soon, he couldn't even be bothered with politeness. Granny Lin's face changed dramatically. Zhang Yi's blatant disrespect for her as a leader in the compound made her furious. Especially her grandson Xiaohu, who after being pushed away by Zhang Yi started crying and demanding the chocolate. He even pointed at Zhang Yi and cursed with hatred, "You bad guy, give me back the chocolate, or I'll beat you to death." Zhang Yi stared at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Say that again, and I'll slap your mouth." Lin Xiaohu was frightened, burst into loud wails, and started rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Granny Lin hurriedly coaxed her grandson, then angrily scolded Zhang Yi. "You're an adult, how can you argue with a child? It's just a box of chocolates. Oh, what's wrong with giving it to a kid? Why don't you just give him one box? They'll buy it from you, they'll pay you back later. It's not like I want to take advantage of you." Zhang Yi sneered. Nowadays mobile payments were so convenient. Her saying shed pay later was obviously just an excuse to cheat him. "I said these are for me. If you want some, go buy them yourself." Zhang Yi laughed coldly, then beckoned Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to leave. As soon as they left, Granny Lin's loud scolding erupted behind them. Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear. Lin's his parents worked outside, so Granny Lin was the only one at home taking care of him. Usually the old lady only bought enough groceries for one day at a time. So when the apocalypse came, their supplies would run out first. Back then Zhang Yi had a soft heart and helped them. But without Zhang Yi's help in this life, it would be a miracle if this immoral old woman and her naughty grandson Xiaohu could survive even 10 days. Zhang Yi didn't want to argue with a dead person. It wasn't that he was heartless, but when that day came, everyone would struggle just to take care of themselves. The lives of others naturally came after his own. After pushing all 3 carts of supplies home, Zhang Yi let the 2 women leave. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing winked at him playfully. But Zhang Yi only felt disgust inside. He gave a perfunctory reply. The 2 women had originally planned to stay and find clues that Zhang Yi was a hidden rich second generation. But seeing that Zhang Yi seemed uninterested in entertaining them, they had to leave first. After they left, Zhang Yi opened his alternate space and stored all the supplies inside. He wanted to observe whether the stored items would undergo any changes. After finishing this, it was already late. Zhang Yi didn't rush to rest. Instead, he took out pen and paper to meticulously plan the next month's preparations. Although he was usually lazy, people could always unleash enough potential when it came to living. To live comfortably during the apocalypse, first solve the food problem. That's easy. Apart from my daily purchases, I can take the rest from the warehouse. But I can't rush it. I need to do my research first. And I need to collect them just a few days before the apocalypse to avoid attracting attention. If I get caught, I won't last a few. Zhang Yi wrote the word food on the notebook and put a checkmark next to it. Then heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply will be extremely scarce. Air conditioning will soon become unusable. So I'll have to use the simplest method. A fireplace is the first choice. The principle of a fireplace is similar to a heated brick bed, both using primitive methods for heating. European winters are extremely cold, and people use this method to get through the long winter. So you'll need to renovate the whole house, preferably adding insulation. Speaking of renovation, I think of my home being broken into in my previous life, and my heart tightens. I need to turn my home into an unbreachable steel fortress. First, I need to install thick steel plates or alloy materials at least able to withstand ordinary blasting. After the apocalypse, people will do anything to survive. Oh, I must make complete preparations. He couldn't take risks with his life. He had already tasted death once and would never experience it again. The safe room problem is also easy to solve. There are security companies in Tianhai City that specialize in providing security for the wealthy. One of their services is building safe houses. I recall a news story from my previous life about a super-rich person overseas who built a super fortress that could even withstand small weapon attacks. Next, medicine. I must prevent myself from falling ill without cure. The Walmart warehouse has many common medicines for colds and fevers, but that's far from enough. The Hanwu storm will last for decades. I need to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a decent network of contacts in Tianhai City. After all, I work in warehouse management and know some staff from hospital storages. As long as I can pay enough, I can get in. After these problems were resolved, Zhang Yi tapped the pen on the notebook. Next, there's one last issue to solve. His gaze sharpened. Weapons. When the apocalypse comes, humanity will be lost and fights for supplies will happen everywhere. Human life is worthless. To survive, one must have sufficient force. Zhang Yi is no martial arts expert, but no matter how good one's kung fu, they fear a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons are strong enough, that won't be a problem. Machetes, crowbars, and axes are easy to get. Crossbows, air guns, and compound bows also have channels. But the most lethal, of course, is American-style firearms. Getting those domestically can only be done through the black market. Going abroad, that's not realistic either. I'm unfamiliar with the place, and it would take many days to go back and forth. I don't have a foreign gun license, so I can't buy from weapon stores. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin. This issue couldn't be solved yet. But he still had a month to, as long as he was willing to spend money. He spent 3 hours perfecting his plan, then took a comfortable hot shower, and fell asleep on his cozy bed. The next morning, Zhang Yi climbed out of bed. He hadn't slept well. He woke up several times during the night from nightmares. After waking up and finding himself lying in the warm and comfortable bed at home, he let out a long sigh of relief. The time of the apocalypse had caused immense trauma to his psyche. To avoid repeating the same mistakes, Zhang Yi became more determined to make foolproof preparations. After getting up, he cooked himself a breakfast. Then he opened his alternate space to check the changes in the supplies he had thrown inside. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables that had been stored overnight showed no signs of change at all. It was hard to tell with meat in a short time, but fruits and vegetables would become stale overnight. However, after being placed in the alternate space, they looked as fresh as when they were first bought. My alternate space is independent of this world. Perhaps the rules of time are different too. Maybe time flows slower, or even stops. This is great news. This way I can store all kinds of things without worry. However, when Zhang Yi checked the fish he had put in, he found them all dead, but they looked lifelike and had not spoiled. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin and understood more about the rules of using the alternate space. Living creatures cannot be stored, or at least they cannot survive for long inside. Looks like the idea of living inside isn't practical. This wasn't a big problem. The alternate space was all white and empty, nowhere near as comfortable as his own home. As long as he could store things in it, that was enough. With that thought, many ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. Since he could preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about? Although Zhang Yi could cook, he was still far from a professional chef. Having to cook for himself every day would eventually get boring. So Zhang Yi immediately called the biggest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offered delivery, and their food was top-notch as Zhang Yi loved it. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I help you? Zhang Yi immediately said, my family is hosting guests. Oh, we're having a 3-day and 3-night continuous feast. So I need to book 500 tables of food. The person on the other end was taken aback. 500 tables, even for them, it would take a long time to prepare. Moreover, they were a 5-star hotel. The cheapest table cost 3,000 to 4,000. 500 tables would be over 1 million. The waiter dared not decide on his own, and quickly said, please hold on, I'll go ask our manager. After a while, another person picked up the phone. Hello, sir, I'm Chen Dingfang, manager of Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How should I address you? Zhang Yi replied, my name is Zhang Yi. I want to book 500 banquet tables. Do you have any problem with that? The manager's heart jolted. Since the hotel opened, they had never encountered such a request. However, with such a large order, if it really came through, they would have to accept it. Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables will cost over 1 million yuan. If you truly need it, we will start preparations immediately, but we require an advance deposit of 200,000. Zhang Yi answered, no problem. Send me your account details later, and I will transfer the money to you. With money in hand, everything becomes easier. The manager agreed readily, then added Zhang Yi as a contact and sent him the bank account number. Zhang Yi transferred the 200,000 without the slightest hesitation. After the finance department confirmed that the deposit had arrived, the manager immediately began issuing orders to every department. Quick. We've landed a huge order. Tell the purchasing department to stock up immediately, and the kitchen should temporarily stop accepting other takeout orders. We must prepare the 500 banquet tables the client requested within a single day. On the other side, after hanging up, Zhang Yi could not help sighing softly. Although money will be useless in a month from now, I still need it to buy things. In his hands, counting both the inheritance left by his parents and his own savings, he had around 2 million yuan in total. Half of it had just vanished, and to be honest, he felt a stab of heartache. Yet on second thought, it was also a blessing. Many people clutched large sums of cash only for it to turn into worthless scraps of paper later. Not everyone has the chance to spend their money while it still holds value. Still, there are many things ahead that will require money. I have to find a way to get more. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon his family. The apartment was located in the central ring of Tanhai City, with an area of 120 square meters in a residential complex built 10 years ago. At current market rates, each square meter was worth more than 40,000 yuan. In other words, the apartment was worth at least over 5 million yuan now. I've got it. If I mortgage it for a loan, I'll have money in hand, won't I? Zhang Yi chuckled to himself. Once he borrowed this sum, he would never need to pay it back. The thought was indescribably satisfying. He immediately left home, got in his car, and drove to the bank to apply for a loan. On the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, weekends are so boring. I really wish someone could go out with me for a walk. Zhang Yi glanced at it and casually tossed his phone aside. He arrived at the bank and began handling the loan procedures. Because the amount he requested was large, his documents were complete and the apartment had been purchased in full. The bank approved the loan quickly, though they only granted him 4 million yuan. Zhang Yi did not haggle. Since it was essentially free money, he had no time or patience to argue with the bank. After signing the forms with decisive strokes, the bank transferred the money into his account. Now, after subtracting the more than 1 million spent on the banquet, I still have around 5 million yuan in hand. That should be enough to completely renovate the apartment. However, I still need to purchase a large quantity of medicine and weapons. This money may not be sufficient. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, pondering how to obtain even more money. Just then, a blonde-haired youth by the roadside noticed him deep in thought. The youth's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over. Hey buddy, looks like you're in need of some cash, huh? Zhang Yi looked up at the blonde youth. Who are you? The blonde youth's smile deepened as he lowered his voice. I'm just asking. Right now you do need money, don't you? And the bank won't lend you enough, will it? The moment Zhang Yi heard this, he understood what kind of person stood before him. This guy was clearly a loan shark. A thought stirred in Zhang Yi's heart, and a plan surfaced. He let out a sigh and deliberately put on a troubled look. Yes, my family business urgently needs funds to keep things running. But the bank. He trailed off intentionally, wearing a helpless expression. The blonde youth looked as though he understood instantly. After all, if someone could borrow through normal channels from a bank, who would go to a loan shark? He said to Zhang Yi, exactly. These days banks are strict about lending money. Endless rules and conditions, and the funds are released so slowly. But brother, if you urgently need cash, I can actually help you out. Zhang Yi regarded the blonde youth cautiously. You? Can you really manage that? I need several million, you know. Hearing that it was a big deal, the blonde youth's eyes clearly grew more excited. He took a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in rescuing people from fire and water, so to speak. As long as you need money, you can't go wrong coming to us. Zhang Yi glanced down. The card read, Duo Loan Financial Services Co. Ltd. The blonde youth's name was listed as business manager Hu Minghua. Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly, you really can lend me money? I need 5 million. As long as you can help me weather this crisis, I guarantee I can pay it back within at most 3 months. Hu Minghua laughed. That's negotiable. Our company is very strong, you know, established precisely to help people like you who lack funds to keep things running. Come on, let's go to the office and talk this through properly. Wearing an expression of eager anticipation, Zhang Yi nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called company was housed in a shabby, out-of-the-way office building. Once inside, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi straight to the boss office. The owner of the lending company was a burly man dressed in a full set of branded Balino business attire. Clearly, he was trying hard to project the image of a legitimate company. Yet there was a trace of ferocity between his brows. Without years of struggling in the underbelly of society, one would not carry such a look. Mr. Zhang, how much would you like to borrow? As expected of a high-interest lending company, the conversation was direct. A company like this was inherently unregulated and thus lacked cumbersome procedures. Moreover, they possessed many ways to force repayment, so they had no fear of clients defaulting. Zhang Yi said, I want to borrow 5 million. Chun Xiong frowned slightly. Oh, that is no small sum. But Mr. Zhang, let me make this clear in advance. Our interest rates are very high. You must be mentally prepared. From the side, Hu Minghua chimed in, Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs funds to keep operating. Once the cash flow returns to normal, he'll earn the money back quickly, won't he? Their back-and-forth performance did not escape Zhang Yi's notice. Still feigning urgency, he said, yes, I can repay very quickly. If the interest is high, so be it. As long as you are willing to lend me the money. A smile surfaced on Chun Xiong's face. Good then. Our interest rate is 4% per month. You borrow 5 million, and when you repay, it will have to be 7 million. So you must first write me an IOU for 7 million. In addition, you must provide something of sufficient value, as a house, a factory, a car, any of those will do. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and pulled the property ownership certificate from inside his jacket. It was the deed he had used at the bank for a loan and happened to be on him. This apartment of mine is worth more than 5 million. Pledging it to your company should be enough. I also have a Mercedes worth 300,000. If I can't repay, you can take that too. It was the first time Chun Xiong had seen such a straightforward client. He hurriedly took the deed and glanced over it. The few of them exchanged glances. This was indeed their initial thought. Sun Jichao's frown deepened. His hatred for Zhang Yi intensified after his brother's tragic death. With the car on top of that, there was no way he could lose on this deal. Even so, Chun Xiong still deliberately put on a display. Mr. Zhang, at most your apartment is worth 4 to 5 million. But you want to take 5 million in cash from me, then I'd be the one taking a loss. Zhang Yi put on a look of alarm and spoke excitedly. Boss Chen, you really have to help me. I urgently need the money right now. As long as you can transfer the money to me today, I'll settle for just 4.5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged a glance, amusement flickering in both their eyes. Their business was all about striking when the iron was hottest. The more anxious people were for money, the more viciously they would fleece them. No, that's really not a worthwhile deal. In the end, after a round of haggling, they reached an agreement at 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the money had to be credited to his account today. The loan company might be Blackheart, but their efficiency was indeed high. That was probably the only aspect in which they truly outperformed the banks. After the contract was signed, 4 million in cash quickly arrived in Zhang Yi's account. Inwardly, he could not help but laugh. For Chen Xiong, this money was like a meat bun thrown to a dog. It would never come back. It somehow felt a bit like he was cursing himself. Zhang Yi sauntered off cheerfully with the money. After he left, hearty laughter erupted from inside the office where Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua were. That was the easiest deal we've ever done. That idiot really walked away with 4 million just like that. Chen Xiong said smugly, we'll clear at least 2 to 3 million on this one. This month's performance is set. Leaning against the desk, Hu Minghua chuckled. Boss, he signed the contract so readily. Could there be some problem with that? Chen Xiong held the property certificate in his hand and said with narrowed, smiling eyes, the deed is genuine, there's no problem. As long as the place belongs to him, he can't run. With the deed and that 7 million IOU in hand, they naturally had their ways of taking that apartment when the time came. And that was not all. They had plenty of other methods to completely squeeze Zhang Yi dry. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes and took an elegant sip of coffee. If worst comes to worst, we can contact a few institutions overseas and see what valuable parts we might sell off from him. We never do business at a loss. Zhang Yi left the loan company in high spirits. Glancing back at the office building, he wore a faint mocking smile at the corner of his lips. They're such kind people, sending me money for nothing. From this day on, Zhang Yi would have no further dealings with Chen Xiong and whom, if anything, there was a high chance they would both die in the apocalyptic cold wave 1 month from now. Zhang Yi now had roughly 9 million in funds at his disposal. It was entirely sufficient for carrying out his plan. After all, for any purchases he made next, he could pay using deposit. In this way, that 9 million would have the purchasing power of several tens of millions. There was no need to scrape together even more, otherwise Zhang Yi would not have minded shearing a wave of wool off the various online lending platforms too. Driving his car, Zhang Yi arrived at the renowned Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong was one of the largest security firms in Hoard, was specializing in providing protection services for tycoons and celebrities. At times, even certain high-ranking government officials would hire them for assistance when traveling. The reason Zhang Yi had sought them out was that in his previous life, he had heard that Zhanlong had built a top-tier safe house worth $1 billion for the son of the richest man in Jiangnan province. It was said that this young heir, whose family had made its fortune in real estate, still lived quite comfortably during the apocalypse, and the safe house built by Zhanlong played an indispensable role in that. After Zhang Yi arrived at Zhanlong, he explained his purpose to the receptionist. A staff member from the business department immediately came to escort him to a lounge. The young woman at the front desk served Zhang Yi a cup of freshly ground coffee. Not long after, a burly man with a cropped buzz cut walked in. He was dressed in a black suit that gave him the air of a refined brute, making one worry that the fabric might burst at any. That said, a guest seeing someone like him would naturally feel a strong sense of security. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, manager of the business department. May I ask what services you require from us? Wu Huiran sat down beside Zhang Yi and asked. Taking a sip of coffee, Zhang Yi said, I need you to build a safe house for me. The kind that can withstand the end of the world. The highest grade safe house. At those words, a solemn look flashed through Wu Huiran's eyes. If anyone else overheard such a request, they would probably find it laughable, for almost no one truly believed in an impending apocalypse. Yet to Zhanlong this was no joke. Around the world, the wealthiest and most powerful people were often the ones most afraid of death. Long ago, some foreign tycoons had already spent hundreds of millions of dollars building doomsday shelters. In recent years, many rich people across the globe had begun to follow suit. Some truly feared large-scale natural. Others simply had too many enemies in their daily lives and wanted a greater sense of security. It was only natural that Zhanlong Security's doomsday safe houses emerged to meet this market demand.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Mr. Zhanlong is a world-class security company. We can certainly meet your requirements. Zhang Yi immediately said, if I ask you to completely remodel an apartment into a safe house on the 24th floor of a high-rise, is that something you can do? Wu Huiran's gaze turned a little strange. Usually such safe houses were standalone villas or underground shelters, though very few tycoons chose to build them inside apartments.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhanlong is a top-tier security company worldwide. With our technology, we can fully achieve what you've described. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's mind began to crystallize a plan. Since that was the case, he would transform his own home into a... He had chosen to stay precisely so he could personally watch those who had harmed him die. Wu Huiran took out a tablet computer and handed it to Zhang Yi. All our services are custom-tailored. You can browse the options on there along with the corresponding prices. There's bound to be something suitable. Li Jian and the others were left speechless. Zhang Yi, please don't joke around. How cold is it outside? Moreover, where would you plant them in this icy wasteland? He had to admit a professional company was truly professional. As long as you had enough money, Zhanglong Security could practically fulfill any request. They could even build safe houses 100 meters underground or on the seabed. However, projects like those would take far too long for Zhang. He only had 1 month. After Zhang Yi finished reading the introduction to the safe house, he immediately selected his service items. First and foremost was the reinforcement of the entire house, replacing all the materials of their home. The walls, ceilings, and floors would all be made of 200 millimeters thick alloys, directly replacing the original walls. This is an aerospace material weighing only a third of steel, yet its strength is 10 times that of high-quality steel. Using this material to build the safe house would perfectly fit into the building where Zhang Yi lived without any issue. The windows would be made of the best bulletproof glass available in the world. Additionally, the ventilation system would be equipped with air filtration capabilities. No harmful gases could invade from the outside. Finally, there would be a complete surveillance system capable of monitoring the entire interior and exterior of the house without any blind spots. The doors would be replaced with heavy-duty anti-theft doors of the same material as a bank vault, making it extremely difficult to break open even with small explosives. In short, Zhang Yi had only one demand: to transform his home into an impenetrable iron fortress. After making these selections, Zhang Yi handed the computer over to Wu Huiren. After reviewing it, Wu Huiren couldn't help but widen his eyes. A house of only 120 square meters was built as if it were a steel barrel. With some weapons added, this is simply a fortress, Wu Huiren murmured. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. Oh, do you have some knowledge about fortresses? Wu Huiren chuckled. I used to be a mercenary abroad, and am quite knowledgeable about military equipment. A flash of inspiration crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked Wu Huiren, do you have a way to get guns? This question made Wu Huiren's expression turn serious. In Huahua, firearms are not allowed to be privately owned. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that in principle such things are not permitted for private ownership, Wu Huiren said in a low voice. Have you encountered some terrifying enemies that make you so afraid? Zhang Yi took advantage of the situation. That's right, I've offended some people in the underworld, and they are extremely ruthless, and they have guns. I was just thinking, can I also get some guns for self-defense? Otherwise I can only hide in my house and be beaten, which is not a solution. Wu Huiren chuckled. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huiren's eyes, Zhang Yi could see that he was not incapable of obtaining guns, but rather unwilling to wade into murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Then he said to Wu Huiren, this safe house project I am working on will cost over 8 million. If something happens later, it won't reflect well on your company. He stared at Wu Huiren and said word by word, I just want a self-defense tool. If you can help me with this, I won't treat you poorly. Wu Huiren fell silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the situation. Naturally, he had connections. However, he was unsure of Zhang Yi's background and didn't dare introduce him easily. You can go back for now. While I can't handle this, I can inquire about it for you. If there is any news, I'll contact you. Wu Huiren was evidently indecisive. However, Zhang Yi didn't press too hard. Guns indeed require. He smiled. All right, I'll wait for your news. By the way, I'm in a hurry about this matter. Please expedite the creation of the safe. Wu Huiren replied. At most within half a month we can have it completed for you. After finishing talks with Wu Huiren, Zhang Yi immediately signed the contract. Similarly, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, he would probably never have the chance to pay it off in this lifetime. After leaving the Zhanglong Security Company, the housing issue was basically resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his car and called a familiar acquaintance, Liu Yang. Liu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He had leased several hundred acres of land in Xishan, where various harmless small animals were kept for people to hunt and have leisure time. In his possession, he had many legally obtained crossbows, compound bows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited a few times before, so he had Liu Yang's contact information. He called Liu Yang to help him buy a batch, offering to pay a premium. Liu Yang, being a businessman and often having to ask Zhang Yi for favors, readily agreed to this matter. Zhang, why are you buying so many weapons? These things can only be used for hunting or for personal use. They can't be used to harm others. Liu Yang asked with a smile, but there was a hint of caution in his words. After all, the items were being sold from his hands. If Zhang Yi were to hurt someone with these weapons, he would also face trouble. Liu Yang asked with a smile, but there was a hint of caution in his words. After all, the items were being sold from his hands. If Zhang Yi were to hurt someone with these weapons, Zhang Yi laughed heartily and casually made up a reason. You're overthinking. I invited a few friends to go hunting in an African wildlife park in a while. So I need to gather more equipment. Liu Yang clicked his tongue. Oh, Zhang Yi really knows how to have fun. But be careful, Africa has plenty of lions and hyenas. That settles it. How soon can you prepare the items for me? Hey, I have some ready here. You can come over to pick them up when you have time. Zhang Yi did not delay, driving straight to the Xishan hunting ground to buy the items back. For him, time was extremely precious, and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. He purchased 5 steel crossbows, 3 high-quality compound bows, and 300 arrows and bolts each. Additionally, he bought 2 excellent hunting knives. These were made of Damascus steel, very tough and sharp. Unless used for prolonged chopping of hard objects, they are extremely difficult to damage. These tools would be effective for self-defense. All of these items filled up a trunk. Looking at this large pile of equipment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a strong sense of... He then drove the car loaded with equipment back home. Since everything was purchased through legitimate channels, he had previously obtained a hunting license for fun, so he was not worried about being questioned by the police. When he returned home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again to enjoy a hot pot meal at Haidaleo. Thinking that he would have to cook his own hot pot in the future, he immediately took out money and ordered 1 of 0 servings of hot pot base from Haidaleo. The staff at Haidaleo were stunned, thinking that Zhang Yi was some rival merchant come to cause trouble. Fortunately, Haidaleo's service was good, so they didn't confront Zhang Yi directly. Later, the store manager came over, inquired about Zhang Yi, and accepted the order. However, the condition was cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from being a rival merchant causing disruptions. Zhang Yi was very straightforward, paying over 1 million on the spot. Such a generous gesture made the store manager beam with joy, and they even threw in 500 extra servings for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi left the address for the Haidaleo employees to send the hot pot base over. As for the food ingredients, they can be taken directly from the Walmart warehouse. Only the hot pot base will not be sold out. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available on the market are far inferior to those in store. Otherwise, no customers would come to the shop for hot pot. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yi prepared to head home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. May I ask if it is convenient for you to receive them now? Yes, just deliver them over. Zhang Yi returned home waiting for them to deliver the delicious food and drinks. These 500 banquet tables would be enough for him to last 2 to 3 years. After all, he still had 8 to 9 million on hand, and he felt no remorse in spending, rather he was eager to spend. On his way home, Zhang Yi thought about what else he liked to eat. Thus he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking them to send him 100 tables each. He ordered from the 8 major cuisines, including Western food, totaling several thousand tables. In this way, he effectively covered his meals for half a lifetime. Soon after, the catering trucks from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand procession of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road, leaving the neighbors in the community dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, asking what they were here for. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that the property owners should come to open the door. After all, their display was too grand, and he could not easily let them through without knowing what was in the vehicles for the safety. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then went downstairs to the entrance of the community. At this time, the entrance was crowded with people, including neighbors from the building and onlookers Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi approached Uncle Yu smiling and said, "Uncle Yu, these are for my meal delivery. Let them in." "Uncle Yu, meal delivery? What kind of food requires dozens of vehicles for delivery?" The surrounding neighbors were also in an uproar upon hearing it was a catering truck. Goodness, that must be at least several hundred tables. Where does he plan to put them? Could it be that Zhang Yi has something going on at home and is hosting a banquet? Could it be he is getting married? But several hundred tables is too overwhelming. Look closely, that is Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Booking several hundred tables there must cost at least a few $100,000. My goodness, a single banquet could cost over $100,000. Zhang Yi truly keeps a low profile. I used to know they were well off, but now it seems he is quite the tycoon. The neighbors whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Zhang Yi now filled with admiration and awe. Fang Yuqing, watching this scene from the side, bit her lip, firming her resolve to win over Zhang Yi. She proactively walked up to him and smiled. "Zhang Yi, what has your family been busy with lately, buying so many things?" Zhang Yi ignored her and instead handed a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Seeing the owner had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the convoy from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way in front. Although he did not pay attention to Fang Yuqing, she seemed unconcerned, following closely beside him, chatting and laughing. "Is there something at home you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? In the future, I hope to know more about you. Don't treat me." Zhang Yi looked at her deeply and sneered. "All these things are for my boss. The last time I went to the Western restaurant, it was also his treat." He sighed and said, "If only I were really that rich." Fang Yuqing's expression changed immediately. "You? Are you joking with me?" Zhang Yi spread his hands. "How could I lie to you? We've known each other for years, and you know the situation of my family. My parents have passed away and I am just a warehouse supervisor. How could I have any money?" His explanation left Fang Yuqing's face alternating between expressions. She had indeed suspected that he might be a rich second generation, at least his family must be doing big business. Now that Zhang Yi admitted he wasn't, all her doubts were resolved. She quietly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, then tidied her hair, and said with a polite smile, "No matter if you are a rich second generation or not, we are still the best of friends, right? I am not a materialistic woman." The word friends was intentionally emphasized by her. The green tea BTCH never goes too far, as she still needs backup and admirers to serve her. Zhang Yi smirked and said nothing more to her. Meanwhile, the employees of Hongfu Tianxia began to transport table after table of exquisite meals to the location Zhang Yi specified. Zhang Yi, having good relations with the community, borrowed an underground warehouse from the property management. He had them store the items there for now. Though the quantity of food for 500 tables was immense once packed in meal boxes, it didn't appear overly extravagant. Zhang Yi ordered the highest quality foods, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, and caviar, everything one could desire. Moving such a large meal for 500 tables into the warehouse took some time. Even the hotel manager was taken aback, who after years of managing it was his first time encountering such a large takeaway order. However, Zhang Yi told them to simply continue transporting the items to the warehouse. He secretly took advantage of the workers' departure to store all the food in his spatial pocket. Others might have doubts, thinking Zhang Yi was acting strangely. But in this busy world, who had the leisure to care about an unrelated person? Thus, whether it was the neighbors or the hotel staff, they merely exchanged a few words of gossip, but none genuinely paid attention. Soon, all 500 tables of food were stored in Zhang Yi's spatial pocket. By evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu Huiran informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could come over any time to construct the safe house. He asked Zhang Yi when it would be convenient to start working. Zhang Yi directly told them that they could come over tomorrow. He planned to move into a hotel first. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi was waiting for further instructions from Wu Huiran. He had another very important matter to bring up with him, which was to acquire the equality device. After hesitating for a while, Wu Huiran lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, "If you truly need this, I can recommend a way, but it will be a bit expensive." Zhang Yi nodded. Of course, he understood that. However, he was completely unconcerned about money now. That's not an issue as long as the quality is good. Wu Huiran said easily. "Alright, since that's the case, I will help you with the introduction. I will notify you of the transaction location in 3 days." The path to acquiring firearms was finally settled, and Zhang Yi felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. During the apocalypse, possessing such an item would provide immense confidence when facing both humans and non-human entities. The next day, Zhang Yi packed some important belongings into his space. He needed to temporarily move to a hotel while his house was being transformed into a secure shelter. Early in the morning, 3 black vans entered the Yuelu community. A large group of workers from the Battle Dragon Company dressed in uniforms began measuring the data of Zhang Yi's house. Many neighbors nearby watched this scene with curiosity. Has Zhang Yi taken some wrong medicine lately? Why is he always up to so much nonsense? A few colleagues laughed and said, "Yeah, just the other day I saw him buy 3 shopping carts full of food at the supermarket." Huh. If I didn't know better, I'd think the apocalypse was coming with how much food he's hoarding. Isn't he worried it will all expire and go to waste? Maybe something's wrong with his mind. Everyone was puzzled by Zhang Yi's unusual behavior, but no one cared enough to delve deeper, viewing him merely as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Sanyang believed that Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Sanyang suddenly realized. Now it makes sense why he went to that Michelin 3-star restaurant the other day. It turns out he has gone crazy. Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly unhappy. Thinking back to that day when she had actively approached Zhang Yi and helped him carry so many things home, leaving her feet sore, she felt a surge of anger. What on earth is Zhang Yi up to? Lin Sanyang said with some worry. He promised to treat us to a grand meal. He hasn't. She was keen on dining at that Michelin 3-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing scoffed. Better forget it. With how abnormal he seems lately, even if he invites me, I wouldn't go. What if others find out we're eating with him? That would be embarrassing. She was planning to attract a wealthy husband, and certainly couldn't ruin her reputation. Lin Sanyang, hearing Fang Yuqing's words, felt very reluctant, but had no choice but to give up. On the other hand, Zhang Yi didn't care at all about what the neighbors thought. In a month they would understand who the real joke was. Zhang Yi left his home and drove towards the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to work, and he planned to thoroughly investigate the warehouse to facilitate his future actions. The Walmart warehouse is located in the economic development zone on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices, many large groups from Tianhai City have warehouses gathered here. Even some pharmaceutical companies have warehouses here. This makes it convenient for Zhang Yi to acquire some special medicines later on. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for work as usual. As the warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi was thoroughly familiar with this place. He could say that he knew every warehouse and even every shelf like the back of his hand. Usually he found it quite boring to come here. But today, seeing the massive warehouses filled with goods worth tens or even hundreds of billions, excitement surged within him. Because soon these items would be taken by him, becoming the most vital resources for his survival in the apocalypse. As Walmart's South China main warehouse, the volume of goods here exceeded anyone's imagination. There were tens of thousands of cases of cola alone. The entire warehouse spanned over 1 million square feet, crammed with various daily necessities. In addition to food, clothing, and hardware tools, there were even cars, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It could almost be said that anything that a supermarket is allowed to sell could be found here. Zhang Yi had worked here for many years and knew perfectly well what was stocked on each shelf. Moreover, he was also very clear about the work schedule and the locations of the cameras. Despite the strict surveillance here, he, being familiar with the loopholes, could disable the entire monitoring system within 10 minutes. Then, utilizing the capabilities of the system space, he would take everything from here. However, at present, Zhang Yi did not rush to act. There was still plenty of time, and he did not want to alarm the snakes. After strolling around the warehouse, he left. With a pack of Huangalu cigarettes in hand, he headed to the nearby Ruining Pharmaceutical Company warehouse. Since he usually worked in the same place, he was quite familiar with the staff here. After arriving at ruining Zhang, he found a manager from their warehouse, Zhou Hairan. Everyone knew each other well. In a large group's warehouse, there were bound to be people who relied on it for a living. Zhou Hairan's brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group. Thus he often stole some medicines from the warehouse to sell. After finding Zhou Hairan Zhang, he chatted with him and indirectly mentioned his purpose. He hoped to acquire a few boxes of special medicines for treating acute illnesses. Zhou Hairan was initially cautious. However, later when Zhang Yi mentioned that he could offer double the market price for the medicines, Zhou Hairan could no longer hold back. Eventually, the two struck a deal for 5 large boxes of medicine at the price of 3 million. If measured by a normal person's standards, the total number of times one falls ill in a lifetime wouldn't even reach half of that. After securing the medicines, Zhang Yi had essentially prepared all the supplies needed for the apocalypse. With less than a month until the apocalypse, he certainly had no mood to continue working. Thus, he went to the warehouse manager's office, falsely claiming that a grandfather from his hometown had passed away and he needed to return for the funeral, requesting a 20-day leave. Zhang Yi was well-liked and had a good relationship with the manager. Therefore, despite the somewhat outrageous leave request, he faced no difficulties and easily secured the time off. In the upcoming period, Zhang Yi planned to relax comfortably in a 5-star hotel, waiting for the supplies he had purchased to arrive and for his safe house to be completed. As he walked out of the manager's office, he happened to see Fang Yuqing with her backside in the air pouring coffee at the coffee machine. One must admit this woman certainly had some qualities of a green tea bitch, exuding a certain alluring charm. While pouring coffee, she didn't forget to sway her little behind, which attracted some young men who rushed over to fawn on her. One nearby man, smiling, invited Fang Yuqing to attend Cho's concert, waving the tickets in a show-off manner. This man was named Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi had a deep impression of him as they lived in the same community. He was also a loyal bootlicker of Fang Yuqing, and in his past life, he was among those who caused Zhang Yi's demise. Zhou Peng was fawning over Fang Yuqing nearby. However, it was evident that Fang Yuqing was not interested in a man like Zhou Peng. In terms of financial status, Zhou Peng was far worse off than Zhang Yi, as he was even renting his house. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing still smiled and said to him, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. But I happen to have plans with friends that night." What bad luck. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhou Peng's face immediately. He had spent an entire month's salary on these 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to take the opportunity to confess to Fang Yuqing at the concert. But unexpectedly it all fell through. Zhang Yi, witnessing this scene, wore a hint of a mocking smile. He knew that Zhou Peng the sycophant would ultimately gain nothing. However, seeing Zhang Yi grinning beside him, Zhou Peng couldn't help but feel enraged. To divert his embarrassment, he immediately walked over and said to Zhang Yi, "You are really being unreasonable. As a grown man, how can you ask a woman to help you move things? Are you not ashamed? Yuqing came to work today complaining about her sore back. If something like this happens again, I hope you won't trouble others." Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out that this woman, Fang Yuqing, pretended to be sincere and said, "It's nothing really. Actually, I'm not having any serious issues. It's just that I can't handle heavy work. It seems like my back is a bit twisted." As she spoke, she pinched her lower back and furrowed her brows, showing a painful expression. Zhou Peng, wanting to display his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing, suddenly pointed at Zhang Yi with bravado and said, "You better give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, glaring at Zhou Peng and scolding, "It was her own initiative to help me move things. I did not ask her for help. Besides, who do you think you are pointing fingers at me here? Do you really think you are someone important?" Zhang Yi's scathing rebuke left both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing dumbfounded. Zhou Peng was merely an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, without any power or influence. He dared to scold Zhang Yi only because Zhang Yi usually had a good temper and did not like to argue with others. However, seeing Zhang Yi truly angry, Zhou Peng instantly felt intimidated. "What? Why are you shouting so loudly? I was just discussing things with you." Zhang Yi scoffed coldly and turned to leave. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on Zhou Peng. To Zhang Yi, everyone else looked like a corpse. In a month, 99 of these people around him would perish in the extreme cold storm of the apocalypse. Why should he waste words with the dead? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng ran over to Fang Yuqing and muttered, "Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is not a good. You should keep your distance from him in the future." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have he no longer initiated greetings when he saw her. Even at night, he did not seek her out to chat or say goodnight. There must be something strange going on, Fang Yuqing thought to herself. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. It just happened to be the Hongfu Tianxiao that he had booked earlier. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi had arrived, the manager of Hongfu Tianxiao immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and arranged a guest room for him. The cost for a room in a 5-star hotel was over 1,000 a night. However, Zhang Yi felt no pain at all. After all, he still had several million in hand. He would only feel it was wasteful if he couldn't spend it. That night, Fang Yuqing, the pure white lotus, unexpectedly took the initiative to send a message to Zhang Yi. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw someone renovating." Zhang Yi smirked. "Yes, that's right. Fang Yuqing, you seem quite strange lately, hoarding things and renovating your house. Is something going to happen soon?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This white lotus was indeed bad, but her mind was not dull at all. It seemed that his recent strange behavior had caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. Others' opinions held no significance for him now. "It's nothing," he coldly replied, tossing his phone aside. On the other end, Fang Yuqing felt very uncomfortable looking at Zhang Yi's indifferent attitude. For the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had always treated her very well. He would always ask her how she was doing and find various reasons to chat with her every night. However, recently, he seemed to have completely changed, becoming indifferent and even stopping initiating conversations with her. This made Fang Yuqing feel very uneasy. She could be disinterested in Zhang Yi, but she absolutely did not allow Zhang Yi to lose interest in her. In Fang Yuqing's view, it signified that a fish in her pond had escaped. Although Zhang Yi was not a rich second generation, he was still a quality middle-class young man. If she couldn't find a rich second generation to marry in the future, she could still give Zhang Yi a chance. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. I feel like our contact has decreased recently. It's making me feel. However, after waiting for a long time, she received no reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, feeling a bit agitated. That damned Zhang Yi, has he been possessed recently? I take the initiative to contact him, and he actually dares not to reply to my message. Nearby, her roommate Lin Kai-ning heard Fang Yuqing's complaints and walked over with a smile. Recently, that Zhang Yi has indeed been a bit strange. Who knows why he bought so much food and drink, and even reserved so many banquets from the hotel. It really makes it seem like he expects a shortage of supplies to happen soon. Fang Yuqing frowned slightly at this statement. She said to Lin Kai-ning, do you think something will really happen after a while? Was Zhang Yi hoarding supplies because he received some news? Lin Kai-ning paused for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Yuqing, are you silly? If something really were to happen, the authorities would definitely notify us. We should just relax. If he is hoarding supplies, others will laugh at us for being foolish.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi stayed in the suite of the 5-star hotel for several days. He did not go anywhere during this time. On one hand, he was buying up various hotel banquets. On the other hand, he began to practice the use of compound bows and crossbows in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had liked hunting in the past and had a decent foundation. Now within a range of 15 meters, his accuracy was exceptionally high. Especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand, such modern equipment could allow an ordinary person to shoot with the skill comparable to that of ancient archers. 3 days later, under the introduction of Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi successfully obtained 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat high, Zhang Yi did not mind at all. With this heavy item in hand, he felt more confident about his safety in the apocalypse. He had also completed a transaction with Zhou Hairan for the necessary medicines and directly acquired 5 boxes of high-end imported pharmaceuticals. A week passed. Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been completed according to his specifications. He was invited to come back for inspection. Zhang Yi then left the hotel he had been staying in for a while and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huairan personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the house. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Zhanlong Company truly deserved its reputation as a top security firm in the country. Their speed and quality in constructing the safe house were impeccable. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 mm thick alloy plates, as per Zhang Yi's requirements. Moreover, from the outside, it looked no different from before. Wu Huairan patiently explained everything to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system is military-grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent external gas. Additionally, the entire heating system has been redone with professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. Besides the fireplace built to your specifications, it can also prevent 99.5% of temperature loss. At this point, Wu Huairan gave Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. Furthermore, to ensure your safety, we have installed a surveillance system throughout the entire building. A total of 300 cameras will allow you to monitor every floor of the building. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was left speechless in astonishment. He could only lament how fortunate it was to have money enabling him to purchase services unimaginable to ordinary people. He went to the balcony and found that it had been transformed into a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huairan explained, the window materials are all bulletproof and explosion-proof, even sturdier than the 200 mm alloy plates. Moreover, it facilitates natural lighting and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this. He believed that unless an army armed with heavy weapons attempted to force their way in, no one could break into his home. Even if the entire building collapsed, his room would likely remain unscathed. I am very pleased with the safe house you have built for me, Zhang Yi said with a smile to Wu Huairan. Wu Huairan also he took out a document for Zhang Yi to sign, and said, if there are no issues, please settle the remaining payment within 3. Zhang Yi nodded with a grin, certainly. However, he had no intention of actually paying the remaining balance. He felt exhilarated at having secured a safe house worth nearly 10 million with just a 1 million deposit. Lying on the sofa, he surveyed his nearly perfect safe house. After contemplating for a moment, he realized he had overlooked something very important. That was the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead. How could I forget something as crucial as water? After the Ice Age apocalypse struck, although it was freezing outside, water could be obtained by breaking ice. However, outside temperatures were generally minus 60 to 70 degrees, and going out meant risking danger. Zhang Yi absolutely could not tolerate such a significant flaw in his safe house. After some thought, he placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 large water storage barrels. Each could store 500 cubic meters of water, enough for several years of use. Additionally, he could retrieve bottled water from the warehouse, perfectly solving the issue of water resources. The delivery guy was indeed efficient. A few hours later the items arrived at his door. Zhang Yi went to the community entrance and had Uncle Yu the security guard let the delivery guy in. Seeing Zhang Yi buying so many strange items, the neighboring residents began to gossip. What's wrong with this Zhang? Yeah, he buys all sorts of bizarre things every day. A few days ago I saw many people carrying at least 10 centimeters thick steel plates into his house. Maybe he has lost his mind, trying to create a safe house like in the movies. I've seen some rich people in foreign videos who were bored and did that kind of thing. Isn't this just worrying for nothing? Now he's bought so many water barrels, he doesn't think Tianhai City will run out of water, does he? Huh. But Tianhai City is by the sea. Faced with the neighbors' ridicule, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He merely scoffed, inwardly knowing that when the Ice Age apocalypse arrived they would realize just how foolish they were. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining himself to them. These people would only see Zhang Yi as a fool, completely ignoring his good advice. They might even turn it around, accusing him of spreading rumors and disturbing social order, and then they'd have him arrested. Security guard Uncle Yu was chatting with neighbor Grandpa Tang. Uncle Yu kindly approached and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what on earth are you doing with so many water barrels? If you need help, just let me know and I'll lend a hand." Zhang Yi looked at the caring Uncle Yu and felt some warmth in his heart. Uncle Yu was a retired soldier, childless and alone, having served as a security guard in the community for over 10 years, always diligent in his duties. In his previous life, he had donated his last bit of food to help a mother and daughter who were about to starve, ultimately starving to death himself. He was one of the few examples of humanity's brilliance that Zhang Yi had encountered in the apocalypse. Thus Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Uncle Yu, the temperature this year is somewhat abnormal. I have inside information that this winter will be tough. To be on the safe side, you should stock up on food and drinks as well in case prices rise later on." Uncle Yu had a good relationship. He knew Zhang Yi was a kind-hearted young man. Moreover, older individuals tend to be more aware of potential dangers, so upon hearing Zhang Yi's words he immediately frowned. "Xiao Zhang, is this for real? Is the news reliable?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Just look at how much I've prepared already. You could stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. There's no harm in buying too much of these things." Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. He lived alone, and since he liked to stock up on instant noodles and sausages for convenience, he decided to take Zhang Yi's advice. He would take the time to buy a bit more, considering it would provide peace of mind. After all, those items could be stored without worry. However, nearby Grandpa Tang overheard and walked over to Zhang Yi saying, "Xiao Zhang, you mustn't spread such word. Our society is currently stable and peaceful. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Be careful talking like that, or you might get reported for spreading rumors. You could end up having tea with the authorities." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and paid him no mind. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery man to bring 100 giant water buckets to the warehouse. He then placed them into his spatial storage and brought them home. Once home, Zhang Yi began to turn on all the faucets, filling the buckets with water. At this rate, he could fill all 100 buckets within a week. Days passed by one after another. Zhang Yi did not rest for a single day. He spent every penny he had without hesitation. Every day, he dined at the finest restaurants. He also purchased large quantities of meals from top-tier restaurants to store in his spatial storage. During this period, he made daily visits to the shooting range in Tianhai City to practice archery and firearm shooting, striving to enhance his skills. In a month, it was unrealistic to turn himself into a master fighter. However, equipped with a bow guns and a fully metallic super-safe house, he would not fear any impending dangers. Such actions could not possibly escape everyone's notice. Yet everyone around considered Zhang Yi a joke. They thought he had lost his mind and privately ridiculed him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi, unwilling to engage with him. Thus time passed day by day. Soon over 20 days had gone by, and the apocalypse was drawing near. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these did not provide him with enough security. He decided to target the giant warehouse of Walmart. If he could take over this warehouse, he would gain access to an endless supply of resources. The reason he didn't wait until the last day to act was that Zhang Yi recalled something. He had vaguely heard in his previous life that the higher-ups had received news of the gamma rays arriving ahead of time. Thus, they had already begun to secretly transfer large amounts of supplies before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi couldn't take the risk, he had to act early. Moreover, considering this logic, even if the supplies in the Walmart warehouse completely vanished, the higher-ups eager to seek refuge would not have the energy to investigate thoroughly. This gave Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. So he returned to the warehouse and resumed his normal duties. The Walmart warehouse had staff on duty 24 hours a day, but at night there were only 10 people on duty. Zhang Yi decided to adopt the simplest and most straightforward method, adding sleeping pills to their tea. With only 3 days until the apocalypse, he was not afraid of being discovered. Since these people were Zhang Yi's old acquaintances, he easily succeeded. Once the medication took effect, they fell into a deep sleep, while Zhang Yi headed to the monitoring room to turn off all the cameras in the warehouse. He knew this place too well, he could envision every corner with his eyes closed. Coupled with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, the execution was very smooth. After completing all this, he changed into a pair of shoes 2 sizes too big, put on gloves, and quickly arrived at the warehouse. Gazing at the enormous warehouse before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to gather the supplies. As long as he scanned the shelves with his right eye, with just a thought the entire shelf would appear in his spatial storage. Zhang Yi first arrived at the beverage section. Here there were tons of mineral water drinks and alcoholic beverages, including many fine wines and spirits. Zhang Yi did not differentiate. He crammed everything into his storage. Soon the thousands of cubic meters of drinks disappeared completely. Next he moved to the fuel area for living supplies. There were many smokeless coals and barrels of gasoline and alcohol. These were household types meant for home storage or outdoor picnics. Just the smokeless coal alone had over 10,000 boxes, not to mention the solid alcohol and barrels of gasoline. The amount here would last Zhang Yi for hundreds of years. He never considered leaving some for others. After all, once the apocalypse arrived, these supplies would not fall into the hands of ordinary people. So he unhesitatingly collected all these supplies. Then, using his years of experience in warehousing, he organized them into designated areas in his spatial storage. Several warehouses were packed full, resembling small mountains. Canned foods, riatatoet, roasted chickens and ducks, puffed snacks, instant foods, premium snacks. This is enough for me to eat for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi sighed. He was not picky at all and took whatever he could find. After collecting the food, he then moved to the sports equipment section. Sports equipment was also essential for his safe house. Regular exercise strengthened his physique, ensuring health, and when necessary, could even save his life. Although the space in the safe house was limited, he wouldn't hold back on what he could take. After all, the area in his spatial storage was infinite, so he might as well take it. Among them were particularly useful items. For instance, baseball bats and fencing equipment were great weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi found some especially useful items, such as skiing and mountaineering gear, including professional cold-resistant clothing at the level of national athletes. These could withstand temperatures of -100 degrees. They were the latest technology products from 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These would be the top-level cold-resistant equipment when the Ice Age arrived. He didn't hold back and immediately collected dozens of top cold-resistant suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After 2 full hours, Zhang Yi had cleared the entire Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1,000,000 square meters. After all this, looking at the huge and empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable satisfaction. Now, even when faced with the coldest Ice Age, he was confident he could live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, removed his gloves and shoes, and placed them into his spatial storage. Then he drank a bit of the tea laced with sleeping pills and lay down on the table, falling into a deep sleep. He did not know how long it had been when he was abruptly shaken awake. Supervisor, something big has happened. Wake up quickly. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at several colleagues before him. What's wrong? A warehouse employee stuttered, pointing at the warehouse. It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been What? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock, slapping the table and standing up. He pretended to head to the warehouse, where he naturally saw the empty scene. Zhang Yi knew better than anyone what had happened. However, he still feigned weakness, trembling as he asked, "What on earth happened? Why are all the supplies in the warehouse gone?" The surrounding employees also looked tense. Yes, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least 100 billion. Even if we used large trucks to haul it, it would take several days to finish transporting. How could it all disappear in the blink of an eye? They did not mention anything about just having woken up. After all, everyone was on the night shift, and it was common to steal a nap. Zhang Yi maintained a serious expression and pretended to be anxious, pacing a couple of steps. Then he said to everyone, "This matter is too strange for us to handle. We should call and notify the higher-ups." Although everyone was nervous, they were not overly afraid. Because the situation was so serious, they felt they had little responsibility. The entire warehouse's supplies worth hundreds of billions had vanished in a mere 2 hours, which clearly was beyond their capability. With monthly salaries of only a few thousand, they had no need to risk everything for the company. Thus, upon Zhang Yi's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups deal with this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to report the incident. Upon hearing the news, the manager was completely stunned, even thinking Zhang Yi was joking with him. Zhang Yi cleared out the entire warehouse of Walmart's South China facility. All the goods worth over 100 billion entered his alternate space. Meanwhile, he pretended to know nothing and immediately reported to Walmart's upper management. Soon this news spread among the upper management of Walmart's South China region. A large group of executives, shocked, rushed to the scene and called the police to handle the situation. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, looked at the empty warehouse, his face turning whiter than snow. Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters? In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders for all goods to be returned to the country as quickly as possible. It is said that this was an instruction from the upper management in the United States, and the ships they dispatched were about to arrive at Tianhai port. Everything was in jeopardy. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all about his actions being exposed. After all, it was too incredible for an entire warehouse of goods worth over 100 billion to disappear in just 2 hours. Even if the police conducted a thorough investigation, they would not uncover anything in a short time. Moreover, Walmart was a foreign enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. Thus, there was naturally no need to mention the intensity of the investigation. However, he still pretended to be nervous and afraid, cooperating with the police's inquiry. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police were also very suspicious about this incident because they had reviewed the surveillance footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal footage had been turned off, it was impossible to steal millions of cubic meters of goods without leaving any trace. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage around the warehouse, no traces of any vehicles passing by were found. This meant that the goods worth over 100 billion either disappeared into thin air or it was a trick of Walmart's own internal theft. Logically deducing, it was evident that the latter was more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, it would be impossible to explain how millions of cubic meters of goods vanished in just 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, while they did raise some suspicion, the inability to explain the logic of the goods' disappearance meant that even if the internal employees had issues, it didn't constitute the main contradiction. Since Walmart was a foreign enterprise, there was no involvement of any official background from Huagua. The case was too significant, so the police's efficiency in acting was naturally not fast. In fact, out of concern for potential international repercussions, they played a game of passing the buck regarding the investigation. To clarify this matter, it was not just 3 days, even 3 months would be difficult. Zhang Yi was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for a short period and was required to cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation at all times. Zhang Yi fully complied and was then released. After returning home, he looked outside through the slats of the large. Today is December 10th, just 2 days before the onset of the Ice Age. For the next period, he only needed to stay at home, not going anywhere, and he could relax and enjoy the upcoming life. Thinking about the goods worth over 100 billion in his alternate space, which encompassed almost everything he needed in life, Zhang Yi felt very secure. Zhang Yi slept until evening. When he turned on the television, he saw the news reporting on the theft at Walmart's South China. Zhang Yi slept until evening. When he turned on the television, he saw the news reporting on the theft at Walmart's South China. Due to the significant loss of goods in this theft and its bizarre nature, major news outlets across the country rushed to report it. With such a large warehouse, how could it be emptied in just a few hours? It must be an inside job. It must be someone from within, likely orchestrated by Walmart's upper management to defraud insurance. That's millions of cubic meters of goods. Even if using large trucks, it would be impossible to clear it in one night. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This incident would remain a mystery until the end of days. For the next 2 days, he stayed in his home, going nowhere. He knew that time was running out for this world. For safety's sake, he would not leave his room without permission. During this time, the police and investigators from Walmart headquarters called him in again for questioning. Although they also suspected that Zhang Yi's behavior that night was somewhat odd. However, due to the short investigation time and lack of concrete evidence, while they suspected him, they couldn't arrest Zhang Yi. During this period, some acquaintances messaged him inquiring about the insider details, but Zhang Yi managed to distract them. Finally, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through Blue Star at 2 o'clock in the morning, lasting only a moment, but having a devastating impact. Zhang Yi sealed his room a few hours in advance, and the fireplace was already lit. Because soon, with the depletion of energy, air conditioning and heating systems would completely fail. All heating methods would have to revert to the most primitive means. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa in front of the large window, holding a bottle of beer, staring intently outside. Suddenly, a glimmer of white light appeared at the edge of the sky. Even though it was midnight, the earth seemed to brighten. However, this brightness lasted only a brief 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most people had already fallen asleep and did not notice this fleeting change. But knowing what this meant, Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He gulped down his beer, the refreshing Budweiser providing him a moment of calm. Zhang Yi thought to himself, tossing a few more quality logs into the fireplace. He turned on the television, watching the programs while waiting for the world to change. Just a few minutes later, dense snowflakes began to fall outside. At first, the snowflakes were only the size of fingernails, but within 2 minutes, they transformed into large goose feathers. The wind outside began to howl, and the snow outside seemed to turn terrifying in an instant. The entire city was suddenly engulfed in heavy snow. This is the power of nature. When it changes, it doesn't give any warning. Zhang Yi's heart began to feel anxious. Although the safe house he built was very perfect, he had experienced the Ice Age once, so it was inevitable to have. He wondered whether this safe house, costing up to 8 million, could withstand the coming extreme drop in temperature. However, as the flames in the fireplace blazed up, the indoor temperature became incredibly warm, even somewhat hot. Zhang Yi glanced at the indoor temperature, which had reached 32.6. Looking outside again, the heavy snow had already buried the entire city. Zhang Yi felt a lot more at ease. He reduced some charcoal since a temperature that was too high indoors was also uncomfortable. He didn't rush to sleep. He still wanted to observe the upcoming changes. As for resting, there would be plenty of time in the future since he didn't have to go to work. In less than half an hour, the snow had already piled up thickly on the balcony outside. Zhang Yi opened his phone to check the news and found that reports about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over. The internet was filled with voices crying out in despair. Netizens complained that this year's cold winter arrived too early and they hadn't had time to prepare winter clothes. What the hell is this weather? How can it be below zero? Tomorrow the roads will probably be frozen. How can we go to work? Some people expressed their happiness. With such heavy snow, we can skip work tomorrow, haha. Especially friends from the south were excited to share photos with the snow. They remarked that they had never seen such heavy snow in the south. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was just the beginning. The heavy snow would last at least 3 more months, and the temperature would continue to drop. By then they would not have such a good mood to enjoy the snow. The ice age has begun. In Tianhai City to the south, heavy snow fell like goose feathers, leading to a flurry of discussions online, with some people complaining and others feeling fortunate. However, none of them realized that this heavy snowfall and drastic temperature drop were not temporary, but would persist and escalate, ultimately bringing about an unendurable disaster. At this moment, Zhang Yi was lying on his sofa at home, comfortably enjoying the temperature of over 20 degrees in his safe house, while sipping on a chilled Budweiser, feeling utterly content. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a chat group on his phone. Among them were his former classmates group, hobbyist group, and the community owners group. Heavens, how did it suddenly snow so? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night. I quickly got up to turn on the air conditioning. Don't mention it, our old air conditioning is useless for heating, it's getting colder by the minute. I wonder how long this cold weather will last. I haven't even jolted awake in the middle of the night. I quickly got up to turn on the air conditioning. Don't mention it, our old air. However, Zhang Yi could sense that most people did not take the sudden drop in temperature too seriously. Instead, they were somewhat pleasantly surprised. Zhang Yi knew well that this was just temporary. He yawned, not intending to continue watching. Returning to his warm bed, Zhang Yi covered himself with a thin velvet blanket and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was very comfortable, a high-end item brought from the Walmart warehouse. Especially the mattress, which was said to be the same model as that of a certain female celebrity worth $3 million. Outside, heavy snow fell, and the cold wind howled, while inside the fireplace crackled warmly, making the temperature pleasant. In such a cozy environment, Zhang Yi quickly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the ringing of his phone. When he opened his eyes, he realized it was a call from Fang Yuqing, the White Lotus. Awakened from a good dream, Zhang Yi naturally felt quite uncomfortable. He picked up the phone and asked irritably, "Hello, why are you calling me so early?" Fang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yi's icy tone. However, she quickly replied, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew there would be a drastic drop in temperature?" Fang Yuqing's voice trembled slightly, as if she were trying to endure something. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile curved on Zhang Yi's lips. Indeed, this White Lotus would not miss any chance to come to him. He lazily replied, "I heard a friend mention it casually, but I didn't expect the temperature to drop so severely." He tossed off the blanket and felt the high temperature in the room, even breaking a sweat. Zhang Yi put on his slippers and walked outside, and the familiar scene in front of the floor-to-ceiling window made his gaze freeze. The heavy snow outside had engulfed the entire city. He could no longer see the streets or the shrubs by the roadside. He could only vaguely make out the outlines of city buildings with many first floors submerged. Moreover, the snowfall continued, with snowflakes falling like goose feathers, showing no signs of stopping. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing was still saying, "No wonder you stocked up on so many supplies, Zhang. You really should have told me about this in advance. You made me freeze." Zhang Yi frowned, not expecting her to have the nerve to come and blame him. He hung up the phone directly and tossed it aside. Next, he went to the bathroom and took a comfortable hot shower. Then he took out a piece of top-grade A5 Wagyu from the space, and for breakfast, he had steak with pasta. While having breakfast, he turned on the television. Since the drastic drop in temperature had just begun and there were no power outages yet, the television was still functioning normally. Even if there were a power outage, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources, as well as dozens of generators and a large amount of gasoline. In terms of energy, he could sustain himself for at least 300 years. After turning on the television, Zhang Yi first tuned into the morning news channel. Although as a reborn person, he knew how things were outside. At times like this, watching the situation outside was also a form of entertainment. On the news channel, the two anchors were actually wearing thick down jackets. It's worth noting that places like television stations do not skimp on central air conditioning and are prioritized for power supply. However, the anchors needing to wear down jackets indicated that the temperature had reached a level beyond what the central air conditioning could fully combat. The female anchor spoke into the camera, trying hard to maintain a calm tone, as she said, "Last night a strong cold air mass struck globally, causing dramatic changes in temperatures worldwide. The general temperature drop reached 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the cause of this cold air mass." The general temperature drop reached 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently. The authorities will properly address this issue, and we hope everyone remains calm. Do not spread rumors or believe them, and do not engage in hoarding supplies. The snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. Once the ice age arrives, survival depends solely on oneself. If one foolishly stays at home, doing nothing, they would surely be among the first to perish. In the upper right corner of the television, it already displayed that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had reached minus 65 degrees. It is worth noting that just yesterday during the day, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was still 15 degrees, meaning it had dropped a staggering 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugged. This level of temperature drop was exactly the same as in his previous life. However, now he was in his pajamas sipping wine and enjoying steak with pasta, utterly oblivious to the cold outside. After all, this safe house cost $8 million to build, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation features so the temperature inside would hardly dissipate. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was quite curious to see what those neighbors who had mocked him before were talking about. The first message he saw was from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing heavily outside. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some first? I will return it to you once the snow disaster is over." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The White Lotus had some brains, realizing that with such heavy snow, food would become very expensive. She didn't want to brave the extreme cold of 60 or 70 degrees below zero, so she wanted to ask Zhang Yi for food. However, Zhang Yi knew that this ice disaster would last a long time and would not pass quickly. Moreover, he had no intention of giving Fang Yuqing a single bite. In his previous life, he had been deceived by this White Lotus, giving her a lot of his food. In the end, she had even caused his death and wanted to cut out his ribs to make soup. Such a woman, Zhang Yi now only wanted to tease her and watch her die a miserable death. With this thought, a mocking smile appeared on his lips as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. "You should have said this earlier. The supplies I stocked up are almost gone. Look, I just pan-fried a steak this morning." After finishing his message, Zhang Yi took a selfie with himself and the steak and wine on the table. He deliberately included a shot of himself in his pajamas and sent it to Fang Yuqing. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented apartment, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioning was set to 40 C, the indoor temperature barely reached 0 C. She trembled all over from the cold, feeling as if cold air was seeping into the blankets. Upon seeing the photo sent by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather Zhang Yi was wearing nothing but a thin nightgown, comfortably eating steak and drinking red wine. They were clearly living in the same building. Why did it feel like living in 2 different worlds? Especially after seeing the delicious steak on the table and that bottle of fine red wine, she couldn't help but drool. As a top-tier White Lotus and a gold digger, she had done her research on such high-end goods. From her knowledge, the steak Zhang Yi was eating was clearly authentic top-grade Wagyu. Especially the French red wine by his side, which was definitely classified as a Grand Cru, costing at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi was enjoying such comfort, instantly making Fang Yuqing green with envy. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. "How nice. I also want to eat steak and drink red wine." She felt her hint was very obvious. Based on Zhang Yi's past character, he would definitely have proactively brought her steak and red wine at this time. However, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi smiled happily, still treating her like a past admirer. He leisurely replied, "If you want to eat, just go buy some at the supermarket." After seeing this message, Fang Yuqing's expression instantly stiffened. "Isn't that nonsense? It's below -6 or 7 degrees outside, and any exposed skin could suffer. How could he make such an unreasonable request to such a delicate girl?" Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and angrily said, "Zhang Yi, you are really not a man. You don't even know how to take advantage of such a good opportunity to show off HM." At this moment, Fang Yuqing still had some pride. Although she really wanted to eat steak and drink fine red wine, to her Zhang Yi was just a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed this snow disaster wouldn't last long. Thus, she continued to maintain her proud goddess image, refusing to actively ask Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi ignored Fang Yuqing and instead checked other chat groups, intending to watch the drama unfold. When he saw the owner group of their community, he happened to catch Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone not to panic and to stay at home. "Everyone, don't worry, it's just a sudden drop in temperature. It will pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Please don't rush to hoard supplies, trust our authorities. Our neighborhood committee will also find ways to help everyone get through this snow disaster. Please follow orders and don't cause trouble for the authorities." However, some owners raised objections. "With such heavy snow, who knows when it will stop? It's troublesome to go out now. How can't we stock up on some supplies?" "Exactly, otherwise we should go out to buy some vegetables. I'm afraid the vegetable prices will skyrocket in the next few days." Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. "What are you all doing? Aren't you just making things worse for us? Hoarding supplies will only lead to higher prices, and then everyone will have to eat expensive vegetables. If I find anyone hoarding supplies, don't blame me for reporting them for disturbing the public order." Zhang Yi watched Aunt Lin, who was acting like a leader in the group, and a cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Today marked the first day of the Ice Age. Due to the extreme cold outside, the supplies in the supermarket had not been completely depleted. If one ventured out in this heavy snow, although there was a risk of frostbite, there would definitely be an opportunity to stock up on supplies. However, due to Aunt Lin's intimidation, many held a wishful thinking and did not go out to buy vegetables. The final outcome was predictable. At that moment, Aunt Lin suddenly turned her attention to Zhang Yi. She tagged Zhang Yi in the owner group. "Xiaozhang, you have hoarded quite a lot of things at home before. Now that the snow disaster is serious, you must not be a negative. You need to stay at home obediently for the next few days. If I catch you going out to buy things again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being merciful." Zhang Yi's expression turned somewhat grim. This old hag had previously asked him for things, and when he didn't give, she had held a grudge against him. Now finding an opportunity, she didn't hesitate to throw barbs. But unfortunately, this neighborhood committee meant nothing to Zhang Yi now. He coldly replied, "Aunt Lin, who knows how long this snow disaster will last? If it lasts a long time and everyone runs out of food, can you take responsibility for that? By posing this question, Zhang Yi voiced the thoughts of many. Many were dissatisfied with Aunt Lin's words, but hesitated to retort due to her position in the neighborhood committee. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, someone immediately stood up to inquire. Yeah, if you don't let us hoard supplies, who will take responsibility when we run out of food? Can you bear that responsibility? Seeing everyone standing up to refute her, Aunt Lin felt a bit flustered. At the same time, she hated Zhang Yi even more. How dare he publicly contradict her in the owner group? Wasn't that a slap in the face? Rest assured, we at the neighborhood committee can responsibly assure everyone that there will be no shortage of supplies. The snow disaster will pass quickly. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite the public at such a time. What you're doing is against the law. Curled up at home, Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and said fiercely, this Zhang Yi really doesn't know how high the sky is. I'll think of a way to find a dark place to detain him for a few days. Zhang Yi laughed loudly. Even at this time, this old woman named Lin still wanted to assert her power, using her little authority to bully others, which was truly laughable. Oh dear, I can't wear such a big hat. Rest assured, it's so cold outside. Even if you ask me to go out, I won't. You are free to do as you wish. He had already hoarded enough supplies, so there was no need for him to go out and fight over vegetable scraps in the supermarket. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's nonsense would suffer later. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly as the apocalypse approached. He knew countless people would die from the cold and hunger. However, some deserved it, such as those neighbors from his past life who caused his downfall. Regardless of whether they lived or died, Zhang Yi was determined to survive. The fate of others had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa yawning out of boredom. While others endured hunger and cold, he lived more comfortably than in. His home had the most perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, keeping his safe house at a constant comfortable temperature year-round. Next, he had nothing to do but ensure that each day was filled with joy. The television, however, displayed no appealing. Various live streams were shut down due to the extreme cold. After all, even his favorite beautiful streamers couldn't endure temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, or even over 100. If there were any, Zhang Yi could only give a thumbs up and exclaim, what a tough person. He opened his personal space, revealing a plethora of gaming consoles and AAA titles. There were hundreds of brand new, unopened PS5s switches and boxes. As for the game cartridges, there were 10. Zhang Yi took out the latest PS5, set it up on his massive 100-inch Sony television, and began playing. He was playing this year's latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby were games like Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. If he wanted to pass the time, these were all excellent choices. If he found the game durations too short, there were also lengthy games like Civilization and City Skylines to keep him entertained. No longer needing to consider work or social obligations, this lifestyle was even more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. Since he was at home, Zhang Yi wore only pajamas, snacking while gaming and having a blast. After a while, his phone rang. Zhang Yi casually picked it up and saw that it was that annoying community committee member Aunt Lin tagging him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are blocked by heavy snow. You need to come out with tools to help clear it. Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi also saw that she was rallying everyone in the group to go out and clear the snow, but very few responded. He never expected her to single him out. He glanced outside at the heavy snowfall, which had nearly covered an entire floor. 3 meters of snow made it a pipe dream to think they could clear it by hand. Moreover, Zhang Yi knew this snow would continue for at least another 3 months. Clearing snow now would be slower than the snowfall itself. He immediately refused, saying, in this cold weather, being outside for even a moment would turn me into a popsicle. We can talk about snow removal after it stops. Others in the group echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments. Exactly, it's over 70 degrees below zero outside. Being out for a bit would likely lead to frostbite. We're not in the Northeast, we don't even have proper winter gear. How can we go out? Aunt Lin grew anxious. What kind of attitude is this? Clearing snow isn't just for me, it's for everyone. She directed her ire at Zhang Yi, who led the opposition. Zhang Yi, I order you in the name of the community committee, you must go out and clear the snow. This is a critical time. We must unite and follow the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the authority of the community committee. Once the snow disaster is over, the organization will hold you accountable. Aunt Lin reiterated her status as a community committee member. The homeowners felt anger but were hesitant to voice it. With the snow disaster just beginning, social order still existed, and everyone was too afraid to defy her. Despite appearing to have little power, the community committee's small influence was closely related to everyone's daily lives, making them reluctant to provoke. Everyone fell silent, unwilling to be the first to speak out. However, many hoped Zhang Yi would step up and confront Aunt Lin, becoming the outspoken voice for everyone. Zhang Yi was well aware of these ostrich-like sentiments. A smirk appeared on his lips, filled with disdain for them. However, letting himself be bullied was not an option. Thus, he decided to confront Aunt Lin directly. He skimmed through the chat records and noted that Aunt Lin had tagged only those young residents who were easy to talk to. She had completely ignored the troublesome characters or those with power. Zhang Yi then mockingly remarked, Aunt Lin is right. Since this is for everyone, you community committee members should lead the way in clearing the snow. Moreover, speaking of being young and strong, there are so many people in our community. Why did you only call on us? Do you think we're easy to bully? Those socialites and wealthy second-generation individuals weren't even tagged by you. What are you afraid to confront them? The other homeowners nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is truly my internet spokesperson. Exactly, you only target honest folks. Why not reach out to Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao? Everyone knew who those people were. Living in the same community, they were well aware of the influential figures among them. For instance, Chen Zhenghao, living in room 601 on the 6th floor, was a well-known figure managing earthwork projects with hundreds of workers under him. Then there was Su Hao residing in room 802 on the 8th floor, whose father was a famous developer in Tianhai City, with family connections in official positions. Aunt Lin had not mentioned those two at all. Zhang Yi directly exposed Aunt Lin's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, leaving her feeling embarrassed. She had avoided mentioning those difficult characters because she lacked the courage and they wouldn't give her the time of day. Such people typically bullied the weak while fearing the strong. If Zhang Yi had been that type of person before, Aunt Lin wouldn't have dared to ask him to clear the snow. Feeling her face burn with humiliation, she angrily sent several lengthy voice messages in the group. Clearing snow is a public service done with everyone's best interests at heart. Some people are so petty, lacking any spirit of contribution. Such individuals are simply the troublemakers of our homeowners group. If you don't want to help, then don't. There are plenty of others willing to do so. Everyone's awareness is far higher than yours. And I'm not treating certain individuals differently, it's just unnecessary to tag each one of you. I hope you understand not to mislead yourselves. If you continue to post slander against me, you'll report it to the authorities. Aunt Lin's explanations only made things worse. Especially her last statement about calling the police made Zhang Yi unable to hold back his laughter. Others in the group, especially the timid ones, were already frightened and started grabbing tools to clear the snow. However, at that moment Zhang Yi felt no fear of her. Not to mention that her unreasonable behavior would not receive police support. He doubted. She thought the various social machinery was still operating normally. Zhang Yi dismissed Aunt Lin's words as utter nonsense. Yet with nothing better to do, he decided to toy with the elder. Oh my, Aunt Lin, you're swelling up quite impressively. He named Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao outright in the group chat, utterly disregarding anyone's dignity. Chen Zhenghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious local thug. It was he who had led the break-in at Zhang Yi's home, axe in hand. Su Hao, an arrogant scion of wealth, had been the first to draw a blade against Zhang Yi. In short, aside from a handful of genuinely kind neighbors, nearly all the others had either participated in the assault on Zhang Yi or taken part in looting his home. He could even surmise that after his death in his previous life, each of them had greedily claimed their share of his spoils. Thus Zhang Yi spared no one's face. He tore away their pretenses with ruthless candor, deliberately provoking their disgust. Aunt Lin stared at her phone, her expression instantly darkening. Zhang Yi's public naming had backed her into a corner. There was no graceful retreat. After all, if she backed down now, she would become the laughingstock of the entire neighborhood. Worse still, no one would obey her orders thereafter. With no choice, she reluctantly tagged Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao in the group. Fellow residents, this community is our shared home. Snow removal depends on all of us. Let those who are free please bring tools and join us outside to clear the snow. Moments later, an account labeled 25602 Chen Zhenghao sent several question marks. Then came a voice message: clear snow. Clear what exactly? Are you blind? Can't you see it's still blizzarding out there? What the hell is wrong with your brain? Go get it checked at a hospital. Stop yapping like a rabid dog. Tag me again, and I'll end you. I swear it. Chen Zhenghao unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Aunt Lin, who had dared tag him, spewing vulgarities so vile that the other residents burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Aunt Lin fancied herself someone important, yet they didn't even deign to acknowledge her existence. As a mere neighborhood committee member, her authority extended only over ordinary residents. Men like Chen Zhenghao regarded her as utterly inconsequential. Soon Su Hao, the wealthy heir, also sent a voice message: what the hell does snow removal have to do with me? I don't even need to go to work. I can sleep all day without consequence. He followed this with a photo himself buried beneath thick blankets, cradling a woman in his arms. This apartment was merely one of Su Hao's many properties, purchased solely to house his mistress. He'd merely happened to be trapped here. To him, Aunt Lin's request was proof of her deranged mind. Too terrified to retort, Aunt Lin cowered under Chen Zhenghao's barrage. She dared not provoke such a ruthless man. Yet seeing Su Hao's open defiance, she stubbornly insisted, regardless, you are still a resident. Snow removal is your civic duty. Su Hao scoffed. Pa, do you think my monthly property fees vanish in a thin air? Without my money, every single one of you neighborhood committee members would starve. You siphon off residents' hard-earned cash to lord over us, and dare call yourselves masters. How absurd. None of these heirs were simpletons. Though Su Hao idled away his days, he had seen enough of the world to hold such petty officials in utter contempt. He sneered triumphantly. My success stems from my parents' influence and my family's power, not from some pathetic struggle like yours. Do you really think we're equals? Hurry up and shovel. After all, you still need to earn your next meal. Only once the snow's cleared can I finally escape this accursed place. His brazen words left everyone seething with outrage. Yet none dared refute him. After all, who hadn't drawn the winning ticket at birth? Though his words stung, they rang. Chen Zhenghao's and Su Hao's outburst shattered any remaining trust. Aunt Lin's pleas were now met with silence, her authority reduced to hollow noise. Aunt Lin was furious, yet strangely her anger wasn't directed at Chen Zhenghao or Su Hao. It burned solely for Zhang Yi. She believed her mobilization had succeeded. until Zhang Yi, that meddling troublemaker, sabotaged everything. She messaged him privately, voice trembling with rage. Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to undermine me? Tell me plainly, what exactly do you intend? When I asked everyone to clear snow, did I demand each person leave their home? Now look, no one will lift a finger. Are we doomed to remain locked indoors forever? Zhang Yi arched an eyebrow. Oh, someone actually volunteered to be scolded. Stop playing dumb. You're a coward who preys on the weak, yet you bark at me like a stray dog. You cower silently when others curse you, but come crawling to me for validation. Let me make one thing clear, grandfather isn't someone you trifle with. Keep barking, and I'll bury you 6 feet deep. Zhang Yi had perfectly gauged Aunt Lin's nature, a spineless bully, all bluster and no backbone. True to form, his harsh words left Aunt Lin trembling in terror. An elderly widow raising her grandson, she wielded influence solely through her committee title, nothing more. But should someone disregard her title and threaten her life, she wouldn't last a second. She fell silent, frozen by fear of truly enraging Zhang Yi. Frantically she blocked Zhang Yi, terrified he might unleash another torrent of venom. Her body shook, whether from cold or dread she couldn't tell. That bastard. A complete thug, a lunatic. For now I'll avoid provoking him. But wait. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me. Aunt Lin fantasized about wielding her committee authority against Zhang Yi, delaying his ration distribution for instance, or withholding invitations to desirable community events. She imagined Zhang Yi's remorseful face, perhaps even begging her mercy, while she coldly slammed the door shut, saying, "Weren't you bold before? Go on, be bold now." Lost in reverie, Aunt Lin smiled smugly. He'll come crawling to me soon enough. For now I'll simply choose not to engage. With this self-deceptive victory, she returned to the group chat to rally. Though most residents held Aunt Lin in contempt, practical concerns prevailed. Most still needed to commute to work. So a few dutiful souls braved the sub-zero chill, 70 degrees below zero, to clear snow with shovels and brooms.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Glancing at the profile picture, he recognized Chen Jinghao, the same man he'd named in the group chat. Clearly the humiliation had rankled, prompting this call meant to intimidate. Zhang Yi harbored deep resentment toward this thug. Seeing the call flash on his screen, his eyes narrowed, cold, calculating. Truth be told, he welcomed such reckless provocation. He had no intention of leaving his safe haven, but anyone foolish enough to breach it would meet a fate far more gruesome than they could imagine. And so Zhang Yi answered the call. As soon as the phone connected, a torrent of fierce curses erupted from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who told you to mention me in the group? Daring to provoke me, Chen Jinghao, you little brat, must be seeking to end your life. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in this city, do you believe it? Chen Jinghao was a notorious bully in Tianhai City with hundreds of subordinates, and it was said he had previously faced several homicide charges. Thus, living in the same neighborhood, all the residents avoided him, and no one dared to provoke him. To establish his authority, Chen Jinghao's style was to make anyone who dared to offend him pay a hefty price. This is what is known as the face of a social figure. So even though Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in the residence group, Chen Jinghao took it as a provocation. On the other end of the line, he cursed fiercely. You're really looking for death. You sure can talk big. Mentioning me, Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't indulge him. He sneered and retorted, what kind of worthless thing are you? Stop pretending to be tough here, you social scum, useless waste. You call for me, and he'll come. Zhang Yi cursed loudly, feeling exceptionally pleased inside. He had long been holding in his anger against this murderer who had once barged into his home in his past life and caused his death. On the other end, Chen Jinghao was taken aback that Zhang Yi dared to talk back. He was enraged and cursed even more harshly. Zhang Yi directly said, you are just a useless waste, all talk and no action, right? Who are you trying to scare? Hurry up and eat shit. After cursing, Zhang Yi hung up and immediately blocked him. After hanging up, he blocked Chen Jinghao and felt a sense of satisfaction picturing Chen Jinghao's furious expression. He walked over to the TV and reached out to turn on the surveillance camera. When the Zhanlong Security Company built his safe house, they installed cameras on the entire floor. It could be said that the whole building was under his surveillance. Zhang Yi looked towards the 6th floor, where Chen Jinghao was located, and sure enough, their door was soon flung open violently. Chen Jinghao, clad in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, stormed out menacingly. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he immediately shivered from the cold. It was below -70 degrees, and he was only wearing a down jacket over a thermal shirt to show off. He had even deliberately left the zipper open to flaunt the tattoo on his chest. But the freezing temperature quickly gave him a harsh lesson. Seeing that no one was around, Chen Jinghao hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, unhurriedly grabbing a hand crossbow from under the coffee table. This hand crossbow was meant for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar would be pierced through with a 20-centimeter. He hummed a tune while loading the bolts. After practicing for some time, he had become very skilled in using the hand crossbow. Within 15 meters, although he couldn't guarantee a perfect hit, he wouldn't miss a watermelon-sized head. The elevator continued to ascend as Zhang Yi took the prepared crossbow to the door. His large security door had shooting holes specifically left 2 meters above. Zhang Yi stepped on a chair and opened the door covering the shooting hole. This could only be opened from the inside. He then aimed the hand crossbow at the corridor outside. For safety, Zhang Yi also had his pistol tucked in his pocket. Even if Chun Jinghao was made of iron, he would still be in trouble today. Soon the sound of the elevator echoed and Chun Jinghao angrily walked out. Through the notes in the residence group, he easily identified Zhang Yi's residence. Arriving at the door, he lifted the baseball bat, cursing loudly as he slammed the door. Zhang Yi, you bastard, come out. You were so tough a moment ago, now come out and see how I kill you. Chun Jinghao cursed viciously and then slammed the door with all his might. But that security door was 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof metal, making it far more formidable than some large military vehicles. Naturally, it couldn't be smashed by Chun Jinghao with a baseball bat, instead it made his hand ache. Chun Jinghao continued to curse, unaware that he was already being aimed at by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi watched Chun Jinghao's vicious demeanor, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He aimed the crossbow at Chun Jinghao's head. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided to change his target. In this apocalyptic situation, everyone in the building besides him was basically doomed. Chun Jinghao was no exception. Killing him now would be too boring. After all, in his past life, he was torn apart and eaten by these insane neighbors. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He wouldn't let this scum die so easily. So Zhang Yi changed. A faint sound of air being pierced was heard as the sharp bolt struck Chun Jinghao's leg. The bolt that could kill a wild boar had directly pierced through his calf. Chun Jinghao let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. In the freezing temperature of over -70 degrees, with such a penetrating injury, Chun Jinghao's leg was surely ruined. Moreover, due to the lack of medication, infection was also inevitable. Next, he would die a miserable death in pain and in such agony. Chun Jinghao finally realized that he had encountered a terrifying, ruthless person. In fact, these thugs relied on their fearlessness and reckless spirit. They gambled on the fact that honest people wouldn't dare to resist them. But when faced with someone who dared to use a crossbow, they too would feel fear. Chun Jinghao was so scared he nearly lost control of himself, not even seeing where the arrow had come from. However, being a hardened member of society, he gritted his teeth and dragged his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, chose not to shoot again simply because he wanted Chun Jinghao to live a little longer. However, being a hardened member of society, he gritted his teeth and dragged his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, chose not to shoot again simply, but at this moment his heart felt colder than the air temperature. The merciless attack from earlier had made him feel the raw, and in a society like this, anyone who dared to shoot a hand crossbow at someone was not to be trifled with. Chun Jinghao looked at his injured leg, which was completely pierced through by the crossbow bolt. Blood stained half of his pant leg, and then it began to freeze. Under the extreme low temperature, his pain sensation wasn't as intense. But this didn't bring Chun Jinghao any relief, instead it horrified him. He knew that if his leg didn't receive treatment in this situation, it would be useless in less than half an hour. Chun Jinghao finally felt fear. He pulled out his phone and dialed 120, but the line remained busy. For over 2 minutes, he redialed relentlessly. Each attempt met with the same impassive busy signal. His heart turned to ice. Outside, the world lay frozen beneath a merciless blizzard. Even hospitals had ground to a halt. Those few that remained open could not dispatch ambulances. The city was sealed under mountains of snow. Chun Jinghao was no ordinary man. He was ruthless. After a long, agonizing hesitation, he resolved to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he had to extract the crossbow bolt embedded in his leg. Dragging himself home with immense difficulty, he retrieved a surgical blade, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic medicine from a drawer. Years of street brawls had taught him to keep such supplies readily at hand. He sliced open his pant leg with the blade, and recoiled at the sight of his wound, his face draining of all color. In the extreme cold, the injury had already frozen solid. Though the freezing temporarily stemmed the bleeding, the surrounding flesh had begun turning livid purple, and his calf had despair flooded his mind. He knew survival now rested solely in his own hands. Fortunately, he was a hardened street enforcer. Within moments of grim contemplation, he began operating on himself. The severe frostbite had dulled much of his pain. So despite the absence of anesthesia, he completed the procedures, yet the ordeal was so excruciating that he nearly lost consciousness. And his calf, irreversibly destroyed, was now beyond salvage. Chun Jinghao collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, his hatred for Zhang Yi burning with venomous intensity. Zhang Yi, you wretched runt. I will kill you. I swear it. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Not idle threats, but cold, unwavering resolve. To fail would shatter his standing in Tianhai City forever. He picked up his phone, only to find Zhang Yi had blocked him. With no other recourse, he tagged Zhang Yi directly in the residential WeChat group. You cur. You'll pay for this. I'll end you. If I don't, may my name be written backward for the rest of my life. The neighbors, unaware of what had transpired, exchanged uneasy glances. Yet upon learning Zhang Yi had crossed Chun Jinghao, they instinctively held their breath. Chun Jinghao was no mere thug. He was a true predator, brutal and unforgiving. Had they known Zhang Yi had shot him and crippled his leg, they would have been speechless with shock. Yet others watched with unmistakable glee. Lin Annie, who'd recently been humiliated by Zhang Yi, smirked. Let them tear each other apart. Humph, neither is worth. Better yet, let that scoundrel Chun Jinghao beat him to death. That insolent wretch dared insult me. Fang Yuqing, the ever-graceful White Lotus, also saw the message. She curled her lip, secretly hoping Zhang Yi would get a harsh lesson. After all, how dare he treat her, the neighborhood's undisputed goddess, with such indifference? Even her simplest request for food went unanswered. No one dared speak up, fearing entanglement in the feud. When Zhang Yi read the message, he burst into laughter. So long as he remained inside his fortified safe house, 100 Qinjinghou's meant nothing. Zhang Yi sent a voice memo. Who the hell are you? Just a yapping dog. Cross me again, and your other leg joins the first. Residents who heard the audio erupted in stunned disbelief. They couldn't believe Zhang Yi had dared defy Qin Jinghao, and worse appear to have maimed him. Qin Jinghao gripped his phone until its casing groaned under the pressure. Zhang Yi, you motherfucker. You'll pay with your life? Scum. Come at me if you've got the guts. Let's see who dies first. Indeed, the apocalypse had liberated Zhang Yi. Free from societal restraints, he answered to no one, relishing his unshackled power. Meanwhile, Qin Jinghao's fury threatened to rupture his lungs. Back indoors, the feeble warmth of the air conditioner slowly restored sensation, but searing agony contorted his features. Movement now required crutches. After careful reflection, he concluded eliminating Zhang Yi would be effortless. He dismissed his injury as mere carelessness, a fluke. Now vigilant, he could summon his men, storm Zhang Yi's apartment, and execute him without mercy. With hospitals and police stations paralyzed by the deep freeze, this was the perfect moment to erase a man. He immediately phoned his underlings, ordering them to arm themselves and converge on his residence to hunt down Zhang Yi. Many of his men lived nearby. Upon receiving Qin Jinghao's command, they arrived brandishing cleavers, baseball bats, and steel pipes. Seeing his mangled leg, they roared vows of vengeance, swearing to crush Zhang Yi and restore their bosses. Qin Jinghao spoke coldly. I'm fine. Just need a few days after the thaw to recover at the hospital. But this dog dared shoot me. He defied heaven itself. If I let him live, my name means nothing in Tianhai City. His lieutenant snapped back. Brother Hao, tell us his apartment number. I'll carve him up right now. Qin Jinghao nodded. They live in apartment 2401 of this building. But beware, that wretch carries a crossbow. He ambushed me with it. One thug brandished his steel pipe and snarled, what kind of coward attacks from hiding? He has no honor whatsoever. Qin Jinghao warned, approach cautiously. He lives alone. I know that for certain. Avoid his bolt, break down his door, and kill him without hesitation. His men were killers without conscience. Zhang Yi's weapon only heightened their bloodlust. They surged forward, intoxicated by lawless chaos. The snowstorm had erased all order. Now they could assault openly, unleashing the darkest impulses buried deep within human nature. Armed and furious, they marched toward Zhang Yi's apartment, determined to smash their way in. Zhang Yi, however, anticipated their arrival. Unfazed, he sat calmly at home, playing a video game while monitoring the entire building via split-screen surveillance. Every one of Qin Jinghao's lackeys appeared clearly on his display. Before him lay an arsenal, waiting patiently for their doomed entrance. These thugs deserved no mercy. Zhang Yi felt no remorse. Moments later, over a dozen of them stood before. Knowing Zhang Yi wielded a crossbow, they advanced warily, several holding wooden planks as crude shields. Finding no immediate resistance at the threshold, they launched their assault. Open up. You bastard, you shot Brother Hao. Today ends your life. Tomorrow will be your funeral day. Open the door. They hurled insults while hammering and battering the door with iron rods. Their goal: breach the barrier, deliver a savage beating, then drag Zhang Yi, broken and bleeding, to Qin Jinghao for final judgment. Zhang Yi continued gaming, calm, unhurried. He was stuck on the first boss, dying repeatedly, his mood souring with each failure. Then came the shouting, and the thunderous thud-thud-thud of blows against his door. Irritated, Zhang Yi bellowed, is that all you've got? Did you skip lunch? His mockery ignited their rage. They struck harder, veins bulging with fury. But the door, 20 centimeters thick, forged from reinforced alloy, resisted even small-scale explosives. Their primitive battering was laughably futile. After relentless pounding, only faint white scuffs marred its surface. No dents, no warping, no compromise. Stunned silence fell over the gang. Holy shit, solid metal. How thick is this thing? What kind of enemy list? They stared dumbfounded, yet had sworn to Qin Jinghao they'd bring Zhang Yi back half dead. With no exit but victory, they resumed their assault, screaming, smashing, desperate. Zhang Yi's character died again. The gang's shrill cries finally grated on his nerves. He strode to the kitchen, attached a hose to the faucet, and climbed to his firing port. None of the thugs noticed the shadow above them, still barking like rabid dogs. Zhang Yi smirked, twisted the valve, and unleashed a torrent. A deluge crashed into the narrow corridor, rain-like, relentless, drenching them instantly. Can you imagine what it feels like to have cold water splashed on you in temperatures below -70 degrees? Zhang Yi held a large water hose and directed it towards the small karami outside the door. There was about 100 degrees of temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. Thus, when the water flowed out, it emitted steam, but upon landing on those individuals, it quickly froze into ice. In the freezing cold, they were all dressed in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked their bodies instantly, making them feel as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. Damn, it's so cold, I'm freezing to death. I'll stop pouring, stop pouring. At this moment, they would rather be beaten up than endure such a torturous freeze. Their lips turned purple from the cold, and some even fainted on the spot, due to the extreme low temperature. Instinctively, they hurriedly ran away from Zhang Yi's door. But in just a few seconds it was enough to soak them completely. They didn't even have time to take the elevator to escape, their clothes were already frozen stiff. Watching them flee, Zhang Yi finally turned off the tap. He had originally planned to teach these people a lesson with a crossbow. However, the loading speed was too slow and there was a risk of being counterattacked through the shooting hole. Instead, this method of drenching them with water proved to be more effective. After being soaked to the core, the small Karami turned purple-lipped from the cold. They hurried back to Chen Jinghao's house. Upon seeing their disheveled return, Chen Jinghao couldn't help but become furious. Where is that little brat? Did you catch him? Meanwhile, the little brothers frantically searched for blankets and sheets to warm themselves. Their clothes were completely soaked, and they had turned into ice cubes. Over a dozen people scrambled for clothes and blankets in the room. However, due to the large number of people and insufficient items to share, a few little brothers had no choice but to strip off their clothes and huddle together for warmth. That scene was rather bizarre. This infuriated Chen Jinghao, who slammed the table and shouted, "Someone explain to me what the hell is going on." After warming up slightly, a few little brothers shivered as they explained the situation to Chen Jinghao. That Zhang Yi is too despicable. He actually sprayed us with a water hose. We couldn't handle it at all. We don't know how thick his door is. We pounded on it for half the day and only chipped a bit of paint. Chen Jinghao's brows furrowed deeply after hearing this. When he had tried to smash the door himself, he had indeed felt how sturdy Zhang Yi's door was. It seemed that a forced entry would be quite difficult. However, he soon sneered. It doesn't matter. Even if their house is an iron fortress, there will always be flaws. And I don't believe he can stay holed up at home forever. You few stay nearby. As soon as he steps out, kill him immediately, Chen Jinghao said fiercely. However, he soon sneered. It doesn't matter. Even if their house is an iron fortress, there will always be flaws. And I don't believe he can stay holed up at home forever. However, they could never have imagined that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving home at all. Outside was hell, while his room was paradise. How could one go from paradise to hell? After dealing with Chen Jinghao and the others, Zhang Yi went back to playing his game. Although he knew these guys wouldn't give up easily, they didn't have the ability to break into his home. As for going out, Zhang Yi would never make that choice. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 risk, he wouldn't dare to take it. Why not stay comfortably at home? Not long after, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to check the scene outside. He indeed saw someone with tools. He seemed to spot Uncle Yu, the security guard, a straightforward and enthusiastic veteran who always rushed to help first in a crisis. The dozen or so people downstairs were relatively easygoing young owners from the community group. Yet there wasn't a single shadow of Aunt Lin and the other community committee members. Faced with the thick layer of snow, however, Zhang Yi knew that this effort was completely futile. Just digging a path from downstairs to the community entrance would take an entire day. But even if they cleared it, what would be the point? The roads outside were completely covered. Such thick snow could only be slowly cleared by professional snow removal trucks. However, in the south, there were no such professional vehicles. Going outside had become an impossible task. Moreover, in temperatures below -70 degrees, they couldn't endure for long. With inadequate cold weather gear, their bodies couldn't adapt to such low temperatures. Staying outside for half an hour posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest folks were indeed quite pitiful. However, it was their choice, and he couldn't be bothered to say anything. After all, now, everything was unrelated to him. He just wanted to live well. Time passed to the afternoon. Zhang Yi felt a bit hungry and took out a feast from the other space. The meal was quite simple: a plate of Australian lobster, a portion of Wellington beef, along with 2 Huangshan pancakes and a bottle of cola. Such delicacies were plentiful in his space. Now that he stayed at home every day, Zhang Yi's schedule had become quite free. In short, he would sleep when tired and eat when hungry without needing to distinguish between day and night. The heavy snow continued to fall outside. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance at the area below the community unit building. The snow shovelers had all returned. Their efforts cleared a small area, but it was quickly covered again by the falling snow. They probably realized that relying solely on their strength was futile against nature. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa in his autumn clothes with the room temperature at 27 degrees, comfortable and pleasant. He turned on the television to watch the programs. Currently, many television stations across the country had directly stopped broadcasting, with only a few provincial channels and CCTV still airing. Among them were various announcements of official work and encouraging slogans. At this moment, our focus is on Shengjing. The officials are strategizing to launch a final assault against the snow disaster. According to reports in the big country, inadequate control of the snow disaster has affected 200 million people, with millions dead. Our country's snow disaster is under control, and everything is developing positively. I hope everyone remains calm and trusts in the power of the government. Zhang Yi shook his head. The scale and severity of this snow disaster were beyond human imagination. Although the officials were working hard to solve the problems, human strength was indeed too weak in the face of nature. In the owner group, Aunt Lin could still be heard chattering incessantly. Have you all seen the news? Our country has the strength to fully cope with this snow disaster. Don't be nervous, all problems will be resolved in due time. By the way, if anyone needs supplies, those who are able should try to help out. After all, this snow disaster will pass soon. There's no need to hoard supplies. However, there were very few responses to her. Clearly, after 2 days, the snow disaster showed no signs of abating, causing many to grow anxious. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow thinking that Fang Yuqing probably felt like she had been dealt with by Qin Jinghao. However, he didn't believe she was acting out of kindness. I'm doing just fine. Well, that's good to hear. Fang Yuqing actually felt a bit disappointed. But soon she said, we're out of food at home, and I remember you bought quite a bit. Could you spare me some? If you do, we'll treat you to a meal later. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, this woman must have some ulterior motive for approaching him. He remembered that when he last went to the supermarket, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning had also bought some things. Though not as much as he did, it was not as if they couldn't last for 2 days. Oh come on, that was ages ago. I didn't keep any of that stuff at home, and in reality, we don't have much food either. Fang Yuqing still refused to give up. Surely you can spare me a few packs of instant noodles. You are in charge of the pantry, how can you not have any food at home? Zhang Yi remained blunt. I really don't have any instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat on a regular basis. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. Damn, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Her friend Lin Canning poked her head out from because it was too cold. The two of them had ended up sleeping in the same bed. Seeing the delicious food in the photo, Lin Canning's eyes sparkled with greed. These little fairies rarely cooked. They would either order takeout or let men treat them to meals. Being snowed in for days had left them both starving. They could only eat instant noodles and canned food that they typically disliked. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying Australian lobster and steak, both women felt a mix of anger and envy. They were angry because Zhang Yi was hogging all the food and didn't think to share any with them. Lin Canning immediately said with a hint of acidity, wow, Zhang Yi is really too much. I can't believe he has such good food at home and didn't think of you. He used to say he liked you all the time. If it seems he was just... Fang Yuqing felt quite displeased too. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi had sent her photos. She knew he was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed Zhang Yi still had feelings for her, just trying to use this method to win her over. I'm foolish. Is it just a little bit of food that you think will make me your girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you are truly naive. Fang Yuqing scoffed. As a proud woman, she certainly had to maintain her lofty image. Yet looking at the photo, Zhang Yi sensed the longing in her eyes was hard to conceal. Lin Canning naturally understood her well. Thus she said, Yuqing, why don't you tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him? But he needs to provide the food. In this way you can save face while enjoying delicious Australian lobster and steak. I believe he will be so excited that he will agree right away. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. Zhang Yi was just a high-quality backup in her heart. Though handsome and possessing some wealth, he was still far from the ideal tall, rich, handsome man in her mind. Under normal circumstances, she would never lower herself to him. However now, she really couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day anymore. Then let's give him a chance to have dinner with me. Fang Yuqing pouted and reluctantly said. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we hung out together. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi smiled upon seeing the message. Are you inviting me to dinner? Sure, then thank you. This one sentence made Fang Yuqing's face turn pale with anger. But it might also be due, she angrily said to Lin Canning. This Zhang Yi is simply ungrateful. I give him the chance to invite me to dinner, and he actually expects me to treat him. Lin Canning was taken aback. She seemed surprised that the Zhang Yi who had always pursued Fang Yuqing had suddenly become so unreasonable. Strange could it be that a simp has finally gained some awareness. Fang Yuqing angrily tossed her phone aside. She huffed, this Zhang Yi, I originally planned to keep him as my backup. Now he has to move down the list. This time I'm really angry. From now on I won't say another word to him. Even if he comes to plead with me, it won't matter. Lin Canning, though greedy, also added fuel to the fire. Exactly, he never looks at his own worth. To pursue you yet be so stingy, a man like that deserves to be single forever. The two continued to vent their anger at Zhang Yi for a while. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone expecting Zhang Yi to send a message of apology. However, he didn't send a single message, further darkening her expression. Meanwhile, Lin Canning devised a sly plan. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, why are you so... Now Yuqing is upset. Do you know how serious the problem is? Zhang Yi, after receiving the message, habitually took it. For him, checking various chat group messages had become a form of amusement. What could be more intriguing than human nature in the midst of an apocalypse? Upon discovering it was a message from Lin Canning, Zhang Yi glanced at it, and then chuckled to himself. One plays the villain while the other plays the good guy, right? This duo of a green tea princess and a white lotus flower had long been seen through by Zhang Yi. Usually Lin Canning acted to assist Fang Yuqing. Because Fang Yuqing needed to maintain her pure goddess image, it was Lin Canning who would suggest gifts and hint that men should spend money on Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi feigned confusion and said, what's wrong? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Canning replied, are you stupid? Now the heavy snow has sealed off the city, and we've nearly eaten everything at home. Wouldn't it be a good way to express your loyalty to Yuqing by sending over some good food at this time? If I were you, I would send over the good stuff like steak and lobster from home. Once Yuqing is moved, wouldn't that give you a great... Zhang Yi looked at the message from Lin Canning, already able to imagine the greedy expression on that gold digger's face. He couldn't help but sneer. Such behavior is no different from begging. What's ridiculous is that even when begging they still put on a show of charity. It's as if Zhang Yi is giving them food, and in return they are giving him an opportunity. This kind of face made Zhang Yi want to slap them hard. Despicable. Zhang Yi decided to have some fun with these two green tea bitches. He said, but we don't have much left. There's just enough for me to eat. Lin Kaining frowned and immediately criticized, foolish. How many days can the snow disaster last? If you can endure a couple of hungry days, won't you gain big by tricking Yuqing into your hands? If you can't even part with such a little bit, then I see that you don't truly care for our Yuqing at all. Zhang Yi laughed even harder. These two women were playing the roles of good cop and bad cop as if they had figured out the CPU. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had already seen through their shamelessness. Facing Lin Kaining's CPU, he simply replied with a casual, "Oh," then tossed his phone aside, no longer paying. Lin Kaining saw the word, "Oh," and was instantly furious. "Oh, what does your "oh" mean? After I talked to you for so long, is this all you can say? Hurry and send me the food. I also want to eat steak and Australian lobster." Lin Kaining was a glutton, having not eaten anything good these past few days, and seeing Zhang Yi feasting made her mouth water. She originally intended to use Fang Yuqing's name to trick Zhang Yi into sending all the good food to her. However, the situation turned out completely contrary to her expectations. That, "oh," nearly broke her spirit. Could it be that he has lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, absolutely impossible. Lin Kaining recalled Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Fang Yuqing over the past few years and immediately shook her head. He must just be temporarily losing his mind. Feeling angry, Lin Kaining sought out Fang Yuqing and exaggerated the situation. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that she was only trying to help her collect supplies from Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing maintained a cold expression and said disdainfully, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again." Now Zhang Yi wants to become her loyal dog again. He must sincerely apologize for the past few days and pay a hefty price to seek her forgiveness. Lin Kaining nudged Fang Yuqing. "This Zhang Yi is hopeless. Don't you have other loyal dogs?" There were quite a few colleagues living in their neighborhood who worked in the warehouse. Among them were Fang Yuqing's other pursuers like Zhou Peng, who was the most devoted to her. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Kaining was talking about. She scoffed that Zhou Peng couldn't even be considered her backup. Although he previously worked at Walmart, Zhou Peng didn't even have a house in Tianhai City and was still renting. Fang Yuqing was merely using him for some small benefits and had no real affection for him. Lin Kaining urged, "It's so cold outside and the snow is falling heavily. We can't go out to buy things, so why not make use of him and have him help us?" Fang Yuqing's gaze wavered for a moment, realizing that Lin Kaining's suggestion did make sense. So she sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came running over bringing a backpack. After all, he worked in the Walmart warehouse, and he would often bring home some discounted goods. Therefore, he naturally had some supply. With just one word from Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng acted like he had been injected with adrenaline, specially picking out good items to deliver to her. Moreover, he patted his chest and guaranteed, "Yuqing, just say the word, and I will do anything for you." Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng. "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're really great." With just a few sweet words, she sent Zhou Peng away. Then upon returning to her room, she immediately changed her demeanor. "With your looks you dare to have thoughts about me. Maybe in your next life." The atmosphere in the entire building had begun to change gradually. The extreme cold made it so that even with the air conditioning running, the indoor temperature was still below zero. This was something that the southerners of Tianhai City simply couldn't adapt to. Moreover, they had no habit of stockpiling supplies, and 2 days of being frozen had already emptied their refrigerators. Although Aunt Lin still insisted that it was fine and that the snow disaster would pass soon. Everyone had their concerns though. However, Zhang Yi observed all of this and was quite pleased in his heart. In the face of apocalypse, he was fully prepared. His life was even more comfortable than before the end of days. He felt like an outsider quietly watching the grand play outside. After Chen Zhenghao and his little brothers were taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, they temporarily stopped causing trouble for him. They knew that it would be hard to break into Zhang Yi's place. Moreover, Chen Zhenghao's leg was basically crippled. If he didn't go to the hospital, it wouldn't be long before he became permanently disabled. As for the other small troublemakers, after being soaked by water, they each fell into a state of cold and fever. Without any way to keep warm, they were likely to die from high fever before they even starved from a lack of food. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing games and checking chat groups. When he had nothing to do, he would also do some exercise. After all, there was plenty of high-end fitness equipment at home. Otherwise, he would look over various professional books he had downloaded from the internet. For example, the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the Militia Training Manual. Being prepared is the best way. Mastering this professional knowledge might save his life in an emergency. Outside, the heavy snow was falling and the sky was covered with clouds, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi crawled out of bed enjoying a delicious cheap roast duck while looking at the clock. "It's about time. The good show is about to start," Zhang Yi said casually. At that moment, the chat group on his phone exploded. 3 days after the apocalypse began, the real show finally started. Zhang Yi knew what would happen on this day, so he stayed awake all night waiting to witness this spectacle. What transpired was quite simple. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Not long after, due to the chain reaction of the power outage, the water supply company was unable to provide normal water. With the water supply system malfunctioning, households were left without water. This was all within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities were still desperately trying to manage the situation, hoping to resolve this snow disaster. However, as the days passed, it wasn't until the third day that they realized this was beyond human capability to solve. In the freezing cold, the major hydropower plants gradually ceased operations, and the thermal power plants were also unable to generate electricity due to staff being unable to work. Once all the cities across the country exhausted their stored electricity, power outages were inevitable. At this time, perhaps only a few nuclear power plants were still operational. However, the electricity generated was entirely allocated for official use. The loss of water and electricity plunged ordinary people's lives into darkness. Zhang Yi, however, had already turned on 2 silent generators in advance to provide power for his room. After doing this, he opened his phone and saw that several chat groups had messages piling up to 99. Do you have electricity at your place? We don't have electricity. And the water supply has stopped too. Oh, what's going on? We also have no water or electricity. In such cold weather, the air conditioning is completely unusable and there's no way to use a heater. How are we supposed to live like this? Why isn't the government doing anything at this time? If this continues, people are going to freeze to death. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. By this time, the authorities had little time to care for everyone. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He also knew that the apocalypse in the true sense began today. After losing the electricity and food of modern society, humanity would fall into mass death. Zhang Yi thought of this and cast a worried glance at his home. When he saw his house warm as spring and as secure as a copper barrel along with the endless supplies in the alternate space, a wave of reassuring warmth surged in his heart. The community owners group was also filled with tense complaints. If it weren't for the advanced technology where the phone batteries didn't stop working due to low temperatures, they wouldn't even be able to use their phones. However, without electricity, the phones would eventually become useless. How long is this snow going to last? The air conditioning can't be used, and it's over 30 degrees below zero inside the house. If this goes on, people will really freeze to death. Water stopped too. Are we supposed to drink snow? We don't have much food left either. The heavy snow has sealed off the doors, and we can't go to the supermarket. What are we supposed to do? Someone began to mention Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, didn't you say it would be fine? Yeah, I just believed your words, and didn't go out to buy supplies. How are we going to solve this now? When will the authorities come to rescue us? You need to say something. Aunt Lin faced the neighbors' questions with a heart full of anxiety and panic. At this moment, her heart was even more fearful than the neighbors. The homeowners still had no idea how the authorities planned to rescue them. However, Aunt Lin had already received some information through the neighborhood committee. Right now, a heavy snowstorm is hitting the whole world. It is said to be a snow disaster that occurs once in several 100,000 years. We might be facing another mass extinction event, the apocalypse. Although the authorities are trying to hold on with our country's population of over 1 billion, it's impossible to cover everyone. Several key cities in the country have already fallen. Moving forward, if we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and heating resources. I've already started going door to door to gather supplies using the neighborhood committee's name. Isn't doing this harming others? Harming others? If I don't do this, my family will freeze to death or starve within. I can't afford to care about that anymore. I don't know how many people will die from this snow disaster. I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence, we need to gather more supplies quickly. In times like this, survival is the most crucial. Aunt Lin stared intently at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, her whole body trembling violently. Although the indoor temperature had dropped below 30 degrees, she was still sweating profusely. She lay in bed covered by 3 thick layers of blankets, nearly suffocating her, yet she didn't dare to lift them. The room felt like an ice cellar. At this moment, her grandson Xiao Hu asked from under the blankets, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Aunt Lin looked at her little grandson, her heart sinking. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law today. They were both working in different places and were now trapped in their rental apartment, their situation not much better than hers. I must protect the two of us. We have to survive. Aunt Lin bit her lip tightly, a fierce glint flashing in her eye. Xiao Hu, it's okay. After a while, Dad and Mom will come back. After comforting Xiao Hu, Aunt Lin picked up her phone and began to speak in the homeowners group. Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. The weather outside is too cold. It's not surprising that there's a water and electricity outage. Rest assured, staff are already working on repairs. The authorities have issued a notice that during these extraordinary times, our neighborhood committee will conduct unified management. I hope everyone will cooperate with our work. If anyone fails to cooperate and causes serious consequences, we will request the police to conduct arrests and interrogations afterward. Aunt Lin's words were heavy. This statement sparked strong dissatisfaction among the homeowners. They didn't expect that during such a time the neighborhood committee would not only fail to explain their ineffective work. Instead, they threatened the homeowners. However, everyone felt a bit fearful. No one dared to speak out against it. Zhang Yi held his phone leisurely, watching Aunt Lin's messages. He raised an eyebrow and let out a scoff. He knew perfectly well that Aunt Lin was lying. In his previous life, she had used such despicable methods to swindle supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing Aunt Lin's tricks. After all, whether the other neighbors lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the TV and continued playing his game. Water and electricity outage. No problem, his warehouse was stocked with a massive amount of backup batteries, generators, fuel, and solid alcohol. As for water, he had stored 500 tons of tap water alone, not to mention several tons of bottled water and drinks in the warehouse. Moreover, if necessary, he could also melt snow to obtain water. In short, whether it was fresh water or energy, he had more than enough. Zhang Yi played video games while snacking on imported treats, living a life of quiet comfort. Across the entire Tianhai city, and indeed over 99% of the world, water and electricity had both ceased. The water shortage was relatively manageable. Those who could no longer bear it ventured outside to dig snow for meltwater. Yet the power outage proved utterly unbearable. Modern bodies had grown exceedingly delicate, forcing people to survive in temperatures plunging dozens of degrees below zero was tantamount to a death sentence. Still, one could hardly blame the authorities. The power stations themselves remained functional, but workers simply could not. Zhang Yi recalled that later on electricity would be restored for brief intervals each day. The government had no intention of letting its citizens perish en masse. Yet the output from nuclear and renewable energy plants, relics of 21st century industry, remained severely limited, enough only to charge mobile phones or boil water. High-power appliances such as air conditioners and space heaters were entirely out of the question. At that moment, neighbors wailed collectively in the residential WeChat group, fear driving them to huddle together, seeking even the faintest glimmer of hope. Chun Jinghao, whose leg Zhang Yi had broken earlier, now dragged his shattered limb through freezing darkness, nearly frozen to death at home. His pre-existing injury, compounded by extreme cold, dealt him double devastation. His lackeys fared even worse. Though Zhang Yi had merely drenched them with a garden hose under such temperatures, devoid of any means to warm themselves, they stood utterly defenseless. Indoor temperatures gradually converged with the outside, plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Several individuals developed high fevers, some reaching 39°C, others soaring beyond 40°C. Having never anticipated such an emergency, none had stocked pain relievers like ibuprofen, and venturing outdoors to purchase medicine was impossible under these conditions. They could only endure. This was precisely why Zhang Yi had refrained from killing them outright. Letting them freeze slowly day after day, consumed by despair, brought far greater satisfaction than a swift, merciful end. Zhang Yi sat cross-legged upon the carpet, wholly absorbed in his game. Outside, blizzards howled, whined, shrieked through thick feather-like snowflakes. Inside, however, the room basked in a steady 27°C, brightly lit, well-stocked, and fully equipped for sustenance and entertainment. If anything were lacking, it was merely the presence of a woman beside him. Yet Zhang Yi was no lecherous fool driven by base instinct. Having suffered betrayal by women in his past life, he now placed personal safety and quality of life above all else. He would admit no one into his sanctuary unless absolute safety was guaranteed. Human nature, especially in apocalyptic times, defied all measurement. He had once witnessed with his own eyes a woman bludgeon her husband to death over a single pack of instant noodles. Just then Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. He picked it up with mild curiosity and saw that Aunt Lin had tagged everyone in the residential group chat. Due to the current blizzard, daily life has been severely disrupted. According to official notice, this snowstorm will persist for only a short while. To help us weather this crisis together and live with dignity despite hardship, starting immediately, the neighborhood committee will collect household supplies for centralized redistribution. This directive comes directly from the authorities, whose full cooperation is mandatory. Failure to comply, choosing selfishness over collective discipline, will result in post-crisis accountability. Do not mistake personal capability for immunity against organizational authority. Remember, every family has its vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi sneered. The same old trick, just as it had been in his... Though Aunt Lin held only modest influence as a neighborhood committee member, she possessed more information channels than ordinary citizens. She had clearly known the apocalypse was coming, and that official governance in Tianhai City had already collapsed. Thus she resorted to deception and intimidation to coax supplies from residents. Yet her methods were painfully crude. After all, she was merely an elderly woman with only middle school education. Any astute observer could instantly detect the flaws in her rhetoric. Even under centralized emergency management, no legitimate authority would issue such an order. Still, with over 50 households in their building, some timid souls inevitably succumbed to fear and obeyed Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi chose not to intervene, only to watch the spectacle unfold. True to expectation, Aunt Lin's aggressive demand to seize household supplies finally pushed several residents to the brink. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor and worked alongside Zhang Yi, was a frugal homemaker who routinely brought goods home from the warehouse, a fact well known among neighbors. It was inevitable that her household would be targeted. With snow sealing our doors, we can't even step outside. How can anyone claim our rations are sufficient? You want to confiscate everything and redistribute it? That's absurd, she retorted. Another resident's son, Ji Chao, added, none of us have it easy. Hoarding food isn't easy either. Seizing it outright is simply excessive. Aunt Lin clenched her teeth, jabbing fiercely at the voice message button. I've made myself clear. We live in extraordinary times, and extraordinary measures are required. This snow disaster will pass soon. There's no need to panic. We're merely reorganizing existing supplies. Many households now face starvation. Can you truly stand by so selfishly? Have you no thought for your neighbors? Naturally, those who lacked provisions rallied behind Aunt Lin, while those who hoarded supplies naturally resisted. Exactly. We're all neighbors. What harm is there in lending mutual aid at a time like this? It's just food and drink. Not something we couldn't afford before. Today's circumstances are simply exceptional. This decision comes from the organization itself. If you defy it, consequences will be severe. Thus, two factions clashed fiercely within the WeChat group. Zhang Yi remained silent, while Lianhua, Feng Yuqing, and Lin Caning likewise said nothing, for they too had stockpiled substantial supplies. Yet their temperaments forbade surrender, even at gunpoint. Zhang Yi's desire to observe quietly, however, was soon. Though he spoke not a word, Aunt Lin proactively sent him a private message. Xiao Zhang, you work at the warehouse. Surely your home is well stocked with food and drink, right? I still remember. You bought 3 full trucks worth last time. Now that everyone faces hardship, it's time for you to rise to the occasion. Rest assured, once the blizzard passes, everything will be returned, and your generosity will be remembered with gratitude. First, Aunt Lin stoked panic in the group chat among the timid. Then she moved methodically, house by house, to break resistance. Securing even one household supplies would buy her and her grandson a few more days of survival. Zhang Yi, warehouse manager at Walmart, had become her prime target. Zhang Yi sneered coldly. In his previous life, he had gravely underestimated the severity of the snowstorm. Thinking he could earn a substantial favor from his neighbors, he had shared part of his hoarded supplies with them. Yet what followed? Rather than gratitude, his gesture only led them to believe he still possessed vast reserves. In the end, his door was smashed open and he was slaughtered, his body reduced to rations. His death in that former life bore the unmistakable fingerprints of that old woman, surnamed Lin. A faint languid smile curled at his lips as he sent her a voice message. How wonderful. Our pantry is completely empty too. Auntie Lin, once you gather supplies, please remember to share some with us. Auntie Lin exploded in fury inside her apartment. Huh? Who do you think you're fooling? Your household must be brimming with provisions. Oof. After decades working in that warehouse, I refuse to believe your hands are clean. Her certainty stemmed from Zhang Yi's long-standing habit of procuring heavily discounted goods, damaged packaging items, and near-expiry food from Walmart's warehouse for neighbors. Such surplus stock was sold at rock-bottom prices. As an internal employee, Zhang Yi held priority purchasing rights. Occasionally, these items were even distributed as staff welfare. Auntie Lin's face flushed slate gray as she clenched her teeth, refusing to concede defeat. She had fixated on Zhang Yi as a prime target. If she could pry open his mouth, she and her grandson would secure a bountiful haul, enough to survive at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Auntie Lin adopted a tone carefully calibrated between gentleness and sternness. Little Zhang, don't joke with Auntie. Everyone knows you're the warehouse manager at Walmart. How could your home possibly lack food or drink? This is an official directive. You must comply. Your contribution will be remembered by both your neighbors and the organization. Be cooperative, deliver everything you have to Annie right away, and set an example for everyone. Zhang Yi idly picked his teeth with a toothpick. Roast lamb leg for lunch had left bits wedged between them. In a deliberately nonchalant drawl, he replied, I'm telling the truth. I've run out of everything. Even landlords keep no grain in times like these. Auntie Lin, why not send me a few packs of instant noodles? As a neighborhood committee member, you ought to lead by example and embody that spirit. He delivered the retort with biting irony. Seeing him utterly unmoved, Auntie Lin realized soft tactics were futile. Her voice dropped lower, growing heavier, more commanding. Zhang Yi, so polite talk won't work, is that it? Do you imagine I speak only as myself? I speak on behalf of the organization. Refusing to surrender your supplies constitutes defiance against the organization, and rest assured I will deal with you accordingly. Zhang Yi let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha! Representing the organization. You mistake a mere feather for an imperial edict. You're nothing but a neighborhood committee clerk, not even a civil servant, much less a formally appointed public employee. You might charm elderly residents day to day, but don't presume to posture before me. Are you truly this foolish? Go ahead, use whatever power you think you have. I'll wait for you right here at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly stripped away Auntie Lin's pretense. Neighborhood committee staff were social workers, unaffiliated with any formal cadre system, let alone civil service. Moreover, Auntie Lin ranked lowest among them, not even a minor supervisor. Of course, even if she held true authority, Zhang Yi would still dismiss her entirely. After unleashing his blistering rebuke, Zhang Yi hung up without hesitation and blocked her number. Such shrill, quarrelsome women loved tirades. He had no patience to waste on pointless squabbles. His unyielding response nearly burst Auntie Lin's lungs. This Zhang Yi had defied her repeatedly, rubbing her dignity into the dirt with relentless humiliation. How could she, who styled herself the neighborhood's de facto leader, bear such indignity? Zhang Yi, that accursed wretch. I'd kill you if I could. She roared in rage, yet could do nothing more than shout. In truth, she herself teetered on the edge of survival. She held no real power over him. She considered ejecting him from the residential WeChat group, but quickly dismissed the idea. It would harm him not at all. Then she contemplated rallying collective condemnation against him within the group. Yet doing so would expose his refusal to contribute supplies. If others followed suit, her deception would collapse entirely. In short, she was utterly powerless against him. The more she brooded, the angrier and more wretched she grew. Yet she had no recourse. She swallowed the bitter, suffocating rage whole. For her now, urgency lay solely in deceiving others, seizing their supplies before they fully grasped the crisis. Over the next 2 days, Auntie Lin cajoled and intimidated several households into surrendering provisions. But not everyone was gullible. In this apocalypse, self-preservation, and that of one's family, came first. Some residents simply ignored her, opting for icy silence. Others, hot-tempered and unyielding, drove her off with blistering verbal assaults. And figures like Chen Jinghao and Su Hao, she lacked the courage even to approach their doors. Zhang Yi watched it all unfold through surveillance feeds, yet remained unperturbed, indulging freely in leisure and feasting with no intention of meddling in others' affairs. 5 days had passed since the blizzard struck. Ordinary households stocked only 3 to 5 days' worth of provisions. Here, however, many residents worked at the central warehouse, so their reserves ran slightly deeper. Yet extreme cold accelerated consumption. Fuel and food alike dwindled rapidly. Gradually, a palpable undercurrent of menace seeped into the chat group. Even those once meek and obedient, waiting patiently for official rescue, began shifting, psychologically starved of warmth and sustenance. Especially those who'd surrendered supplies under Auntie Lin's coaxing and coercion finally erupted online, demanding accountability. How exactly were those supplies to be distributed? 25 Unit 1 Apt. 1502, Lin Xuanxia. Auntie Lin, you promised centralized distribution. Our pantry is bare. We've had nothing for 2 days. Send us something. Exactly. You pledged fair distribution, so everyone could eat. Residents clamored. Some who'd contributed nothing now eagerly sought their share. Auntie Lin, however, vanished, utterly silent. She saw every message, but had no intention whatsoever of redistributing a single item. Across the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi truly understood reality. Chaos reigned outside, and survival hinged solely on possession of supplies. Without them, death loomed inevitable. Clutching her grandson beneath 5 layers of blankets, she ground her teeth and hissed, "These supplies I slaved to procure. Never shall I surrender them to you." Seeing that Aunt Lin did not respond no matter how she was called, the neighbors finally realized that they had fallen for her trick. Suddenly the chat group was filled with warm greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, from the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive her neighbors, she had already abandoned any pretense of decorum. She certainly wouldn't care how they insulted her. But someone had set their sights on the supplies she had obtained through deceit. For example, the notorious Chen Jinghao. Although the apocalypse had arrived for 5 days, everyone remained unaware of the true situation outside. Thus, the situation had not yet escalated to a desperate scramble for resources. In Zhang Yi's memories, Chen Jinghao later gathered a group of subordinates to raid others' belongings, even resorting to murder. However, at this moment, he had no intention of robbing the neighbors. After all, not all rogues were lunatics. He possessed at least some common sense. Even Zhang Yi, who had shot one of his legs, did not dare to storm into Zhang Yi's house without absolute certainty. Currently, their supplies were running low. Such rogues had no habit of stockpiling supplies at home. While there were plenty of beers in the refrigerator, they had long since frozen, leaving them unable to relieve their hunger, and to drink they would have to smash the ice. Aunt Lin's actions caught his eye. She had claimed to collect supplies and distribute them uniformly. Although he scoffed at Aunt Lin's words, it was now evident that she had acquired a portion of the neighbor's supplies through deception. Thus, he had a legitimate reason to seize them. Even after the snow melted and troubles arose, Aunt Lin, feeling guilty, wouldn't dare to retaliate. So Chen Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home happily eating cookies with her. Instant noodles could only be prepared during the brief phone call times each day. Just then the phone rang urgently. "Grandma, it's a call." Xiaohu pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She figured it must be those neighbors whom she had deceived. She felt no guilt towards those fools and considered them mere idiots. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. "Chen Jinghao, what does he want with me?" Chen Jinghao was a well-known rogue, not only with many subordinates, but also said to possess a powerful background. He was not someone a mere neighborhood committee worker like her could provoke. Aunt Lin answered the call. Chen Jinghao's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You really have a knack for gathering everyone's supplies for yourself." Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin immediately, she cleared her throat. "Ahem, as a committee worker, it is my duty to manage the supplies for everyone." Chen Jinghao let out a cold laugh. "Well then, we are currently in dire need of supplies, so hurry and deliver them to me." Aunt Lin's face stiffened. She did not expect this rogue to confront her for her supplies. She seemed to have forgotten that she had also used shameless means to deceive supplies from other neighbors. Although Aunt Lin did not dare to provoke Chen Jinghao, she was unwilling to part with the supplies she had acquired for the sake of her and her grandson's survival. She gritted her teeth and said, "I still need to manage these supplies. Moreover, some families have not submitted their shares, so distribution cannot proceed yet." Chen Jinghao was already becoming impatient. This Aunt Lin really didn't know when to quit, actually trying to brush him off with such words. He angrily shouted, "Old hag, don't overestimate yourself. You must have hoarded all that for yourself, right? Let me tell you, if you don't obediently hand over the stuff, I'll come and take it myself." Aunt Lin turned pale with fright, trembling and at a loss for words. This kind of person always bullies the weak and fears the strong, though she was tough with ordinary residents. But how could she know how to deal with someone like Chen Jinghao? She could only muster her courage and say, "What do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I am a committee worker." Chen Jinghao laughed even harder. Pa, what nonsense, do you really think you're something special? If you don't give it'll just come and take it myself. After saying this, Chen Jinghao hung up the phone. Due to the extreme cold these past few days, he had summoned several of his subordinates to his home. On one hand, having more people could keep warm, on the other many had fallen ill after Zhang Yi doused them with cold water, and someone needed to take care of them. Additionally, as a rogue, Chen Jinghao had some brains. He had realized that the evolving situation was somewhat off, so he concentrated his manpower. When necessary, having people at hand would give him absolute say. However, with so many people, they would always need to eat. He hung up the phone, called his subordinates, and a group of them marched vigorously towards Aunt Lin's home. Chen Jinghao leaned on a mop as a cane and held a baseball bat in one hand, storming towards Aunt Lin's door with great momentum. This scene was clearly captured by Zhang Yi's surveillance camera. Zhang Yi sat in front of the television, legs crossed on the coffee table, munching on chips while enjoying the show on TV. Oh, it looks like a dog-eat-dog show is about to unfold. Zhang Yi chuckled. This was only the 5th day since the apocalypse had begun, yet such an entertaining scene was already unfolding, and both parties were people he disliked. Zhang Yi was in a very good mood. Suddenly, he thought of those foolish neighbors who had been deceived by Aunt Lin, based on his memories from his past life and his understanding of these neighbors. Even after this incident, more people would continue to fall for her tricks. There was no helping it, people always harbored a sense of luck, and due to thousands of years of confusion, thought the people of Huadhua instinctively chose to obey Aunt Lin, who represented the neighborhood committee. Thus they were being fleeced layer by layer by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. What if I shared what happened here in the group? I wonder what would happen. That would definitely be quite the spectacle. With a wicked grin, he pressed the recording button. After Chen Jinghao arrived at Aunt Lin's house, he began loudly berating her, demanding she open the door. Yuelu community was a mid-range residential area, and every household had installed anti-theft doors. However, it was well known that anti-theft doors were meant to deter thieves, but were not very effective against forcibly breaking in. Aunt Lin's house was not Zhang Yi's. Although it was clear that Aunt Lin was desperately trying to block the door, the secure locks still could not withstand the onslaught of a group of envious rogues. They smashed the door lock with baseball bats, steel rods, and pry bars, quickly destroying it. It was evident this was not their first time doing such a thing. After the lock was broken, the tables and sofas that Aunt Lin had used to block the door posed no obstacle to them. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw the terror written all over Aunt Lin's pale face. Soon Zhang Yi heard the horrifying screams of Aunt Lin, as if she were being slaughtered like a pig. Chen Jinghao rushed into the room and slapped Aunt Lin hard across the face. Old hag, this is what you get for deceiving the neighbors out of their supplies. I am doing this for justice. Chen Jinghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin, knocked to the ground, felt dizzy and couldn't speak for a long time. Chen Jinghao commanded his subordinates, search the place. Take all the food and drink from this house. These are the hard-earned supplies of the neighbors, and we can't let her get away with it. His subordinates grinned and exchanged glances as they dove into the kitchen and bedroom, rummaging through every hiding place in Aunt Lin's house. Crying, Aunt Lin crawled over, clutching Chen Jinghao's thigh. You can't take everything. We have our own supplies, but if you take them all, how will my grandson and I survive? Chen Jinghao coldly stared at her, chuckling. That's none of my business. Get lost. With that, he kicked out with his good leg, striking Aunt Lin right in the face. Off. Aunt Lin let out a pig-like scream as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the bedroom. You bunch of bastards, get out of here. It was Aunt Lin's grandson Xiao who had discovered that the chocolate biscuits he had hidden away were being uncovered, and he instantly turned red with rage. He surprisingly pulled out a fruit knife from the drawer and stabbed it into the rear of a small karami. In such extreme cold, any injury could be fatal. The small karami cried out in pain. Turning around to see it was a child who had stabbed him, he became even angrier, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn, if this got out, how would he ever show his face again? Damn you. The small karami furious kicked Xiao Hu in the stomach with all his might. A full-force kick from an adult was not something a 6-year-old could withstand. He let out a scream, flying through the air before crashing hard into the wall, sliding down to the ground like a piece of trash. There's a saying that hitting someone is like hanging a painting, and this scene perfectly illustrated that phrase. Even Chen Jinghao and the others who witnessed it couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh. Old Five, when did your leg skills become this good? You actually kicked that little brat away, impressive. The small karami nicknamed Old Five pulled the knife from his backside, puffing with pride. Aren't I cool? You should have recorded that moment. Aunt Lin, already injured, initially wanted to lie on the ground and play dead. But upon seeing her beloved grandson kicked so hard, she despaired and cried out, Xiao Hu, my grandson. She lunged toward Xiao Hu. Chen Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, stating sternly, this is the price you pay for deceiving the neighbors. I am doing this for justice. With that, the group laughed heartily as they left Aunt Lin's house with their spoils. This cruel scene made Zhang Yi rage. Seeing the despicable Aunt Lin's family being beaten, Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction and had no sympathy for them. However, this scene also represented the cracks beginning to form in the previously civilized society of the entire building. From now on, the brutality would only increase. After all, if a complete ice surface cracks at one corner, it will rapidly expand. Oh, it's a pity this has nothing to do with me. Watching them fight to the death over a bit of supplies while I can only lie at home, how boring. Zhang Yi sighed with a smile as he lay on the imported sofa. Then he sent the video he had recorded to the homeowners group for their building. In the group, the owners who had been deceived continued to curse Aunt Lin until they saw the video that Zhang Yi had posted. They watched as Aunt Lin's house was smashed by Chen Jinghao and his men, and how she and her grandson were violently beaten with the stolen supplies taken away. The homeowners instantly cheered. Ha ha ha, big liar, you deserve it. Brother Hao is awesome. Such thunderous methods are what should be used against people like her. This is the price of a scammer. He trying to steal a chicken only to lose rice. This is really hilarious. Although the owners who had their supplies taken knew that the items Chen Jinghao took would never be returned. Seeing Aunt Lin being brutally beaten, they felt genuinely pleased from the bottom of their hearts. For a moment, some even regarded Chen Jinghao as a hero, praising him. Brother Hao is so awesome. No wonder he's a big brother in society. He has such a sense of justice. If it weren't for Brother Hao, we would have no way to deal with this shameless scum. Brother Hao, be careful. This old hag is very shameless, so watch out for her reporting you to the police. Some even worried about Chen Jinghao offering him advice. This time Chen Jinghao had truly reaped both fame and fortune. He not only did not provoke a collective resistance from the homeowners, but also obtained a large amount of supplies. Zhang Yi watched the homeowners chat, curling his lips and shaking his head in disdain. These homeowners had no awareness of one crucial issue. If Chen Jinghao could break into Aunt Lin's house to rob her today, then one day, he could just as easily break into their homes. As people gradually lost hope, and everything outside such incidents would rapidly become commonplace. However, seeing the homeowners still chatting happily in the group proved one thing. That is, everyone still had a certain amount of supplies on hand. The situation in most households was not as dire, as many residents of Yuelu community worked in warehouse areas and had the habit of stockpiling supplies. Even those not working in warehouses would buy discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A box of Ni Rexbury instant noodles could stretch enough to feed a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days if they saved a bit. Therefore, even though it was very difficult for everyone to eat and dress warmly now, with a bit of saving they could still survive for some time. In his previous life, Zhang Yi managed to hold out for a whole month before being overwhelmed and devoured by the starving neighbors. Wealth should not be revealed. Oh, everyone understood this principle. The reason they all pretended to be poor was that they were afraid of others asking to borrow supplies. Of course, they were only barely maintaining survival. When it came to quality of life, that was basically not related to their current situation. Zhang Yi stopped looking at the messages in the chat group. He took out a target from the alternate space and placed it against the wall. Then he picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow to start practicing his shooting skills. Even though his safe house was as solid as a steel fortress, one could not afford to be the slightest bit complacent in the apocalypse. Only through persistent daily practice of survival skills could one hope to endure until the end. Moreover, practicing shooting was also a good form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for marksmanship, he did not see the need. He had a membership card from the Shooting Association and knew how to use firearms. While he could not claim to be an expert marksman, merely holding a gun was a significant deterrent. With only 100 bullets, and unlike arrows that could be recovered, it was better to save some. Aunt Lin was robbed of her supplies by Chen Jinghao, and both she and her grandson Xiao, who were brutally beaten. The old woman held on with great effort, still able to move. However, her grandson Xiao, who was violently kicked in the stomach by a thug named Xiao Kalami under Chen Jinghao. The 6-year-old child could not withstand such a blow, and his internal organs were damaged. In her despair, she could only seek help in the owner group, hoping someone could save her grandson. However, due to her previous actions of deceiving others for supplies, everyone had a strong aversion towards her, and no one was willing to help. Whoa, I know what I did before was wrong. But my grandson is innocent. He is just a child, please help him. Aunt Lin cried out in the group, her voice filled with despair. Yet no one among the owners showed her any sympathy. Instead, some began to mock her. Who knows if this is true or not this time? Yeah, we are not doctors, so we don't have the ability to help you. If you hadn't deceived everyone for supplies in the first place, would Brother Hao have beaten your grandson? Ultimately, you brought. Aunt Lin broke down and cried. All the blame lies with me. Oh, as long as you can save my grandson, I will bow. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Kier sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. However, I can't guarantee that I can. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Kier sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. However, I can't guarantee that I can. Aunt Lin suddenly remembered that there was such a doctor in the community and hurriedly thanked her profusely as she sent the child over. Half an hour later, she was one of the few good people among the neighbors. Usually she was somewhat aloof and didn't often speak in the owner group. This time, seeing Xiao Hu in danger, she finally spoke up. Aunt Lin suddenly remembered that there was such a doctor in the community and hurriedly thanked her profusely as she sent the child over. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice rang out in the group again. Does anyone have any hemostatic drugs, anti-shock medications, or antibiotics? My Xiao Hu needs surgery. Ooh, I beg everyone for help. I will bow to you. Xiao Hu was severely injured. That kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Kier was a doctor, she did not have many medications at home. When the owners heard Aunt Lin's plea, they just smiled and said nothing. Who would keep such medicines at home? Chen Jinghao was still in the group, making snide remarks.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he had all those medications in his alternate space. However, he absolutely would not use them to save Xiao Hu. Firstly, in this apocalypse, medications were as important as food. He didn't want to expose himself. Secondly, he truly disliked Aunt Lin and that spoiled monkey of a child. Besides, even if he managed to save him with such severe injuries, he wouldn't survive the harsh winter. It was better to keep the medications for his own use. No matter how Aunt Lin pleaded in the group, afterward no one stood up to help her. After a long while, Dr. Zhou here finally sent a message in the group. She said she had temporarily stabilized Xiao Hu's condition, but it was only an emergency measure and would not last long. He must go to the hospital for surgery to survive. She also stated that if anyone encountered an urgent illness, she could help treat them. Immediately a flurry of flattery followed. Even Qin Jinghao and the rich kid Su Hao eagerly praised Zhou Qier for her kind heart. In the past, everyone had not been very fond of this aloof female doctor. But now in this critical time, everyone feared for their lives, so they all tried to please Zhou Qier. Zhang Yi still did not say anything in the chat group, merely observing the developments quietly. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him again. Zhang Yi enjoyed the peace, but he knew that this White Lotus would surely come to beg him soon. She wasn't looking for him now just to maintain her pitiful vanity, always believing she was a superior woman who wouldn't lower herself to men. Of course, except for the rich. But what about in the future? The heavy snow continued to fall, completely burying the first. Now, not to mention leaving the community, even attempting to exit through the community gate meant facing 4 to 5 meters. It was inevitable that supplies would run out. Eventually, this White Lotus would surely come to Zhang Yi seeking help. 1 week had passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days may not seem long, but for a group enduring the cold, only able to curl up at home, it felt longer than. At first they were filled with hope. Now almost everyone recognized the harsh reality. The chance of waiting for rescue at home was almost non-existent. Because they had learned through the internet that the entire world was experiencing a once-in-a-lifetime snow disaster. The whole world was submerged in heavy snow. In some northern cities, temperatures had plummeted to over -100 degrees and many cities were directly buried under the snow. With supplies scarce, the problems became increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's food had been completely looted by Qin Jinghao, and her grandson lay on the bed barely alive, driving her into a state of madness. She frantically shouted in the group all day, claiming to be a leader of the neighborhood committee, demanding that everyone turn over their supplies. But now everyone had become wise and no one paid her any mind. In the owner group, a mother living on the 12th floor, Xieli Mei, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have anything to eat? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can pay a high price. This message caused a subtle shift in the owner group. In the past, everyone thought the disaster would pass soon and the city would be reopened. Thus, while there were food transactions, the prices were only a few times higher than usual. But now more and more families had run out. At such times, food was life. It was the hope of survival. Soon someone suddenly said, I have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if needed. However, I want 1,000 yuan for 1 pack. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was something unimaginable in the past. They probably never expected that this transaction would have such a significant impact on the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, looking at his phone, and said lightly, wonderful things are about to begin. Xieli Mei did not respond, clearly still hesitant. At least for now, people still held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that the snow disaster would eventually pass. When that time came, people would still need to live and make money. At that moment, Su Hao, the rich kid who hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly popped up. I will pay 2,000 yuan per pack. How many do you have? I want them all. The words of the rich second generation Su Hao ignited a frenzy in the entire chat group. What? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? I must have misheard. Hey, don't raise the prices like this. I'm getting a bit scared. Some people trembled as they said the snow disaster will surely pass. There's really no need for this. He sent a voice message, but his trembling tone already revealed his inner turmoil. People had not completely given up hope. Every morning upon opening their eyes, they longed to see the snow stop, the sun rise, and return to a normal life. However, the incident of the mother Xieli Mei and the rich Su Hao purchasing food at exorbitant prices deeply touched the fragile strings of their hearts. Someone pretended to be calm and said, stop joking. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan. Do you really think it's the end of the world? Haha. It's just that it snowed a bit more this year. Winter has come a bit early. It's not like there are zombies surrounding the city, right? Zhang Yi saw this message and chuckled, shaking his head. Zombies surrounding the city. Don't compare such low-level matters to this icy apocalypse. Although zombies are terrifying, they can still be resisted by human strength. However, in the face of natural disasters, humanity is as fragile as insects against the forces of the universe. They were unaware of the dreadful disaster they were facing. Su Hao arrogantly declared in the group, don't worry about so much. Anyway, I have money. Can't I just buy peace of mind? If you're willing to sell, private message me. If not, forget it. Su Hao pretended to be indifferent. But Zhang Yi already saw through him. His indifference was merely a facade. In reality, he had started to fear long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This situation wasn't hard to contemplate. Although Su Hao was wealthy with assets worth billions during the apocalypse, he couldn't even enjoy a luxurious life or order takeout. Rich people are not necessarily kind, but they are definitely not foolish. Realizing the severity of the crisis, Su Hao began to purchase supplies from his neighbors at high prices. Mother Xieli Mei exclaimed excitedly, How can you do this? Our family has no food left. Buying food is a matter of life and death. I'm not robbing you. I'm just offering a higher price. It's their freedom to whom they want to sell, Su Hao replied bluntly. Do you have a say in this? Seeing Su Hao ignore her, Xiao Li Mei cried out in the group, please everyone help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I can't provide milk for her. We will starve to death. The owner group remained silent in response to Xiao Li Mei's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was vividly displayed. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. The price Xiao Li Mei offered was only half of what he was willing to pay. It's important to note that the average salary in Tianhai City is only about 5,000 yuan. Who would be willing to sell their hard-earned supplies to her at a low price? Many people had already privately contacted Su Hao to discuss transactions. Xiao Li Mei seemed to realize what was happening and continued to plead in the group, asking everyone to help her. However, not a single person spoke up, not even to comfort her. After all, once you speak up, Xiao Li Mei might think you are soft-hearted and cling to you tightly. This helpless mother was crying. She was caring for an 8-month-old child, and it was already difficult to take care of herself, let alone a completely helpless. Zhang Yi's mind was filled with memories of Xiao Li Mei from his past life. His impression of her was not deep, as she always presented herself as a weak mother. She relied on this image to garner sympathy and trade for supplies to survive. However, there was indeed something quite in Zhang Yi's memory. She and her daughter lived well until later on. Thinking of this, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Everything that seemed pink was black at its core. After his death, she likely also took a share of the spoils. Zhang Yi understood that a caring heart in the apocalypse could be the greatest factor leading to death. Therefore, he chose to remain silent and observe Xiao Li Mei coldly. Too many people died in the apocalypse. He only wanted to take care of himself, and as for others, if they died, then so be it. Therefore, he chose to remain silent and observe Xiao Li Mei coldly. Too many people died in the apocalypse. Xiao Li Mei expressed her endless gratitude to Uncle Yu, claiming she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi, through the surveillance, discovered that Su Hao used his money power to buy supplies from many neighbors. The quantity was not too much, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi sneered, this is the last warmth that money can bring in the apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize that as supplies dwindle, money will turn to waste. Paper and supplies are the... By that time, who knows how many people will regret their actions of selling supplies. It must be said that Su Hao indeed set a bad precedent in the owner group. Moreover, since many owners in the 25-unit building of the entire community were friends or colleagues, Su Hao's high-priced purchases affected everyone around him. Once he set a high price with real money for supplies, everyone realized how scarce supplies were now. Everyone tightened their grip on the supplies in their hands. At the start of the snow disaster, some people would still share and exchange supplies with their neighbors. But now they had become more stingy than miserly. Even when faced with a best friend asking to borrow food, they would refuse with various excuses. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, at that time in the home of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, the supplies had been nearly... The two individuals who previously had picky tastes and enjoyed high-end food could now quarrel over a single pack of instant noodles. The food they had bought earlier, along with what the sycophant Zhou Peng had delivered, was now nearly gone. If things continued like this, they would starve to death within a week. The two were wrapped in blankets on the sofa, their faces pale, with a pack of opened compressed biscuits on the coffee table before them. Lin Caning glanced at the compressed biscuits and said to Fang Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits. Lin Kai-ning continued, there are 5 packs of instant noodles left and 3 bags of instant noodles. There is half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen, but the steamed buns and noodles have long been eaten. Fang Yuqing clutched her head in pain. Instant noodles. That stuff can't fill you up at all. Lin Kai-ning stared at her intently. Yuqing, the situation outside is very dire right now. Do you think this heavy snow will ever stop? Fang Yuqing was momentarily stunned, then turned her head to look out the window blankly. Through the frosty glass, she could vaguely see the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. It had been 10 days that this snow had fallen, for a full 10 days without a moment's pause. The second floor had been completely submerged. It was impossible to go outside. In the distance, the streets were eerily silent, with no sign of snow plows sent by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to the depths of despair. She had no idea how long this snow disaster would last, or whether it would ever end. Fang Yuqing covered her eyes and cried in pain. Ning, what should we do? If this continues, we will starve to death. Lin Kai-ning gritted her teeth and asked, is there any food left at Zhou Peng's place? Fang Yuqing shook her head. I've asked him a few times, even pretending to want to be friends with him. But he has really been drained by me. There's not a drop left. Last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his last. He is now as skinny as a zombie. He definitely won't have any food left. Lin Kai-ning clenched her fists in frustration. Then is there anyone else we can try? Look, both of us are so beautiful. As long as we make a slight effort, there will definitely be men who would be willing to be attracted to us. Fang Yuqing glanced at her and said, somewhat dissatisfied, are you stupid? Everyone is treating resources as if their lives depend on them now. Even if they are attracted to us, it won't be so easy for them to give us resources. Besides, with the weather being so cold, even if we offer ourselves up to them for free, they would likely have the desire, but no ability. Fang Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of pain as she spoke. Lin Kai-ning was unaware that Fang Yuqing had actually tried this method long ago. She had attempted to use her beauty to exchange for resources with men. However, her standards were too high. She asked for a partner to be at least 185 meters tall, to be a civil servant, and to earn 500 a month before she would consider clapping for love. As a result, even the 60-year-old neighbor said, "You came too late. If you had come half a month earlier, I could still." Lin Kai-ning bit her lip, feeling very scared inside. As a woman with some looks, she had originally planned to rely on her beauty as her last means of survival. But the temperature was clearly the best remedy for abstinence. Suddenly a man's figure appeared in her mind. She said to Fang Yuqing, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten you have a dog who is infatuated with you?" Fang Yuqing of course knew who Lin Kai-ning was referring to. She pursed her lips and said defiantly, "Humph, that stinky man, unless he comes to beg me for forgiveness, I will never take the initiative to find him." Previously, she had contacted Zhang Yi a few times with the intention of giving him a chance to come and deliver resources to please her. But Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was too cold, even sending photos to deliberately provoke her. This made Fang Yuqing extremely furious, and she vowed to make Zhang Yi come and lick her feet. If she were to contact him now, wouldn't that ruin her image as an aloof goddess? No, this was absolutely unacceptable for Fang Yuqing. If her image was ruined, how would she find a rich second generation in the future? Lin Kai-ning said, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stocked up a lot of food before? Even if a month has passed, they would have more than an ordinary household. As long as you make a move to find him, he will definitely agree to deliver food to you right away. Even if a month has passed, they would have more than an ordinary household. As long as you make a move to find him, he will definitely agree to deliver food to you right away." Lin Kai-ning said, "Are you silly? He must think he is unworthy of you, so he wants to give up. After all, you were quite cold towards him recently too." Fang Yuqing immediately became excited. Isn't that all his own doing? He clearly is just a small middle-class guy, yet he pretends to be a rich second generation, causing me to waste so much emotion for nothing. Lin Kai-ning said with a smile, "But he is still a quality backup now. The role of a backup is to be utilized when needed. Just give him a little smile, and let the hope in his heart ignite again. Then won't he just be at your beck and call?" Fang Yuqing, after listening to Lin Kai-ning's advice, found it quite reasonable. The most important reason was that she was currently just thinking about the pictures Zhang Yi had sent her earlier featuring steaks, Australian lobsters, and exquisite fruits, made Fang Yuqing's mouth water. All her restraint could be temporarily set aside for a bite to eat. So she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and sent a voice message in as gentle a tone as possible. Zhang Yi was at home, sitting on the sofa watching a television program. Nowadays, nearly all major television stations around the world had stopped broadcasting, but he had long downloaded plenty of classic films and variety shows to help pass the long, tedious hours. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fang Yuqing. A smirk immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. This woman's pitiful pride had finally reached its limit. He clicked on the voice message and immediately heard Fang Yuqing's quivering voice. Zhang Yi, you stinky brother. You haven't chatted with me for so many days, you're really wicked. Wasn't it just a couple of days ago that I said a few things to you? I regretted it at that time. But as a girl, it's not nice for me to speak first. You stinky brother, you don't even care about my feelings." Fang Yuqing, as a green tea white lotus, had quite the talent for acting cute and charming. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have been able to make Zhang Yi bewildered so easily. It must be said that hearing her flirtatious voice made Zhang Yi somewhat weak in the knees. He gritted his teeth. This little vixen, if he didn't know how venomous she could be, he would really want to take advantage of her. Zhang Yi replied with a message. "I've not been feeling well lately. Oh, I might be sick, so I haven't been looking at WeChat." Hearing this, Fang Yuqing quickly asked, "Did you catch a cold? In this weather you must be careful to keep warm." "No, I have heat stroke," Zhang Yi replied. Looking at the message Zhang Yi had sent, Fang Yuqing was stunned. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their home temperature had already dropped to minus 50 or 60 degrees. Every day she had to wrap herself in blankets, huddled with Lin Kai-ning for warmth, unable to sleep soundly in the cold. "You say you have heat stroke? Zhang Yi, don't joke around. How could anyone get heat stroke in such cold weather?" Zhang Yi sent a curious expression. "Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't feel anything. This thing heats the room so much that it's uncomfortable. Oh, I probably caught a cold from sleeping in front of the fire a few days ago." As Zhang Yi spoke, he took a picture of the blazing fireplace. In the photo, he even included his bare legs. Unintentionally, he also captured the piles of snacks on his coffee table, along with leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing saw the photo sent by Zhang Yi. If the previous pictures had only made her feel a bit sour, this one ignited a fire of jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. This was the ultimate heating device. Even in the far north, having this in the house could withstand the outside temperature of minus several degrees. The heating ability of this thing was even more effective than central heating, as it allowed for nearby warmth. Fang Yuqing, who had been freezing for 10 days, could hardly feel her body anymore. Now, besides food, the thing she desired most was a means to keep warm. A few days ago, she and Lin Kai-ning had burned it. Although it only maintained heat for a brief 10 minutes, the high temperature of the flames had moved her to tears right then. However, there were hardly any burnable items left at home. After burning it, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that this guy Zhang Yi had a fireplace in his house? Tianhai City is a southern city. Usually, even in the dead of winter, no one needs to wear down jackets. who would install a fireplace in their home. Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder this question. Her eyes were glued to the photo, and her heart had only one thought. She wanted to go to Zhang Yi's home. Looking at Zhang Yi's carefree appearance with his bare legs and the heap of food on the table, he had become Fang Yuqing's. Lin Caning, who was curled up in a blanket beside her, noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned over to take a look, and was soon dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this photo couldn't be edited, could it? How could anyone live such a good life at this time? This place is simply paradise." Fang Yuqing suddenly realized. Yes, everyone is at home starving and freezing. Why does Zhang Yi get to live so comfortably? Maybe this photo along with the previous ones was all edited by him. She had a flash of inspiration and called Zhang Yi on.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
He was quite curious to see this white lotus humbly pleading with him. How could he not witness her despair, especially after his tragic end in his past life? So he reached out to answer the call. As soon as the call connected, both parties saw each other's situations. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising and was lazily lying on the sofa with his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit with fitness equipment set behind him, and one could vaguely see a pile of food stacked in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would also cook some meals for himself as a leisure activity. So in the kitchen, he casually stored several boxes of scallops, fish maw, and abalone, along with instant noodles and high-end canned goods like caviar and truffles. For him, these items were merely quick snacks to occasionally enjoy. But for the two women on the other side of the screen, they were the most wonderful foods of their dreams. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfort and ease, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning on the other side of the screen looked very disheveled. Both wrapped in thick blankets. Due to the low temperature, many cosmetics were unusable, making them appear somewhat haggard. They no longer looked as refined as they used to. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he had once pursued so desperately turned out to look like this, without makeup, at most just a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how he had been obsessed with Asian witchcraft for so long, he internally cursed, "Shake it, you old horse." The two women didn't notice Zhang Yi's expression. At this moment, their eyes were completely captivated by the items in Zhang Yi's home. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature of Zhang Yi's house was definitely very comfortable. Bright lights in a time when they had electricity for less than an hour a day were something they couldn't even dare to imagine. After all, there were regulations stating that high-power appliances were not allowed to be used, or else they would face power cuts. Especially in the kitchen, that mountain of food was making the two women who had been eating compressed food for a long time green. Through the video call, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning saw Zhang Yi's current living conditions. The pleasant warmth and abundant food left them utterly stunned, as if they were gazing at paradise. They could hardly imagine that 10 days after the apocalypse, there were still people living so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost weight, congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning secretly wanted to curse. It was all due to hunger. Now they only dared to eat 1 packet of instant noodles a day, otherwise their supplies would have been depleted long ago. Lin Caning's eyes were fixated on the food at Zhang Yi's home. She swallowed hard and greedily said, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Is it from the supplies you stocked up during our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Those are just junk food. I eat a bit when I'm too lazy to cook." Generally, he hardly moved. Zhang Yi spoke the plain truth. In his space, delicious food piled up like a mountain. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from major restaurants. Moreover, just from the Walmart warehouse, there were over 100 billion worth of supplies, including hundreds of thousands of food items. His casual remark was to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning a blatant display of wealth. After all, a packet of instant noodles was being sold for 2,000 yuan each in their community. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats continuously moving, evidently swallowing saliva. However, he said nothing, merely enjoying the look of desire in their eyes. "Zhang Yi, your family has so much food. How impressive. Many people outside can't even get a meal. No wonder you stocked up so much back then. You had plans all along." Fang Yuqing teased. Her way of addressing Zhang Yi had unexpectedly turned into Zhang Yi, "Gidge, brother Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. "Oh, what's the big deal? It's just good luck." Fang Yuqing asked again, "Zhang Yi, Gidge, your home looks so warm. Why is it so bright when it's not even power supply time?" Fang Yuqing voiced her biggest curiosity. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in an extremely cold environment. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, turning the camera around to show the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. This thing is really warm. It's so hot in here that it's uncomfortable." He intentionally added, "By the way, you two look quite cold. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't been outside for 10 days, so I don't know what's going on out there." Zhang Yi's words could be seen as raising the hate value. How could he not know what was happening outside? Just through the community chat, he could see everyone's plight, understanding how low the temperatures were in other people's homes. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning felt a deep resentment. They knew Zhang Yi was saying this on purpose. But how could they stand it when he was living in paradise? He had the capital to flaunt. Fang Yuqing's only thought now was to move into Zhang Yi's home. Seeing Zhang Yi's condition, it was clear that their food was abundant. Plus, with the warm environment, who wouldn't yearn for that? Fang Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful look, blinking her eyes, and sweetly said, "Zhang Yi, Gidge, you're so amazing. I really admire you. Can I come over to your house?" It's been so long since I saw you. Yuqing misses you. Fang Yuqing believed this tactic, which, after all, previously she had used this tactic to make many admirers obey her every command. Moreover, Zhang Yi had pursued her before. She thought that as long as she made a slight effort, Zhang Yi would surely agree to her request cheerfully. As long as she could enter Zhang Yi's home, she naturally had more ways to stay there confidently. At most, she'd just give Zhang Yi a little sweetness. Men are all like that, aren't they? But she didn't expect that Zhang Yi on the other side of the camera felt nauseous seeing her act so. He truly began to doubt his past self. Was he out of his mind to have pursued such a woman for 2 years? Back then they had all worked in the warehouse area, where female employees were scarce. Fang Yuqing knew how to act cute and dress up, so over time Zhang Yi regarded her as a goddess. Under the influence of infatuation with the goddess filter on, Fang Yuqing became his white moonlight. However, since he was betrayed and died in his previous life, that goddess filter had completely vanished. Looking at the plain-faced Fang Yuqing on the other side of the camera, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. He even found her exaggerated act contrived, making him feel goosebumps all over. A smirk of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. Leaning back on the sofa with one hand propping up his cheek, he lazily said, "On such a cold day, it's better to rest comfortably at home. Don't go running around. Well, I don't know how cold it actually is outside, but looking at you two, it must be quite low." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan probably didn't expect to be rejected by Zhang Yi. Both were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Yuqing's eyes were even filled with shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was a good backup after all. As long as she waved her finger, he would obediently come over to serve her. Now she had actively proposed going to Zhang Yi's home, yet he didn't even hesitate to refuse her. This severely undermined her confidence. What hurt her even more was Zhang Yi's flaunting tone. No, she couldn't accept such a result. Knowing that there was a warm haven filled with abundant food right in her apartment building, while she had to endure hunger at home, she absolutely couldn't accept it. She was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's face stiffened for a moment before she forced another smile. "Zhang Yi, weren't you always the best to Yuqing? Why are you refusing to let me visit? I'm not asking for anything else." She puffed her cheeks, displaying a pitiful expression that truly made one feel sorry for her. Any average man seeing this would likely feel a surge of compassion and immediately agree to her request.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi said, "Every time I invited you to my house before, you always used various excuses saying that we were both single and it wouldn't look good if it got out right. I think you were right. Since we have nothing between us, we should maintain some distance to avoid gossip." In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing, he had to put in a lot of effort just to get her to come out for a meal or a movie. He had to prepare gifts, plan surprises, and book high-end restaurants to have a chance. Whenever he wanted to take a step further and invite Fang Yuqing to his home, she always had various excuses. Now Zhang Yi took her past words and mockingly threw them back at her. Fang Yuqing's expression slightly changed. After all, she was somewhat aware of the things she had done in the past. But how could the little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially when facing the backup option in her eyes, whom she believed she could manipulate at will. Even though Zhang Yi's attitude towards her remained cold, Fang Yuqing thought he was merely playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi had feelings for her, and as long as she put in a little more effort, she would surely win him over. So she pouted and said, "I did all that for your own good. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it me being wrong, okay? He'll come over to apologize to you now." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip and a blush appeared on her face. "At worst, I can help you massage your legs and shoulders." Zhang Yi couldn't help but internally exclaim, "Damn." In such cold weather, it was rare for her to perform with such exquisite acting, portraying a shy girl. It's truly a pity that she isn't pursuing a career as an actress. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by this act. "That's out of the question. We're not even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Ooh, I can't accept being so intimate." Zhang Yi maintained a serious expression and said, "I am a traditional person." Fang Yuqing was nearly infuriated. She had already made advances, yet he still pretended to be reserved. Did she really need to spell it out so clearly? If only he would let her stay at his house, the benefits would be plentiful. Even progressing to a more intimate level was not entirely impossible. She thought perhaps her words hadn't been clear enough. To live a heavenly life at Zhang Yi's home, she didn't care that Lin Kainan was also nearby. She directly said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, actually I've always had a crush on you. Being boyfriend and girlfriend isn't off the table for the future, right? After all, love grows over time." As she spoke, she pretended to be shy, covering her face. "Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. How much more directly do you want me to say it?" Her shy demeanor combined with a coy gaze was indeed quite tempting. If it had been the old Zhang Yi, he would have definitely been swept away in the heat of the moment and let her into his home. It must be said, not everyone can pull off the act of a green tea princess. This level of finesse and tea arts cannot be achieved without a decade of experience. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was quickly contemplating in his mind whether or not to allow Fang Yuqing this white lotus into his home. Don't get me wrong, he's no saint. He simply felt that he had pursued her for 2 years in the past. If they could become intimate, it would at least be a way to settle old scores. However, this thought only flashed for a moment before he resolutely dismissed it. Because this was the apocalypse, he had to eliminate any potential risks. Therefore, he would not open his door to let anyone enter his impregnable fortress. Surviving was more important than anything else. Zhang Yi sneered his gaze towards Fang Yuqing, filled with mockery. Fang Yuqing, are you misunderstanding something? He spread his hands and said, I admit that there was a time when our relationship was... However, his head leaned closer to the camera as he said in a teasing tone, you don't think I like you, do you? For a self-assured green tea princess, this statement was particularly damaging. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Fang Yuqing's face instantly turned very ugly. Lin Caning beside her also stole a glance at her, her eyes revealing a hint of barely concealed joy. Indeed, best friends can often be like plastic sisters. On the surface, they seem to care for your well-being, but in reality, there are many who can't wait to see you make a fool of yourself. Fang Yuqing questioned Zhang Yi. What do you mean by that? Didn't you like me the most in the past? Zhang Yi let out. Don't get me wrong, you do have some beauty, and are a pretty girl. However, I never intended to date you, at most it was just for fun. With my conditions, finding a girlfriend with looks and figure in Tianhai City is not difficult at all. Where do you get the confidence to think I'm desperately pursuing you? Zhang Yi wore a look of barely contained laughter. He was speaking the truth. As a local of Tianhai City, he had a Tianhai City household registration. He had a house worth millions and several million in savings along with a stable job paying over 10,000 a month. Plus, with his tall and handsome appearance, he was definitely a quality man in the matchmaking market of Tianhai City. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing wouldn't have made him her first choice after failing to catch a rich husband. If it weren't for Zhang Yi's naive and kind nature in his past life, he would have been surrounded by countless women. Zhang Yi's words pierced Fang Yuqing's heart like daggers. For a self-proclaimed goddess, the most unbearable thing was having her charm unrecognized, as that was her sole means of survival. In the past, she thought Zhang Yi was just a backup option, a loyal dog. She could keep him hanging while seeking out wealthier second-generation heirs. But in the end, Zhang Yi told her that she was the fish in the pond. This was something Fang Yuqing simply could not accept. Her voice turned angry. Zhang Yi, you are going too far. Zhang Yi sneered, continuing to escalate. Alright, stop pretending to be a pure and beautiful girl. I've seen through you. You are just a gold digger. Always thinking about landing a wealthy husband. Do you think rich people are fools? By the way, let me tell you something else. You are notorious in the rich second-generation circle of Tianhai City. Today you flatter Zhang Xiao, tomorrow you pursue Li Xiao. They are just playing with you for a few days. Do you really think you can become a rich man's young mistress? Do you know what they call you behind your back? Public bus, public outlet. Zhang Yi shamelessly mocked Fang Yuqing. While she thought her charm was high, wanting to use her beauty to impress Zhang Yi and enjoy a life of luxury at his home, Fang Yuqing's face turned pale, with rage, her body trembling from her overwhelming anger. When had she ever been so humiliated to her face? Moreover, it was an unrelenting mockery from the very backup dog she had looked down upon. This was a complete trampling of her self-esteem. Zhang Yi, shut up! Fang Yuqing yelled angrily. Zhang Yi sneered, am I not just stating the facts? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these all things you did yourself? You really are trying to play both sides. After finishing his words, Zhang Yi didn't give Fang Yuqing a chance to curse him out, directly cutting off the call. Zhang Yi scolded Fang Yuqing harshly, exposing her true nature as a white lotus green tea bitch who relies on. Although she is materialistic, promiscuous, and manipulative with men's feelings, she believes she is a good girl. Zhang Yi's mockery shattered her confidence. After all, even someone like Zhang Yi, who is of a lower middle class, can look down on her, indicating that her charm is simply insufficient, and she has no chance of hooking up with a rich second generation to become a wealthy wife. After Zhang Yi hung up, he soon saw a long string of voice messages from Fang Yuqing. Without listening, he knew she. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. In the apocalypse, this white lotus would perish day by day in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely mocked her, enjoying her misfortune. How could he possibly be angry with a dead person? Instead, seeing the flustered expression of the white lotus brought him a sense of delight. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Romanicani from the fridge. This bottle of wine is worth 2,000, and it was stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet in Walmart's warehouse. Zhang Yi didn't have many of such wines, only a few dozen boxes. In a good mood today, he decided to bring one out to celebrate. His home would never run out of electricity. The wiring had been upgraded during the renovation. It was connected to a backup power supply and a silent generator. He lacked not an energy. He entered the living room, setting a table filled with delicious dishes with great ceremony. French baked snails, tomahawk steak, stargazing Jinling saltwater duck, paired with a bottle of 2,000 Romanicani. In the apocalypse, all the rules of social inertia were rapidly disappearing. Zhang Yi wasn't particular about dining etiquette. He ate whatever he wanted and combined dishes as he pleased. He could even eat caviar as a meal. Such a luxurious lifestyle is probably unique in today's world. Due to the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, even the most powerful and wealthy people in the world couldn't prepare adequately. For example, Su Hao, whose father was also a well-known conglomerate boss in Tianhai City. However, according to Zhang Yi's memories, his father died half a month after the apocalypse began. After all, his wealth had turned to waste paper, and that bloated old man lacked the necessary survival skills for the apocalypse. At that moment, in the apartment shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Xinyang, Fang Yuqing was in a state of collapse, angrily smashing things and cursing Zhang Yi. If it were any other time, she might not have been so furious. But right now she couldn't help but see Zhang Yi's home, which seemed like heaven. The warm and comfortable environment, along with abundant high-end food, were the most precious things in this ice-cold apocalypse. The paradise was so close, yet she couldn't step in, which was utterly unacceptable to her. Zhang Yi, you damn bastard, what are you even to dare insult me? If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even glance at you. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. Lin Sanyang, sitting on the couch, looked at her with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Isn't it because you played around back then? Otherwise we could also enjoy those delicious foods at Zhang Yi's home and have a warm fireplace. Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. What is he? Just a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am meant to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Sanyang frowned, but right now Zhang Yi has so much food and a fireplace at home. That's way better than a rich second generation. She looked out the window where heavy snow was falling with no signs of stopping. The news on her phone in the last couple of days indicated that the whole world was under a blanket of snow and ice. She said anxiously, will this snow disaster continue indefinitely? On the television, the remaining official channels were encouraging people. Experts dressed in thick down jackets were shivering as they stated that the disaster would soon pass. We the people have strength, perseverance equals victory. But in reality, there were no signs of the disaster passing. Lin Sanyang hugged herself. If this snow doesn't stop, then even if we don't freeze to death, we'll starve to death at home. Lin Kaniang's words instantly transformed Fang Yuqing's inner anger into fear. It had been 10 days, they had been trapped at home for 10 days. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. Unless one has experienced something like this, they can never understand the torment it brings. It could even drive a person to madness. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Sanyang were a combination of green tea bitches and white lotuses as women in their 20s, their hearts were still extremely fragile. Faced with the heavy snow that showed no signs of stopping, they thought of death. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her mind drifting back to Zhang Yi's warm home, filled with food. She said in despair, this is unfair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably? I'm so beautiful, yet I have to suffer. Lin Sanyang glanced at Fang Yuqing, but said nothing. She wrapped herself in a blanket, took out her phone, and found Zhang Yi's contact in her address book. Soon Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Sanyang. He was sipping top-quality red wine while enjoying a luxurious meal. Seeing a message come through, a teasing glint sparkled in his eyes. In this apocalypse, watching the struggles and pains of women like them is truly more exciting than watching a movie. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Sanyang sent. Zhang Yi, I just saw you scold Fang Yuqing, and I'm so happy for you. I actually knew all along that Fang Yuqing is a materialistic woman who never took you seriously. Truly plastic sisters, they sold out Fang Yuqing so quickly. But this is normal, oh, like attracts like, and people flock. Truly plastic sisters, they sold out Fang Yuqing so quickly. But this is normal, oh, like attracts like, and people flock. Neither Lin Sanyang nor Fang Yuqing were good people. He replied him, it's nothing. Lin Sanyang continued, I felt very sad seeing you pursue Fang Yuqing all this time. Zhang Yi, actually, I've always liked you. Did you know? Now that you don't want Fang Yuqing anymore, let's be together. Zhang Yi sighed, wondering, does this woman really think I collect junk? Although Fang Yuqing was a green tea white lotus, at least she knew how to act coy and dress up. What else do you Lin Kanan have other than self-deprecation and narcissism? Yet out of malicious curiosity, Zhang Yi replied with a sly smile, oh, is that really the case? But I just scolded Fang Yuqing harshly. You two are good friends. If you end up with me, won't it affect your relationship? Lin Kanan's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. She replied without hesitation, what friends? We're just housemates. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she revealed all of Fang Yuqing's dirty secrets. You have no idea how much I despise. This woman is particularly lazy. In the past few days, she claimed to be afraid of the cold and wouldn't even go to the restroom. She even used a mineral water bottle to urinate. It disgusted me. Don't be fooled by her pure facade. She goes to nightclubs every day to find men. If she meets a rich second-generation heir, she'll do everything possible to ingratiate herself with him. If she runs out of money, she'll sell herself. Otherwise, with a monthly salary of only 5,000 yuan, how can she afford so many cosmetics and designer bags? She only earns 1,500 yuan a night. It's quite low. Fei absolutely disdained such women. This was the first time Zhang Yi learned that Fang Yuqing had such a side job. He gritted his teeth, feeling that the world had become absurd. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he wasn't like Zhou Peng, a pitiful simp. To win Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Kainan continued to expose Fang Yuqing's secrets. Don't be deceived by her pure act. She's had several abortions in the past. In college, she had several construction bosses support her for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently listened and recorded. Lin Kainan clearly had a lot of grievances against Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was better at being coy and prettier than her, making Lin Kainan feel like merely a supporting character. In this world, how many women are truly willing to be someone else's background? Otherwise, why do you think the beautiful goddesses in college usually had friends who were ugly and overweight? After venting her feelings about Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainan continued to confess to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, do you know how difficult it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now I finally have a chance to confess to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I promise to love you well in the future. And at this moment, aren't you feeling lonely at home? Having a woman by your side can help you with many things. Lin Kainan was clearly hinting to Zhang Yi that as long as he let her come to his house, he could have his way with her. Unfortunately for her, Zhang Yi was not at all interested in such a commodity. He quickly forwarded their chat history to then he said to Lin Kainan, although I'm touched, let's just forget about this matter. Lin Kainan persistently asked, why not? Don't you need a woman right now? Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and replied, "It's true that I like women. But you're just too ugly." After saying this, Zhang Yi muted his phone and tossed it aside. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message, Lin Kanan's face turned livid. He actually said she was too ugly. This was a serious slander. Every time she posted a retouched photo online, countless people praised her as a great beauty. Just as Lin Kanan was seething with rage, an angry scream rang in her ears. "Lin Kanan, you shameless woman." Upon seeing Lin Kanan's disparaging remarks about her, Fang Yuqing instantly exploded. The two of them got into a scuffle, pulling each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. They only stopped when they could no longer fight, but they still glared at each other fiercely. If it weren't for the cold weather and the need to live under the same roof, they would have even considered killing each other. Lin Kanan certainly understood what was happening and harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, she probably envied Zhang Yi more than she hated him. If at this moment Zhang Yi agreed to let them into the room for some food, they would abandon their dignity and crawl over like bitches. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a plain and monotonous life of wealth. Every night he would turn on the TV to watch the news he had never cared about before. Although the news still had a lot of fluff, it at least provided some information about the outside world. The Tianhai city government has issued a notice that to meet everyone's demand for electricity, power supply will be provided every day from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances cannot be used, and only low-power devices like electric kettles and phones can be heated. Currently, all major power plants are on shutdown, and there is a shortage of electricity. We hope everyone will consciously reduce electricity consumption to avoid large-scale and prolonged blackouts. Upon seeing this news, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. In fact, for the past few days, power had been gradually restored for no more than an hour each day. Sometimes there was even power for only a few minutes. At such times, the authorities were willing to provide electricity to ordinary people, even if only for a brief moment. It was probably their greatest effort. Most power stations around the world had come to a standstill. Before the Ice Age passed, energy was becoming scarcer and scarcer. However, what concerned Zhang Yi was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the way she presented the news. This time, the female anchor's tone was very serious, and the content of the report was no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicated that the authorities had given up on concealing the extent of the national disaster. When they can no longer control the situation, they can only fully disclose information to help everyone realize the reality early and find ways to save themselves. As expected, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw that various chat groups were already in an uproar. Some were cursing the government for inaction, some were crying in despair, and more were buying supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles had risen from 2,000 yuan per pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi still felt speechless. The essence of human greed was laid bare. Even knowing the world was facing an apocalypse, money was almost useless in the short term. Yet they were still willing to trade food and drink for money. Zhang Yi said nothing, observing everything like a detached observer. Life still had to go on. Even if hope was lost, no one wanted to die. Even if it meant just surviving, they would struggle to live on. Thus, despite the cursing and the arguments the next day, they would still fight to survive. Due to the water pipes being frozen, the community faced a significant water supply issue. To obtain drinking water, one had to brave the extreme cold of -70 degrees outside to fetch snow from the first floor. However, once the snow water was retrieved, melting it became another major problem. The indoor temperature was also below -50 or 60 degrees, and at this temperature solid ice was as hard as cement. Some residents, extremely thirsty, tried to lick the ice with their tongues, only to have them stuck and frozen to the surface. During these days, Zhang Yi, through the surveillance cameras, noticed that Chen Jinghao's men would come by every day to spy. Clearly, they assumed that Zhang Yi would venture out to fetch water, planning to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate him. However, after several days, they still had not seen Zhang Yi leave his house. They could not imagine how abundant the resources were within Zhang Yi's home. As long as he wished, he could live comfortably in this room until death. Is Chen Jinghao still alive? He's holding up, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Chen Jinghao had been shot in the calf, and without effective treatment his leg would surely be. Moreover, due to infection, his life itself might be at risk. Not to mention that under such extreme cold, any injury would lead to a high fever. Surviving would be nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the low temperature prevents the virus from surviving, which is why he hasn't died? Zhang Yi, not well versed in medicine, couldn't figure out the reason for Chen Jinghao's survival. But he didn't care much, or whether others lived or died outside had little impact on him. Chen Jinghao's death was merely... The next morning after waking up, Zhang Yi groggily picked up his phone. Checking the messages in the chat group and browsing the forum for updates on the outside world had become his greatest pleasure. In this apocalyptic world, watching others struggle in extreme cold while he enjoyed a life akin to paradise brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. At the very least, it dispelled his feelings of boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who froze or starved to death, he felt indescribably fortunate. Opening his phone, he was surprised to find messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kanan. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I'm sorry, I might have been too cold yesterday, which affected my mood. I shouldn't have snapped at you. You're right, I was too naive in the past, and didn't understand who truly cared for me. Now I realize that the person who treats me best is you. Actually, I really like you in my heart. Would you forgive me? Let's live well together from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone, won't you feel lonely? I can come over to keep you company, so you're not alone in this. Zhang Yi felt a pang of emotion. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing had finally shed all her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even after being ruthlessly mocked by Zhang Yi, she had no choice but to abandon her pride and come to flatter him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head, recalling how foolish he had been in his previous life. If he had known she was such a woman, would he have easily gotten involved with her? Fang Yuqing, despite being worthless, pretended to be a noble goddess. Clearly quite base, yet she feigned purity. Zhang Yi replied, although a rotten pear can quench thirst, I am not that thirsty yet. He was a man with ancestral skills to rely on. At worst, he had plenty of props available in the alternate space. They were high-end products, fully realistic items developed in Sakura country. It wasn't that Zhang Yi wanted to, it was just that Walmart's warehouse had too many options. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Thus, she sent several selfies, all filled with suggestive implications. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was much bolder. Had this been the past, such behavior would have led to her social demise. Zhang Yi quickly replied, my heart is completely unmoved, and I even feel like laughing. Then he ignored her. He knew that after experiencing the comforts of his home, these two women would spare no expense to try to gain entry. Now they had cast aside their dignity to plead with him, and they would likely stop at nothing later. But what could they do? Zhang Yi had spent a fortune fortifying his home to withstand any possible situation. After receiving Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were enraged and cursed loudly. They had already discarded their dignity, begging him in a lowly manner. Especially Lin Caning, who had photographed every angle and pose she could manage. Zhang Yi even claimed that after seeing her photos, he wanted to laugh. What a humiliation. Although she didn't have time or energy to dress up, her looks and figure were somewhat lacking, but did she not care about her pride? The two of them grew increasingly resentful. Their current lives were like hell, enduring not only hunger, but also extreme cold. Zhang Yi's home was their last hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce look appearing in her eyes. If it comes down to it, we should just storm into his house. I must live in his house, though I can't bear to starve anymore. If it comes down to it, killing Zhang Yi is also acceptable. As long as I can live in Zhang Yi's house, I'm willing to do anything now. Although she thought so, she was still a woman. If she charged into Zhang Yi's house to break the door, she certainly wouldn't be able to overpower him. With that thought, Fang Yuqing cast a cold glance next door. She had already severed ties with Lin Caning, and their one sisterly bond had completely shattered. However, Fang Yuqing now needed someone to help her. Thus she approached Lin Caning and said, that damn Zhang Yi is just watching us suffer from hunger and cold, refusing to let us into his house. We can't just sit and wait for death. Such a good house isn't one he deserves. Let's find a way to take it from him. Lin Caning's eyes sparkled upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion. If begging Zhang Yi didn't work, then they would have to think of ways to deceive or seize it. Alright, I agree with your idea. That kind of scumbag Zhang Yi, why should he live in such a good house? He should be thrown out to freeze to death or be bitten by wild dogs. It's most fitting for us to live in his house. Fueled by hatred for Zhang Yi and covetous desire for his home, the two so-called sister friends hastily forged a temporary alliance. If we storm his house, the two of us alone may not stand a chance against Zhang Yi. We'll need outside help. Even under normal circumstances, neither could match him in strength. Let alone now, shivering with cold and gnawing hunger, while Zhang Yi remained well-fed and fully alert. Lin Caning clenched her teeth. What if we rally several neighbors to join us? Are you daft? Fang Yuqing shot her a frosty glare. Even if Zhang Yi's supplies are abundant, they won't stretch far enough for so many people. The fewer who know, the better. Lin Caning pressed anxiously. Then what do you suggest? Fang Yuqing smirked triumphantly. We'll summon Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng was her utterly devoted admirer, obedient to her every whim. Though Zhang Yi had once pursued Fang Yuqing too, he retained enough discernment to resist her manipulation. Zhou Peng, however, was utterly devoid of reason, so infatuated that he might even die at her command. Thus Fang Yuqing resolved to enlist him in seizing Zhang Yi's residence. Lin Caning clapped delightedly. Brilliant. That sycophant truly comes in handy. Without delay, Fang Yuqing dialed Zhou Peng's number. He remained blissfully unaware that she was merely toying with him, still wallowing in self-righteous sentiment. Convinced that his sacrifices would inevitably win her hand in marriage. He remained blissfully unaware that she was merely toying with him, still wallowing in self-righteous sentiment. Convinced that his sacrifices would inevitably win her hand in marriage. The moment he saw Fang Yuqing's call, hunger and cold vanished, his heart pounding as he rushed over. Upon arriving at her home, she instantly drew near, her expression wounded and tearful as she recounted Zhang Yi's alleged misconduct. Wah, Zhang Yi is nothing but a beast. I merely asked him for food, and he demanded I sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know me. I'm not that kind of woman. Gazing upon her tear-streaked, willow-fragile beauty, and knowing she'd sought him first amid her distress, Zhou Peng swelled with euphoric pride. Why else would she turn to no one but me? Clearly, I hold a singular place in her heart. This must be love. Zhou Peng sensed this was his moment. To prove his virility, perhaps even seize her outright. Zhang Yi is a despicable wretch. How dare he treat you thus? I'll kill him myself. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining exchanged a glance. The sycophant is even easier to manipulate than expected. Their carefully rehearsed rhetoric went unused. Zhou Peng had already volunteered to deal with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing slipped her arm through her eyes shimmering with seductive warmth. Zhang Yi's house is stocked with food, and fitted with a fireplace warm as silk. What right does such a scoundrel have to dwell there? Zhou Peng, we must wrest that house from him. Afterward we'll live there together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zhou Peng had long resented Zhang Yi. The latter was handsomer, wealthier, and worse had received Fang Yuqing's warmer regard. Now with her arm linked through his, her faint layered touch radiating through layers of clothing, he felt an intoxicating surge of triumph. Rain or shine, I'll handle it. You can count on me, Yuqing. Seeing his assent, Fang Yuqing added gravely, but tread carefully. Zhang Yi is selfish and ruthless. If we move against him, he may strike back. So arm yourselves, and strike first. Lin Kaining chimed in, better yet, just kill him outright. Her hatred ran deepest. She'd sent Zhang Yi private photographs, only to be rebuffed with "you're too dark-skinned." If word leaked out, she'd rather vanish from the world. Zhang Yi had to die. Zhou Peng hesitated slightly. Killing was easy to say, yet unthinkable for men raised 20 years in civilization. To break that taboo demanded more courage than he possessed. Fang Yuqing's expression hardened. Hesitate. After all he's done to me, yet you still pity him. Then your vows of love were lies. HMPF. Zhou Peng, instantly reverting to his sycophantic reflexes, stammered. No. Yuqing, don't be angry. I'll obey you, anything. For her sake, he'd commit murder. Especially now in this dying world where morality eroded like crumbling. Then let's act now. First lure him to open the door. Then, she mimed a swift, brutal slash across her throat. Lin Kaining produced their arsenal: 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, dismantled from a clothes-drying rack. Zhou Peng tucked one knife deep into his puffy down jacket. Fully armed, the trio marched toward Zhang Yi's residence, steeped in lethal intent. Upon reaching his door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining melted into the shadows beside it, ensuring Zhang Yi couldn't spot them through the peephole. They signaled Zhou Peng with a sharp glance, urging him to knock and draw Zhang Yi out. He nodded, fingers brushing the knife beneath his coat, confidence surging. He rapped firmly on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Inside, Zhang Yi frowned. Curious, Zhou Peng. Though they worked at the same warehouse, their relationship had long been strained, especially after both had vied for Fang Yuqing's affection. This man bore ill tidings. No good news remained in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi didn't approach the door. Instead, he switched on his surveillance monitor, and there unmistakably he saw them. 2 women lurked beside the doorway, blades and pipe in hand, faces twisted with murderous fury. Chilling him, though thoroughly prepared, their sheer ruthlessness left him breathless. Dare you kill me? You? Not worthy. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across his lips, as jet-black eyes filled with glacial lethal intent. Who would die, and who would prevail, remained fiercely undecided. Zhou Peng noticed that no one was responding to him, and he began to knock harder on the door. Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Open the door for a moment. I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, reached for his gun, and with a click released the safety. He approached the door and asked who. Hearing Zhang Yi's response, Zhou Peng quickly signaled Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to get ready. The 2 women were a bit nervous, as it was their first time engaging in such a murderous act. But when they thought about killing Zhang Yi, which would allow them to move into his warm and comfortable home with abundant food, their gazes immediately became resolute.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
He wore a pleading expression, yet his hand discreetly lowered, ready to draw his knife at any moment. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and replied calmly, we have no food left either. I can't help you with this matter. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining cursed silently in their hearts. How could there be no food at your place? There are 7 or 8 boxes of food in the kitchen, and they contain scallops, conch, and abalone. Were those all fake? However, they were prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and took out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I won't take it for free. They'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. In this freezing weather, many people were suffering from colds and fevers. In such circumstances, medicine could save lives and was worth as much as food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng took out his treasured ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was behind the door, contemplating how to deal with them. Should he kill them? That would be simple. Whether with a gun or a crossbow, he could easily bring about their demise. However, simply killing them seemed far too boring. In the apocalypse, death could be a form of relief, while living was the real hell. He certainly wouldn't make it easy for these worthless scum. After some thought, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He walked over to the trash can and pulled out a pulsating bottle. Having just drunk several cans of beer, he felt the urge to. He opened the bottle and let loose. Ibuprofen. This stuff isn't bad. Let me think about it, Zhang Yi said lazily while relieving himself. The people outside heard the faint sound of water, but they had no idea what Zhang Yi was doing. However, they sensed that there was a chance, and excitement appeared on their faces. Zhou Peng quickly said, Yes. Open the door, and let's make a trade. I don't need much, just 2 packs of instant. Given the current prices in the neighborhood, ibuprofen could easily be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Peng intentionally offered a low price just to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packs of instant noodles. I don't want you to suffer a loss, that would be too embarrassing, Zhang Yi said as he finished urinating and now held a full bottle of iced tea, the liquid bubbling with foam. Zhou Peng thought Zhang Yi was close to taking the bait, so he leaned against the door and said, "It's fine, I'm starving now. Since we're colleagues, it's better to give you a discount than someone else. Hurry and open the door." Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool and positioned himself at the shooting hole in the door, then poured the warm iced tea all over the three people outside. Zhou Peng and the others were startled by the sudden liquid that poured over their heads. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screamed in shock. What is this thing? Hey, it's hot water, it's still steaming. Initially feeling the warmth made them somewhat happy, but within a second they caught a whiff of a peculiar pungent smell. This is urine. Urine splashed onto their heads, and the two women screamed as if being slaughtered, immediately dropping to the ground and vomiting uncontrollably. Zhou Peng's eyes turned red with anger. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded on the door forcefully. "Zhang Yi, you better come out, or he'll kill you." But the heavy alloy door showed no signs of budging from his fists, and instead Zhou Peng's hands were left hurting. From inside, Zhang Yi's laughter echoed. "How does my urine smell? Is it good to drink? A few brainless fools think they can come here to scam me. Do you even qualify?" Zhou Peng and the others realized that Zhang Yi had discovered their plan. They were both shocked and furious, shouting insults at Zhang Yi from outside. Zhou Peng cursed, "Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Just wait, Bill come in and kill you for sure." He stopped pretending and took out a kitchen knife from his clothes, hacking relentlessly at the door. Ordinary doors are made of wood, as long as he broke the lock, he could open the door. However, Zhang Yi's door was crafted from solid alloy capable of withstanding RPG blasts. When Zhou Peng swung down, it was as though he was striking a steel plate. The door didn't budge, and the tremendous recoil sent the kitchen knife flying out of his hand. The knife grazed past Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long gash. His palm was also injured, blood flowing freely. A little biological knowledge. Human skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is heightened. Zhou Peng was completely stunned. If the knife had been off by just a little, it would have struck his face. However, his daze was quickly interrupted by a sharp pain. Zhou Peng cried out in pain. Seeing this, the two women felt a surge of fear and abandoned Zhou Peng, fleeing in a panic. Zhang Yi watched all this from his room, weighing his gun in his hand, contemplating whether to go out and give each of them a bullet. Not to mention killing them, at least he could injure them. That way, in this icy apocalypse, they would surely suffer more than death. However, after a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea. Why? Because outside were 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a high chance he could injure them by opening the door, there was also a slight chance he could be killed in return. Zhang Yi would never risk his life for a joke. Indeed, he was the king of survival. Living his own comfortable life, why act impulsively? It's fine, Bill, just wait here until they die. Let's see how many days they can survive in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi said calmly as he returned to the sofa to continue playing games. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing ran back home, where he sat on the sofa trembling all over. He had nearly lost his life just moments ago, and was still filled with lingering fear. When Fang Yuqing saw that the urine had dripped onto her sofa, she immediately screamed, "Get off, who told you to sit on my sofa?" Fang Yuqing felt pain for her sofa, yet was disgusted by Zhou Peng, who was drenched in urine. After all, he had received the brunt of it at the door. She immediately shouted at Zhou Peng, telling him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt very wronged. He had only sought trouble with Zhang Yi after listening to Fang Yuqing. Now soaked in urine and shivering from the cold, he also had wounds on his body. Yet Fang Yuqing treated him this way. However, a sycophant would always be a sycophant. Zhou Peng thought to himself, Fang Yuqing had a point in scolding him. He hadn't even done her tasks well, and being filthy, how could he tarnish the goddess sofa? The more he thought, the more he felt he deserved the scolding. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing, saying, "I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurried to change clothes, waving him off. "You better get out of here, we need to change." Zhou Peng didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly left Fang Yuqing's home. The two women returned to their room and quickly changed out of the clothes that had been soaked with Zhang Yi's urine. However, after changing, they could still smell the pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just on their clothes, their hair and skin had also been contaminated, even trickling down their necks. In such cold weather, taking a shower was akin to seeking death. They were simply too afraid. Therefore, they had to endure the disgust. Having failed their plans and being drenched in urine, the two women felt even more hatred towards Zhang Yi. What should we do? Zhang Yi is too cunning, he's hard to deal with. Damn it, no matter what, I must take his house. Let's think of a good plan. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses. Just as the two women were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it's urine, next time I might throw feces at you. This time Zhang Yi had prepared in a hurry. Had he been given time, he would have definitely treated them to a shower of filth. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining turned pale. If they were splashed with feces, they would want to die. Zhang Yi turned off the chat, ignoring the messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had muted the message notifications, the number of displayed messages kept rapidly increasing, and he didn't need to look to know they were not good words. He checked the owner's group. As soon as he entered, he saw quite a spectacle. Ever since Chun Jinghao had taken over his house, Aunt Lin's mental state seemed to have deteriorated. Now she was continuously sending voice messages in the group, clamoring for everyone to give her supplies. "I am the director of our community committee. Anyone who dares not listen to me will be arrested when the snow melts. Did you hear me? Everyone must deliver food. However, this time hardly anyone paid her any attention. After more than 10 days, everyone had come to realize what the officials were simply unable to attend to everyone, and Aunt Lynn's so-called community committee was nothing of. Damn old woman, can you just go die? You tricked our family out of a whole box of instant noodles, and I haven't even settled. Someone even brought up the initial snow disaster. If it weren't for you telling everyone it was fine and not to stockpile supplies, how would we be in this situation? This remark instantly ignited everyone's anger. When the snow initially fell, although it was extremely cold outside, some people still wanted to go shopping. But Aunt Lynn kept saying in the group that the snow disaster would soon pass, and that anyone who stockpiled supplies would be dealt with. Everyone was too afraid to go out. By the time a few days had passed, the heavy snow had blocked all the roads, making it impossible to go out. If it weren't for her, everyone could have at least stockpiled supplies for another half-month. Damn old woman, look at what you've done. It's all your fault. The neighbors cursed at Aunt Lynn. Meanwhile, the rich second-generation Su Hao also appeared in the group. I'll buy supplies at a high price, whether it's food or drink. I'll pay 100 for a pack of instant noodles and 500 for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles has reached 100. Su Hao is really anxious. If he doesn't use his money now, it will just become worthless paper. Zhang Yi shook his head. What time is it? And you're still thinking about buying things with money? Just as Zhang Yi finished speaking, someone immediately jumped out. I have some food at home, or I can sell it to you. Zhang Yi was instantly speechless. It seemed that no matter the time, there would always be greedy individuals willing to risk their lives for money. Even when hope was bleak, some still gambled, betting that this snow disaster wouldn't last too long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this snow disaster would persist for an incredibly long time. And even after the snow stopped, the entire world would require a very long time to recover. Money was even less useful than worthless paper. At least worthless paper could be kept for wiping. As Zhang Yi thought of this, a wicked idea suddenly crossed his mind. His warehouse was stocked with more toilet paper than he could ever use, but the neighbors probably didn't have as much. If they ran out of toilet paper, what would they use to wipe? Quickly he shook his head. If they can't have enough to eat every day, they probably wouldn't produce much waste. However, this also signified that the fragile peace they were barely maintaining would soon be shattered. Zhang Yi knew that once food was completely cut off, people would turn into terrifying beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning knocked on Zhang Yi's door again. They pleaded outside, hoping Zhang Yi would let them in, claiming they were about to freeze to death. Zhang Yi ignored them completely. Freeze to death. That was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't respond at all, they continued to say that for the sake of past friendship, even just giving them some food would be fine. Zhang Yi looked through the surveillance camera and saw that they had even come with umbrellas. It seemed that after being splashed with urine yesterday, they had developed a psychological shadow. However, Zhang Yi wasn't foolish enough to open the door for them. If he guessed correctly, they must have knives on them ready to kill him and seize his house and supplies. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and opened the alternate space. There were many miscellaneous items in the warehouse that he didn't usually use, which he had casually stored away. Anyway, his alternate space was large enough, and he didn't need to worry about it taking up space. Unexpectedly, it was now coming in handy. He took out 2 stink bombs from the toy section inside. These toys are used for pranks, so once lit, they emit an extremely disgusting odor. Moreover, they are very difficult to wash off with water and laundry detergent. Listening to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's voices outside, Zhang Yi chuckled and walked over with the stink bombs in hand. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bomb and swiftly threw it out through the shooting hole above the door. Once the stink bomb hit the ground, a thick cloud of black smoke quickly billowed out. The acrid stench quickly spread through the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning detected the odor, feeling as if they had just opened a can of feces sealed for 10 years, and immediately began to vomit. Ugh! What is that? Ugh! Zhang Yi, ugh! You are so shameless. The stench in the corridor intensified, prompting the 2 women to flee hastily. Zhang Yi, however, was not worried about the stench returning to the room. After closing the shooting hole, the entire room was in a semi-sealed state. Although the air could still circulate, the house was equipped with an air filtration system specifically designed to prevent any unpleasant odors or harmful air from entering. Watching the 2 women awkwardly walking and vomiting through the surveillance, Zhang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, he soon received a complaint from the neighbor next door. Zhang Yi, what did you throw outside your door? It stinks. Could you please consider the feelings of your neighbors? Zhang Yi's neighbor was a young couple who had moved in 2 years ago. However, Zhang Yi seldom interacted with them, only exchanging nods when they met in the elevator. In such a situation, he couldn't be bothered to maintain any neighborly relations. In the apocalypse, everything he did was solely for his own safety. He didn't care about others at all. He could even say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate others. In the apocalypse, any sense of compassion could not exist. Once it appeared, it must be extinguished immediately. If you're not satisfied, come and fight me. After finishing his words, Zhang Yi directly blocked the neighbor. As he said, he was too lazy to argue, wasting his breath. Soon Zhang Yi noticed that the neighbor was badmouthing him in a group chat. Unfortunately, no one else was interested in their petty. Zhang Yi chuckled. The lack of moral concern felt surprisingly exhilarating. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was abruptly awakened from his sleep. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the corridor, quickly spreading throughout the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi's expression grew serious. The sound resembled gunfire. In their community, was there actually someone with a gun? Zhang Yi was uncertain whether it was a gun or firecrackers, so he hurried to the living room to check the surveillance. What he saw made his pupils constrict involuntarily. In front of the third-floor residence door stood Chen Jinghao, who had a broken leg and was holding a black gun. The cold, dark gleam of the gun could easily send chills down one's spine. The door of that resident was open, and from the surveillance angle, 2 human legs were faintly visible. Chen Jinghao's little followers, known as Kalamis, emerged with food and candles in hand, grinning broadly. Clearly the resident of the third floor was already dead. Even if they weren't, having been shot and losing all their resources, they wouldn't last long. It was 10 a.m., a time when every household typically went out together to dig for snow to melt for drinking. This communal effort temporarily raised the temperature in the corridor to prevent it from being too cold. No one could survive without water, so this activity took place daily. Chen Jinghao seized this opportunity to start killing and robbing resources. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone to take a look. The message was from the group chat. Chen Jinghao had sent a voice message. The city is now completely snowed in, and none of us can rely on anyone. We must depend on ourselves. I, Chen Jinghao, take on the responsibility of being the leader of Building 25. From now on, everything here will be decided by me. If you all obey, I can ensure your survival. Anyone who dares to stick their neck out, haha. Following this, Chen Jinghao sent 2 pictures. One was of the gun he held, and the other showed the resident of the third floor lying in a pool of blood. The usually noisy group was now silent. Everyone was stunned by this bloody and brutal scene. It was likely that most residents were filled with fear at that moment. In peaceful times, when had they ever witnessed such a scene? They couldn't even imagine it. Yet now the bloody reality, in this unit building trapped in a snowstorm, others could be hell. No one dared to contradict Chen Jinghao, who everyone was afraid of death. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa and couldn't help but say, Chen Jinghao is brilliant. No wonder he can thrive. And Chen Jinghao was employing both soft and hard tactics, not merely intimidating the homeowners in this building. After all, he only had 1 gun, and no one knew how many bullets he had. But Zhang Yi knew that the number couldn't be high. After all, this thing was strictly controlled domestically. Initially, Zhang Yi had spent a hefty sum, and they only sold him 100 rounds. Moreover, Chen Jinghao's little followers numbered only 5 or 6. With over 50 households in the entire building, more than 100 people, if they were truly pushed to their limits, a cripple like him couldn't handle it. Therefore, employing both soft and hard tactics, painting a rosy picture, while simultaneously scaring them, was the best way to keep these homeowners obedient. Human nature has always feared death. Even if they all understood that Chen Jinghao could kill the third-floor resident today, tomorrow, it could be their turn, yet they still harbored a sense of luck. For instance, those living on higher floors thought that since Chen Jinghao killed the third floor today, he would kill the fourth tomorrow, and even if he came for them, it would be half a month later. Thus, they felt they didn't need to fight desperately, as the people below would surely resist. This reasoning continued. Meanwhile, those on the fourth floor thought Chen Jinghao might not follow any order in his killings.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi shrugged out. Anyway, these matters had nothing to do with him. While others dared not challenge Chen Jinghao, he had. As long as Chen Jinghao dared to show up at his door, his life and death would be entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for the fate of the other neighbors, it had nothing to do with him. They chose to be ostriches, unwilling to resist. Zhang Yi had no interest in being a saint, sacrificing himself to save others. Just then his phone suddenly emitted a series of urgent ding-dong sounds. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw that several hundred new messages had appeared. He found out he had been added to a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi entered the group. He discovered it was a new chat for the building's residents, but this group did not include Chen Jinghao and his gang. It seemed that the death threat brought by Chen Jinghao had prompted some to consider banding together for safety. Zhang Yi remained silent, as his own safety was certainly not an issue. He just wanted to see what these people would do. As the new group was formed, the homeowners and tenants panicked and began to chat amongst themselves. Chen Jinghao is simply a devil. He broke into 3 households without hesitation. On the third-floor apartment 301, there lived 2 young men with fiery tempers who tried to resist, but were shot dead by him without mercy. The other 2 households were in apartments 302 and 401. After being frightened, they obediently handed over their food and drinks to him. On times like these, when there's no food at home, isn't that just waiting to die, eh? Someone indignantly said, "We must unite and collectively resist this bully Chen Jinghao." Immediately someone responded, "Yes, there are so many of us, how can we be afraid of just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand together, he is nothing to fear." But he has a gun. What can a gun do? How many bullets can he have? Exactly, if we rush at him, he won't be able to stop us. With a left kick and a right whip kick, I'll make sure he falls. He's limping now, hardly worth mentioning. If he didn't have a gun, I alone could take care of him. Everyone was filled with fervor at the thought of dealing with Chen Jinghao, as if they could not wait to rush into his home. However, someone interjected at that moment. When do we take action? This question caused a brief silence. It was certainly convenient to vent frustrations, but when it came to risking their lives, everyone might not be as brave. Everyone understood the reasoning, but no one wanted to be the first to take the bullet. Speaking so grandly was merely to persuade others to take the bullets for them. While this is not a problem, we can definitely. After all, he is a desperate man with a few thugs under him. We need to plan this carefully. Right, charging in recklessly is the act of a brute. We must win with wisdom. Zhang Yi scoffed. Just moments ago, everyone was shouting that Qin Zhenghao was not to be feared, and now some were proposing left kicks and right whip kicks against him. Now that action was truly necessary, they began to shout about winning with wisdom. He truly found it amusing. At that moment, Uncle Yu, the community security guard, suddenly spoke up. We cannot let Qin Zhenghao continue like this. If this goes on, he will kill us all. Even if we are not shot, if he robs us of all our food and drinks, isn't that still death? I can take the lead. Everyone can follow me and teach this bunch of scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu was usually not very talkative. He was a veteran, straightforward in character, and full of passion. He was well respected in the community. Facing a shameless scoundrel like Qin Zhenghao, who disregarded human life, his heart was filled with rage. Wow, Uncle Yu is mighty. No wonder he comes from the ranks of the people's soldiers. Impressive. I support you, Uncle Yu. Do you need weapons? I can lend you my kitchen knife. I also have a long quan sword I bought during last year's trip. It cuts through iron like mud. I'll lend it to you. Qin Zhenghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, you should find an opportunity to ambush him from behind and not give him any chance. Everyone lauded Uncle Yu, eagerly offering their own suggestions. Yet no one said they would go with Uncle Yu to confront Qin Zhenghao. Uncle Yu was somewhat speechless. Qin Zhenghao has 5 or 6 men, and they have guns. I definitely can't go alone. At the very least, we need a dozen young men to go with me to ensure safety. I've been a soldier and have some skills, or I can lead. The adult male residents suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, the female residents like Fang Yuqing, who lived without adult males at home, were instantly invigorated. Yes, we women are weak and helpless, unable to deal with this scum. The men of Building 25, now is your time to show your masculinity. The men in our building are all remarkable fellows. You must succeed. It is time to demonstrate your gentlemanly. I hope you achieve success and protect us, these weak women. The adult males among the homeowners were certainly displeased. Some of them were still unmarried and living alone, while others were sharing a house with friends. They were not completely unwilling to risk their lives to confront the villains. However, seeing the attitudes of the female homeowners, they clearly appeared as if they were acting like female champions. They even regarded risking their lives to confront the villains as their responsibility. This made the men quite unhappy. Please don't. Previously, when it came to any matter, you prioritized women first. Now when danger strikes, you want us to go first. Why should that be? Now that we are giving you what you want in terms of fair treatment, let's all go together if we are to go. You usually talk tough online. Why not take on Qin Zhenghao and his men? I'm not against risking my life, but I will only protect my own wife and children. As the female homeowners saw that the men were unwilling to confront Qin Zhenghao, they began to scold them. Are you not men? Isn't this the perfect time for you men to step up? To let women take risks? How can you even say that? You are It was disgusting. You in the future, I will never marry someone like you. The originally newly formed homeowner group was meant to discuss how to cope with the risks brought by Qin Zhenghao. However, inexplicably, a quarrel broke out about who should confront Qin Zhenghao, which ultimately evolved into a conflict between genders. Zhang Yi found it quite absurd. This plot was exactly the same as in his past life. This was also why Qin Zhenghao killed half of the people in the entire building in his past life, yet still managed to keep everyone under his control with just one gun. When they died, they only knew to close their eyes, not even daring to struggle. Uncle Yu, seeing this, anxiously called for everyone, please stop arguing. Dealing with Qin Zhenghao is the biggest issue right now. In the apartment building, there was a female homeowner living on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Even when the well-meaning Uncle Yu spoke up, she quickly typed with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, why are you pretending to be a good person? You've been a soldier, so you're capable of fighting. You should be the first to charge into such situations. With so many men in our building, if you take their place, the others will be safe. In today's society, women are more important. The only role men have is to provide for us women. I hope the pathetic men in this group remember this, and do not make me repeat myself. Lu Tiantian's speech was met with ridicule from a group of male property owners. It's the end of the world who still indulges you little fairies. Hee, do you really think you're something special? You expect us to risk our lives to protect you. You think you deserve it. Uncle Yu was left speechless. He couldn't understand why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they all had such an attitude. He was typically quiet and couldn't retort, so he chose to remain silent. Zhang Yi observed the lively chat among the group and found it amusing to watch as a joke. After all, the ways to entertain oneself were limited now. In summary, his conclusion was simple. The vast majority of people in this property owner group deserve their fate. The arguments in the chat group were becoming increasingly heated. Perhaps it was because they had suppressed their emotions for too long, and everyone had finally found an outlet to vent, thus unleashing a torrent of vicious and filthy words in the chat group. So much so that they eventually forgot the original purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and went to. Although there were many ready-made meals in the alternate space, he sometimes felt like cooking for himself to enjoy life. He retrieved fresh ingredients from the alternate space. Potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic looked as fresh as if they had just been dug from the soil. The beef brisket was also tender. The bright red meat was visually appetizing. Walmart truly deserves its reputation as the world's #1 supermarket brand. The quality of its products is unquestionable. Zhang Yi stewed a pot of potatoes and beef brisket, and following the method for clay pot chicken stuck some flatbreads to the side of the pot. After stewing, the flatbreads soaked up the broth and became particularly delicious. Picking up his phone, he noticed that Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had sent him messages again. This time their messages were filled with desperate pleas. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were crying heavily, evidently scared by Chun Jinghao's murderous actions. The two green tea bitches had no ability to resist the villains. Thus they were likely to become the next targets of Chun Jinghao's violence. Especially after witnessing the sturdy security door of Zhang Yi's home, they felt that his home was a safe haven and wanted to move in. Zhang Yi, regardless of our past conflicts, at least you once loved me, right? You can't just watch me die, can you? I know you seem tough on the surface, but your heart is soft. Please save me. Lin Caning was even more shameless than Zhang Yi. I don't want to die. Just let me stay at your place. I'll do anything you want. But please don't let me die at their hands. Zhang Yi could feel their inner fear. To be honest, if his house hadn't been reinforced, living in such a cold and food-deprived environment, his despair would be no less than theirs. But would he pity these two women? Ha ha, of course not. After all, this scene was precisely what he longed to witness. The more desperate they were, the more excited Zhang Yi became. He said nothing, simply taking a leisurely video to show them. In the video, a large pot of potatoes and beef brisket sat before Zhang Yi, and nearby the fireplace blazed with roaring flames. The atmosphere inside the house was warm and peaceful, in stark contrast to the swirling blizzard and howling north. For the two women at that moment, this was undoubtedly a huge stimulus. After all, they couldn't even be sure of surviving, let alone having a full meal. The two then went on to plead for Zhang Yi to let them into the house to live together. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them. He neither agreed nor refused. He wanted to leave them with a glimmer of hope, making them aware that hope was bleak, yet they still had to come and grovel before him. The day passed in such a dull manner. After Qin Jinghao and the others seized a certain amount of supplies, they were not in a hurry to take further action. They understood that if they went too far, it would unite all the property owners against them. Gathering some, calming others, and then killing some was the most rational strategy. However, that night Zhang Yi noticed through the surveillance that Qin Jinghao and his group were up to something unusual. The entire Tianhai city was without power at night except for Zhang Yi's house, but the neighbors in the same building didn't notice. Zhang Yi saw several of Qin Jinghao's underlings carrying two corpses out the door. He took a closer look and felt that the two people looked somewhat familiar. The reason he remembered them so clearly was that he knew almost all the property owners in the building. However, these two individuals did not appear to be from their unit. Thus, they must have been other underlings summoned by Qin Jinghao when the snow first fell. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yi figured out what was happening. When Qin Jinghao attacked Zhang Yi's house that day, Zhang Yi had drenched them with a large water pipe. In such extremely cold weather of -60 to 70 degrees, this was deadly. Therefore, these two must have frozen to death. Colds and fevers caused by low temperatures without a comfortable environment or medication like ibuprofen could easily lead to death. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their clothing and left at the staircase. Zhang Yi frowned, initially puzzled about the purpose of their actions. If they simply wanted to dispose of the bodies, they could just throw them out the window. The snow would bury everything. Why did they need to throw them at the door? However, as his thoughts shifted, Zhang Yi suddenly had a terrifying realization, and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. Could it be that Qin Jinghao left their corpses behind as backup food? This thought sent chills down Zhang Yi's spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. But this explanation was indeed the most rational. In the freezing cold, the world was like a giant refrigerator, eliminating concerns about food spoilage. Modern understanding of the apocalypse is often derived from those apocalypse-themed movies. Cannibalism is not an uncommon theme in those stories. Throughout human history, during times of great calamity, there have been horrifying accounts of cannibalism. Perhaps the years of peace have made some people forget the stark realities recorded in black and white. Until the apocalypse arrived. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart soon calmed down. Compared to the average person, he accepted this reality more swiftly. Qin Jinghao, what a ruthless person. Although Zhang Yi didn't like that social brother, he knew that when one reached the end of their rope due to hunger, humans could commit any cruel act and consume everything. Qin Jinghao, what a ruthless person. Although Zhang Yi didn't like that social brother, he couldn't help but admire him. Many understood the logic. But to actually regard the corpses of one's brothers as reserve food before exhausting all other food supplies, that's almost akin to extinguishing one's humanity. This phenomenon mirrors Stockholm Syndrome in the suffocating despair of imminent death. Even the faintest gesture of goodwill from a captor can evoke profound gratitude. Though his home bristled with meticulous defenses and Qin Jinghao's ragtag band, armed only with a rusted pistol, stood no chance of breaching it, caution remained paramount in the apocalypse. If he truly crosses me, I'll eliminate him at the first opportunity, Zhang Yi murmured, calm and detached. This fragile tranquility shattered the following day. Though fear of Qin Jinghao kept every household indoors, survival demanded water, and water meant descending to chip ice from the snow. Thus someone inevitably slipped out, stealthily opening their door under cover of darkness to dig for snow, only to be seized on the spot by Qin Jinghao's sentinels. The supplies looted on the first day had long since vanished down the throats of ravenous thugs, whose bloodshot eyes now regarded every resident in the building as prey. No sooner did they seize their victim than frantic cries erupted in the new group chat. Desperate, raw, unmistakable. Zhang Yi opened the chat and smiled faintly. The voice pleading for help belonged to Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor, directly above Chen Jinghao's 6th floor apartment. That morning she'd attempted to descend unnoticed in the pre-dawn gloom to gather snow, only to be apprehended instantly. Living alone, she required little time to prepare. She was precisely the kind of target Chen Jinghao's gang had been watching. And after nearly half a month of confinement, Chen Jinghao and his lackeys burned with pent-up frustration, craving a woman to vent upon. Lu Tiantian was no beauty, but youth lent her vitality and her figure sufficed. Under scarcity, standards dissolved, thus the thugs brandished wrenches and iron rods, grinning as they surged forward. Lu Tiantian slammed her door shut, then in utter desperation turned to her neighbors for rescue. Wah, someone please save me. They're battering my door. Please, I'll be murdered. Uncle you help me. Aren't you a veteran? They won't stand a chance against you. These people are utterly untrustworthy, brutal beyond measure. We must unite. If something happens to me, you'll be next. They're battering my door. Please, I'll be murdered. Uncle you help me. Aren't you a veteran? They won't. Yet just yesterday she had swaggered through the same chat, scathing, imperious, berating male residents without restraint. Uncle you replied, young lady, this is sudden. I cannot single-handedly confront so many men. Though kind-hearted, he refused to march blindly to his death. Chen Jinghao commanded 5 or 6 armed men and a firearm. Even a veteran stood little chance. Had consensus formed yesterday to establish a neighborhood watch, intimidation might have succeeded. Reading Uncle Yu's reply, Lu Tiantian felt her heart freeze solid. Sobbing, she cried, you can't abandon me like this. Can't you protect even a helpless woman? What kind of men are you? Wah, I'll haunt you all if I die. Her earlier sympathy curdled into resentment the moment she resorted to shameless moral coercion. Compounded by yesterday's scathing tirade against every male resident, old grievances flared anew. Ah yes, we're all worthless. Princess, you're clearly so capable. You surely don't need our help. Haha, Princess knows Kung Fu. Beat them to pulp. Didn't you shout loudest yesterday? Thought you were invincible. Yet here you are begging for rescue. Just die already. Your death brings bliss to thousands. Laughter rippled through the chat. Light, carefree, utterly devoid of empathy. Her plight evoked not sorrow but, for if Lu Tiantian's apartment were plundered, others would, at least temporarily, remain safe. Confronted with such icy mockery, Lu Tiantian sank into absolute desolation. She pivoted to beg the female residents instead, whose replies proved uniformly tepid. We're all sisters. We're powerless in this situation. Sister, stay strong. We support you spiritually. Hold on at all costs. Or if they break and they may Exactly. They're many and they'll ruin you utterly. Some offered hollow comfort, others indulged in cruel. Human sorrow remains profoundly incommunicable. Prolonged isolation and the ever-present shadow of death had warped many souls beyond recognition. More users joined the chat, but the tone had curdled. Little sister, die with a vengeance. Take one down with you. It's justice served. Yes, if your home's looted, survival is unlikely anyway. Better to drag one bastard down with you. Lu Tiantian trembled violently, just as her door exploded inward with a thunderous bang. From his surveillance monitor, Zhang Yi watched Lu Tiantian scream, then be dragged screaming from her apartment, legs seized by several thugs. Even in this biting cold, you still find energy for exercise. How remarkably vigorous you all are. Zhang Yi mused aloud. It was in fact logical. Facing uncertain mortality, instinct compels organisms to propagate their genetic legacy before oblivion claims them. Zhang Yi bit into a chocolate bar and addressed the monitor. At this temperature, exposing even an inch of skin invites mortal peril. What could possibly be the fate of Lu Tiantian? Although no one has witnessed it firsthand, one can easily guess. A girl falling into the jaws of a pack of wolves, what other outcome could there be? Even if Chen Jinghao and the others spared her life, having lost all resources necessary for survival, she would only be waiting for death. However, there was no overwhelming sorrow among the others. Instead, they breathed a long sigh of relief. At the very least, Lu Tiantian could keep Chen Jinghao and his group fed for a while. Yet this served as a stark warning for the other residents. If things continued this way, they feared they wouldn't survive much longer. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly pulled into a chat group. He chuckled softly. In such an unstable environment, people's suspicion was growing heavier, and small cliques were becoming increasingly prevalent. It seemed that by banding together they believed they would become stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the group members and noticed there were only 6 or 7 people inside. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning were among them, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi frowned, slightly uncertain of their intentions. But soon someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous outside now. Sooner or later Chen Jinghao and the others will come after us. We all must unite. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I'm quite comfortable on my own right now. That's not how it works, Lin Caning interjected. You're alone while Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 people and guns. Zhang Yi smirked. Why don't you ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? He hasn't dared to come for revenge yet. He knows I'm not easy to deal with. Zhang Yi asked, so what do you want? Fang Yuqing quickly replied, living separately is too dangerous right now. So we've decided to move in together. This way, even if we face Qin Jinghao, we'll have the power to resist. Zhang Yi laughed. Really? You think gathering together will protect you from the guns in Qin Jinghao's hands? It's absurd. If numbers truly mattered, with over 50 households and more than 100 people in this building, they could easily crush Qin Jinghao. Everyone is cowardly. Gathering together is merely seeking psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke up, named Sun Jichao, whom Zhang Yi remembered as a financial white-collar worker. With more people, they would at least have some hesitation. Plus, we can band together to secure the doors, so we wouldn't fear them. But right now we lack a good stronghold. Fan Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony, and the security door is particularly sturdy, making it perfect for resisting Qin Jinghao. Therefore, we hope you can join our team to fight against Qin Jinghao together. At this point, Zhang Yi had finally understood. It was certainly Fan Yuqing who had informed these people that his home was particularly wonderful. It's highly likely that they already knew Zhang Yi's home had a perfect insulation system and plenty of food. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. Their scheme was so obvious that he could hear it from 10 floors above. Without hesitation, he said, I don't need it, thanks. I'm quite comfortable living alone right now. Oh, if you all want to cohabit, find a place on your own. What a joke. 7 or 8 people crammed into his home. At this moment, one could hardly tell who was friend or foe. Wouldn't that be putting himself in danger? Moreover, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. Why should he? After Zhang Yi's refusal, the people in the group were evidently displeased. Sun Jichao said, Zhang Yi, everyone is in danger. You can't be so short-sighted. Only together can we survive. Another group member, Wang Min, added, it's only because your floor has a balcony, making it convenient to collect snow water, that we chose your home. You think we're taking advantage of you. In reality, we can protect you too. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. He sent a message in the group, protect me. A string of question marks reflected his inner mockery. Do you even know what kind of life I'm living right now? Protect me. How shameless can someone be? Hiding under the covers, Fan Yuqing bit her lip and began to unleash her verbal assault. She knew Zhang Yi despised her and wouldn't let her in. So now she was leveraging the crowd to morally bind Zhang Yi. She believed that human lives are paramount. Even if she and Lin Canning, Zhou Peng, and others had wronged him in the past, Zhang Yi should be more magnanimous. Lin Canning said, Zhang Yi, fine, I admit we need your help. But think about it, if you let us into your home to take refuge, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Can you really bear to watch us get killed by Qin Jinghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among these 7 or 8 people, Zhang Yi indeed recognized a few, and there were even some with whom he had a good relationship, including a colleague from work. They all spoke up, asking Zhang Yi to let them in for the sake of their past friendship. Unfortunately, after experiencing persecution and death in his previous life, Zhang Yi was no longer that soft-hearted guy. Most of those who had taken a share from him were also among this group. In the face of apocalypse, what talk of humanity was there? Surviving on one's own was the way to go. Thus, he said, at this point, whether anyone can survive depends on their own abilities. You hold no value for me, so why should I be obligated to protect you? After saying this, Zhang Yi directly chose to leave the group. Dreaming of taking advantage of him was utterly ridiculous. Only by lacking morals could one avoid being bound. After the chat, Zhang Yi pulled out a box of chips from the alternate space. He went to the window, sitting in a soft imported recliner, munching on chips while admiring the view outside. Ignoring the extreme cold outside, the snowy scene was truly beautiful. The earth was clad in silver, devoid of any mixed colors, pleasing to the eye. At that moment, he suddenly saw a moving black appearing on the 18th floor, accompanied by a scream filled with. Zhang Yi looked closely and realized that what was falling from the sky was a person. In an instant, they plunged into snow that was at least 6 or 7 meters deep. With temperatures outside dropping to over 70 degrees below zero, being trapped in thick snow would mean certain death. It appeared that the situation in other buildings was similar. Facing dwindling supplies, people began to fight for resources, even resorting to violence and murder. Wherever there were people, everything was evolving towards a hell on earth. As Zhang Yi munched on chips, he contemplated the situation moving forward. It seemed that in addition to being wary of the neighbors in this building, he also needed to be cautious of the outside survivors. In the apocalypse, anything could happen. Inside Building 25, Qin Jinghao and others had successively robbed several households, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of 5 people. This situation prompted many residents in the apartment building to unite. Their solution to this problem was to stay together and not disperse. They planned to block the doors with heavy objects to prevent Qin Jinghao and his group from breaking in. As for the method of getting water, it was through the windows. Some residents on certain floors had balconies that collected the fallings. On Fan Yuqing's side, they all moved into Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min, who was Zhou Peng's cousin, ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City and was considered an independent, strong woman. Therefore, she had some assets, and her home was a 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout similar to Zhang Yi's. The others were her colleagues and close friends. After all, in the apocalypse, even if they were to band together, they could only trust those they knew well. Fan Yuqing and Lin Kainan were allowed to come only because Zhou Peng vouched for them. As for the pledge of loyalty, it naturally concerned Zhang Yi's situation. At this moment, a group of people sat in the living room, wrapped in thick down jackets with scarves around their necks, eager to cover themselves completely. Since Zhang Yi had rejected the proposal to live together, everyone's mood was somewhat unpleasant. Wang Min looked at Fan Yuqing and Lin Kainan and said lightly, I initially agreed to let you stay because of my cousin's face, and you promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us move into his home. Now that Zhang Yi is completely opposed, what do you think we should do about this? Zhou Peng was a sycophant, but Wang Min was perceptive and immediately saw that these two girls were not easy to deal with. Thus, if they weren't using Zhang Yi to negotiate, Wang Min would never have allowed them to join. Fang Yuqing hurriedly said, Sister Wang, listen to me. Zhang Yi's supplies are truly abundant, and he even has a fireplace. As long as we can move into his home, our future days will be very comfortable. After being repeatedly rejected by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing no longer held any fantasies about him. So they decided to sell out information about Zhang Yi's home. This included the photos and videos Zhang Yi had sent them. Lin Kaining also said, yes, you've all seen the videos and should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is now. Let's all work hard to move into Zhang Yi's home. Not only can we resist Chen Jinghao, but we can also live a comfortable life. Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones to watch the video Fang Yuqing had forwarded to them. The video showcased the scenes inside Zhang Yi's home, which were extremely enticing, making their eyes sparkle. Wang Min frowned, but his attitude has already been made clear. He is unwilling to let us move in. At this moment, Sun Jichao, who was wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a low voice, people like him are too selfish, completely disregarding the lives of others. For such a person, we don't need to be too polite. I think since he's alone, why don't we use some special means? Once Sun Jichao said this, everyone looked over. It was clear that they all understood what he meant, breaking into Zhang Yi's home to force him to give up his house. His friend Lu Tao also loudly supported, I think this is a good idea. Selfish people like him only care about themselves and don't think about others. Oh, why should he get to live in such a nice house? Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Peng, their security door is very solid. We are not like Chen Jinghao and his people, we are not good at this. Zhou Peng also said yes, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. The last time we knocked on his door, he actually poured urine on us from above. Recalling that incident made Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining feel nauseous, almost throwing up. Even now they could still smell the scent Zhang Yi had left on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing their noses to be blocked, that smell could have easily overwhelmed them. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and sneered, this matter is actually easy to handle. As long as we wrap ourselves tightly, wear masks, and carry umbrellas, we won't have to fear his tricks. As for breaking the door, he looked at Lu Tao beside him. Lu Tao cleared his throat and said, I used to work in a locksmith company, so I'm very familiar with this sort of thing. I can unlock all kinds of commonly used locks on the market. Hearing Lu Tao say this, Fang Yuqing and the others were so excited they nearly jumped up. That's great. As long as we can unlock their security door with so many of us rushing in, I want to see how Zhang Yi can resist this. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. Previously she had pleaded with Zhang Yi so desperately, yet he still refused to let her in and humiliated her in various ways, causing Fang Yuqing to harbor deep hatred for him. Once we get in, I will definitely push his head into the toilet and make him eat it. Zhou Peng the sycophant eagerly added, ill take. Zhou Peng's crudeness made Fang Yuqing feel very uncomfortable, but since she still needed him, she smiled and said, alright, eat more soy products and onions then. The group appeared to be in high spirits. They clearly believed that with so many of them working together, Zhang Yi would not be able. Thus the group found umbrellas, wrapped themselves up tightly, and brought some tools for breaking in as they headed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's home was equipped with an alarm system. As soon as there was movement on his floor, it would trigger an automatic alarm. Therefore, when this group climbed up the stairs, Zhang Yi was immediately aware. Through the surveillance, he saw this group of people, but since they were wrapped up so tightly, Zhang Yi thought it was Chen Jinghao bringing people over. Just in time, I didn't manage to kill you last time, it would be nice to teach you a lesson this time, Zhang Yi said with a cold laugh. However, he still had no intention of letting Chen Jinghao die right now. If Chen Jinghao died, who would clean up these troublesome neighbors in the apartment building? That would mean no good show to watch. The group wrapped up tightly opened several umbrellas as they approached Zhang Yi's home. At this point, Zhang Yi would not be able to drive them away using water or stink bombs in a short time. All of this information was provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively believed that no matter how many defensive measures Zhang Yi's home prepared, the supplies in one room were ultimately limited. Spraying water and using stink bombs were Zhang Yi's last resort. The people have arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep holding umbrellas, but the number of pinhole cameras installed by the Zhanlong security company on this floor is exceptionally high. From various angles, they can capture the actions of the newcomers. After a group of people arrived at the entrance, Zhang Yi saw one person pull out several shiny metal tools from his pocket. Then he poked them into the keyhole of the anti-theft door, picking the lock. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not care. If their anti-theft door were that easy to pry open, the portal to a bank vault is reinforced with 5 layers of defense. This door, besides being top-notch in security comparable to a bank vault, is reinforced with 5 layers of defense. To unlock the outermost lock, one must be a world-class locksmith to have any chance. Not to mention that there are physical levers installed inside. The more complex the mechanism, the simpler the method to unlock it. It is the straightforward things that are harder to deal with. For example, Zhang Yi's door. Since he never intended to go out, he directly inserted a steel bar with a diameter of 10 centimeters to secure it. Unless one continuously rammed it with a car, it couldn't possibly be broken by human strength. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of others attempting to break in, so he specially added a type of unique defense. Zhang Yi watched the surveillance footage on the TV, then took out his phone, opened the control software for the safe house, and in an instant a massive electric current surged through the anti-theft door. The person Lu Tao, who was focused on picking the lock, let out a cry as the powerful current coursed through his body. The few people nearby turned pale with fear and quickly stepped back. Help! Help me! Lu Tao, with a distorted face, cried out for assistance from his companions. The strong current clamped down on him like a vice, making it impossible for him to break free. Beside him, Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and others were dumbfounded. They did not expect such a situation to arise and had no suitable insulating tools to use. Soon smoke began to rise from Lu Tao, accompanied by the smell of burning. Boom! He fell to the ground, his clothes burned to tatters, and the skin on his arms and face had already carbonized. He was clearly not going to survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan screamed nearby. Witnessing someone die before their eyes was an immense shock. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly upwards. Strangely, he felt somewhat relieved. But who could? Thinking of attacking Zhang Yi was deserving of death. Wang Min and the others felt a chill in their hearts, and their plan to break in had failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been close friends for many years. Seeing his brother die tragically made his eyes blaze with fury. Zhang Yi, you dog, come out. He picked up the shovel in his hand and smashed it against Zhang Yi's door with a loud bang, the sound echoing through. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in pockets, with a mocking expression, and said, "You want to smash my door? Are you looking for death?" Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in pockets, with a mocking expression, and said, "You want to smash my door? Are you looking for death?" He shook his head and sighed. "Hey, isn't it better to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the few people outside were both shocked and furious. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we originally planned to come and discuss living arrangements with you peacefully. How could you resort to killing? You're even worse than Chen Zhenghao. You're a murderous devil." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the people outside were not Chen Zhenghao. But after killing Lu Tao, he felt no remorse, as this kind of person deserved to die. After a moment's thought, he recognized who the people in front of him were. It must be Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan's group that had come. After all, only they would know how comfortable Zhang Yi's home was. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he scolded mercilessly. "What the hell are you pretending for? You came to my house to smash the door and try to rob my place. You deserve to die. Still having the face to bark here, it's truly laughable." Sun Jichao pretended to be calm. "Zhang Yi, we mean no harm. We just want to talk to you. But you killed our good brother Lu Tao without a word. Isn't that too much? Aren't you going to give us an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Just coming to talk? You barged in and directly tried to pry my door. That's called talk. After prying open the door, your next step would probably be to kill me or force me out to fend for myself. Then you would enjoy the safe house I painstakingly prepared, right?" The few of them exchanged glances. This was indeed their initial thought. Sun Jichao's frown deepened. His hatred for Zhang Yi intensified after his brother's tragic death. But right now, how to break in was the most important thing. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Zhang Yi, we're giving you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise the consequences are beyond what you can bear." Fang Yuqing also shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we won't hurt you. We just want to live together to face the disaster. Don't you recognize a good person's intentions?" Lin Kainan followed up, "Yes, at worst we can let you stay in the master bedroom and provide you with supplies first." At this moment, they were feeling very excited. Just a wall away was paradise, and they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. "Have you all lost your minds? This home is mine. You act like the owners and try to partition it. If you have the ability, go ahead and try. I want to see if you can break in." Sun Jichao and the others huddled together, discussing their next move. Among them, the most timid Gu Jiaoyang nervously. The moment of the hunt was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside and even hear their whispered conversations. Sun Jichao and the others huddled together, discussing their next move. Among them, the most timid Gu Jiaoyang nervously asked what to do. Now that Lu Tao was dead, no one could pick the lock. Should we retreat? It wouldn't be good if we attracted Chen Zhenghao's attention. Sun Jichao cursed. "What are you afraid of? We're on the 24th floor. Even if Chen Zhenghao and the others climbed up, they would be exhausted. Even if they wanted to kill or rob, they would first target those on the lower floors. This Zhang Yi is indeed not easy to deal with. He acts as if he knew the apocalypse was coming, being exceptionally well." Indeed, some individuals gradually began to notice Zhang Yi's peculiarities. In this frigid apocalyptic world, everyone was starving and freezing. Even those with reserves at home were struggling immensely. Yet he alone was well-fed and warmly dressed, even opting to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Coupled with a sturdy security door, it was evident he had prepared for such circumstances. Zhou Peng scoffed, expressing his indignation. If that's the case, then Zhang Yi is even more despicable. He clearly knew a snow disaster was approaching, yet only thought of himself failing to notify the neighbors in advance. He spat vehemently. Due to a personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng never missed an opportunity to slander him. Wang Min and the others continued to frown, ignoring Zhou Peng. After all, if it were them, their first concern would undoubtedly be their own families, indifferent to the plight of others. The question is, what should we do next? We can't pry the door open anymore. Can we break it down directly? Wang Min said, turning her gaze to Zhou Peng's son Jichao. and Gu Jiaoyang. These three were among the few men in their group, and if they were to break down the door forcefully, they would be the main force. The few of them murmured and discussed for a while. Zhang Yi watched them leave the stairs through the surveillance cameras. Holding a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he leisurely observed their departure. Zhang Yi could have intervened and shot two of them. However, he was in no rush. Life had become too mundane, and he needed some excitement. Thus, he wanted to see how these people planned to break the door. This was also to prepare for dealing with more troublesome foes in the future. After a considerable amount of time, they returned. This time they brought a large and thick piece of wood. It appeared to have been taken apart from a bed. Several women stood by holding umbrellas to prevent Zhang Yi from splashing them with cold water. The three men raised the wood and crashed it against the main door with a loud duong. The noise was immense, and Zhang Yi could feel the walls trembling. However, he did not worry. A 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not be easily breached unless the opposing team had a Hulk among them. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang were desperately crashing into it. Zhang Yi merely sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on them as they battered the door, while simultaneously monitoring the house's changes via a mobile app. This app was specially designed by the Zhanglong security company for users, allowing them to observe the overall movement of their homes at any time. He remained vigilant, holding his weapon steadily ready to act if something went awry. However, after half an hour of relentless crashing, the entire building was aware of their efforts, yet the door remained steadfast, as ever. Aside from some white marks, not even a dent appeared. 5 minutes passed, and the group was utterly dumbfounded. How thick is this door? Even a bank vault door couldn't be this sturdy. Whose house would have such a door? Sun Jichao and the others were nearly in despair, letting out furious roars. It was a voice filled with unwillingness and hopelessness. Watching this scene through the surveillance, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile, feeling much more reassured about the quality of his safe house. Alright, it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, placed the pistol in his pocket, and opened a metal box. Inside were 20 crossbow bolts, but strangely, they were all covered in rust. In theory, these alloy crossbow bolts should be difficult to rust, yet these 20 were all mottled with rust, as if they had been stored in a damp environment for years. If hit by one, the victim would either have to choose amputation to save their life or endure excruciating pain, while in this environment where medical aid was unattainable, it wouldn't be instantly fatal, it would only lead to wound infections and subsequent festering and decay. If hit by one, the victim would either have to choose amputation to save their life or endure excruciating pain while awaiting death. This experience was something Zhang Yi had learned from Qin Jinghao. Although Qin Jinghao lost his leg, he managed to survive through some means. However, if Zhang Yi shot him with this tetanus arrow again, he was curious to see how he would survive. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a devilish smile as he climbed up to the firing hole. Fang Yuqing and the others held umbrellas, completely unable to see the situation below. Zhang Yi disregarded them and shot directly beneath the umbrella. If they died, consider it luck. If they survived, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Without waiting for their reaction, Zhang Yi swiftly loaded a second arrow, not needing to aim as they were all clustered together. The second arrow was released, and another scream erupted. Zhang Yi quickly loaded and drew again. Only then did those few react, screaming and scattering in panic. Zhang Yi remained calm, aiming and shooting at them deliberately, avoiding vital points, specifically targeting their arms and thighs. Among the remaining 6, 3 were hit, and 1 was struck twice. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could shoot another arrow at them, they had already run into his visual blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It didn't matter, those guys were already dead and would die in extreme agony. As for the others, Zhang Yi had plenty of time to play with them. Once again, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even in such circumstances, he still refrained from rushing out to deliver the finishing blow. Let's just say he was steady. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance of injury, Zhang Yi would never take that risk. The consumption of crossbow arrows is a big issue. Zhang Yi frowned, beginning to contemplate the long term. He had initially bought 300 crossbow arrows and had another 300 regular arrows. After each use, he couldn't easily go out to retrieve them. Although there were still many left, one must always be wary of potential troubles ahead. After pondering for a bit, Zhang Yi suddenly had a brainwave. He opened the dimensional space and rummaged around, immediately finding what he sought. The storage contained many marbles used for bearings, which could also be launched with the crossbow. Moreover, there were those toy glass marbles. Although their lethality was not as strong as steel balls, when shot from a professional-grade crossbow, their power was quite considerable. Even if the crossbow arrows ran out, there were still plenty of metal items inside that could be disassembled and modified. Zhang Yi felt a wave of comfort. With these things, I could live off them for a lifetime. He felt pleased, but some others were in dire straits. Fang Yuqing and the other 7 had originally planned to seize Zhang Yi's house, relying on their numbers. But in the end, they ended up losing a man, and worse still, 3 others were struck by crossbow arrows, having to retreat in disgrace. They didn't even dare to collect Lu Tao's corpse. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and others fled back like frightened dogs. Once inside the house, they closed the door, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Especially the injured, who gritted their teeth in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrow struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang. After all, they were the main attackers closest to the door of Zhang Yi's house. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had previously witnessed Zhang Yi's methods intentionally standing back to avoid the arrows. As a result, among the 7 who went, 4 men either died or were hit by tetanus arrows. Due to the cold weather, they initially did not feel much pain. However, after returning home, the few of them endured extreme cold and had to grit their teeth to undress. Upon seeing their wounds, their faces all changed. If it were just ordinary arrows, it wouldn't be such a big deal. They could pull them out, disinfect with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. But these arrows were covered in rust. Without antibiotics, once infected in the current environment, they could only wait for death, and it would be a terribly tragic. No, how could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted as he understood what this meant. The fear of death instantly enveloped him. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Wang Min angrily slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were all her close friends and family. And all this was caused by Fang Yuqing urging them to rob Zhang Yi's house. Could she not be furious? You wretched girl, it's all your fault. Didn't you say his house only had a strong door? Why were there arrows? Did you know beforehand, which is why you ran so far? Why are you all fine? Wang Min was not petite. She was much taller than Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. That slap immediately made Fang Yuqing tremble in fear. Fang Yuqing covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks in grievance. I didn't know. The last 2 times we went, he didn't attack us with crossbow arrows. Zhou Peng, whose arm was hit by an arrow, saw his beloved woman being hit by his cousin. He hurriedly struggled over and stood in front of Fang Yuqing. Cousin, don't do this. I can testify that Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min felt frustrated at her cousin's foolishness. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Then why are they both unscathed? If I saw them hiding far away. You weren't injured either, were you? How can you criticize us? Lin Kaining retorted softly. Wang Min angrily shouted, that was just luck, I didn't get hit. Now we are all injured because of you. Get out. Sun Jichao stretched out his hand to stop Wang Min, then signaled her with his eyes. We are all injured now, as someone has to take care of us, he said softly. He didn't want to die just yet. He needed to pull out the arrows and pray not to get infected in order to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently, glancing hatefully at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Get over here and help. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining lowered their heads, their eyes flashing with resentment. Yet they still went to help the injured with their wounds. After undressing, upon seeing the severity of the arrows, their faces immediately turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows were professional grade, capable of hunting wild boars and coyotes. Once embedded in a person, they burrowed deep into the flesh. They had no professional medical personnel here, let alone the proper equipment. There was simply no way to treat them. A careless move could lead to severe bleeding and death. Wang Min pondered for a moment and said, we can only call Dr. Zhou for help. The Dr. Zhou she mentioned was Zhou Qier. Previously, when Lin Xiaohu had his liver ruptured, it was she who helped save his life. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou. Before long, Zhou Qier arrived. Wang Min went over excitedly, grabbing Zhou Qier's hand. Dr. Zhou are live. Zhou Qier was dressed in a long black down coat, wrapping herself snugly, but her tall and slender figure could not. She carried an iron medical box on her shoulder. Upon entering the room and glancing at the injuries of the few, she immediately frowned. Another arrow wound. Wang Min blinked curiously. Another. Who else got shot? A strange expression flickered across Zhou Qier's face. No, it's from previous patients in the hospital. Wang Min felt something was odd, but there was no time to think about it. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at them quickly. Zhou Qier did not waste more words as she walked over to examine the injuries of the few. By now their faces had turned frighteningly pale. Since the arrows couldn't be pulled out, they couldn't stop the bleeding, and in temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees this was already extremely deadly. Zhou Qier took a look and frowned. Their injuries are too severe. Unless there is professional equipment, I cannot guarantee I can perform the surgery. Wang Min hurriedly said, Dr. Zhou, it's already this late. Just go ahead and do it. We trust you. Zhou Qier, the arrows are covered in rust. This will lead to infection. I can at most pull out the arrows, but without antibiotics, it will still become infected. At that time, I'm afraid. She did not finish her sentence, but everyone present understood what it meant. Under such conditions, once infected, it would be certain death. Wang Min's tears immediately flowed down. Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In the apocalypse, people inherently felt especially insecure. To lose so many loved ones and friends in a single day would undoubtedly drive one to despair. That Zhang Yi has such a cruel heart. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so malicious? Even if we took his house, it wouldn't warrant his life. Wang Min cursed in pain. Zhang Yi. Zhou Qier recalled the name, remembering that she had met Zhang Yi a few times, and vaguely remembered him as a sunny and handsome man. However, due to Zhou Qier's cold demeanor, she had not interacted with him much. In any case, if there are no medications, just pulling out the arrows will still pose a significant life risk. I hope you can understand. Zhou Qier said calmly. By now she no longer avoided anything. In the apocalypse, everyone should have the awareness to die at any moment. Suddenly Fang Yuqing seemed to remember something. She excitedly said, medicine. I remember Zhang Yi has some at home. Wang Min and Sun Jichao were instantly excited upon hearing that Zhang Yi had medicine. When facing death, one will grasp at any straw of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to say, is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min fixed her gaze on her. Fang Yuqing, don't lie. Because of you, several of us have been seriously injured. Hearing Zhang Yi's name now made her feel a lingering fear. Fang Yuqing said, about a month ago from that moment on, Zhang Yi seemed to have changed completely. He began hoarding supplies at home frantically. I could almost see the delivery trucks bringing him supplies every day. One time I saw a medical company's truck arrive at the community and Zhang Yi went to receive it. Then they carried 2 large boxes into his house. They must contain medicine. Zhou Qi upon hearing this added, antibiotics are not rare medicines. If he really knew about the impending disaster and hoarded supplies, he must have a large stock of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. As a doctor, Zhou Qi was very certain of this. Sun Jichao seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, the light in his eyes growing somewhat wild. Then hurry and find Zhang Yi. Get him to bring the medicine to save my life. My injury was caused by him, so he must. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her face filled with conflict. But after what just happened, he probably hates us. Gu Jiaoliang could no longer endure the pain. He lay on the sofa continuously groaning in agony. I feel like, think of a way. Plead with Zhang Yi, we must be saved. Fang Yuqing added. We haven't harmed him, and we plan to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. On the contrary, he doesn't recognize kindness and strikes us dead. We are the just ones, what do we have to fear? Upon hearing their comments, Zhou Qi basically understood what had happened, a look of speechlessness flashing across her eyes.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The medicine box was already nearly empty. The medicine she had kept at home was for emergencies, and wouldn't be much. Moreover, in recent days, she had helped several neighbors treat their injuries, so naturally her stock was depleted. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get medicine, she might only be able to help remove the arrows and bandage them up somewhat. At the very least, it could allow them to die less painfully. A group of people spoke beautifully. Until now, they still believed they were not in the wrong. They only wanted to survive. How could that be wrong? They could only blame Zhang Yi for being too selfish, hoarding such good living conditions for himself. After pondering for a moment, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and said, this matter is up to you to handle. I know Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you are the most suitable to handle this. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoliang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, it was all caused by Fang Yuqing. If she hadn't informed the others about Zhang Yi's situation and confidently claimed that his defenses were weak and easy to breach, they wouldn't have been so foolish as to take the risk. Though Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to let Fang Yuqing plead with Zhang Yi, the intense pain in his arm and the danger of death made him side with Wang Min. He said to Fang Yuqing, Yuqing, we are a collective, right? This matter will trouble you a bit. We all need to live well. Fang Yuqing had a conflicted expression, her heart very unwilling. After all, she had already been insulted by Zhang Yi in such a manner before. But now she had no choice. It was only through her relationship with Zhou Peng that she could join this collective. Otherwise, as such a weak woman, she would play no significant role in opposing the bullies like Qin Zhenghao. Other teams would not choose to let her join. Even if she could join, she might become nothing more than a plaything. Women, especially those who have no skills besides being charming and pretty, are so cheap in the apocalypse. Zhou Qi picked up the scalpel. With limited conditions, sterilization was impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, the alcohol would congeal in such temperatures. Moreover, without medicine, the current disinfection was just a meaningless task. She told Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel, then began to dig out the arrows. In a surgery without anesthesia, soon the room was filled with screams as piercing as a pig being slaughtered. Sun Jichao's towel was almost bitten to shreds. Everyone in the room was horrified, quickly urging Fang Yuqing to find Zhang Yi for medicine. Fang Yuqing steeled herself and dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Yi was at home preparing to eat something. Strangely, although it was his first time killing someone, he felt remarkably calm inside. But this matter had nothing to do with her, and she offered no further comments. Instead, she opened her medical kit and took out some bandages to stop the bleeding for a few people. He had really been afraid that he would vomit or suffer from insomnia. After all, he had experienced more dire situations than anyone else present, and nothing could shake his mental state. At this moment, the phone rang. Zhang Yi curiously picked it up to see that it was Fang Yuqing calling, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Oh, after being beaten so badly by me, now you want to call and scold me? Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. He was as happy as could be about how miserable she was now. He turned on the speaker and started cooking lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was very gentle, as if he wasn't the one who had just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jichao and the others. However, the more he spoke in this tone, the more chilling it felt to Fang Yuqing and the others. Under their watchful eyes, Fang Yuqing also turned on the speaker to chat. She pleaded, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, Zhou Peng and the others have been hit by your arrows, and they are dying too. Whoa. She cried bitterly, seemingly trying to evoke Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi simply replied indifferently. Oh, if they are dead, then they are dead. Whether early or late they are. He held the knife in his hand, leaning closer to the microphone. He said quietly, you don't think you can survive this snow disease? This voice was like it came from hell, causing Wang Min and the others to feel a chill run down their spines. Zhang Yi had voiced their deepest fears. With the heavy snow sealing the city, their building had become an isolated island. Even if they were surviving now, the supplies would soon run out. Even if they weren't killed by Qin Zhenghao, they would freeze or starve to death. Fang Yuqing trembled as she cried, Zhang Yi, I know it was my fault. It's all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I want to change that. Can you forgive me? Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, what do you think? Fan Yuqing sniffled and said tearfully, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others were injured by you and they're in serious condition. There's no medicine at home, they'll die from infections. Did you not buy a lot of medicine before? Please let us borrow some. I promise I won't disturb you again in the future. Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, baffled by Fan Yuqing's strange logic. Fan Yuqing, can you guess why I shot them with rust? It's to let them suffer and die from infection. That's exactly my intention. You actually came to borrow medicine from me. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi mocked with a smile. Didn't Fan Yuqing and the others understand this? But now if they did not shamelessly approach Zhang Yi, they could only watch their companions die helplessly. Zhou Peng and the other three men were their hope for survival in the future. Fan Yuqing cried, Zhang Yi, please let them go this time, and we promise we won't trouble you again in the future. Besides, the world is so difficult now, we should help each other. Don't be so cold-hearted, okay? Would you feel happy if they die? Before Fan Yuqing could finish her words, Zhang Yi resolutely said, yes, I am very pleased right now. Fan Yuqing was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Wang Min rushed over and said to Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you remember I once treated you to a meal? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Wang Min had previously asked him for help with a batch of goods at a low price from the warehouse. Zhang Yi had eaten one meal from her, but later helped her earn a lot. Do you think it's interesting to say this? Zhang Yi retorted with a cold smile.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Wang Min said, Zhang Yi, everyone is in a precarious situation now, and with Chun Jinghao, this bully causing harm to lives. We should leave room for each other. Who knows when we might need each other in the future. If you give us the medicine this time, Wang Min will remember your kindness, and will definitely repay you. Zhang Yi disdainfully replied, kindness? Do you think I'm a fool? Those guys were injured by me, and one of them died here. The body is right at my door. No matter what I do, this vendetta cannot be resolved. Helping you means waiting for your revenge against me. You're killing. Wang Min wanted to explain, we're not that kind of people. Stop talking. It's really boring. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue twice. Whether you are that kind of person or not doesn't matter to me. What matters is that I don't believe you're not that kind of person, so I won't save you. Saving those who want to harm oneself. Isn't that pure self-righteous behavior? No matter how flowery the words of the other party were, Zhang Yi remained unmoved. Seeing Zhang Yi was unyielding, a few of them grew anxious. Wang Min's brows furrowed. Zhang Yi, don't push us. If you really want us to die, we don't know what we might do. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi scoffed. Haven't you already done everything you could? If you had that capability, you would have barged into my home, killed me, and robbed everything I have already. I'm not easily frightened. This tactic won't work on me. Fan Yuqing snatched the phone and tearfully said to Zhang Yi, do we really have to come to this? We were so good together in the past. Why can't we give up our prejudices against each other and start anew? Actually, Qing'er has always had feelings for you. At this moment, Zhou Peng next door was biting on a towel during surgery. Hearing this, his eyes nearly popped out, and he started to whimper even more. Facing this green tea girl, Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire her. Her thick skin was beyond measure. But it was no surprise in this environment. Zhang Yi was equivalent to a wealthy tycoon. A gold digger's relentless pursuit of a tycoon was indeed top-notch. Suddenly, an evil thought arose, and he knew the others were not far away, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, Hey Yuqing, actually, I still have feelings for you in my heart. It's just that you hurt me too deeply back, then making it hard for me to let go. This sentence was like a match, igniting the dawn of hope in Fan Yuqing. Ignoring the angry glares from those beside her, she trembled with excitement, and said, Zhang Yi, I knew you still. You're really silly. Qing'er's favorite person has always been you. Those past events were just tests to see you. Oh, you dense one, why can't you understand my feelings? The people next to her felt nauseated, while Zhou Peng was so furious he nearly fainted. However, everyone thought if Fan Yuqing really hooked Zhang Yi, they would have a chance to get his house and resources, so they remained silent. Zhang Yi, let Qing'er move into your home. From now on, Qing'er will be your woman, and whatever you want her to do, she will live. Okay. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Sure. Fan Yuqing jumped up excitedly, even more thrilled than if she had drunk soy milk. Lin Caning impatiently said, Take me with you, take me with you. Fan Yuqing shot her a cold glance inwardly. Zhang Yi's cold voice came from the phone again. However, Yuqing, the only person I love is you. So I can only accept you. As for those unworthy people, it's best for you to keep your distance from them. The environment is so harsh now, we shouldn't allow a group of people to drag us down. As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone present changed. Originally, they were hoping that if Fan Yuqing hooked up with Zhang Yi, they could all benefit. But how did it sound like Zhang Yi intended to cut ties with them? Fan Yuqing was extremely excited at this point, completely ignoring the others around her. She nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly. Okay, everything will be decided by you, brother. Qing'er will listen to you. Then you come over now, don't worry about the others. I'll come right away, brother, wait for me. Fan Yuqing's excited face was flushed, and thinking about escaping her current hellish life, she forgot everything else. Immediately she ran towards the door. Wang Min and the others were already filled with rage. Seeing Fan Yuqing truly about to abandon them and go to Zhang Yi, Lin Caning reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yuqing turned her head, her expression twisted as she roared, "Get away from me. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house, I've had enough of this life." As soon as her words fell, Wang Min's heavy slap landed hard on her face. "You shameless bitch, you caused us so much suffering, and now you just want to walk away. No way. Wang Min and the others are furious. It was you, Fang Yuqing, who lured us to attack Zhang Yi's family in the first place. Now with our dead and injured, you want to abandon everyone and go enjoy yourself. There's no way out." Zhou Peng, who is currently performing surgery, is even more infuriated to hear that Fang Yuqing wants to find Zhang Yi. "Yuqing, how could you do this to me? Did you not say that you hated Zhang Yi the most? Do you remember saying that you would be my woman?" Fang Yuqing was slapped by Wang Min. She covered her face but gritted her teeth and stubbornly said, "Is there something wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? Staying with you is only temporary. Once we run out of supplies, won't we just be waiting for death? Zhang Yi's home is so comfortable with food and drink, and I won't have to suffer from the cold. What's wrong with me going to him?" She looked at Zhou Peng, who was in apparent pain, with a look that said, "You have to understand me. Zhou Peng, you are a good person and have treated me well in the past. But loving someone means hoping for their happiness, doesn't it? Although you helped me in the past, you shouldn't stop me from pursuing. Can you give me more than what Zhang Yi can?" Zhou Peng's face turned ashen, stammering and unsure how to retort. Zhou Qi frowned and said to him, "Don't move. Otherwise, if you cut a major artery, you're done for." Wang Min became anxious and hurried over to hold Zhou Peng down. "Cousin, don't get so worked up over this shameless woman. Your life is more important." Taking a deep breath, she stared intently at Fang Yuqing and said, "Fang Yuqing, if you want to go, we won't stop you, but only if Zhang Yi brings the medicine in exchange." Lin Canning blocked the door, holding her head high. "Fang Yuqing, if you want to leave, we both leave together." Fang Yuqing looked at them with hatred and helplessly said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi, you heard them. They won't let me go. Otherwise, why don't you give them some medicine?" Zhang Yi was enjoying the show in the kitchen. Hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Medicine is extremely valuable. How can I trust that they aren't deceiving me? They might be trying to trick you. They could hold you hostage, using you to threaten me, constantly asking for things. Qing'er, we must not be fooled." Since the sound was on, everyone could hear their conversation clearly. Zhou Peng was still shouting angrily, "Yuqing, don't believe him. He's just playing you." Indeed, outsiders all thought. However, the one involved is often confused, especially in such circumstances. Though Fang Yuqing's mental state had already become somewhat abnormal, Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, and she grasped it like a drowning person clinging to a straw. Even if she rationally knew it wouldn't save her, she couldn't let go. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 brother Zhang Yi, what you said makes sense." After saying that, she rushed madly at Lin Canning, who was blocking the door. "You filthy woman, get out of my way." The two women immediately started fighting. In order to go to Zhang Yi's house, Fang Yuqing had gone completely mad, her eyes red with rage. She desperately clawed at Lin Canning's hair and bit at her arm. Lin Canning, in pain, also went crazy and started fighting back. The two of them fell to the ground, looking like two. Wang Min couldn't stand it any longer. There were several patients in surgery, and if they kept fighting like this, it could affect. So she joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Canning, and after a struggle, they finally subdued the frenzied Fang Yuqing. "Let go of me. You all let me go. Let me go," Fang Yuqing shouted hoarsely, looking almost insane. Wang Min frowned, raised her hand, and slapped her face repeatedly, hitting her 6 or 7 times. Fang Yuqing was stunned by the blows, which finally made her stop. Wang Min coldly snorted, "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and went aside to call Zhang. "Hey Zhang Yi, right now Fang Yuqing is in our hands. If you really want to save her, then bring the medicine for an exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged. "There are too many of you, I'm scared. What if you take the opportunity to kill me?" "So Yuqing, although your brother also wants to live with you, they won't allow it. You can't blame your brother." Zhang Yi deliberately spoke loudly. Naturally, Fang Yuqing heard this. She howled in pain, her eyes filled with malice as she looked at Wang Min and the others. At the right moment, Zhang Yi hung up the phone, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. The most cruel thing in this world is to give a glimmer of hope to a person in despair and then make them forever unable to reach that hope. He certainly wouldn't let that green tea White Lotus, and he just wanted to disgust those people. At worst, they could kill Fang Yuqing. As for Fang Yuqing and her group, after howling for a long time, she finally broke down into tears. However, she did not hate Zhang Yi, but rather Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She felt that if it weren't for Zhou Peng and Wang Min stopping her, she would now be in Zhang Yi's house enjoying exquisite food and the warmth of a fireplace. Wang Min sneered at Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Lin Canning, whose performance had satisfied her. At least, she wasn't in cahoots with Fang Yuqing. As expected of a good best friend, selling each other out in times of crisis. You see, this woman only thinks of herself and has never considered others. If you want to continue to stay in our team, you must keep a close watch on her. Don't let her escape. Wang Min said coldly to Lin Canning. Nodded vigorously. Sister Wang, I will definitely listen to you. She glanced at the sobbing Fang Yuqing on the ground, her eyes full of hatred, and said word by word, I absolutely won't let her run away. If we have to suffer, we all suffer together. Why should you be the only one to enjoy? In the living room, Zhou Qi performed simple surgery on the three of them. Due to the lack of disinfection and anesthesia, she could only quickly pull out the rusty tetanus arrows and stop the bleeding with gauze. Unfortunately, there weren't even disinfectant cotton balls because it was too cold. The medical alcohol had frozen. The only good news was that the low temperature prevented them from feeling pain and passing out. However, the drawbacks were very evident. In such extreme low temperatures, the body could easily suffer necrosis. After Zhou Qier finished the surgery, she wiped the blood off her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, "This is just a temporary fix. Without medication, they are very likely to get infected later. So you need to be mentally prepared." Wang Min and the others looked on helplessly. Zhang Yi is unwilling to help them. How could they find medication? Although it wasn't much, if she saved a bit it would last her 2 days. Zhou Qier was somewhat satisfied, and then left. After she departed, the atmosphere in the room became— Although it wasn't much, if she saved a bit it would last her 2 days. Zhou Qier was somewhat satisfied, and then left. After she departed, the atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. The wound was still radiating sharp pain, causing the 3 men to lie on the sofa tightly wrapped in their blankets, unwilling to move. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sorrow. As for the others, their gazes towards her were filled with— Sun Jichao took a deep breath and said, "We cannot just wait to die. We must get medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wound gets infected, we will all die a very miserable death." He looked at Wang Min and Lin Kainan, speaking in a deep voice, "You should understand that if there are no men to protect you, it will be very difficult to survive in this apocalyptic world." Wang Min and Lin Kainan's faces did not look good. They understood that what Sun Jichao said was true, otherwise Wang Min would not have chosen to team up with them from the beginning. "But we have no way to deal with Zhang Yi." Wang Min took a deep breath, her face full of helplessness. They had already failed in a direct attack, losing men and resources. What other good plan could there be? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the pain in his body making him reckless. "I do have a plan we can try." Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked towards Sun Jichao. "What plan?" "As long as there is hope, we must try. Right, dragging this out is just waiting to die. Oh, we might as well take it." Sun Jichao continued, "Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, which means he has stockpiled a lot of fuel. And judging by his videos, the food is also abundant. Currently, only a few of us know this information. But at the moment, it's clear we cannot break into Zhang Yi's home on our own. Why not leak this information, let everyone in the building know?" Sun Jichao's eyes were as venomous as a cobra. "If we cannot deal with him, how can hundreds of people not? Not to mention, there's a mad dog Chen Zhenghao, who has a gun. That group of people would do anything, even murder. They would definitely go after Zhang Yi. At that time, we would only need some medicine and food. It shouldn't be a problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang excitedly said, "This idea is good. I support it." The others didn't hesitate long before nodding in agreement. After all, they had no better options at the moment. Then Wang Min shouted to Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, come here and take care of her." Zhou Peng was injured in the arm, but the injury wasn't too serious. After all, Zhang Yi had not aimed for a vital spot. He intended for these people to die from infection and pus. Thus Zhou Peng, who had removed the arrow, was still able to move. Zhou Peng was stunned by Wang Min's words. He hesitated and said, "Cousin, isn't this wrong? I genuinely like her. How can I harm her?" Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, pleading for mercy. "You can't do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you love me the most?" Wang Min spat and disdainfully said, "You little fox spirit, causing us to suffer so badly. Just letting you sleep with my cousin is already a favor to you. Listen to me, silly brother. Don't be confused. This kind of woman is very cheap. Who knows how many people she has slept? To put it bluntly, all you want is to sleep with her, right? This time I'll give you a chance to fulfill your wish. Let's see how she can deceive." Being a woman herself, Wang Min knew exactly how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng slept with her once, his novelty towards her would diminish. Zhou Peng roared and rushed into the bedroom, only to push Wang Min aside. "You can't say that about her. Yuqing and I are true love. I will never force her," Zhou Peng said defiantly. Wang Min stared wide-eyed at Zhou Peng, so furious she couldn't speak for a long time. "You useless lapdog." She had underestimated the loyalty of a lapdog. Zhou Peng said, "No, I am not a lapdog. Yuqing is a good woman who truly cares for me. I believe that as long as I wait patiently, she will eventually realize that I am the best man for her," Zhou Peng said, turning back to Fang Yuqing with a self-satisfied smile. "Don't be afraid, I am here." He remembered when he first arrived in this city, young and unfamiliar with everything. With only a middle school education, he was looked down upon by many around him. Only Fang Yuqing had given him a warm smile, and even kindly let Zhou Peng help her move things. When he felt lonely and isolated, Fang Yuqing gave him the chance to treat her to a meal. That feeling of being trusted had always warmed Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather hurt himself than harm Fang Yuqing. Even though she had just said those words, he felt it was Zhang Yi's fault, and Fang Yuqing was only deceived by him.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
So his current life is nothing short of paradise. Lin Kainan added, "Yes, I can vouch for it. I even helped him shop at the supermarket back then. They later purchased countless goods. Have you all truly forgotten?" Lin Kainan's words stirred vivid memories. Indeed, Zhang Yi's household was constantly receiving deliveries. Large trucks, small cars. I never understood what he was planning. Could he possibly have foreseen the snowstorm? That would be utterly despicable. And yet he never uttered a word to warn any of us. Zhang Yi is no longer human. He's committed an unforgivable moral atrocity. We're neighbors. We've lived side by side for years. He's monstrously selfish. Enraged, every resident laid their present suffering squarely upon Zhang Yi's shoulders. Yet not one considered this. Even if Zhang Yi had warned them outright of the apocalypse, would they have believed him? Of course not. They simply deemed him indebted to them. Someone instantly cried out, Zhang Yi must bear full responsibility for this. Exactly. Why must we suffer so wretchedly while he alone lives in comfort? His home overflows with food, drink, medicine, and energy. He must share these with all of us. If we suffer, he bears primary culpability. All the neighbors' eyes burned crimson. They could no longer endure such injustice. Had everyone suffered equally, perhaps resignation would have followed. But why should we live like beasts while you revel in luxury? No, death itself must be shared. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao and others watched the videos circulating in the group chat. Chen Jinghao's eyes flared red. Zhang Yi, that damn dog. How dare he live so luxuriously? One of his legs had been shattered, courtesy of Zhang Yi. Thus, within the entire residential unit, Zhang Yi was the object of his deepest hatred. He'd refrained from further assault for two reasons. First, Zhang Yi's residence proved nearly impregnable. He'd already suffered defeat there, and would only strike again as a last resort. Second, he'd had no inkling Zhang Yi possessed such vast reserves. Otherwise, he would have attacked, even at the cost of his own life. The group chat exploded. Messages surged past 100. Many began tagging Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone here is starving, freezing to death, and your home brims with food and fuel to stoke the fireplace. Share just a little with us. Yes, people will remember your kindness. Don't be ungrateful. Zhang Yi, we've been neighbors for decades. You cannot abandon us in our hour of need. Zhang Yi, I'm Aunt Wang from floor 20. I even lent you 2 scallions once. Given our close bond, surely you'll supply my family with essentials. Brother Zhang, I'm Lu Wenxiang, your sworn brother. We're kin. Let me move in with you. The situation grows perilous. I'll protect you there. Moral coercion, desperate pleas, earnest appeals. Every type appeared. Their sole demand remained unchanged. Zhang Yi must surrender all his household provisions for redistribution. Notifications flooded in relentlessly. Zhang Yi saw them all. Every member of the group demanded resource sharing. Yet he observed coldly, uttering nothing in haste. He wished only to observe how grotesquely fascinating their faces might become. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi. I am the neighborhood committee director of our compound. She'd self-appointed the title, absurdly comical, and I'm also the senior matriarch of this building. My word is law. These supplies shall be distributed by me, Auntie. Zhang Yi, my baby, and I are starving to death. Didn't you praise our child as adorable? Save us. I'll let my child call you godfather. Even more. I'll grant whatever else you desire. Su Hao, heir to wealth, Zhang Yi. If you let me live with you, I'll hand over my entire fortune. No, my father is dead. Our family's billions belong to you. Zhang Yi watched the spectacle unfold for some time, then slowly typed a single character. Oh, that solitary syllable ignited renewed frenzy. Moral blackmail intensified, supplications multiplied. After a long silence, Zhang Yi asked coolly, are we truly acquainted? Why on earth should my family's possessions be divided among you? At that moment, despair clutched every soul. Reasoning with them was utterly futile. Survival eclipsed every vestige of human morality. Zhang Yi knew this well. He had no intention of debating ethics. He merely sought to perform, to stage a macabre circus. A sinister glint flickered in his gaze as the frenzied neighbors evoked a scene from his past life. Once moved by compassion, he opened his door. Then these very neighbors stormed inside and buried an axe deep into his. While he still drew breath, they dismembered him, devoured him. Revenge burned in his heart. Thus he delighted in tormenting these pitiful, hateful insects, savoring their degradation. Someone instantly snapped, Zhang Yi, do you speak as a human being? Decades of neighborly bonds. Mutual aid is fundamental. What meaning lies in your solitary survival? Young man, don't indulge in selfish ease. You must sacrifice. Had you not concealed the truth and hoarded supplies secretly, would we have fallen to this? Yes, our present misery stems entirely from your fault. You must atone. Zhang Yi. Then what? Below, a torrent of pleas, threats, and curses erupted. They resembled passengers aboard a sinking vessel, plunged into the Arctic Ocean's bone-chilling waters, circling sharks, drawing ever closer.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
So they swam frantically toward it, begging to be hauled aboard. Precisely at the razor's edge between despair and hope, the human psyche shatters, and faces twist into grotesque masks. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, retrieving from his extra-dimensional climate-controlled wine cabinet a bottle of Penfolds Grange, a premium Australian Shiraz, and a portion of elite French foie gras. Foie gras and red wine form a sublime pairing. The bitterness of the liver harmonizing perfectly with the tannin's astringency, yielding an elevated palate experience. This synergy allows even Chinese palates, unaccustomed to bold red wines, to savor their profound elegance. Zhang Yi savored the foie gras, sipped the wine, and watched his neighbor's riveting performance. Private messages poured in. Voice calls rang incessantly. Zhang Yi opened each with amused curiosity. Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. If I may enter your home, you may do with me as you wish. Zhang Siyu, a university student, brother Zhang Yi. I'm young, I don't want to die. Take me. Just give me a... Numerous female residents sent similar private messages, including several already married. They understood the grim market reality, and knew money held no sway over Zhang Yi. So in eerie unison, they offered their bodies as currency, for shelter, or at least a scrap of sustenance. What attitude does Zhang Yi have towards the news from those female homeowners? He merely views them as some interesting little essays, and can't even be bothered to reply. Of course there are a few who are bold enough to send Zhang Yi private selfies. He glanced at them casually, but felt no particular interest. The main issue is that these women are overly confident. There are a few who look decent, but the majority are rather plain. They are not like the female streamers on a certain platform, who have professionally practiced how to twist their waists and shake their hips. They simply lack appeal. Are you using this to test men? Which few men can withstand such a test? As for the selfishness of some male residents, it's not about calling each other brothers and asking Zhang Yi for help. It's just some old men using moral coercion demanding that Zhang Yi take care of them. The most disgusting thing is that there's even a gay man. As for the requests he made, Zhang Yi didn't want to discuss that. After looking around, he felt bored. He found a phone stand and placed his phone in front of him, hoping for some innovative ideas to emerge. Then he lay back on the sofa sipping red wine, eating foie gras, and enjoying the beautiful snow outside the window. Half a month passed, and the snow outside showed no signs of stopping. The entire city was completely covered in snow, and according to Zhang Yi's memory, this snow would last for a month, submerging everything below the 4th floor. As for how much longer it would continue, he wasn't sure. However, he indeed had no necessity to go out. Going out was to seek hope for survival, but now no one knew where one could live. Except for Zhang. Zhang Yi propped his chin up, lazily murmuring, "Staying at home every day is quite boring. Maybe I should find a time to..." Once most of the people in this building have died off, he could go out for a stroll. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he had a few snowmobiles in his warehouse. Those were originally meant to be transported to a nearby city for an artificial snow field. Thus, even if the snow outside is 10 meters thick, he would still have a way to go out. Although I can't leave this room right now, with this method I can safely go out and enjoy the breeze in the future. Zhang Yi felt somewhat tempted. Staying at home all the time can also be boring. Going out to relax would indeed be nice. He has a national-level professional cold-resistant suit and a snowmobile, so he wouldn't fear temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees. Zhang Yi continued to browse through the messages from his neighbors with boredom. Among these people, there was one person's message that caught Zhang Yi's attention. Zhou Qier sent a message not asking for sympathy or sending private photos, but rather calmly hoping to exchange with Zhang Yi. "Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine are nearing depletion. I hope you can provide some assistance, and in return I can offer you medical support later." Zhou Qier. Zhang Yi's mind quickly conjured up her image. She is a female doctor from the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City, 26 years old, tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters in height. What left the deepest impression on Zhang Yi was not her cold ascetic beauty, but her impressive 36D figure. Especially in winter, when she wears a black sweater, her figure stands out prominently, causing Zhang Yi to steal a glance each time they meet in the elevator. She truly embodies a rational doctor. Instead of seeking pity and charity from me, she wants to make an exchange, doesn't she? Zhang Yi appreciated Zhou Qier's attitude. In this apocalyptic world, only those who possess value have the qualification to survive. Zhou Qier has shown her value, which is her superb medical skills. After all, it's impossible to work at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City without certain capabilities. In the apocalypse, medical skills are also a very important asset. Although Zhang Yi has prepared a lot of medicine and has been studying this area during this time, he has not been arrogant enough to think he can handle all diseases. Having a doctor by his side undoubtedly provides him with significant security for future survival in the apocalypse. The most crucial point is that Zhang Yi has assessed Zhou Qier's character. In his previous life, she died because she gave food to Xiao Mei. Whether it was due to complete despair or genuine kindness, at the very least Zhang Yi saw the brilliance of humanity in her. Zhang Yi placed his left hand on his thigh, adjusting his posture. His other hand supported his chin as he mused, "What if I keep her here to take care of me and my good brother? Now, although I'm living quite comfortably, my brother is having a tough time, and that's a problem." Zhang Yi is a passionate young man, and he doesn't shy away from this kind of issue. Moreover, in this apocalypse where morals and laws have crumbled, humanity need not live too repressively. It is better to face one's desires honestly. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter. He patted the armrest and said, "I'm really tempted, but what a pity, what a pity." He looked up at the ceiling and said slowly, "I am indeed very afraid of death. Although Zhou Qier is a choice worth considering, without 100% certainty of controlling her, I cannot let her through my door. So let's wait and see. There will definitely be more survivors in the future. With my excellent conditions, am I worried about not finding a good doctor and a good woman?" Zhang Yi thought rather openly. No wonder he is a man who has died once. He replied to Zhou Qier, "I am currently in good health and do not require a doctor's services. However, I do have plenty of medicine at home, and as for food, there's even more to speak of. If you want to exchange, at least bring something useful to me now. No matter how beautiful and talented a doctor you are, you can't expect to take advantage of me." Zhang Yi has never made a losing deal. There was a long silence on her end before she finally replied to Zhang Yi, "Can we consider this as an advance payment for the consultation fee? I really can't hold on any longer." Zhou Qir's tone carried a hint of hesitation and a touch of shame. It was evident that if she weren't truly out of options, she wouldn't easily beg a man she wasn't very familiar with. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, "I can provide you with food and medicine. But you also have to help me with something." "What help me?" Zhou Qir asked. Zhang Yi replied, "These neighbors of mine are probably going to come after me. If you learn what they intend to do, just let me know." Zhang Yi knows that these crazy neighbors will definitely come to attack his house. However, he is not afraid. When he built this steel fortress, he spent so much money and personally selected many features. The purpose was to wait for this day to come. At this moment, his home is like a war fortress with slightly weaker firepower. Even a group of armed soldiers would find it impossible to break into his house without heavy weaponry. Let alone these half-dead neighbors who have been starving and freezing for half a month with barely any breath left. He proposed such conditions just to find an excuse for Zhou Qir. Moreover, having one more insider can always serve as an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to prepare in advance. Zhou Qir hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. Her morals and conscience did not allow her to become a despicable person. However, the neighbor's choice to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy seemed even more heinous in her eyes. Therefore, she chose to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, "Alright, I need to see your useful information first, and then I will give you what you..." Next, it all depended on your performance. Zhou Qir replied, "I understand." She was a kind-hearted woman, but she was definitely not foolish and wouldn't naively ask Zhang Yi for unconditional help. The conversation between the two came to an end here. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat where the messages were piling up to 99, still continuing to him, morally coercing and threatening him. "Zhang Yi, where have you been? Give us an answer quickly. Are you going to hand over the supplies in your possession or not?" Someone was already losing patience. Zhang Yi smirked coldly. It seemed they had already decided to storm his house. "Go eat shit." Zhang Yi replied. Immediately the chat was flooded with curses, and all sorts of vulgar words were thrown around. Zhang Yi didn't care at all. "If you have the ability, just come over." Having already tried killing someone with his own hands, he felt no guilt, so he wouldn't mind killing a few more. Alright, Zhang Yi, this is all self-inflicted. Don't say we didn't give you a chance, you selfish and despicable person. From now on, all consequences of what happens will be borne." The curses grew quieter. It was easy to guess that they were definitely going to avoid Zhang Yi just as they had dealt with Qin Jinghao and had created a separate group. Then they would discuss how to attack Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, a hint of tension and excitement appearing in his eyes, his body starting to tremble slightly with anticipation. Even though he knew his home was an impregnable fortress, facing an assault from over 100 people was certainly enough to make anyone feel a bit nervous. However, that sense of excitement ignited the blood within Zhang Yi. He had long wanted to teach those bastards who had once divided his spoils a good lesson. A flash of white light appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his weapons materialized in the living room. 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade high compound bows, over 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. In addition, there were also 2 large boxes of steel balls, a mountain knife, a large crowbar measuring 1 meter 2, a baseball bat, and hunting knives. All the weapons displayed on the table were excellent tools for killing. Besides these physical weapons, there were also pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a large quantity of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails made from bottles, rags, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze was filled with a chilling light. Let as many people come as they want. Just as Zhang Yi expected, the neighbors became furious when they realized Zhang Yi would not hand over the supplies in his home. Sun Jichao created a new group chat and pulled all the living residents in except for Zhang Yi. They even included. Upon seeing Qin Jinghao, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. However, Qin Jinghao took the initiative to say, "Everyone, our top priority now is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his house probably exceed the total of all ours. As long as we take him down, we can gain a large amount of... So you don't have to worry, I won't target anyone else for now. But for this operation, I want half of the supplies we obtain." Qin Jinghao had suffered losses at Zhang Yi's hands before and knew that Zhang Yi's defenses were strong and he had crossbows. Therefore, he didn't dare to launch a solo attack and planned to bring these cannon fodder from the building along. He believed that with more than 100 people, they could definitely break into Zhang Yi's home. How many weapons could Zhang Yi possibly have? How many people could he shoot down? In the entire building with over 100 people, Qin Jinghao had only 6, yet he claimed half of the supplies. But no one thought it was unfair. Instead, they regarded Qin Jinghao as a good person. He clearly has a gun, yet he's willing to share half with us. Oh, what a great person. Sun Jichao said, "Right, everyone should temporarily set aside past grudges for now. Our primary goal is to break into Zhang Yi's home and reclaim those supplies that belong to the community." These two took the lead, and naturally others responded. Upon seeing the state of Zhang Yi's household, their eyes turned red with jealousy, eager to take Zhang Yi down and enjoy the life he had now. With knives in hand, "Follow me. Kill Zhang Yi and seize the supplies. Beat that shameless, selfish bastard to death." Everyone roared with fury. Only a few people remained silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Qir. The others, even those who had been on good terms with Zhang Yi, who had received his kindness, pushed those matters out of their minds. Nothing was more important than staying alive. To survive, they could abandon all ethics and morals. Zhang Yi was at home cleaning the gun in his hands. He was familiar with this thing, having often used it at the shooting club. Moreover, he had strengthened his training a month before the apocalypse. Hitting someone at close range posed no pressure at all. At this moment, Zhou Qir sent a message. They plan to go to your house. Zhang Yi saw this and replied with an "oh got it." Zhou Qier sitting on her couch frowned at Zhang Yi's calm reply. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around her, pulling her snow-white feet in closer. They should have gone to every household, they've seen your video, and have gone crazy. Don't you want to think of a way? Zhou Qier felt that the most rational course of action at this time would be to hand over some supplies to quell everyone's anger. Otherwise, no matter how strong one person is, it's impossible to fight against so many. Over 100 people could easily tear down a house. Zhang Yi smiled, not explaining much. He simply said, remember, you must not come over this time. I will only remind. Then just wait and watch the show. Zhou Qier frowned, her eyes filled with curiosity. She didn't know where Zhang Yi's confidence came from to take on over 100 people from the entire building by himself. This was not a joke. Once his door was breached, the crazed crowd would definitely take his life. Could it be that he's a madman? Zhou Qier muttered to herself. However, this was Zhang Yi's own choice, and she had no way to intervene. Yet she did heed Zhang Yi's advice and did not join the group attacking Zhang Yi's home. She was a person with moral boundaries and would not consume the blood of others, whether it was Zhang Yi's or the other neighbor. Zhang Yi sat quietly at home waiting for those crazy neighbors to arrive. His expression was serious, and in front of him lay a vast array of weapons.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. It was rare to find good people in this world. He smiled and said, Uncle Yu, don't worry, I can handle it. Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, seemingly understanding that running away was no longer an option. Resistance was the only. He said, Little Zhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you this time. Uncle Yu felt very ashamed. He had actually owed Zhang Yi a favor. When Zhang Yi reminded him to stock up on supplies, he had gathered a lot of instant noodles and sausages at home. Now he was living. However, seeing Zhang Yi about to be besieged by so many people, he felt helpless. Zhang Yi calmly said, Your choice not to join them shows your kindness. It's fine, I don't need you to worry about me. Uncle Yu's choice was the wisest. If he rushed over to help Zhang Yi, he would likely be slaughtered by the over 100 owners. After a brief chat with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi remained cautious and didn't reveal any details about his home. One must always be wary of others. No matter who they were, he would never trust completely. Before long, Zhang Yi felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Outside, a sound like rumbling echoed. They've arrived, Zhang Yi said calmly. He knew that was the sound of hundreds of people rushing up the stairs. But Zhang Yi lived on the with the elevator out of service, those who had to run up the stairs would surely be exhausted. Moreover, the newcomers were not just from down. At the very least, through the large screen monitoring the entire unit, Zhang Yi saw his neighbor from 2402 emerging with a kitchen knife and a wrench. Next door was a young couple, the woman hiding behind the man with a kitchen knife in hand. Their eyes glowed green, staring ominously at Zhang Yi's door. Presumably upon learning that their neighbor had been living a blissful life for the past half-month, they were consumed by jealousy. The crowd surged, blocking the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's door. A few people held umbrellas over their heads, trying to prevent Zhang Yi from splashing cold water on them. Before long, someone could no longer hold back and rushed to smash the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, come out. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait until we break in, otherwise it will be too late. Zhang Yi, watching through the surveillance, did not see Sun Jichao and the others, nor did he see Qin Zhenghao. The actions of those banging on the door confirmed one thing for him. Sun Jichao and Qin Zhenghao had not told them about the actual situation at his home. In other words, their goal was to use the other neighbors as cannon fodder to bear the brunt of Zhang Yi's crossbow fire and high-voltage attacks. Zhang Yi wouldn't be polite. He had plenty of energy and didn't lack this little electricity. The high-voltage switch was activated directly. The young man who had just been angrily banging on the door was hit by the current, his face twisting in agony. The most terrifying part was that with over 100 people crowded together, the entire corridor was in a state of human congestion. Thus, when he was electrocuted, a whole group behind him was also shocked. Off. It's high voltage, get away. The people in the back, as if bitten by a tiger, hurriedly pulled away. If they hadn't been bundled in so many layers, they wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Everyone was shocked by the high voltage, their muscles twitching in pain. The person knocking on the door and the 7 or 8 people around him were the worst off, but with no chance to escape, they were left charred black from the electric shock. Others looked at them in terror, but didn't dare to help. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Yi cut off the current. 9 people emitted smoke, and the air began to fill with the smell of roasted meat and burnt clothing. Bang! The 9 individuals collapsed to the ground, charred black, unsure if they were dead or alive. But everyone understood that even if these people still had a breath left given the current situation, they were as good as dead. Everyone stared wide-eyed, horrified at the scene before them. They had not expected so many to die at once right in front of them. The expressions of those electrocuted were extremely grotesque, their eyes bulging out. Suddenly, a few women in the crowd could no longer bear it, screaming as they bent over to vomit. Unfortunately, with nothing in their stomachs, they could only spit out bile. Some people filled with fear wanted to escape. When they reached the stairs, they discovered that the corridor was already blocked by Qin Zhenghao and his lackeys. What do you want? Go back, Qin Zhenghao said ominously, holding a gun. The corridor was their only escape route, and by blocking it, Qin Zhenghao aimed to force everyone to fight Zhang Yi. It would be better if they died. Qin Zhenghao could then rightfully seize the resources in their hands. Sun Jichao and a few others in poor health were also present. They looked at the 9 corpses, their expressions indifferent. Clearly they shared the same intentions as Chen Jinghao. Seeing the crowd's trepidation, Sun Jichao shouted, "That despicable Zhang Yi is simply a beast. He actually killed his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must kill Zhang Yi and avenge them. Don't be afraid. Oh, everyone use wood to bang on the door, just don't touch the door itself. He doesn't have many tricks left, he's already at his wit's end. Once we break this door down, there will be a warm stove waiting for us, and endless food." Sun Jichao's rallying cry caused several to tear up. They had endured hunger and cold for over half a month, and for a mouthful of food and a moment of warmth they were willing to give everything. Soon someone found a piece of wood apparently taken from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, let's smash it." Bang! 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 The violent banging made the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table tremble. Bang! 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 The violent banging made the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table tremble. However, Zhang Yi felt it was not enough excitement. He took out a large Sennheiser speaker from a different space, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite song, "Make Love While You Make It." As the people outside desperately smashed the door, the classic upbeat song blasted from inside, infuriating them even more. "Zhang Yi, you're so arrogant, I will kill you soon. You will die today, you must pay for my brother's life." They picked up the wooden stumps and intensified their assault. However, after dozens of hits, they sorrowfully discovered that the door hadn't budged an inch. More than a dozen grown men combined their strength, exerting over 1,000 pounds of force. Yet on that solid black iron door, they left only white marks and nearly imperceptible dents. The neighbor's heart sank. What kind of door is this? Why is it so sturdy? At this rate, how long will it take to break? Everyone was gasping for breath. They were working in temperatures below -70 degrees, and with their stomachs empty. After this round, many were weak in the legs, needing to rotate out. However, at the current pace, they might exhaust themselves without any hope of success. At this moment, one person walked over, stared at the door for a while, and suddenly exclaimed, This is a bank vault." This person worked at a bank and immediately recognized the peculiarities. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt, "Does that mean it can't be broken?" The bank staff shook his head bitterly. "Don't even think about smashing it with wood. This top-tier vault door can't even be blown open with bombs. Without a key, only the world's top lock experts have a chance of opening it." At this moment, Zhang Yi raised his crossbow, already at the shooting hole. Watching the crowd outside chattering and discussing their strategy, Zhang Yi felt no need to aim this time. Since they wanted his life, there was no need for him to show mercy. Zhang Yi was not a saint. He raised the crossbow and began shooting. Soon several people were hit by the arrows. The people outside finally realized the power of Zhang Yi's crossbow. "He has a weapon. Be careful." They screamed in fear and hurriedly tried to disperse. However, the corridor was so cramped that hundreds of people were packed together, unable to move. Out of fear and their panic, they tripped over each other in a chaotic tumble. Zhang Yi ignored all this and focused intently on his work. The whistling of the arrows sounded like a death knell, exceptionally terrifying. This further terrified the others, who desperately squeezed into the stairwell. Some people fell to the ground and were trampled by others before they could get back up. Screams echoed everywhere. Chen Jinghao stood at the stairs with a gun, pointing it at the fleeing crowd. "What are you afraid of? It's just one person." With his cold gaze and the dark muzzle of the gun, Chen Jinghao intimidated those wanting to flee. Chen Jinghao's goal was to make them cannon fodder to exhaust Zhang Yi's defenses, so he would never allow them to escape. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and others wanting to survive kept their distance and were not hit by arrows. Zhang Yi shot dozens of arrows. In this densely packed crowd, almost none missed. This caused immense suffering. However, the neighbors still had great potential in this dire situation. Someone quickly spotted the shooting hole and said, "There's a hole above the door. He shot arrows from there. We just need to block it." Immediately, someone raised a mop and broom to block the shooting hole. Others attempted to throw things into Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi remained calm, swiftly closing and locking the iron door behind the shooting hole. This door could only be opened from the inside and was impenetrable from the outside. With this, Zhang Yi had taken down dozens of combatants. It was only when they saw Zhang Yi could no longer shoot that the neighbors regained their composure from their panic. The ground was a mess, with many people hit by arrows, their injuries varying in severity. A few had been struck in vital areas and died on the spot.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Some had lost loved ones and were crying loudly while cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you damned rogue, you despicable scoundrel. Come out if you have the guts. He'll duel you. You demon, I will fight you. Zhang Yi, I will kill you." And the only response they received was the booming music from inside the room. Only after love do we understand how profound it is. Only after losing do we know what to cherish. Outside, the shouts and curses continued, while inside the music blared a clear provocation from Zhang Yi to all. In fact, this was indeed the case. After shooting dozens of crossbow bolts, feeling slightly fatigued, Zhang Yi went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of cola, gulping it down. Refreshing. Zhang Yi watched the screen, continuing to monitor the movements of the crowd outside. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Yi's front door was as solid as a fortress, the neighbors felt both anxious and desperate. "What should we do?" At that moment, Sun Jichao shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. I have a plan." The crowd turned to look as Sun Jichao, holding his injured leg, struggled over. He pointed to the wall of Zhang Yi's house and smiled. "The door is made of alloy, and we can't break it. But this wall is made of bricks and cement, right? I don't believe we can't smash it. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up with wisdom. Right? If we can't break the door, we can break the wall. With so many of us, we can crush this wall in no time. Hey Zhang Yi, you rogue, you never expected we would have this plan, did you? Inside the house, upon seeing the neighbors suddenly cheer, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. The music was too loud, and he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He planned to wait and see how things unfolded. No matter how many tricks they had, he was not afraid, as they could never outsmart him. After a month of hard work, he had built this indestructible fortress. If it were broken easily, then Zhang Yi... These people had come equipped with tools. So they quickly lined up in front of Zhang Yi's exterior wall, swinging their hammers and axes to start smashing. Bang! A strong man used all his strength to smash the hammer against the wall. Instantly, cracks appeared and white dust fell. Seeing this, the others' eyes filled with excitement, as they felt they had found a breakthrough point in Zhang Yi's house. They began to hit even harder. However, when the strong man swung the hammer for a second strike, a sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Bang! At the same time, the strong man let out a scream, and the hammer fell to the ground with a thud. He staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. The crowd saw long gashes on his hands, blood flowing out profusely, quickly freezing in the cold, looking particularly gruesome. What happened? The crowd was puzzled. Oh, what kind of wall could withstand the impact of a heavy hammer? Someone approached, brushing away the dust, and when he saw what was behind, he nearly dropped his jaw. This wall is made of steel. Everyone was shocked and rushed over to take a look. Indeed, after removing the outer layer of white dust, they saw the thick black metal behind. The material was identical to that of the door. One person couldn't help but shout to the heavens, "Why is this happening? Which house uses steel to build walls? I don't believe this house is entirely made of iron." Some could no longer endure this despair, and picked up hammers to Several people worked together, hoping to find a flaw in the wall. However, no matter the angle they approached, they found only the solid and heavy steel walls. In the living room, Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip. "You all thought of this problem, did I not think of it back then? I'm sorry, but my house has walls made of 20 centimeters thick steel material. Even cannonballs can't break it. Why would I fear your flimsy hammers and axes?" Zhang Yi's greatest strength was his fear of death, so he solved every conceivable problem. During the inspection, he checked every inch, striking with a hammer, ensuring everything was safe. After all having experienced being broken into in his past life, he wanted to avoid such a nightmare happening again. The sounds of pounding continued outside, and Zhang Yi, annoyed by the noise, activated the soundproofing function in his room to prevent them from using the noise to attack. After about 20 minutes, the sounds finally ceased. The owners of the entire building stared blankly at the solid metal wall before them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It was like a cruel city wall, cutting off their hopes of obtaining supplies. How could this be? Why would someone build such a... Some covered their faces, shouting in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, also lamented. "When I knew they were renovating, I never expected it would turn out like this. In this world, there probably aren't many normal families that would build such a house." Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang had bloodshot eyes. If everyone in the apartment building could not break into Zhang Yi's house today, they would be left waiting for death. Sun Jichao bit his lip so hard that he didn't even notice he was bleeding. Zhang Yi must have known there would be a snow disaster. Everything he did was to protect himself from us. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's house, shouting angrily. The neighbors glanced at him, crying in pain, while cursing Zhang Yi. Despicable villain Zhang Yi, only thinking of himself, and not considering all of us. If we all die, what meaning is there for you to be alive? If you're the only one left in the world, won't you feel lonely? One day you will be trapped in endless regret and self-blame for not warning or helping us. Can you sleep Won't you feel guilty? Some, seeing they had no way to deal with Zhang Yi, began to comfort themselves with an AQ mentality. One day heaven will make you pay for your deeds, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, you will definitely live with a guilty conscience and suffer greatly. They had no idea how happy Zhang Yi was in his own home. How could he take these slightly familiar strangers seriously? Chen Jinghao had been supervising from the back with a gun. Seeing the fully metal wall, he too felt the difficulty of the situation. Now he was no longer interested in anyone else, he only wanted to see Zhang Yi's house. What are you all anxious about? This is just the beginning. Even if his walls are made of iron, what about the ceiling? What about the floor? I refuse to believe he created an iron box. Chen Jinghao coldly addressed everyone. Zhang Yi, hearing Chen Jinghao's words through the surveillance, nodded in approval. This guy's brain is quite useful. However, it's a pity I'm not stupid. The neighbors, hearing Chen Jinghao's words, hurriedly ran to the upstairs and downstairs of Zhang Yi's house, using hammers to smash, axes to chop, chisels to carve, and wooden sticks to knock. In short, they used every means available. They were only 20 centimeters away from their hope of survival. Their goal was to break through that 20 centimeters. But soon they fell into deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's house was indeed an iron box. Every angle, top, bottom, left, and right, was sealed off by thick iron plates. In this power outage environment, without electric saws or drills, they would only have hope if they spent an entire year chiseling, without food or water to break through these walls. Chen Jinghao and the others surrounded Zhang Yi's house, smashing the walls tirelessly for an entire morning. However, after peeling back the wall's floor and ceiling, they discovered a thick layer of steel plates blocking their way. A 20 centimeters thick steel plate was nothing short of a nightmare for them. Using only human strength, there was no hope of breaking through. After all, working in such ultra-low temperatures without sufficient energy to replenish their waning strength would only hasten their demise. Many were already collapsing on the ground in exhaustion. The sound of gurgling echoed around them. They rubbed their emaciated bellies as hunger threatened to completely conquer them. However, there was hardly any food left. Some people caught sight of their neighbor nearby, seeing through the gaps in their clothing the flesh that was as white as snow. A horrifying thought suddenly surged into their minds. This isn't meat. As soon as the terrifying idea took hold, everyone was instantly chilled to the bone, desperately trying to drive such thoughts from their minds. Yet once this thought emerged, it subtly presented a choice amidst their desperate situation. They likely understood that if the day truly came, infighting and cannibalism would inevitably follow. Is there really no way out? Sun Jichao's face was twisted in pain. He even felt his arm beginning to fester. Without antibiotics, and lacking even ordinary anti-inflammatory medication, he could not effectively clean his wounds. Now his injuries still bore a significant amount of rust. In such circumstances, death was almost unavoidable. Damn, Zhang Yi, why do you have to be so cruel? How can your survival compare to that of so many of us? Sacrificing yourself a little, what's the harm? What's the harm? Sun Jichao howled skyward, despair twisting his soul completely. Just then Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly stepped forward. Perhaps you could try accessing the balcony. When they renovated their home, the balcony was turned into a floor-to-ceiling window with a large portion made of glass. There might be a chance to break in. The other residents could not see the back of Zhang Yi's house, but his neighbor could. Building No. 25 had some floors with balconies, and Zhang Yi's 24th floor happened to have a small platform. Usually he used it for planting flowers and drying blankets. Upon hearing the neighbor's suggestion, the group of nearly hopeless people suddenly looked up. A window? Haha, yes. Since his house has windows, there must be an exit. It can't all be sealed shut. As long as there are windows, we can charge in. Without further ado, they rushed into the house next to Zhang Yi's. There was actually about a 15 centimeters gap between the balconies of the two houses with a railing installed in between. However, none of this could stop the frenzied crowd. But the outside balcony was far from the corridor. At that moment, the corridors were sealed off by various households, completely airtight, and still maintained some warmth. Yet outside, the north wind howled, and heavy snow felt capable of freezing a person stiff within hours. Shun Jinghao and the others could not afford to care about these things. As long as they could break into Zhang Yi's house, they could obtain everything. A group of people screamed, as if madmen jumping onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Naturally, Zhang Yi was aware of this scene. The two sides locked eyes for less than a second. The neighbors began to swing the tools in their hands, frantically smashing towards the giant floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, dragged his white reclining chair to the window, lying down leisurely, and casually poured himself a cup of steaming coffee. The small balcony was quickly crowded with more than a dozen people. Their faces were pale, resembling living corpses, and coupled with their frenzied, distorted expressions, they bore no resemblance to the living. Zhang Yi thought if there were really zombies, they would probably look like this. Bang, 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 clang. The deep sounds echoed on the floor-to-ceiling window. Braving the wind and snow, this group of madmen was desperately smashing the glass. Even if they accidentally struck their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing blood to flow freely and then freeze. When they had just smashed the walls, that sense of desire was not yet apparent. But now only a layer of glass separated them, making them clearly see how extravagant Zhang Yi's life was. Inside, the fireplace blazed fiercely, and Zhang Yi lay in his white reclining chair, dressed in a light shirt resembling a wealthy landlord. Beside him was a cup of brewed coffee still steaming, and judging by the amount of milk foam, it seemed to be a cappuccino. The coffee table was piled high with weapons, but that was not the focus. The focus was beneath the coffee table, where a large pile of half-eaten snacks lay abandoned. Chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roasted chicken, roasted duck, and even oil-splattered noodles. It was these things that drove the neighbors on the balcony completely insane. Having been away from them for only half a month, they were excited as if they had seen a long-lost father. Roar. They were so thrilled that they even forgot their language, expressing their excitement through desperate howls. Then they exerted all their strength to smash the window. Zhang Yi, holding his coffee, enjoyed this spectacle. He simply said, "Who said glass is necessarily more The cost of this wall was exceedingly high. Zhang Yi, considering his quality of life, rejected the proposal of the Dragon War Security Company and did not use metal here. Instead, he spent a large sum to customize a whole wall of bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling window. He still remembered when the manager of Dragon War Security, Wu Huiran, once said, "Such a thick wall is not just preventing bullets, but cannonballs." The bulletproof glass used in vehicles for Western heads of state can resist sniper rifles, but its thickness is not even half that of Zhang Yi's wall. Sure enough, as the crowd continued to smash, they noticed something was wrong. They initially thought it was plexiglass and that a few strong hits would shatter it. Yet after half a day of smashing by over a dozen people, there wasn't even a crack. What kind of glass is this? Is it bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The word came hoarsely from a bespectacled man's throat, filled with despair, as if it were from the depths of hell. It can resist cannonballs, yet it can't withstand your handiwork. No, I don't believe it. A young man shouted to the sky, "My life is in my hands, not in heaven's. I refuse to believe I can't break it." At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the doorman. "Little Zhang, you better run. They are all coming for you with weapons. Perhaps due to the extreme cold their minds had frozen amidst this hope and despair causing them to lose their sanity. They chose to throw away their reason and fight desperately for a future. Zhang Yi applauded them, feeling moved. However, he felt a bit hungry. So he took out some food from his space, such as braised pork knuckle, caramelized bananas, and a bit of snacks, enjoying a pure cocoa butter chocolate. Just a single pane of glass separated him from the outside world, where figures battered the window with desperate, contorted faces amid howling blizzards. This stark contrast drove the neighbors outside into a frenzy of envy, spitting curses, screaming hoarsely, their eyes burning crimson with rage. Zhang Yi, you wait. Your death is imminent. Once I shatter this glass, you're finished. You selfish wretch, despicable scum. Your time of arrogance ends today, the day you die. All that delicious food, that steaming coffee, it belongs to me. All of it. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mocking salute. Keep going, bravo. Soon the crowd outside After all, they stood on the 24th floor, buffeted by gale-force winds and relentless snowfall, their body heat draining rapidly. They had no choice but to rotate teams every 15 minutes. Yet half an hour passed, and the glass bore only faint scratches. Despair settled deeper into their hearts. But through that transparent barrier, watching Zhang Yi lounge in effortless comfort, their jealousy refused to let them walk away. Even after 30 minutes they pressed on. Among the mob, Zhang Yi spotted several underlings of Chen Zhenghao. Clearly even Chen could not afford to remain idle. Zhang Yi judged the time ripe. He rose from his recliner and strode to the low table, picking up a bottle. Frost clung thickly to the outer glass. The neighbors, unaware of what he held, assumed it was merely a beverage. In the next instant they watched as he ignited something with a lighter. Then overhead a hatch opened, and a blazing object arced downward from within. His apartment featured multiple concealed firing ports, front and rear, designed for precisely such retaliation. The bottle traced a golden arc through the air, landing before the stunned crowd. Crack! A sharp report echoed. Then flames erupted violently. This was Zhang Yi's homemade incendiary device, gasoline defiant, even in sub-zero cold, burned fiercely and radiated searing heat. Gasoline splattered across the narrow balcony, igniting instantly. Within seconds the down jackets and thick trousers of those dozen people caught fire. Flames engulfed them wholesale. A sardonic smile curled Zhang Yi's lips as he lit another incendiary bottle and hurled it outward. Fire, fire. Crammed together on a segmented balcony, escape to neighboring units proved nearly impossible. Trapped they burned, twisting, writhing silhouettes consumed by roaring fire. Some threw themselves onto the snow, rolling desperately, but the effect was pitifully weak. Gasoline burns, others scrambled toward adjacent balconies, only to lose their footing and plummet from the 24th floor. A drawn-out scream tore the air, then a thunderous boom. From that height, snow offered scant cushioning. Physics dictated that even survival would mean shattered bones, ruptured organs, effectively certain death. Zhang Yi chuckled. At least falling kills faster than burning. Bang! Na grotesque face slammed against the glass, distorted, monstrous, glaring with venomous hatred. Save me. Please save me. And amid excruciating agony he begged for mercy. Zhang Yi lifted his coffee cup in a dry, ironic toast. I'll save your head, right off your shoulders. Die, you useless worm. And the man's final cry dissolved into flame. On the neighboring balcony 60 or 70 others waited, poised to relieve the fallen. Witnessing this hellscape, their faces paled to ash. Help me. Save me. I don't want to die. Please, for mercy's sake. A figure ablaze lunged forward, fingers clawing at the railing, desperate to crawl across. At that instant a man nearby kicked without hesitation, hard, straight onto his burning hands. Get away now. You're beyond saving. Don't drag us down with you. And even as the burning man clung on, the man stomped again, harder, repeatedly driving his boot down until the grip broke. One kick snapped fingers clean off. After a final writhing struggle the man collapsed before the railing, his gaze hollow with utter despair. The air filled with the acrid, familiar scent of charred flesh, the same odor one might catch on summer streets drifting from roadside grills. Within minutes, all 12 were dead. Some had suffered only minor burns, yet when they tried to flee, neighbors blocked their path. Terrified of catching fire themselves, they chose complicity over compassion. Others, overwhelmed by pain, leapt voluntarily from the 24th floor. Strangely, the roaring inferno lent them a fleeting, perverse warmth. Gradually survivors edged closer, hands outstretched toward the flames, faces betraying faint, furtive smiles no one dared acknowledge. The fire burned for over 20 minutes before dying. Staring at the blackened corpses, dread took root. To eliminate Zhang Yi, they had already sacrificed 30 or 40 lives. Every forced entry, front door, back door, windows, had failed. How then could they seize his supplies? Despair hung thick and suffocating in the air. Yet another scent grew stronger, subtler, darker, altering the neighbors' expressions. Long-starved none dared admit the madness now blooming silently within them. Their throats convulsed, swallowing, gagging, trembling. Suddenly a woman burst into wails. I can't take it anymore. And they'd labored all day, certain Zhang Yi's home would fall easily, only to confront crushing failure. So many dead, yet his walls, his floor-to-ceiling windows remained unscarred, unbroken. She rushed forward, clambered onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Just as he braced for another assault on the glass, she dropped. Thud. to her knees before it. Zhang Yi, I'm starving. Please save me. Even just one slice of bread. Others followed, kneeling, sobbing, prostrating themselves before the glass, begging for scraps of food. The spectacle was heartrending, tears streaming, voices breaking. Most who knelt were women, counting on pity to sway. The pleading cries from outside the window were incessant, their heads hitting the ground until they bled, a scene of utter misery. Zhang Yi sighed and walked to the window, saying, "Everyone, please don't do this. It pains my heart to see you like this." As he spoke, he raised the steaming noodles in his hand. "Whenever I feel distressed, I just want to eat something." With a slurp, Zhang Yi took a big bite of the noodles, making the neighbors swallow hard, their mouths watering with desire. Upon hearing this, the cries grew louder, and they bowed their heads even more fervently. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong, and we just want to live. Just give us some food to survive like dogs, and we will do whatever you ask of us, okay?" Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued to eat the noodles. How blissful it is to devour a bowl of noodles when one is hungry. After finishing half a bowl of noodles, he casually placed the remainder in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Right in front of those neighbors, separated by a window, they could see it, but not touch it. Each person pressed their faces against the glass like dogs, as if that would allow them to eat the noodles. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Whoever goes and brings me Qin Jinghao's head, I will let you eat these noodles for a week, enough to fill your bellies." Zhang Yi certainly did not feel pity for these people, but their daily wall banging and window breaking were quite bothersome. So it would be better to let them turn on each other and fight them. That would be the most interesting thing. As Zhang Yi said this, he sent it to the group chat, informing everyone in the building. The neighbors in front of the glass window showed hesitant expressions upon hearing this. Qin Jinghao had a gun in his hand. Wanting his head might cost them their own. However, if they found it difficult to deal with Qin Jinghao, could they handle Zhang Yi? There were 3 to 4 dozen corpses lying in front and behind Zhang Yi's house. It was proven that Zhang Yi was much harder to deal with than Qin Jinghao. At that moment, Qin Jinghao was watching the changes from his balcony next door. He did not hear what Zhang Yi said, but his brows were tightly furrowed as he pondered how to act next. This time 2 of his men had also died. If he wanted to maintain control over the entire building, he had to replenish his manpower. While he was deep in thought, Qin Jinghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, making his hair stand on end. He turned around sharply, raising his gun, only to find to replenish his manpower. While he was deep in thought, Qin Jinghao, upon seeing the gun, somewhere wary and immediately backed away. "Get away from me!" Qin Jinghao shouted angrily. Yet everyone continued to look at him oddly, even eerily. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but at food. Qin Jinghao felt a chill down his spine and hastily led a few of his men away from there. "Wait, what about Zhang Yi's house?" Sun Jichao asked from the side. Qin Jinghao cursed. "Damn, we can't even break in, what else can we do? Let's think of a way later." After saying that, he left in a huff. In front of Zhang Yi's window, the 2 groups of people begging and wanting to break the window could no longer endure the bone-chilling wind and snow gradually leaving. Zhang Yi lay in his warm house waiting to watch the show. After all, about 40 people had been lost in this incident. Moreover, nearly everyone had participated in the invasion of his home, leading to significant physical exhaustion. This scarcity of resources made conflicts between people increasingly terrifying. Soon Zhang Yi received many private messages from people. After this battle, the neighbors had completely given up. Their limited stamina had almost been exhausted, making it impossible to launch a large-scale attack on Zhang Yi's house. Faced with Zhang Yi's impeccable defenses, they had also lost hope. As a result, many began to cry out for Zhang Yi's mercy or proposed exchanges of benefits. For instance, the rich, second-generation Su Hao. He sent a video of his girlfriend and said to Zhang Yi, "I can give you my woman. I only asked for some food. She is a famous model in Tianhai City. Oh, just look at her looks and face. She is top-notch. I guarantee you will like her. Please help me." Zhang Yi naturally recognized the model. Su Hao had bought a house here just to keep her. Usually she dressed provocatively like a seductive fox, exuding temptation at all times. In the past, she wouldn't even spare a glance at the men around her. In front of Zhang Yi, she always wore a proud face. But now Su Hao was willing to sell her for a few meals. This woman now looked much haggard and seemed very willing to be. At the very least, she knew that Zhang Yi had plenty of food at home, so she worked hard during the shoot. What a worthless commodity, Zhang Yi sneered. It must be said that this model had an impressive figure and good looks. However, such a shameless woman would never be allowed to enter his door. Who knows, one day she might take a knife to him while he was asleep and occupy his home. A woman willing to sell her body for money has no moral bottom line. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before contemptuously closing the chat window. There were other Fewer men contacted him. After all, they had nothing to bargain with for food. Only Uncle Yu congratulated Zhang Yi with great joy for repelling the enemies. However, more women sought him out. For example, Fang Yuqing excitedly said, "Zhang Yi, you are so amazing. Qing'er is currently unable to come. They are too despicable, keeping me locked at home. Don't worry, I will definitely come to." Zhang Yi scoffed, ignoring her. The sky quickly darkened. Now it gets dark around 5 o'clock every day, with short days and long nights. At night the temperature would drop 10 degrees or so. On the television, the few remaining channels were still broadcasting programs. Thanks to the government's efforts, the snow disaster situation in our country is improving. Please do not worry, the problems will soon be resolved. The weather is harsh, so everyone should avoid going out to prevent frostbite. Please provide some help to those in need. Together we will overcome the current difficulties and tomorrow will be even better. Zhang Yi felt that the current news was far more interesting than the comedy shows. However, he was also curious about where these television stations had moved to, and how they managed to operate. While listening to the amusing news, Zhang Yi scrolled through the chat records. Reading the messages from the neighbors cursing, begging, and pleading was quite entertaining for him. Those who cursed him were basically all people with dead family members. Feeling good, Zhang Yi would even send them blessings. Congratulations to those of you whose family members have died. You can roast meat for the funeral and mix ashes with rice. Zhang Yi teased them mockingly, which made them curse even more fiercely. But suddenly he noticed some movement on the balcony. Curious, Zhang Yi walked to the window. Outside, due to the heavy snow, the light was very bright. He then saw someone sneaking over to carry away the corpses. To be precise, it was the charred corpses. These people were bundled up tightly, and when they noticed Zhang Yi watching them, they Zhang Yi, we are not here to bother you, please don't misunderstand. We are just here to carry the corpses. As they spoke, their voices trembled, unable to look Zhang Yi in the eye. Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips. Oh, carrying corpses? Are you their family? Besides, for burial you can just throw them down below, right? Could it be that you will stack a grave at home? These people were at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yi's question. Anyway, you won't need these corpses, so just ignore us. They gritted their teeth and quickly dragged the corpses away. Zhang Yi waved at the glass. You guys are quite ruthless, have you finally reached this point? The next morning, Zhang Yi heard gunshots echoing through the stairwell. Two sharp reports like massive firecrackers detonating in rapid succession. Chen Jinghao had clearly struck first. Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had already taken root. As desperation tightened its grip, fear of death began to recede, replaced by something far more volatile. Zhang Yi's promise, a week of noodles as much as one could eat, held an irresistible allure. He activated the surveillance feed and watched the confrontation unfold in real time. Two men lay sprawled on the floor, clutching wrenches and kitchen knives, their blood staining the concrete stairwell crimson. Chen Jinghao himself was no better off. He slumped against the wall, pistol trembling in his hand, eyes wide with lingering shock. They had stationed themselves here to ambush those fetching water, yet others too could seize that very vantage point to strike. Chen Jinghao ordered his men to haul the corpses away, then hurried back to his apartment, gripping his handgun tightly, the last bulwark between himself and oblivion. Once inside, he gestured silently to his underlings who dragged the bodies behind the kitchen. His gaze, cold and predatory, settled upon the frigid sofa, yet neither its leather nor its stillness offered him warmth. After returning home the day before, he'd seen the group message Zhang Yi had placed a bounty on his head. Fury surged within him, white-hot and uncontainable. He saw himself as the hunter, Zhang Yi merely prey. How dare prey turn on the hunter? Yet he had gravely underestimated the ferocity born of utter despair. At dawn, two young men, hollow-eyed with hopelessness, came for his life. A tremor of crisis flickered across Chen Jinghao's face, but it swiftly ignited into something darker, wilder. Die? I'll kill you all. If you want me dead, you die first, he roared. Only then, as adrenaline ebbed, did a sharp, insistent ache bloom along his spine. He summoned one of his men to inspect the wound. The youth glanced once, and cried out in alarm, Brother, how you've been stabbed in the back. Die? I'll kill you all. If you want me dead, you die first, he roared. Only then, as adrenaline ebbed, did a sharp, insistent ache bloom along. The bitter cold outside, coupled with the surge of adrenaline, had numbed the pain. But now, hearing those words, agony crashed over him like a wave, and he screamed, Those damn curs dared ambush me. Sweat beaded his forehead as he snatched up his phone and dialed Zhou Kuer. Dr. Zhou, I'm injured. Come immediately and dress my wound. Within minutes, she arrived at his door, medical kit slung over her shoulder. Her eyes burned with revulsion as she stared at this butcher who killed without remorse. Yet survival demanded she tend his wounds. Indeed, the arrow wound he'd sustained earlier had never worsened, thanks entirely to her care. Though loathing filled her every fiber, the barrel of his gun left her no choice. I won't heal you for free, she said icily. Chen Jinghao chuckled low and pointed toward the kitchen. You'll get your share of tonight's meal. She drew a sharp breath and caught the acrid tang of blood. Her face paled. Years in emergency medicine had trained her senses well. She knew that scent all too well. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she replied coolly, No thank you. Chen Jinghao grinned. Still so proud, Dr. Zhou. In times like these, sooner or later you'll eat. Refuse, and you starve. I'd rather die. She frowned. Ah, but I couldn't bear that. Not yet. In this world, having a doctor nearby is priceless, he mused. Had Zhou Kuer not treated his leg wound when it first festered, he wouldn't have lost just a limb. He'd have lost his life. Rest assured, if the day comes I must consume you, you'll be the last. His gaze locked onto hers, burning with raw, unvarnished hunger. He had coveted her beauty for months. Only her utility kept her alive, for now. She said nothing more, only turned her focus to cleaning and bandaging his wound. Soon the dressing was complete. Zhou Kuer lifted her medical case, ready to leave, when Chen Jinghao flicked a glance at his subordinate, who instantly blocked the doorway. Her pulse leapt. What do you intend? Chen Jinghao replied calmly. Nothing urgent, just that you're not leaving until my wound heals. Fear coiled quietly beneath his bravado. Enemies lurked everywhere, and medicine was scarce. With a physician at his side, he felt marginally safer. Ignoring her silent protest, he detained her by force. Moments later, one of his men carried in a steaming pot of the thought of what might lie within nearly made her retch. Only years spent handling cadavers in hospitals kept her composure. When he urged her to eat, she refused outright. He smirked, saying nothing, convinced her resistance was mere pretense. Hunger, he believed, would break her soon enough. This cannot continue. These slaves now dare rebel. It undermines our authority utterly. Only by eliminating Zhang Yi and seizing his residence can we secure our future. His home is a fortress, stocked with provisions enough to sustain us for months. Perhaps by then the snowstorm. Therefore our immediate priority must be how to deal with Zhang Yi. He addressed his men. They exchanged uneasy. Brother Hao, we've assaulted Zhang Yi's home multiple times, each attempt ending in failure. That place is impenetrable, a turtle's shell we cannot crack. I refuse to believe his home holds no weakness, or that he never leaves it. Here's the plan: relocate to the apartment next door. Rotate shifts, watch him constantly. At the first opening we strike, kill him outright. And living on a higher floor grants us greater security. Dazed and directionless, his men nodded in mute assent. Zhou Ku'er listened intently to every word. Under the pretext of using the restroom, she slipped into the bathroom and sent Zhang Yi a coded warning. Upon reading it, Zhang Yi smiled faintly, not in concern but in quiet amusement. Stepping outside. Absolutely out of the question. Understood. Remain there, and observe closely. As a physician, Zhou Ku'er was valuable, and thus for now safe. Zhang Yi felt no urgency to act. He had already set the bounty in motion. Desperate souls would come for Chun Jinghao soon enough. As a physician, Zhou Ku'er was valuable, and thus for now safe. Zhang Yi felt no urgency to act. He had already set the bounty in motion. Desperate souls would come for Chun Jinghao. Open the door, open the door. Chun Jinghao, and I want to exchange for another room. Hurry up and open the door. Inside the room, the young couple huddled together in terror. What should we do? They are here to take our house. We might lose our last bit of food too. The wife looked at her young husband with despair. Her husband was a bespectacled clerk. He comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, it's going to be okay. If they want the house, then let's just give it to them. By the way, quickly hide the remaining food on you." The two of them hid the little food they had left inside their clothes, and then trembled as they opened the door. Seeing Chun Jinghao and his men outside, the man swallowed hard and bowed, saying, "Brother Hao, this house will be yours. We're leaving right away." As he spoke, he intended to take his wife away. Before they could take 2 steps, one of Chun Jinghao's underlings sneered and raised the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! After a muffled thud, the man fell to the ground, eyes darkening. As he lost consciousness, disbelief filled his eyes. He couldn't understand why, after complying and giving up the house, the other side would still resort to violence. The woman looked in horror at her husband, who lay motionless on the ground. She covered her mouth and let out a sharp scream. Another stick struck her head. 2 small thugs approached, not wasting words, silencing the couple forever. Zhou Ku'er tightly covered her mouth, utterly terrified. This was the first time she had witnessed murder. No matter how strong her mental fortitude, she couldn't remain calm. Chun Jinghao merely glanced at her and sneered. "It's too cold, they will die sooner or later." Dr. Zhou, you need to get used to such things. Having killed many, he had completely lost his reverence for life. Furthermore, there was one thing Chun Jinghao was unwilling.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhou Ku'er suppressed her disgust and remained silent. Chun Jinghao swaggered into the room, instructing his underlings to deal with the couple. In the following days, Zhang Yi could always hear a clanging sound. The noise came from next door. He knew it was Chun Jinghao and his men looking for flaws in his room. As long as he seized an opportunity to kill Zhang Yi, he could take everything that belonged to him. However, he couldn't imagine that Zhang Yi possessed a vast spatial anomaly, making water. As long as he seized an opportunity to kill Zhang Yi, he could take everything that belonged to him. However, he couldn't imagine that Zhang Yi possessed a vast spatial anomaly, making water supply a non-issue. However, Zhang Yi indeed found it inconvenient to open the window to throw out garbage. Chun Jinghao had a gun, and he would not take that risk. However, for a shooting, having a bit more garbage at home was not a big deal. When bored, he played games or watched the films and dramas he had downloaded in advance. The pleas from the homeowners group still echoed incessantly every day. Accompanying those were furious insults from those who felt desperate. "Zhang Yi, you heartless bastard. You could have let everyone live a bit longer. Why are you so selfish? You are destined to be lonely for life. Don't you have a heart? If you don't help us, you'll live in guilt and regret for the rest of your..." In the face of his neighbor's accusations, Zhang Yi's response was quite simple. He directly live-streamed himself eating in the group, recording his life, and sharing it with them. "Hello dear family, today, I'm going to make braised pork for everyone." With that, a piece of pork belly weighing at least 2 pounds was tossed onto the cutting board. The neighbors in the group turned red with envy. "Why use so much pork belly for braised pork? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me, give it to me. Zhang Yi, you are not human, you are a beast. You don't deserve to eat that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't eaten anything greasy for a week. Please let me have a piece of pig skin. Just let me have a sip of the oil. That's what you don't want, right? Please, I'm begging you." Those starving people had no resistance to such high-fat food. Zhang Yi skillfully cooked, and through the screen the neighbors seemed to smell the aroma of the braised pork. However, after cooking for a while, Zhang Yi frowned. He picked up a piece of pork belly, tasted it, and immediately spat it into the trash can. "I put too much soy sauce. Damn it, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi usually cooked, he had made plenty of big dishes. As a result, he accidentally added too much soy sauce, ruining what should have been a delicious pot of meat. All he could taste was soy sauce. He even burned the sugar color, making it bitter in his mouth. How can I eat this? Sigh, what a waste, such a waste. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. He intended to show off his culinary skills, but ended up messing it up. It's a pity he didn't have a dog at home, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted it. With no choice, he had to dump the entire pot of pork into the trash can. The group instantly exploded with frustration. The neighbors went crazy. Don't throw it away, don't throw it away. My mouth is the trash can is right here. Hey, why are you throwing it away? Why? Oh, hurry and throw away your garbage, I'm going to pick it up, right now. Young master, I came late. Do you still need a dog to help you with your trash? Some people were so enraged by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted on the spot. Their hearts were bleeding. In the freezing cold, the gas at home had been cut off, and they couldn't cook at all. Even wanting a bite of hot food became a huge luxury. Let alone braised pork, they wouldn't even dare to eat that in their dreams. And Zhang Yi actually dumped an entire pot without a care. It was simply unforgivable. I might as well eat something ready-made. Zhang Yi turned the camera, and on the clean, tidy table at home appeared dozens of exquisite dishes. The warm yellow lamp illuminated the table, making the food look even more appetizing. Zhang Yi pointed at each dish and enthusiastically introduced them. Look everyone, my dinner tonight is oil-braised prawns, scallion braised sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn large intestines, drunken fish slices, sweet and sour tenderloin, and blackfish egg soup plus candied yam. Alright folks, the dishes are ready, let's dig in. Zhang Yi set up his phone, just like a food streamer, and began to eat heartily. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I'll bow to you. Zhang Yi, please let my child have a bite of fish, even the fishtail will do. Zhang Yi, you are my father, and I am your son, just let me have a sip of soup. Various pleading voices echoed, and some were even frantically calling Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ignored them, savoring his meal. Watching his neighbors in a frenzy, he found this meal even more delicious.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Yet even this Zhang Yi refused to share with them. At Sun Jichao and the others' home. After their failed assault on Zhang Yi's residence last time, their hopes of obtaining antibiotics had also vanished. Just 2 days later, the after effects began to manifest. The 3 injured individuals felt an unbearable itch at their wounds. Around the bandages, the blood began to exhibit strange, abnormal yellowing. Sun Jichao couldn't help but rip off the gauze to check what was happening. To his horror, he saw that the wounds had begun to fester. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a decaying animal carcass. No, not like this, I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao cried out in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang were equally horrified by this scene. They lifted the gauze from their own wounds, praying that they wouldn't become infected. Unfortunately, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was cruel. If it were just scrapes, perhaps there would still be a chance for self-healing. However, they had suffered penetrating wounds with rusty crossbow bolts embedded deep in their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infection, and the lack of adequate nutrition and medicine made the deterioration of their wounds inevitable. The group let out wails resembling the frenzied cries of the insane. In a room, Fang Yuqing trembled violently. Holding her phone, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they have all gone crazy, I'm so scared. Can you come and save me, please? I promise to listen to you and do whatever you ask when I get there. After a while, Zhang Yi, Jing'er, seeing you like this pains me as well. But I can't go out, Qin Jinghao is right next door to me. Maybe you should come, but be careful on the way, don't let them bump into you. Yesterday my neighbor next door was killed by them, and with your delicate frame you might catch their attention. Zhang Yi wore a mocking expression. Faced with Fang Yuqing the White Lotus, he harbored only one thought: to torment her by every means possible, allowing her to die in pain and despair. Indeed, upon hearing that Qin Jinghao was next door to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's expression twisted with conflict. Qin Jinghao had killed too many people, and she lacked the courage to take the risk. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm scared. Can you come to pick me up? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. Damn it, how dare you ask me to come pick you up? I would love to do that, but I was scared by them a few days ago, and feel a bit let me put it this way, I'm a bit tired. Bye. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale as she listened to the screams from outside. But when she sent another message to Zhang Yi, he had already ignored her. In the following days, Zhang Yi's life continued to be affluent and leisurely. No longer needing to work, he could sleep and wake whenever he wished. There was no need to toil for survival, nor to care about anyone else's feelings. If anyone dared to offend him, he would simply curse them out. Life was absolutely delightful. Meanwhile, Qin Jinghao next door pondered day and night on how to kill him and seize his house. Yet for several days he had not seen Zhang Yi emerge. As long as Zhang Yi stayed inside, he had no opportunity to deal with him. Instead, he himself lived in fear, constantly on edge due to the bounty Zhang Yi had placed on him. He even dared not trust his own subordinates, gripping a gun tightly in his hand while trying to sleep. Soon his nerves. After much contemplation, Qin Jinghao finally figured out what to do next. Zhang Yi had been monitoring the entire building through surveillance. Anyone appearing in the hallway would be visible to him. In these few days, he noticed that Qin Jinghao seemed to be plotting something. Gradually people began entering Chen Jinghao's home. These individuals were all strong young men, most of whom lived alone. Some came voluntarily, while others were coerced by Chen Jinghao at gunpoint. Slowly Chen Jinghao's force expanded. That was even more than before. Zhang Yi realized he must be scared, so he gathered a group of people to avoid being killed and to secure his position against the bounty I placed on him. However, in Zhang Yi's eyes, this approach was merely a desperate measure. Over 40 residents in the building had already been murdered by Zhang Yi, and the remaining population was roughly around 70. Based on predictions from his past life, the vast majority of households were running out of supplies. The next source of food would be people. Chen Jinghao had gathered a group of followers and was soon to initiate a massacre of the others. However, this also meant that Chen Jinghao needed to provide food for 10 people. Thus, even if they turned on each other, it could not. Moreover, everyone now harbored their own ulterior motives. Chen Jinghao, the cripple, managed to maintain his power only through a gun, but it was likely that his gun had very few bullets left. Zhang Yi messaged Zhou Qier to inquire about the situation with Chen Jinghao. After a long while, Zhou Qier finally replied, Chen Jinghao and his group have gone insane. They've eaten through all their food and have started eating people. I've gone 2 days without eating anything and feel like I'm starving to death. This was not unexpected for Zhang Yi. If one day he were close to starving and his only option was cannibalism, he would likely choose to die rather than resort to such actions. Of course, Zhang Yi enjoyed good food daily now, so he could afford such thoughts. He had no idea what actions he might take if he ever found himself in dire straits. Zhou Qier continued, they go out daily in search of people. As soon as they find a house with someone inside, they break in and kill. Everyone has run out of supplies, which is quite ironic. The dozens of people you killed allowed quite a few others to live a bit longer. However, they also faced resistance, and the survivors banded together. They have suffered casualties as well. After a long pause, Zhou Qier sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yi felt the vulnerability of this aloof female doctor. It seemed she no longer held much hope in him. After all, in times like these, everyone was looking out for themselves. Who had the capacity to care for others' lives? Zhang Yi pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. Wang Min immediately declared, I guarantee to everyone that these videos were filmed very recently. Zhang Yi's home has long been stocked with all manner of supplies, food and fuel alike. Help me with one task, and once completed I can ensure one that these videos were. Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Qier, but only if she first offered a token of loyalty. The first two conditions were well within Zhang Yi's confidence. Yet he needed to know when the moment demanded ruthlessness, would Zhou Qier have the resolve to act without hesitation. Zhou Qier remained silent, clearly torn by the weight of the decision. Zhang Yi felt no urgency, time after all was on his side. Should she fail this trial, Zhang Yi would discard her without remorse. His constitution remained robust, and the likelihood of sudden illness was negligible. He seldom ventured outside, minimizing injury risk to near zero. As for Zhou Qier's remaining days, no one could say with certainty. The next morning Zhang Yi did not rise until 10 o'clock. He drew back the velvet duvet, then proceeded to the bathroom for his morning ablutions. Afterward he donned athletic attire and stepped onto the treadmill for exercise, a vital discipline in this apocalyptic world. A resilient physique was indispensable. It enabled swift response to danger and shielded against disease. For a full hour he ran, sweat glistening, breath steady, until he finally halted. He followed with a steaming hot shower. As steam curled around him, a quiet pride swelled within. This simple luxury, once ordinary, had become an unimaginable indulgence for most. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderous barrage shattered the stillness. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened instantly. He wrapped a towel around his waist and strode out. Shouts, coarse, furious, emanated from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance feed and saw him brandishing 2 kitchen knives, hacking violently at his reinforced door. Zhang Yi, come out now? Hiding like a coward in your room. You're nothing but a spineless, worthless turtle. Zhang Yi's lips curled faintly. Ah yes, absolutely. You're utterly correct. Then what? It was absurd, laughable even, that a man teetering on the brink of extinction dared deploy such crude psychological provocation. Who truly was more desperate now? Zhang Yi noted how Zhou Peng struck the door almost exclusively with his left hand, his right arm barely lifting. He knew that infection had already taken hold. Closer inspection revealed the grotesque swelling of Zhou Peng's forearm. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands tucked casually into his pockets, voice calm, and measured. Zhou Peng, how does infection feel? Back in biology class our teacher taught us about wound infection. When Clostridium tetani, the tetanus bacillus, entered your wound from rusted metal, it multiplied with the voracity of maggots upon rotting flesh.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Your laceration must be over 15 centimeters deep. Outside the air is frigid, but your flesh remains warm. That warmth becomes a fertile breeding ground. Bacteria devour your muscle, feast upon your blood. Zhang Yi painted the horror in vivid clinical detail. Zhou Peng's arm throbbed anew. Cold sweat drenched his brow as he imagined microscopic invaders consuming him from within. Even knowing Zhang Yi sought to unnerve him, terror surged, unbidden, uncontrollable. Zhou Peng had lost all reason. His arm was necrotic. He knew death was inevitable. This final frenzied assault was doomed from the start. In the adjacent room, Chen Jinghao's men heard Zhou Peng's shrieks. One asked, "Shall we eliminate him?" Chen Jinghao paused then replied, "Haven't you heard? He's already septic, dying. Would you dare eat pork from a corpse who perished of plague?" They exchanged glances, and chose caution over risk. Zhou Peng hacked at the door, raged, cursed, until exhaustion overtook him. Finally he collapsed before Zhang Yi's threshold, then broke into desperate, tearful pleas for mercy. Zhang Yi's voice drifted low and hollow. "You're finished. The wound has rotted, terminal. No cure exists. Better than to seize what you've long feared, to do while still alive what you dared not before." Tears streamed down Zhou Peng's face. Zhang Yi's words plunged him deeper into despair. Was this truly the end? Dread coiled around him like an abyss. And then, fury erupted raw. "I'm already dying. What do I have left to fear?" He staggered upright and kicked the iron door with all his might, intending a curse only to crumple stunned by the door's unforgiving hardness. Ignoring the pain, he lurched down the stairs, stumbling back to his quarters. His vision blurred, yet he glimpsed Sun Jichao holding a knife over a candle flame, searing his own infected wound. SSSSS. Fat sputtered smoke rose. Sun Jichao's pupils bulged, muffled screams tore from behind clenched teeth, swallowed by the suffocating silence. He believed heat alone could purge the bacteria, ignorant, pitiful. "Cousin." Wang Min watched Zhou Peng, heart aching, words failing her. She knew his time was short. Each day the stench of decay clung thick in the air, bodies rotting while souls still clung to life. Such agony defied comprehension. Zhou Peng ignored her. He lunged toward the room where Fang Yuqing was confined. She screamed the moment she saw him. Zhou Peng, what are you doing?" He loomed before her, bloodshot eyes locked upon her face. "Yuqing, will you marry me?" This wretched, devoted man, on the cusp of oblivion, sought only marriage to Fang Yuqing. In this ruined world the request was both ludicrous and heartbreakingly humble. Fang Yuqing frowned, revulsion flickering deep in her eyes. Instinctively she pinched her nose shut. "No, Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had sacrificed everything, even his life, for her. Yet she had never, not once, felt even a whisper of affection for him. "No. You love me. You do love me. I will have you, I demand it. Before I die you will be mine." Reason abandoned him. He could not bear having given all, and received nothing. If he could not possess her, then he would destroy her. Outside no one stirred. To them Fang Yuqing was the architect of their ruin, and deserved death. "No, get away. Your stench is unbearable. Disgusting." Fang Yuqing shrieked. "You dare call me foul?" Enraged, Zhou Peng ripped off the gauze binding his arm. The wound bulged grotesquely, black and purplish, oozing thick necrotic pus. Then came the unspeakable. He plunged his fingers into the festering wound, tore away rotting flesh, and forced it into Fang Yuqing's mouth. "You insult me, so you'll taste it. You insult me, so you'll choke on it." Fang Yuqing retched violently, yet still his fist shoved the putrid mass deep into her throat. Zhou Peng bared his teeth in a ghastly grin. Watching his idol, his goddess, humiliated, degraded, violated by his own hands, he felt a perverse, intoxicating triumph unlike any before. Zhou Peng tore off Fang Yuqing's clothes, disregarding the temperature in the room, which was over -60 degrees. However, when Zhou Peng took off his pants, he discovered a harsh reality. He could not lift his head at all. It was no joke. The ultra-low temperature of -60 or 70 degrees, coupled with his severely diminished physical ability, left him powerless. Even if he were given a chance, he would be useless. "Get up, you need to get up." Zhou Peng anxiously tried many methods, but none had any effect. It seemed that he had already lost all sensation down there. Seeing this, Fang Yuqing sneered and mocked. "You're really useless." The room echoed with Zhou Peng's desperate roar, reminiscent of a teddy bear that had been struck. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Qier ultimately gave Zhang Yi a definite response. She knew this was a test from Zhang Yi. Although it was very dangerous, if she did not do this, it would not be long before she would surely die at the hands of Chen Jinghao and others. She had to take a chance. That night Chen Jinghao and his group sat in the living room, and sent a little brother to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Qier in the corner watched them, and suddenly stood up saying, "I'll go help him." Chen Jinghao coldly looked at her with a somewhat creepy smile. "Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhou Qier stiffened, her blood almost freezing. Chen Jinghao continued, "It's unbearable for anyone to go 2 days without food. Dr. Zhou, it's not shameful to do whatever it takes to survive." Zhou Qier felt a slight relief in her heart, biting her lip as she said, "You're right, I don't want to die, do I want to live?" Chen Jinghao thought Zhou Qier had come to terms with it, and nodded, saying, "That's best. You still have some use to me now. I don't want to see you die too soon." Zhou Qier took a deep breath, and silently turned. The kitchen was covered in blood. Even with a stuffy nose, Zhou Qier could smell the overwhelming stench. She suppressed her discomfort, and approached to help the little brother who was cooking. The little brother looked numb, and said nothing, only pointing to the nearby axe, and broken furniture indicating that she should chop wood for the fire. Zhou Qier obediently complied. With energy resources scarce, cooking could only be done by burning furniture. A makeshift stove had been set up in the kitchen, with an iron pot on it. Once the fire started, the snow inside began to slowly melt into water. However, this melted snow was not clear, it was particularly murky with some impurities in it. Yet having something to eat was already good enough, and no one bothered to be picky. Zhou Qier kept an eye on the little brother, while also observing the movements outside the kitchen. Her palms began to sweat as her next actions, if discovered, would mean certain death. After a while, the little brother tossed the ingredients into the pot and casually added some seasoning. Watch closely. The little brother coldly dropped a phrase before leaving the kitchen. Zhou Qi'er waited for a long time, and after confirming it was safe, she reached into her pocket to take out a small bottle. Then in a flurry she unscrewed the cap and poured a mound of white powder into the soup. After doing this, she hurriedly shoved the medicine bottle back into her pocket. At this moment, she felt her heartbeat quickening like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled from the tension. She swallowed hard and picked up a ladle to stir the powder in the pot. Though the process was perilous, nothing unexpected occurred. This was not a movie, there were no dramatic twists. Due to the harsh living conditions, everyone had become numb. They never imagined that Zhou Qi'er would drug their food. During lunch, when Zhou Qi'er brought a large pot of food to the table, they immediately rushed over readied and eager to eat. To gain their trust, Zhou Qi'er also served herself a bowl of soup and silently returned to her room. No one paid her any mind. Everyone was just focused on getting a hot meal. Hot food was synonymous with life. Each additional bite was a glimmer of hope for survival. After returning to her room, Zhou Qi'er sat on the bed with the soup in hand. Then she began to wait silently. She had poured half a bottle of sleeping pills into the pot. This type of sleeping pill took effect quickly. Just one dose could make someone fall asleep in 30 minutes. Especially after eating, as the blood pooled in the stomach, it made one more prone to drowsiness. With such a large amount, even an elephant would fall into a deep slumber after consuming it. As a doctor, Zhou Qi'er was well aware of how deep this dosage would put them to sleep. Unless subjected to particularly intense stimuli, it would be impossible for them to wake up in a short time. Soon Zhou Qi'er heard their snoring from the living room, rising and falling in unison. Cautiously she approached the living room and saw everyone lying on the sofa and chairs deep in sleep. She held her breath and sent a message to Zhang Yi. I administered a large dose of sleeping pills to them, and they have all. What do you plan to do next? Just a wall away was Zhang Yi's residence. He had been waiting for Zhou Qi'er's message to confirm whether she could complete the task. Only by proving her sufficient value would she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's hands. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and told her, drag them to the balcony. He would not go over to avoid falling into a trap set by the other party. Zhou Qi'er bit her lip and finally replied. An ordinary person would surely be terrified, for if Chen Zhenghao and the others suddenly woke up at this moment, they would definitely kill her. However, Zhou Qi'er, as a professional doctor, was very confident in the effects of the drug. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she dragged Chen Zhenghao and the others one by one out to the balcony. Even with the biting cold wind outside, they would still not wake up in the short term. Those in deep slumber are like that. Instead, due to the cold weather, their bodies would automatically lower their temperature to extend life in a hibernation-like state. Zhou Qi'er's every action was clearly visible to Zhang Yi, who stood by the window. He was well aware of how many men Chen Zhenghao had, and nothing could escape his watchful eyes through the surveillance. Zhou Qi'er's voice trembled as she asked, "That's enough? Just wait for me a moment." Zhang Yi put down his phone, and Zhou Qi'er's voice trembled as she asked, "That's enough? Just wait for me a moment." Zhang Yi put down his phone and turned back to his bedroom. After pondering for a moment, he took out a thick cold-proof suit from the alternate space and put it on. He also grabbed 10 ropes the thickness of a child's arm to tie around his waist. In his left hand, he held a well-strung crossbow, and on his back, he carried a mountain knife. Zhang Yi thought for a moment that it still didn't feel safe enough. He then took the gun he had bought, but never had a chance to disengage the safety, and held it in his hand. After all this, he finally felt a sense of security. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door of the window. This process was complex. The lock had fingerprint, electronic, and physical locks, a total of 3 layers. After unlocking, Zhang Yi stepped out onto the balcony. The biting cold wind blew against him, but through the cold-proof suit, it didn't feel particularly deep. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the quality of professional cold-proof clothing. Zhou Qi'er was shivering by the window, hugging her arms and staring at him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raising the gun in his hand, aiming at the thugs on the ground, subtly also directing it at Zhou Qi'er. He casually tossed the ropes at Zhou Qier's feet. It's not me, it's you. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, leaning against the window frame, ready to retreat into the room at the first sign of danger. Chen Zhenghao and his henchmen lay unconscious on the adjacent balcony. Yet Zhang Yi could not be certain they were truly incapacitated. What if this was a ruse, orchestrated jointly by them and Zhou Qi'er to lure him into a trap? The moment he stepped over, they might spring up and kill him. Moreover, a gap of over 10 centimeters separated the two balconies.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Therefore, Zhang Yi leveled his gun at Chen Zhenghao and the others lying on the ground. Bind their hands behind their backs with these ropes. Also, I recall Chen Zhenghao carries a firearm. Hand it over to me. Zhou Qi'er wore an expression of utter She had eaten nothing for 2 days, only sipped water, and had dragged 10 people onto the balcony. Her strength was utterly spent. Seeing Zhang Yi's extreme caution, even refusing to step forward and assist, she bit her chapped lips and muttered bitterly, "You're far too cautious." Caution steers one safely through millennia. I will take no unnecessary risk, not even the smallest. Zhang Yi replied calmly. Under the barrel of his gun, Zhou Qier had no choice but to comply. She seized the rope and tightly bound each person's wrists behind their backs. When she retrieved the handgun from Chun Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's muzzle shifted instantly, aiming squarely at her head. Remove the magazine and toss it here. Zhou Qier gazed at Zhang Yi, then hesitated, biting her lip. How can I remove the magazine and toss it here? Zhou Qier gazed at Zhang Yi, then hesitated, biting her lip. How can I? Only by trusting me do you stand any chance of surviving this merciless environment. Zhou Qier paused in thought, knowing full well that she possessed no other recourse. She could not violate her moral compass and resort to cannibalism. Thus starvation awaited her. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she removed the magazine from the pistol and dropped it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced sideways, confirming it was indeed Chun Jinghao's weapon. Before saying, return to the room, Zhou Qier carefully retreated indoors. Her heart pounded fiercely, because if Chun Jinghao and the others awoke Zhang Yi could simply re-enter the safety of his room, while she would face certain death. Yet as Zhang Yi had said, she had no choice. Once inside, Zhou Qier waited anxiously, while Zhang Yi did not immediately cross the balcony. Instead, he picked up Chun Jinghao's fallen gun. He checked the magazine. It held 3 rounds. Then he cast the firearm into his spatial rift before returning indoors to retrieve a metal pipe from the bathroom. He aimed the pipe toward the group on the adjacent balcony and unleashed a torrent. He chose not to fire, both to conserve ammunition and to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Whoosh! A gush of water surged from the pipe, arcing 3 or 4 meters to drench Chun Jinghao. The temperature plunged from over 20 degrees Celsius indoors to minus 70 degrees outdoors, a staggering 100-degree differential. Even as the warm water jetted forth, steam curled from its surface. Yet the instant it struck their bodies, it froze solid. Inside, Zhou Qier watched, and instinctively hugged her arms. To perish encased in ice was indeed a cruel fate. Now under the relentless assault of freezing water, the group began stirring awake. The icy deluge had already seeped deep into their flesh, locking every limb in brittle frost. One henchman's lips, turning violet, shrieked in sheer terror. He tried to rise, but his wrists remained tightly bound behind him, and the floor, now glazed with thick ice, sent him slipping helplessly, unable to gain purchase or stand. Chun Jinghao too awakened, jolted by the icy spray striking his face. His expression flickered with bewilderment, then hardened into grim realization he had been drugged. But there was no time to trace the culprit, for the unrelenting cold water engulfed him, plunging him into a glacial abyss, each nerve screaming with piercing needle-like agony. All 10 stirred awake, shrieking in panic. They thrashed desperately, yet could not rise. Cramped together on the narrow balcony, they hindered one another at every turn. Zhang Yi. Chun Jinghao spotted him, across the gap, wielding the pipe like a weapon. A roar tore from his throat. Zhang Yi finally emerged fully from his room, the once impenetrable window now cracked open just a sliver. Alas, he lay bound, his life slipping beyond salvage. You've made enough noise. It's time to die. Zhang Yi spoke coldly. Chun Jinghao and his men had slaughtered nearly half the building's residents, approaching Zhang Yi's own grim tally. Leaving him alive meant inevitable confrontation, sooner rather than later. Though Zhang Yi feared no one, prudence dictated elimination. He would never gamble with his own life. And what could be safer than a corpse? With their final strength, Chun Jinghao and the others writhed and roared, yet remained pinned. The frigid water lashed their faces, flooded their mouths, and poured down their collars. Their clothes soaked through, then hardened into rigid, unyielding armor of ice. Within 2 minutes they lay silent, only convulsing faintly, skin bluish-purple. By the 3rd minute, motion ceased entirely. They had become 10 frozen statues. 5 minutes later, the mass fused into a single monolithic block of ice. Zhang Yi ceased spraying, conserving water. No modern medical intervention could revive them now. He returned indoors and sealed the floor-to-ceiling window with absolute certainty. Then he shed his heavy thermal suit and called Zhou Qier.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
You have passed the test. You may come over. In the neighboring room, Zhou Qier heard his voice, and the tension gripping her chest finally dissolved. Zhang Yi disengaged all 4 locks on the reinforced security door, then stepped back 2 paces, raising his pistol to aim directly at the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance feed, verifying Zhou Qier's condition, before remotely unlocking the final electronic bolt via his smartphone app. You may enter. Outside, Zhou Qier lifted her pale, frostbitten hand and pushed with all her remaining strength. The door was massive, her effort agonizingly laborious. Yet the instant a sliver of light appeared, warmth gushed forth like a living tide, enveloping her completely. Her eyes flared with sudden radiant hope. She had not felt such warmth in an eternity. Summoning fresh resolve, she redoubled her push, swinging the door wide, and stepped across the threshold. At that moment, she felt as though she'd crossed into paradise. The numbing cold that had clung to her flesh began receding, swiftly, irreversibly. That intoxicating warmth embraced her like a healing bath, until gradually it intensified into an almost unbearable scorching heat. After all, she wore 6 layers of clothing, including 2 down jackets. In Zhang Yi's apartment, maintained at a steady 27 degrees Celsius, The heat became unbearable. Ignoring the pistol still trained upon her, she hastily began stripping off her garments. The room was unbearably hot. Zhang felt as if she were being roasted in an oven while clad in her thick down jacket, which was particularly uncomfortable. Their back-and-forth performance did not escape Zhang Yi's notice. Still feigning urgency, he said, "Yes, I can read." She gasped for breath, tears welling up in her eyes revealing her inner excitement. It was warm, so very warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was truly suitable for human life. Yet it had been far too long since she felt this ordinary happiness. "Have you forgotten something? Like the fact that this is my home and you haven't fully passed my test yet," Zhang Yi said coldly. At that moment Zhang remembered that there was a man in front of her. Zhang Yi's gun was still aimed at Zhang. She forced a smile. "You really are cautious."
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
"I've already done what you asked, dealt with your enemies. Is that not enough to earn your trust?" Zhang Yi replied indifferently. "Those people were also a significant trouble for you. But next you must prove your harmlessness." Zhang Yi pointed out the crux of the matter. After enduring a prolonged life in the apocalypse, he was unwilling to easily trust anyone. For no matter who they were in the past, anyone could lose their humanity in the apocalypse. He could only trust himself. Only this way could he survive. Zhang felt somewhat helpless. She had followed Zhang Yi's demands, but didn't know how to make him trust her. However, she certainly did not want to leave this warm house. "What do you want me to do to convince you that I mean you no harm?" Zhang looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost in a humble supplication. Zhang Yi observed her and warily asked, "You aren't hiding any weapons on you, are you?" Zhang, at a loss for words, raised her hands. "Look at me. There's no way I could hide any dangerous weapons, right?" Zhang Yi's expression remained indifferent as he shook the gun in his hand. "Raise your hands." His intention was to search her to ensure she wasn't concealing weapons. Zhang felt a bit embarrassed. Yet she understood that she had no bargaining power at this moment. Zhang Yi's home was, compared to the environment she had lived in before, it was simply paradise. She understood that to gain certain things one must pay an equivalent price. "All right, I understand." Zhang gathered her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a smart woman aware of what she needed to give in order to receive. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on her, preventing her from suddenly revealing any lethal weapons. This was entirely for safety. He was a righteous man and would have no other intentions. Zhang slowly raised her hands and then placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as portrayed in dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached to search her. "Is this all right now, eh?" Zhang asked after Zhang Yi finished searching her. Zhang Yi confirmed that she was not carrying any weapons. He then glanced at the medical kit on the floor and said to Zhang, "I suggest you take a shower first." Zhang's face flushed even redder. Indeed, she hadn't showered for a long time, and she might smell a bit, but that feeling shy, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Zhang Yi found some women's clothes from the alternate space and tossed them outside the bathroom. "Here are some clothes for you to change into later. I picked a set based on your size. I try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't work, I'll find you something else." Zhang Yi had managed the warehouse for so long that he developed a keen eye. He could immediately tell Zhang's clothing size. Zhang responded with a small from the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water was heard. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit and carefully opened it, checking it thoroughly. He found that there were no medications left, only a few rolls of nearly depleted gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After contemplating, he took the syringes, tossed them into the alternate space, and closed the medical kit. He sat on the sofa, unhurriedly waiting for Zhang to finish her shower before continuing their conversation. Inside the bathroom, as Zhang turned on the shower, hot water cascaded over her head and her excited eyes were filled with tears. Only after losing something do people understand what happiness truly is. In her previous daily life, she had never felt their significance. But after the apocalypse struck, she realized the value of those things. After thousands of years of human civilization's development, the conveniences it brought made them increasingly delicate. Having not showered for half a month, Zhang was exceptionally thorough this time. After washing for half an hour, she suddenly remembered she was in Zhang Yi's home and hastened her bathing. After all, water resources were precious now. Yet Zhang Yi did not voice any objections or hurry her, as he had plenty of stored water. Moreover, even in extreme situations, there was a large amount of ice and snow outside that could be utilized. Human activities had pressed the pause button, and the natural snow melt was very clean, even drinkable. Click. The bathroom door opened. Zhang Yi looked over and saw a steaming arm reaching out from inside, grabbing the clothes he had placed outside the door. Soon after, Zhang emerged in her pajamas. Her damp hair hung down her back, creating a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi held the gun in his hand, remaining oblivious to such beauty, his gaze still filled with caution. He would not let his guard down until he confirmed that this woman was trustworthy. "Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't showered in a long time and wasted your water. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Zhang looked somewhat embarrassed. Being in a strange man's home, she felt very reserved. Especially now, she had no idea what kind of person Zhang Yi was. In such times, it was always wise to remain cautious and respectful. She did not want to anger Zhang Yi and be thrown out. It was easy to fall from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to return from extravagance to frugality. After experiencing the wonders of a safe haven, who would want to return to the icy wilderness? Zhou Qier noticed Zhang Yi's lingering wariness toward her, and silently mused no wonder he survived so effortlessly in this apocalyptic world. Sit down. And Zhang Yi gestured toward the sofa beside him, his handgun already drawn though she hadn't seen when he'd retrieved it. Zhou Qier obediently settled onto the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, hands folded neatly on her knees like a well-behaved child. And listen carefully. I've allowed you to stay here because you hold some value to me. But remember this at all times: this is my home, and your presence within it is a privilege I bestow upon you. And therefore you must obey every command I issue without hesitation. Fail to do so, and I will cast you out without mercy. And should you ever harbor ill intent toward me, and should I discover it, you will be killed instantly without pity. Zhou Qier listened to Zhang Yi's cold, unyielding words, and inwardly scoffed how utterly ruthless. And she knew his severity was justified. But had he softened his tone even slightly, she might have felt a flicker of gratitude. What she did not know was that Zhang Yi had once been gentle, only for that gentleness to be repaid with betrayal. And he pointed again, this time toward a bedroom. Their residence was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Besides Zhang Yi's master suite, 2 guest rooms remained. And you'll occupy that room. Let me make one thing clear: every corner of this house is under surveillance. And you will remain perpetually within my watchful gaze. Privacy is non-existent here. The door itself is a reinforced security door, slightly lighter than the main entrance yet impervious to human force. And the key remains in my possession. You may only leave during the hours I expressly permit. Should you object to any of these terms, Zhang Yi gestured toward the front door, you may walk out now. And Zhou Qier had no intention of leaving. Even if his conditions were unbearably stringent, this apartment, compared to the brutal wasteland beyond, was nothing short of paradise. And she nodded. Yes, I will obey you. Her compliance deeply pleased Zhang Yi. And truly a woman of intelligence. How effortless communication became. And had it been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, the kind of delicate ethereal girls, he imagined they'd weep and protest instead. They deserve their fate in this apocalypse. And Zhang Yi holstered his firearm and adjusted the position of the second one concealed beneath his jacket. Ni's gaze settled upon Zhou Qier, his voice softening, just perceptibly. You're intelligent. This makes coexistence far smoother for us both. And you understand surely what lies beyond those walls: a living hell. Your survival hinges solely upon your reliance on me. And so now I shall reveal a secret, to you alone. Listen closely. And Zhou Qier's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. A secret, you would tell me? And she knew Zhang Yi's caution ran deep. Whatever he was about to disclose could not possibly be trivial. Zhang Yi said, I share this secret to ensure your unwavering loyalty. Yet even if you betray it, I fear little. I face enough peril merely surviving. Who among the desperate could truly threaten me? He shrugged lightly. Those who sought my death are already dead. Surely you witnessed that yourself. And Zhou Qier nodded solemnly, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yi, awaiting the revelation. Zhang Yi spoke slowly, deliberately. The cause of this snowstorm, something you've likely read online, is a supernova explosion triggering a gamma ray burst. These rays induce physiological changes in humans, sometimes resulting in mutation. And thus, I possess an extraordinary ability: the creation and control of an independent pocket dimension. Ignoring Zhou Qier's stunned expression, he continued, it is precisely this space, stocked with vast reserves, that has sustained me through these harsh days. Without it, this apartment alone, however sturdy, could never store sufficient provisions. And so long as I live, you live, and partake of those resources. You eat, you bathe in warm water. And should I perish, this dwelling will swiftly degrade into just another ruin, indistinguishable from the rest. And you would starve. And Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Qier, even knowing her kindness. And he trusted only self-interest, not human nature. For human nature is malleable, easily warped, often with minimal pressure. Not only by making her understand that his survival meant hers, could he bind her irrevocably to his own interests. To cement her belief, Zhang Yi reached into his pocket dimension and withdrew a long layered sandwich, tossing it to Zhou Qier without warning. Witnessing him conjure sustenance from empty air, Zhou Qier's incredulous gaze finally softened, just slightly, with dawning trust. An extraordinary ability. Such things truly exist. And staring at the sandwich in her hands, she swallowed hard, hesitating to bite, waiting instead for his permission. Out there, a single loaf like this could ignite lethal conflict between 2 families, let alone the fact she hadn't eaten in 2 days. And Zhang Yi replied coolly, eat. It's yours. Zhou Qier could restrain herself no longer. She took a loud, ravenous bite. And seeing her devour it frantically, Zhang Yi poured a glass of water and handed it to her. She devoured the bread with fierce urgency. This fast food item she once scorned now tasted so divine, she nearly wept. Heavens! How can mere bread taste so exquisite? And meanwhile, Zhang Yi quietly outlined the household rules. I do not trust you completely, so you must demonstrate discretion. In cleaning, cooking, these tasks require no problem. The sewage pipes froze long ago. For sanitation, you'll use specially designed plastic bags, and dispose of them through the concealed vent in the window. That duty falls to you henceforth. In essence, you are now my personal attendant. Your labor purchases comfort, safety, and sustenance. Have you understood? And Zhang Yi tolerated no idle hands under his roof. Zhou having finished eating, nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. And master? She murmured, blushing. Zhang Yi arched a brow. This young woman certainly knew how to navigate power dynamics. And no wonder she'd risen so young to chief physician. And master? She murmured, blushing. Zhang Yi arched a brow. This young woman certainly knew how to navigate power dynamics. And no wonder she'd risen so young. Do you know why among all the residents of this building, many far more familiar to me, I chose you? Zhou pressed her lips together thoughtfully. Because I am a physician. And you lack for nothing. Yet illness and injury cannot be guaranteed against. Zhang Yi gave a slight approving nod. That is reason one. Though my constitution remains robust, foresight is always prudent. And from beneath the coffee table he retrieved half a bottle of red wine, and with the same uncanny ease produced 2 crystal-stemmed glasses. He poured 2 generous measures, sliding one across the table, toward Zhou. And now what is the second reason? And she accepted the glass, paused, then took a slow sip. A quiet realization shimmered in her eyes. In this world no sustenance came freely. And because I am a woman, and a beautiful one at that. This woman possessed keen self-awareness. Zhou set down her glass and rose. And before Zhang Yi's steady gaze, she loosened her robe. Zhang Yi made no pretense of virtue. Over 2 weeks of pent-up tension had accumulated within him, and so, tonight it was settled. This night was destined to be exceptionally long. Zhou had finally obtained the warm room she desired. Now she could comfortably sleep for the first time since the apocalypse. Zhang Yi securely locked the door from the outside, keeping the only key to himself. Business was business, but basic principles had to be upheld. Even though Zhang Yi knew that Zhou was a kind person, allowing her inside and letting her live was already showing great mercy. In the short term, he could not afford to lower his guard against her. He first took a shower and then returned to his bedroom to rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi woke up refreshed, his eyes brighter than usual. Having a woman by his side added some joy to life. A living alone made him worry about a potential mental breakdown. Humans are indeed social creatures. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou must be obedient and completely harmless. When Zhang Yi checked the surveillance, Zhou was still soundly asleep in bed. She had not had a proper rest for too long, so she was sleeping deeply, still not awake by now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and finished dressing before going to wash up. After finishing his morning cleaning, he went to the living room to prepare breakfast. Zhang Yi retrieved some food from the alternate space and placed it on the coffee table. Then he approached Zhou's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked and said, "Come out and eat something." It's somewhat amusing that although Zhang Yi clearly saw everything in the room, he still knocked politely. After all, if they were to live together for a long time, basic respect was necessary. Zhou's soft voice came from inside, tinged with a hint of fatigue. "Okay, it'll be right there." Zhang Yi went to the dining table, picked up a beef and cheeseburger, and walked to the window while eating.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhou stepped out of her room, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, her complexion slightly reddened. As a proud medical doctor from a prestigious university, she had always held herself in high regard, showing little warmth towards men. Thus she had remained chaste until now. After all, people in high society placed great importance on such matters. Yet unexpectedly, she had not given herself to her husband, or even her lover. Instead, in the apocalypse, she had exchanged this for survival with a man she barely knew. However, looking at Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold, yet rational, handsome face made her feel a sense of peace. Women often harbor special feelings for their first man. Zhang Yi found Zhou quite attractive. After all, who wouldn't love a beautiful woman with an excellent figure? But when it came to love, that was definitely not on the table right now. Perhaps in the future, as he completely trusted her, he would gradually invest his feelings. After all, living alone in the apocalypse was exhausting, and one always needed some emotional support. Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou that there was food on the table. Zhou looked over to find a steaming burger, fried chicken, and fries. These had been bulk ordered by Zhang Yi from fast food chains like KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of the alternate space, they were still warm when taken out. Zhou swallowed hard and couldn't resist walking over to grab a burger and devour it. In the past, she had looked down on fast food, but now it tasted so good it nearly brought her to tears. Within 10 minutes, she finished all that food. Zhou lay back in her chair comfortably, letting out a satisfied burp. When she saw Zhang Yi's half-smiling expression, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhang Yi didn't care about that. He asked, "Are you done eating?" Zhou tilted her head and replied earnestly, "Am not, but you can't eat too much at once, otherwise it can easily cause gastroenteritis. So you're done. Come over and help." Zhang Yi pointed outside. Zhou obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of winter clothing from the alternate space, and Zhou's eyes widened. Although it wasn't her first time seeing this, it still felt particularly magical. In her heart, her determination to follow Zhang Yi grew stronger. In the apocalypse, only a handful of people could survive. Following a strong person increased her chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of winter clothing to Zhou for her to put on, and he donned a set himself. "What are we going to do?" Zhou asked curiously. Zhang Yi pointed at the block of ice on the next balcony. "Go smash that ice block." Zhou shivered. The bodies had already merged with the ice. If the ice was smashed, their corpses would be shattered. They must be dead, why do we need to do this? Zhang Yi shrugged. Perhaps it's simply because I dislike them. Seeing Zhou Qir's astonished expression, Zhang Yi laughed. Almost everyone in this building wants to kill me and take my room. I have to do something to let them know I'm not to be trifled with. He smirked. In the past they thought I was just a turtle hiding at home. Of course I don't care about their opinions of me. But over time it gets a bit annoying, but it's good to teach them a lesson. There was another reason that Zhang Yi didn't mention, nor did he care to explain to Zhou Qir. Zhang Yi was someone who always repaid grudges. Chen Jinghao had tried to kill him several times, leaving Zhang Yi quite angry. Simply freezing them to death feels too merciful, Zhang Yi thought. Zhou Qir seemed to realize something and pointed at her nose, saying, "You aren't going to make me do it again, are you?" She was utterly speechless. It seemed that from the very beginning she had been the one doing all the work to take down Chen Jinghao and the others. Now that they were dead, was Zhang Yi still so cowardly? Zhang Yi said seriously, "This is called being prudent. What if I go over there and you close the window on me?" Of course Zhang Yi's supplies were in the space, so he wasn't worried about starving. But after living a comfortable life, who would want to look for trouble? Zhou Qir rolled her eyes, feeling both amused and helpless. She silently complained about how someone could be so cautious. She wasn't foolish, how could she do something that harmed others while not benefiting herself? Zhang Yi ignored her complaints, made a gesture of please towards her, and handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Qir noticed that Zhang Yi had entered a defensive posture when he handed her the baseball bat. She was furious and felt speechless at Zhang Yi's excessive caution. But despite her reluctance to speak, her body honestly accepted the baseball bat, and she climbed over the railing to the neighboring balcony. Zhang Yi took out his phone and began recording. Zhou Qir raised the baseball bat in her hand, staring at the massive ice lump before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively swung down with all her might. After all, as a woman trained in medicine, she wasn't overly squeamish about corpses. Crack! With a sound, the ice. Zhou Qir's hand throbbed painfully from the recoil, and she exclaimed as she dropped the bat. She frowned slightly, so hard. Before Zhang Yi could speak, she stepped into the room, returning with a large iron hammer in hand. "This one is much better to use," she said with determination in her eyes. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, realizing he had underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Qir raised the hammer and struck down fiercely. Since there was not much water spread out, the ice layer was not excessively thick, and Zhou Qir's strength was considerable, she truly smashed a large chunk off. Zhang Yi recorded the entire process with his phone. After Zhou Qir's first strike, her confidence grew, and she no longer felt fear. With a series of cracking sounds, the lump of ice was shattered into numerous pieces. At that moment, it was impossible to discern what lay within. Only a swirl of colors was visible. But Zhang Yi knew what they were. After Zhou Qir fulfilled Zhang Yi's request, she crawled back. "What use is this video?" Zhou Qir asked curiously while changing her clothes. Zhang Yi smirked slightly and mischievously sent it to the owner. Zhou Qir suddenly realized, "You want to establish authority in the owner group, making them think twice before bothering you in the future." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "Not just that I want to replace Chen Jinghao's position in their hearts." Neighbors feared Chen Jinghao far more than him, because Chen Jinghao had a gun and would storm in and kill them, stealing. Yet even if Zhang Yi killed many people, he still left an impression of being a pervert lurking at home, relying on sneak attacks to kill. Zhang Yi needed to take the initiative, preparing for the day he might step out of the house. Zhou Qir nodded, supporting Zhang Yi's actions. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa resting, while casually checking the chat. Zhou Qir nestled next to Zhang Yi, her legs together like a cute little cat. Her head rested beside Zhang Yi, as they both watched the reactions in the owner group. The two of them looked like a pair of lovers in the bloom of romance. Zhou Qir's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from dependency, a natural attraction to strength in women. However, to Zhang Yi she still bore more of a servant's trait. As for feelings, that could be discussed later if they developed, but even if feelings did arise, they wouldn't be too deep. Recently the internet seemed to have worsened. It took a full minute for Zhang Yi to upload the video. It seemed that due to the heavy snow, the nearby base stations were affected. However, as a world-famous construction powerhouse, Huaguo's communication standards were top-notch. Thus it hadn't reached a point of total communication failure. Only long-distance connections might face significant interference. The neighbors, upon seeing the video, curiously clicked to watch. When they saw how miserably Chen Jinghao and the others had died, countless people erupted in crazy laughter, tears mingling with their joy. "Chen Jinghao, that devil, is finally dead. Xiao Cui, you can rest your eyes now. Finally. He is truly. We can finally go outside. That bastard deserved to die. Ha. Ha ha. Whoa. The neighbors harbored a deep hatred for Chen Jinghao. If it weren't for Chen Jinghao leading the bloody storm, many people in this building wouldn't have died at all. Their relatives, friends, and lovers were brutally harmed by Chen Jinghao and his men. Such hatred was beyond words. Zhang Yi sent a message in the group. "Chen Jinghao is dead. It was me, Zhang." Beside him, Zhou Qir shot him a resentful glance, thinking, "Wasn't that my doing?" Zhang Yi continued, "From now on, this building will be under my control." Only then did the neighbors remember that it was Zhang Yi who had posted the video, and Zhou Qir appeared in it. "Zhang Yi, did you kill Chen Jinghao? You are truly impressive. Thank you for helping us eliminate a wicked demon." "Zhang Yi, does your house still have? I'm starving to death. My son has already died, and my daughter too. But I want to live." "Zhang Yi, you must have food at home, right? Please give me some. I will do anything you ask." The neighbors immediately clamored for Zhang Yi, seeing him as a source of abundant supplies, a synonym for food. Zhang Yi was somewhat speechless from their expressions. It seemed they had little fear of him. He said to Zhou Qier beside him, "I killed Qin Jinghao, so why aren't they afraid of me?" Zhou Qier replied without hesitation, "Because compared to that madman Qin Jinghao, you are a good person." Zhang Yi laughed helplessly and pointed at himself. "I'm a good person. Don't flatter me too much." Zhou Qier replied earnestly, "To me you are a good person, because you have never actively killed anyone. As for Qin Jinghao, he deserved to die." Zhang Yi smiled without replying. He didn't see himself as a good person, but at least he felt he wasn't a bad one. That was because he hadn't been pushed to the brink, thus able to retain the basic moral integrity of humanity. At that moment, someone sent a voice message.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi, has Zhou Qier moved into your house? Why do you only let her live there, and not me? Why can't I come in? Many people turned red with jealousy. They dreamed of entering Zhang Yi's house. It was said to have a fireplace, a warm greenhouse at 20 to 30 degrees. Inside it was comfortable, filled with supplies that could last for 10 years. In the past they had attempted a direct assault, but Zhou Qier's situation gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do everything Zhou Qier can do, and I can do it better. Let me into your house. Zhang Yi, I've never told you, but I've liked you for a long time. Can you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I'm a man, I can. Zhang Yi found it painful to watch. Zhou Qier was also dumbfounded, feeling a tinge of crisis. In truth, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not, at the very least, she was indeed not very skilled in dating men. What if Zhang Yi encountered someone better in the future and neglected her? Zhou Qier bit her lip, secretly resolving to demonstrate her value and cling to Zhang Yi's strong support. The neighbors were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy toward Zhou Qier, all begging Zhang Yi to take them along. Especially Fang Yuqing, who nearly went mad when she saw these messages. Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Qier now? Zhang Yi was too lazy to respond. At that moment she was curled up in a stinky room, disheveled like a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang had been dead for several days. But inside Fang Yuqing there was still a glimmer of light and hope. She believed she would one day be able to go to Zhang Yi's house and enjoy that beautiful life. She typed with her cracked hands trembling, Zhang Yi, now that Qin Jinghao is dead, can Qing'er go to your place? Didn't you say you wanted to have a good life with Qing'er? Didn't you say you would provide a warm and happy life for Qing'er? You promised me you have to take me. Don't let me be with other women, you are mine, everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi didn't expect Fang Yuqing was still alive. He scoffed, retorting, you aren't dead yet. Fang Yuqing, so Zhang Yi thought I was dead, and let that bitch Zhou Qier live in their house. It must be like that. Now that he knows I'm alive, he will definitely choose me over her. She trembled with excitement, saying to Zhang Yi, I'm still doing well. You like Qing'er so much before you want change your heart right. Don't let Zhou Qier stay in your house. Let me go. I am the one who loves you the most. At that moment the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Caning noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual behavior. They saw the light in Fang Yuqing's eyes and immediately understood she was chatting with Zhang Yi. The two rushed over, their faces contorted with anger, saying, Fang Yuqing, don't think you can leave us behind to live a good life. The three were fighting over a phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Caning, Zhang Yi, I'm not worse than Fang Yuqing. Ew, I can do everything she can do. I'm much more considerate. Ew, I won't treat you as a backup. Wang Min, Zhang Yi, I'm a bit older, but being older means I know how to care for others. Young girls don't understand what it means to be gentle and considerate. Give Sister Wang a chance. Zhang Yi treated it like watching a show, listening to the messages they fought over, and the filled with quarrels voice messages. He couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou Qier felt an even greater sense of crisis, tightly holding on to Zhang Yi's arm, fearing he might. Zhou Qier's proactive approach brought a sense of happiness and warmth to Zhang Yi's heart. Although he was not easily influenced by women, he too craved tenderness and affection. Without a doubt, Zhou Qier was a beauty, and it was quite reasonable for her to have such a striking effect on him. He thoroughly enjoyed the process of her coming closer to him. A wicked thought arose in Zhang Yi's mind. If Fang Yuqing saw how intimate he was with Zhou Qier, would she go mad? With that thought, Zhang Yi immediately picked up his phone and sent a selfie to the two of them. In the shot, Zhou Qier nestled beside him, tightly wrapping her arm around his. Then he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Qing'er, you're a good person. But unfortunately you came too late. I've now encountered someone even better. You will bless us, right? Fang Yuqing was still desperately trying to grab the phone. Ding dong. The three of them heard the notification sound and quickly looked over. Every message from Zhang Yi represented hope for them to survive. But in the end they saw the affectionate image of Zhou Qier and Zhang Yi, clearly a couple. Zhou Qier outshone them in terms of education, talent, and beauty. Fang Yuqing had a low education level and worked merely as a warehouse clerk. Compared to a quality woman like Zhou Qier, she felt utterly defeated. There was nothing left of her. Thus intense jealousy burned within her. Zhang Yi, no, you can't do this to me. Qing'er loves you, she loves you the most. She must be lying to you, she doesn't give me a chance and I will prove that I am the one who truly loves you. Zhang Yi sneered and replied, no need, what I have with Qier is true love. She is so much better than you, how could I possibly give her up for you? Do you think you are worthy? So let's not stay in touch anymore, I fear she might misunderstand. Zhang Yi knew that his words would surely drive Fang Yuqing mad with rage. He understood that he was her last hope in this apocalyptic world. To personally extinguish someone's hopes, how wonderful that could be, especially in this manner. Fang Yuqing always felt like a goddess only to be adored by men. But today she had lost the man she thought was hers to another woman. The key was that this woman was indeed superior and more beautiful than her. This pain and despair were doubled. She regretted wanting to beat herself up, asking why she had been blind and not married such a good man as Zhang Yi. Just as Zhang Yi expected, Fang Yuqing was nearly driven to madness, letting out a hysterical scream from her throat. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were clearly my devoted admirer. You adored me for 2 years, so why are you not adoring me now that I am— That shameless woman, why did she steal my stuff? She deserves to die. Yes, Zhou Qiu, it's all that shameless woman's fault. Lin Canning and Wang Min saw Zhang Yi's message and pointed at Fang Yuqing, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, you silly girl, this is your retribution. Ha, you deserve this. Her once best friend Lin Canning spat, full of disdain. Fang Yuqing's eyes reddened, and when she tried to send a message to Zhang Yi again, she realized she had been blocked. This meant Zhang Yi no longer wanted to pay attention to her. Not long after, she would perish in this apocalypse, and Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation of her would bring him satisfaction. Zhang Yi set down his phone wearing a blissful smile. The more suffering that shameless woman endured, the happier he became. Zhou Qiu leaned closely against him, looking up at him with— Zhang Yi turned his head, and their eyes met. Suddenly he frowned and tightly grasped her delicate hand. Do you—
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi's gaze deepened. He recalled how he was treated by Fang Yuqing in his previous life. He had given her everything only to be betrayed in the end, as she tricked him into opening his door, leading to him being devoured by neighbors. The profound pain was unimaginable to humanity. After all, you have to witness them using dull knives to sever your limbs piece by piece. As long as you understand. Zhang Yi did not want to explain further. He couldn't clarify it anyway. After all, those matters had nothing to do with Zhou Qiu. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiu took care of Chen Jinghao, their surroundings became much quieter. At least there was no constant knocking next door or people sent to monitor them. Chen Jinghao himself did not realize that Zhang Yi was killing him now, largely because he was simply too annoying. The atmosphere in the area had relaxed a bit, no longer as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi knew that this was merely an illusion. As the apocalypse progressed, human nature would become increasingly twisted. Even without Chen Jinghao, those who had tasted blood might still resort to murder. But still, what did that have to do with him? That morning after getting up, Zhang Yi arrived at Zhou Qiu's door and helped her open it. Zhou Qiu blushed and went to the bathroom, then came out to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her cooking skills were average, but at least they were better than Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi wanted freshly made food, he would have her cook some. Of course, before eating, Zhang Yi would let Zhou Qiu taste it first before he picked up his chopsticks. While eating, Zhang Yi would browse WeChat and some news that was still operational. Nowadays, a very small number of still functioning applications were actually maintained by the authorities. In the extreme cold, most people could not survive. However, the higher-ups always had disaster response plans to ensure that some so-called important people would live. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the WeChat group. It was the crazy Lin Dema from before. Lin Dema, the snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a senior official in Jiangnan province, he told me on the phone. You all have to listen to me now, or I will have you all executed. Did you hear what I said? Now bring me some food right away. But no one in the group paid her any attention. She's gone mad. Yet it's a miracle she's survived this long. I remember Chen Jinghao was the first to rob her. Zhang Yi stated. Sitting across from him, Zhou Qiu revealed a subtle expression of sadness upon hearing this. When I went to treat Lin Xiaohu, I felt sorry for them, so I gave them a bit of supplies. Zhang Yi glanced at her upon hearing her words. Zhou Qiu, fearing that Zhang Yi would despise her for her saintly attitude, hurriedly explained, at that time the snow disaster had just begun, and I thought it would pass quickly. Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and crossing his hands. That's not the issue. He continued, the supplies you provided should have been consumed long ago, right? What have you been relying on to last until now? Zhou Qiu, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently put the rib back into her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's question. Lin Xiaohu died about 10 days ago due to the lack of medication. Zhang Yi nodded. If that's the case, it makes sense. He suddenly laughed. In the past, Lin Xuanxiao always said Lin Xiaohu was her darling, wishing she could keep him in her mouth. She certainly lived up to her words. Zhou Qiu couldn't help but cover her mouth, shooting Zhang Yi a reproachful glance. I'm still eating. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi burst into laughter, pleased with his little prank. He suddenly felt that living with a woman nearby made life much more interesting. At least there was someone to talk to, which would— In the midst of their conversation, a sudden shout came from outside. The two turned to look out the window. About 40 meters away from their residence at Building 25, a naked man stood on the balcony of Building 18, raising his arms and shouting into the wind. Then under their watchful eyes he dove down like a diver. Zhou Qiu frowned slightly and couldn't help but sigh. When will this snow disaster come to an end? In this apocalypse, there are many who choose to end their lives due to the lack of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. The changes of nature are beyond the control of humanity's current technological level. He added, as long as we can survive, that's enough. While they were speaking, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Uncle Yu, the security guard, calling. With the experience from his previous life, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two people in this life. One was Uncle Yu, and the other was Zhou Qier. They both sacrificed themselves for others, adhering to the moral baseline of humanity until death. That is why he allowed Zhou Qier to enter his home and become his servant. As for Uncle Yu, he was the second person in the entire building with a stockpile of supplies, second only to Zhang Yi. Even now his supplies remained relatively abundant. A single man in his 40s, childless, working as a security guard. People like him tend to hoard cheap instant noodles and sausages to save on living costs. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi, how are you? Are you okay now? Uncle Yu spoke with a stutter accompanied by an awkward grin. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that this was usually a sign of him needing something. Zhang Yi weighed his options in his mind. If Uncle Yu was asking for supplies, he could give him some. After all, this security guard had served 5 years in the army and was quite capable. In the future, if he encountered trouble, he could call on him for help to shield him from danger. Thus Zhang Yi was happy to provide him with some small favors. I'm doing fine. It's just that there's an extra person in the house, and the supplies are depleting a bit faster. He glanced at Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head to continue eating her rice. Oh, that is indeed a problem. With more people at home, the food consumption increases. Yes, that's how it is. Uncle Yu's tone gradually weakened, as if he felt embarrassed to speak. But after hesitating for a while, he finally said, Zhang Yi, I want to ask you something. Uncle Yu, there's no need to be polite with me, just say it. As long as it's within my ability to help, I will certainly do my best. Uncle Yu replied shyly, it's like this. Xia Limai's daughter Tongbao has a fever, and I don't have any medicine at home. He added, her whole body is red, and both her mother and I are almost dying from worry. Do you have any medicine there? As he spoke, Uncle Yu's tone trembled, filled with pleading. Zhang Yi's eyes widened, looking as if he had just received shocking news. Goodness, who would have thought Xia Limai would find Uncle Yu as her fallback partner? This woman certainly has an eye for talent, precisely choosing the second best man in this building after Zhang Yi. However, recalling Xia Limai's situation in his previous life, Zhang Yi suddenly felt relieved. She appeared pitiful, yet lived longer than Zhang Yi, clearly not as simple as she seemed. Xia Limai was not yet 30 this year, scoring a 6 in looks, but after having a child her figure was quite voluptuous. Uncle Yu, having been single all his life, couldn't resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in others' private affairs. If Xia Limai could hook up with a man who could financially support her child, that was her own skill. Zhang Yi said, so that's how it is. Uncle Yu, congratulations. Uncle Yu seemed a bit embarrassed. What's there to congratulate? It's just sharing a life together. You know my situation, if it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't have been able to find a wife at all. Zhang Yi replied, I still have a few boxes of medicine. Come over later to pick them up. Zhang Yi's tone was light and casual, but the key phrase, a few boxes, hinted at a crucial piece of information. That is to say, Zhang Yi didn't have much fever medicine left. Yet in this cold weather with a lack of supplies, he still generously offered it to Uncle Yu. Just consider how loyal and good Zhang Yi is to you. In the future, how could you not fight for him? Indeed, Uncle Yu was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you for this? You've helped me twice, and I, Yu Jiguang, promise here that whenever you need me, if I ever refuse, I am no longer a man worthy of respect. Uncle Yu swore excitedly. Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Yu, there's no need to be so formal. We've been old friends for many years. To me, you are just like my own uncle. Don't use polite words with me. Hurry, and come get the medicine. Zhou Qier, sitting across the table, pouted playfully at Zhang Yi, even making a face at him. She then realized that underneath Zhang Yi's cold and cautious exterior, there was actually such a cunning side. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, Zhou Qier curiously asked, are you and Uncle Yu that close? The relationship between people is built on the basis of mutual benefit. This is especially evident in an apocalypse. Uncle Yu is a kind and strong person. Getting him to owe me a favor might be useful in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly paused. Then he said, moreover, on a deeper level, I also hope that his humanity does not fade away in this apocalypse. That is an exceptionally precious thing. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock on the door. Soon after, he recognized Uncle Yu's voice. Are you home? He habitually glanced at the surveillance camera outside. However, Zhang Yi quickly furrowed his brow. For standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman holding a child. Though she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi knew she must be the young mother Xia Limai. What is she here for? Zhang Yi stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Qier merely glanced over, but did nothing. Zhang Yi was the master of the house. Zhang Yi approached the door without opening it, asking, is that you, Uncle Yu? At that moment, Xia Limai interjected, Zhang Yi, our Tangbao has a high fever and won't go down. Please help her. Her voice carried a hint of crying. Zhang Yi took out a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine, then threw them out through the shooting hole above. Quickly take the medicine to the child. Being sick is no small matter at such times. Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medicine from the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Xia Limai accepted the medicine. Uncle Yu intended to take her away, but a strange glint flashed in her eyes. She spoke, Zhang Yi, I have a request. Could you let the baby stay at your house for a while? I know you have a heater which is warmer. But our home is quite cold. The baby is sick now, and I fear she might freeze. Can you help us with this? Uncle Yu beside her was momentarily taken aback. When they came, Xia Limai hadn't mentioned this to him. He felt a bit awkward since he hadn't discussed this with Zhang Yi beforehand. Now that Xie Mei suddenly brought it up, he found himself caught in the middle feeling embarrassed. But seeing her pitiful gaze, he didn't know what to say. In the room, Zhang Yi heard Xie Mei's words and couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeking more. You must be Sister Xie, right? I'm sorry, but it's such a critical time I cannot let anyone in. Moreover, our coal is running low, and to be honest, the temperature inside is not much warmer than outside. Zhang Yi would not be swayed by her words. Xie Mei's sweet talk was all for the sake of the child. But neither he nor Zhou Qier had any experience caring for a child, and even if they did, he was reluctant to take on such a burden. So if the child were allowed in, Xie Mei could use the excuse of taking care of her to come in as well. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is hard. If she had ulterior motives, wouldn't Zhang Yi have to be on guard? 247. He didn't want to go through that trouble. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu whispered to Xie Mei, Zhang Yi has been generous enough, even sending medicine for the child. Let's go back and put on more clothes, we won't freeze. Xie Mei wiped her tears and said pitifully, what do you know being a man? The baby is so small and fragile. She turned back to Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, I know this request is a bit inappropriate, but I really have no other choice. Sister knows you have a kind heart, which is why I dare to make this request. Please, for the sake of the baby and for Uncle Yu's sake, let the baby stay at your house for a while. Having said this, she also brought Uncle Yu into the mix. Generally speaking, if a person isn't particularly hard-hearted, they would relent. When making a big request, it's best to start. Once the other party agrees to the smaller request, they feel embarrassed to refuse the larger one. Thus it is clear that this woman is not simple. Xie Mei purposefully did not communicate this with Uncle Yu beforehand, but waited until Zhang Yi sent the medicine before proposing that the baby stay at Zhang Yi's house. However, she underestimated how hard-hearted Zhang Yi was. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and leaned against the door, saying, Sister Xie, if this request had come before the apocalypse, I would have surely agreed. But now you also know, everyone in this building wants to take my house and my life. I'm really scared and can't let strangers. I trust you can understand my position, right? Uncle Yu, you should understand as well. Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he felt very awkward being caught in the middle, but his gratitude towards Zhang Yi made him reluctant to trouble him further. Yes, Zhang Yi has been good enough to us. Otherwise, which family would be willing to give us medicine? Do you know how difficult it is to get medicine now? Xie Mei bit her lip, not refuting Uncle Yu, her eyes watery and looking pitiful. But didn't he allow Zhou Qier to stay with them? Zhang Yi smirked disdainfully and said, Zhou Qier is my girlfriend. Hearing this, Zhou Qier knew Zhang Yi was just brushing them off, yet her lips curved into a slight smile. Women care more about sweet words from men than the truth. Even knowing it's false, they will self-hypnotize into believing it. Xie Mei slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering her words. But Uncle Yu didn't have as thick a skin as she did. Zhang Yi had helped him several times, he couldn't lose face. So he pulled Xie Mei aside, his expression somewhat serious, and said, let's go, don't trouble him anymore. Zhang Yi has been kind enough to us, don't overdo it. Seeing that Uncle Yu was genuinely getting angry, Xie Mei immediately changed her expression to one of grievance. I know I don't want to do this either, it's all for the child. Uncle Yu said to the room, I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. Don't hold it against her. Thank you for this matter. Zhang Yi replied, it's fine, we all understand. Let's support each other. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu take Xie Mei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and said to Zhou Qier, this woman is a bit troublesome. Zhou Qier nonchalantly replied, aren't there many people like that? Zhang Yi shrugged, that's true, but I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I'm afraid she might interfere with our relationship. Uncle Yu was the ideal worker chosen by Zhang Yi. He didn't want this woman around him whispering undesirable things. Uncle Yu brought Xie Mei and the child back home. After closing the door, he said with a displeased expression, what kind of talk was that just now? How could you let someone take care of your child? Now that the outside world is so chaotic, who knows if others are human or ghost? The fact that he could give the child medicine shows he is a trustworthy good person. How can you still be so greedy? Xie Mei sat on the bed holding the child, feeding him medicine, while unbuttoning her clothing, using her milk to wash the medicine down. She did not argue with Uncle Yu, but said with a gentle expression, isn't everything I do for the child? You know that my only motivation to live now is the baby. If something happened to her, what meaning would my life have? As she spoke, tears fell again. Uncle Yu turned his head and saw her fair breast, feeling somewhat soft-hearted, yet still strong. His tone softened, hey, it's not that I don't understand your point. But as a person, at least you should know to be grateful. Recalling how Zhang Yi had helped him twice, Uncle Yu slapped his thigh and sighed, if it weren't for Zhang Yi, I would never have thought to stock up on supplies in advance, and I wouldn't be alive now. That great kindness Yu Jiguang must find a chance to repay. Just then he heard Xie Mei's faint voice beside. Actually, I think you don't need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At the very least, he still keeps an eye on you, right? Uncle Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, what are you talking about? Xie Mei looked weak. Think about it, if he truly trusted you, he should have opened the door when we came over, letting us in to sit down. The medicine was thrown out of the window, not even showing his face. Isn't he just being cautious of you? Uncle Yu was displeased. Don't talk nonsense. He had good intentions, and what did it become in your mouth? Xie Mei calmly continued, I'm not talking nonsense. I think he has helped you, but he didn't suffer much loss. Maybe he deliberately gave you a little kindness, hoping that one day you could be his henchman. If he really is a good person, how could he use such cruel methods to kill dozens of neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us live in his house, I won't believe he is truly a good person. Moreover, his house is big, having just the three of us wouldn't be too many. What's wrong? Before Xiaomei could continue, a loud shout rang in her ears. Enough! Uncle Yu's face turned red, and he looked at her angrily, shocking Xiaomei. The baby in her arms also began to cry loudly. Xiaomei quickly hugged the baby and said softly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. What I said just now was for your good. It's always better to be a bit more cautious at this time. Uncle Yu coldly replied, don't say such things again in the future. Yu Jiguang can distinguish right from wrong. If I even doubt my benefactor, am I still a human being? Uncle Yu was honest and straightforward, but honesty and foolishness are not the same concept. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi helped him with a purpose, so what? In this world there is no kindness without a reason. He had lived for over 40 years and worked as a security guard for over a decade, witnessing the ways of the world. How could he not understand this principle? Xiaomei knew Uncle Yu was angry, realizing she couldn't press further, so she obediently chose to remain silent. However, this did not mean she was giving up on persuading Uncle Yu. The warm house of Zhang Yi was what she longed for. Xiaomei glanced at her 8-month-old baby, secretly making up her mind. Baby, in order for us to survive, I don't care what price I have to pay. That night, the white moonlight spilled onto the silver earth, carrying a touch of desolation and loneliness. The heavy snow had been falling for nearly a month, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but it had not stopped for a single day. The snow in Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor, and the ground was covered in a blanket of white. By habit, most people were still asleep at this time. At the entrance of Building 25A, the door was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of snow sealed tight. Suddenly, the snow layer at the entrance seemed to shift, and a few ice fragments fell to the ground. But soon a large chunk of ice and snow bulged out, and was forcefully pushed away. A shovel appeared from the broken opening. Then the opening grew larger, and more than a dozen people dressed in heavy clothing, wielding shovels, steel bars, and axes crawled out from inside. The leader was short and thin, with deeply sunken cheeks. However, he possessed a pair of sharp, chilling eyes. As they entered the corridor, he lowered his voice and said, go up. A group of people cautiously held their weapons and climbed up the stairs in a swarm. Their formation was very orderly, with people in front carrying wooden boards and frying pans as shields. When they reached the 10th floor, they happened to encounter a resident sneaking down to get snow. A strong man said nothing and directly swung a shovel at his head. Puff! Blood splattered against the wall, and the person didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. The strong man looked at the corpse on the ground and said to the thin leader, Second uncle, what should we do? Second uncle replied, just leave it here, we'll take it back after we're done. The group was obedient and continued to climb up the stairs. Today their target was room 2401 of Building 25. At this time Zhang Yi was deep in sleep, while Zhou Qier was locked in the adjacent bedroom. These outsiders quietly reached the 24th floor. Climbing so high they showed no signs of fatigue. Clearly they were not ordinary people, certainly from a special profession. The group arrived at Zhang Yi's door, but no one rushed to break it down. The leading second uncle signaled the others to stop, and called softly to the back, old donkey, come here. A middle-aged man, wearing a gray woolen hat, came over from the crowd. He was also carrying a gray backpack. Open the door. Second uncle pointed at Zhang Yi's door. Old donkey. He approached Zhang Yi's door, put down his backpack, and quickly took out various tools from inside. The most noticeable were detonators and several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. Everyone was awakened from their dreams. Zhang Yi was no exception. Since the explosion was right in front of his door, everyone was awakened from their dreams. Zhang Yi was no exception. Since the explosion was right in front of his door, his ears were still ringing, and his eardrums hurt severely. Zhang Yi reacted with lightning speed. Still clad only in his pajamas, he leapt from bed and instantly retrieved a handgun from his spatial pocket, flicking off the safety and gripping it tightly. He unlocked his phone and checked the external surveillance feeds. The living room remained undisturbed. In Zhou Qier's room, she sat huddled beneath her quilt, trembling with terror, her head buried and her body pressed into the corner. Relief washed over Zhang Yi as he confirmed no threat had breached the interior. Then he shifted his gaze outward, only to spot over a dozen figures moving furtively outside. Most carried shovels, others wielded iron rebar, wooden planks, and axes. One plank caught his eye. It was unmistakably the standard red plywood used on construction sites. Zhang Yi recalled clearly no construction workers lived in their building. Yet next door in Building 26, over 20 laborers from a nearby site resided together in company-leased dormitory housing. As the dust settled, the intruders rushed toward the entrance to inspect whether the blast had succeeded. Their coordinated movements revealed meticulous preparation, and their target was unequivocally Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze turned glacial. Clearly word of his well-stocked home had already leaked beyond its walls. Outside the door, his uncle and the others stared dumbfounded at the unscathed reinforced metal barrier. What kind of amateur job did you do, Lao Lu? This junk couldn't even breach a door. A worker snapped angrily at Lao Lu. Lao Lu himself was stunned by the outcome. Something's wrong. The explosives I mixed were perfectly calibrated. Perhaps they got damped. Lao Lu was the demolition expert of the crew, but relied entirely on crude self-taught methods. Thus, though his charges roared with deafening force, their actual destructive power paled beside professionally formulated explosives. Had they been stronger, even if unable to breach Zhang Yi's door, they would have shattered adjacent walls. In short, minimal lethality, maximum intimidation. Only after verifying via his mobile app that his apartment remained structurally intact did Zhang Yi exhale in quiet relief. Yet simultaneously fury ignited within him, a white-hot inferno. These men sought his death. Very well, he would grant them theirs first. Outside, the mob continued grumbling. Some had already begun battering the door with shovels. None noticed the small hatch atop the iron gate slowly opening overhead. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outward. Flames erupted violently. Then, unsatisfied, he drew several small translucent vials from his spatial pocket, each filled with a near-invisible liquid. These contained white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, the crudest form of a white phosphorus incendiary. Dubbed Hellfire, white phosphorus burns at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, capable of annihilating all organic matter within its radius. Its detonation unleashes blinding light and scattering self-igniting fragments. Once adhering to skin, it resists removal, inflicting grotesque, intractable wounds that deliver both horrific physical devastation and profound psychological terror. Internationally banned, such weapons held no moral weight for Zhang Yi. Survival demanded efficacy, not ethics. The Molotov struck the floor, igniting roaring flames, but its damage was limited. Having traversed snow-laden ground, the attackers' soaked garments resisted ignition. Yet the fire rapidly vaporized the carbon disulfide, liberating the dissolved white phosphorus and setting it ablaze. In an instant, ambient temperatures soared past 1,000 degrees. Flames clung tenaciously to their clothing, impossible to extinguish. Within seconds, the corridor transformed into an infernal sea of fire. Zhang Yi's assault exceeded all expectation, leaving the attackers paralyzed, unable to formulate any coherent response. Many were engulfed by phosphorus fire. Their down jackets and cotton coats, ideal fuel, fed the conflagration mercilessly. Save me, save me. Their shrieks pierced the air like tormented souls wrenched from hell itself. Immolation being among humanity's most agonizing deaths. Even a match flame licking a fingertip induces excruciating pain. To be consumed, inch by inch, flesh by flesh, was unimaginable torment. Still unsated, Zhang Yi raised his handgun and fired relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Heedless of ammunition, firing like celebratory firecrackers. Bodies fell one after another. Of the dozen invaders, 8 lay dead, though only 5 or 6 escaped barely. Zhang Yi refused to pursue them. He prioritized security above vengeance. Only after confirming their demise did he seal the firing aperture and activate the air filtration system to purge smoke from the interior. He examined his empty handgun and shook his head. Truly unreliable. Thank heavens I didn't buy a machine gun. Otherwise, a single magazine would have exhausted hundreds of rounds. Clearly, acquiring heavier weaponry had become imperative. Until today, his sense of peril had remained muted, but this brazen demolition attempt served as a stark, brutal awakening. In this apocalyptic world, survival itself was testament to exceptional resilience, and those who endured were invariably ruthless. Should a skilled engineer ever arrive bearing sufficient explosives, he might well reduce the entire building to rubble, though such a scenario remained hyperbolic. Such quantities were far beyond ordinary access. Yet the mere possibility compelled Zhang Yi to prepare, long before necessity demanded it. I will slaughter every last one of you. He snarled the vow aloud. Then he walked to Zhou Ke's room and opened the door. She crouched in the corner, her face buried deep between her pale thighs. It's over, he told her. At the sound of his voice, a profound sense of safety settled over her heart. Though this man was excessively cautious and perpetually aloof, now he embodied the sole warmth she possessed. I wasn't scared, she retorted weakly. I just thought it was an earthquake. I figured corners offer the safest shelter. Zhang Yi chuckled quietly. On the 24th floor. An earthquake would flatten you. Anywhere. Zhou Ke arose and asked, what just happened? Zhang Yi sat on her bed. Before her arrival, the room had been stark. Bare mattress, no bedding. Now it exuded a rose velvet duvet, sun-yellow sheets. On the windowsill hung freshly laundered black lace lingerie and sheer black stockings, an unmistakable signature of refined elegance. Indeed, her meticulous care extended beyond her own room. The entire apartment, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was immaculately maintained daily. He reflected having a thoughtful woman beside him truly made all the difference. Indeed, her meticulous care extended beyond her own room. The entire apartment, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was immaculately maintained. Zhang Yi recounted the incident to Zhou Ke. It was those workers from Building 26. A newly developed residential complex has sprung up nearby. So many laborers have rented apartments in the vicinity. Zhou Ke tilted her head curiously. Our community is considered mid to high-end. Can they really afford such rents? Zhang Yi replied, 10 people cram into a single room. How expensive could it possibly be? Zhou Ke murmured, oh, and nodded slowly. Is considered mid to high-end. Can they really afford such rents? Zhang Yi replied. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao is merely a street thug. In the peaceful era, ordinary people avoided trouble, and thus feared him. But now no one knows if they'll survive until dawn. Without a firearm, had have been beaten to death long ago. These laborers are different. They perform grueling physical labor daily. Their strength dwarfs that of ordinary people, and their combat prowess is formidable. Moreover, they know each other well, and operate in large, tightly knit groups. making any coordinated action alarmingly efficient. Zhang Yi drew a deep breath and sighed. Thankfully, I eliminated that bomb-wielding obese man yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't sleep soundly at night. Zhou Qi asked, so what do we do next? Should we seek vengeance? Zhang Yi's brows knotted fiercely. Of course we must avenge ourselves. But I won't go to their turf. That would be reckless. Just look at them, haven't I already slain half their number? Zhou Qi retorted dryly. Yet you wield a firearm. A gun changes nothing. Zhang Yi declared unshaken. Even if I slaughtered every last one of them, a single shovel strike landing on me would render the entire victory hollow. Zhou Qi rolled her eyes. You're not just cautious, you're excessively prudent. But if you refuse to confront them directly, how do we exact revenge? They hardly seem like men who fear death, more like desperate outlaws. After all, who in their right mind detonates explosives inside a residential unit? One misstep, and they'd bury themselves alive. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, a plan crystallizing in his mind. To live in peace henceforth, I'll need expendable proxies, people willing to bear the brunt of danger. He retrieved his phone and opened the WeChat group for Building 25. The recent explosion had jolted every neighbor awake. The chat had erupted into chaos. He retrieved his phone and opened the WeChat group for Building 25. The recent explosion had jolted every neighbor awake. The chat had very likely. If no celestial body struck us, why has the temperature shifted so unnaturally? Humanity may face extinction, just as the dinosaurs did. Amidst the cacophony, Zhang Yi interjected, workers from Building 26 invaded our unit tonight, intending to murder residents and seize supplies. Very likely. If no celestial body struck us, why has the temperature shifted so unnaturally? Humanity may face extinction. Just upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, neighbors grew visibly tense. What? We just neutralized Chen Jinghao, and now those construction thugs from next door are here. They're ruthless. Rumor has it they brawl constantly at their worksite. How did the Building 26 crew even reach? Zhang Yi replied. They dug a tunnel beneath the snow and stormed upward from the ground floor. Instantly someone cried out, collapse that tunnel immediately, and barricade all entrances. Zhang Yi countered, that's futile. Those doors shatter under a single blow. Even if sealed, they can simply scale in through fourth-floor windows. A chill ran through the group. Had Zhang Yi not repelled them, those intruders might well have breached their homes and ended their lives. What do we do? How can we possibly stand against brute laborers? Half our building's residents are already dead. Most survivors are elderly, infirm, or children. Indeed, many able-bodied residents had perished near Zhang Yi's apartment. Then someone declared, thank heavens, Zhang Yi, you're extraordinary, single-handedly routing their entire force. With you guarding us, our safety. Zhang Yi, you're our hero. Others, prompted by these words, suddenly grasped the truth. Zhang Yi was now their building's sole apex combatant, and he held a firearm. Dispatching him against Building 26 laborers was the obvious optimal choice. Yet Zhang Yi found the scene absurd. Just days earlier, these same people had vilified him relentlessly in the group chat, calling him selfish and despicable. Most households had lost kin to Zhang Yi's hand. A hatred toward him ran bone deep. Now cornered and desperate, they hailed him as a savior. Did they truly take him for a fool? Zhang Yi curled his lip. Engaging them depleted most of my munitions. I'm barely capable of self-preservation now. Each of you must fend for yourselves. Why should I protect you? Your survival, or demise, means nothing to me. Zhang Yi fell silent thereafter. Panic surged in the chat. Voices clamored, begging Zhang Yi to intervene. Zhang Yi, you can't watch us die. If we all perish, only you and Zhou Qi remain. Won't solitude consume you? Once we're gone, you'll become the sole target. Countless eyes will fix upon you. Zhang Yi's gaze turned glacial. That last remark rang true. Countless eyes were watching him now. The video he'd posted to the group had inevitably been shared beyond its walls. Outsiders might feel only envy, but residents of neighboring buildings possessed both motive and opportunity to storm Building 25 and seize everything he owned. Yet he remained mute. Instead, Uncle Yu sent him a private message, genuinely concerned, offering assistance. I know those dogs from Building 26. I've even drunk with them. Damn curs, they dared set their sights on you. Zhang Yi, tell me your plan. I'll help you crush them. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Uncle Yu, how numerous are they? Originally over 30. But lately 10 or more have died, so roughly 20 remain. I know their leader Huang Tianfang. We exchanged messages recently. Yet those vermin have murdered countless innocents in Building 26. Bah, I'd sooner spit on them than stand beside such scum. Though both Uncle Yu and the laborers hailed from rural villages, their worlds diverged utterly. He was a veteran soldier, they were street-hardened thugs. Their mindsets occupied entirely separate realms. According to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained some understanding of those people. That group of workers is employed by a construction company called Tianhe Group. They are not informal workers, but rather contracted workers who follow a foreman. However, they boast to others that they are employees of Tianhe Group, which gives them some face. Thus their group now calls themselves the Tianhe Gang, with the leader being the thin short man, Huang Tianfang. Zhang Yi, do you have any plans for them? If you need my help, just let me know, Uncle Yu said. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It was impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest reliance was this steel fortress. Once he left the room, facing those 20 or so people, it would be extremely dangerous, even with a gun in hand. Uncle Yu, let's play it safe. I currently have no plans for revenge. Mainly it's just me. Even with you there's no guarantee of victory. Unless a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, we can mobilize the neighbors inside the building. Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's meaning. Are you saying that we should unite with the people like Huang Tianfang and stand together against outsiders? Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
If you push them to join the group, they might think you have ulterior motives, even becoming overbearing. Uncle Yu asked. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. We're not in a hurry, are we? We have enough supplies at home, we can just wait. The Tianhe gang will surely come back for a second round after their initial visit. Not to mention they must seek revenge for the many people I have killed. At that time the neighbors in this building will naturally come. Uncle Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Yi, you truly are brilliant. The two reached an agreement and decided to temporarily ignore the Tianhe gang. In the owner group, the neighbors wanted Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead and deal with the Tianhe gang. They were very skilled at moral coercion. While praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people, though Zhang Yi felt this was an insult, thinking, you're the good person, your whole family is good. They also made various excuses claiming they had no food and no strength to fight. Or they cited their age or gender as reasons not to step forward. Zhang Yi knew these shameless neighbors too well, so he ignored them directly. After all, once the knife struck them, they would naturally know the pain. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside world. He would certainly not ask himself, as there were too many people eyeing his supplies, and the information they provided could very likely be false. He asked Zhou Qier and Uncle Yu to help inquire. One was a doctor and the other a security guard, both having extensive connections. Zhang Yi wanted to know who posed a threat to him among the 30 buildings in the Yuelu community. This information was not difficult to gather. It was easy to know who had killed the most people and who had the most power. Zhou Qier eagerly took out paper and pen to help Zhang Yi create a statistical chart. Zhang Yi glanced at it. It roughly described the strength and weaponry of the opposing forces. After reading it, he felt much more at ease. After all, the Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end area, and there weren't too many vicious criminals inside. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Qier and Uncle Yu, the more troublesome forces were mainly two. One was the Tianhe gang from the nearby building 26, formed primarily from a small engineering team under Tianhe Group, known for their fierce combat capability. Their main weapons were shovels and rebar, and they did not have firearms. The bomb used against Zhang Yi last time was homemade by a worker in their company knowledgeable in explosives, and its power was limited. That worker had been burned to death by Zhang Yi, so they could no longer manufacture homemade bombs. However, no one knows if they still have any stock left. We need to be cautious. Find an opportunity to send a few cannon fodder over to deplete their reserves, Zhang Yi muttered. Aside from the Tianhe gang, another force caught his attention. In Building 21, there was a group of young people who called themselves the Wolf Gang. The name sounded extremely juvenile, but their combat strength was no joke. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Qier, there were students among these people, as well as some idle youths. Their average age was around 20, and there were about a dozen individuals in the group. The two leading figures were named Wang Chong and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yi knew both of them. They were well-known local delinquents in the Yuelu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they relied on their families, not quite rich second-generation wealthy kids, but part of the middle class. They had stayed home because they refused to work. After graduating from a third-rate university, they relied on their families, not quite rich second-generation wealthy kids. However, since there were no ruthless characters like Zhang Yi in their building, they had grown larger. For Zhang Yi, only these two forces posed a certain threat to him. In the other units, some had only a dozen households left. Many people couldn't withstand the horrors of the apocalypse, leading to a breakdown in mentality and choosing to commit suicide. Or they killed each other in extreme scarcity, resulting in complete annihilation. Zhang Yi felt more confident. He said to Zhou Qier, continue gathering intelligence. We must clarify everything and minimize risks. Especially regarding whether they have firearms, this point is crucial. Zhou Qier obediently nodded, and then picked up her phone to continue gathering information. In the following days, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus staying home and not going out at all. The Tianhe gang, having suffered losses last time, harbored a deep hatred for Zhang. They lost brothers who had been with them for over 8 years, and the remaining members were also severely injured by the fire. 2 of them died that night after returning due to their injuries. Such losses were unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They swore to bloodily cleanse Building 25 and kill Zhang Yi to avenge their brothers. However, a twist occurred. The person they hated most was Zhang Yi, and he was also the one they feared the most. Having witnessed Zhang Yi's methods and felt the difficulty of attacking his home, they dared not act against him for the time being. So what to do? They could only target Zhang Yi's neighbors in the same building. Huang Tianfang's idea was, Zhang Yi, I can't kill you, but can I not kill your neighbors? When you see your neighbors brutally killed, won't you feel guilty? How will you face their accusations? Killing your neighbors is the greatest revenge against you. Huang Tianfang indeed had a spirit akin to that of AQ, understanding that one must choose the softest targets. In the following days, he returned with a group and stealthily attacked several households. After killing, they used blood to write on the hallway walls. Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I will kill all your neighbors. Huang Tianfang believed himself to be clever, having killed many people to force Zhang Yi out. But unfortunately Zhang Yi not only felt no guilt, but instead was overjoyed. His goal was to incite Huang Tianfang to kill more neighbors, creating panic. This left the neighbors with no choice but to seek his help. Sure enough, just 2 days later they could no longer endure it. They saw the bloodstained words left by Huang Tianfang and unanimously believed that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the current crisis. Thus the group chat exploded with messages bombarding Zhang Yi. Private messages and voice calls came incessantly. Zhang Yi, the trouble you caused, you must resolve it. The Tianhe gang was brought in by you and killed by you. What does that have to do with? That's right, one person causes trouble, one person should bear the consequences. You can't expect us to help you bear this cost. They said that if you don't come out today, they won't stop killing people. Zhang Yi, if you have any conscience, then go deal with this matter yourself. Can you really bear to watch everyone die because of? Zhang Yi read the messages from these people and couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't particularly angry because he was very familiar with the nature of these neighbors. He casually sent a few messages in the group chat. It's not like I invited them. How is it my fault that they came to kill me and I killed them back, and now it's turned into my fault? It's not my business if you can't resist them. You all said that those people are very dangerous. If that's the case, I will definitely not go out. My house is the safest, he added with a smirk, sending a smile emoji. This infuriated the neighbors in the building. He added with a smirk, sending a smile emoji. Aren't you harming all of us? Why should we face the people you brought in? Do you have any conscience left? Faced with the accusations of the neighbors, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. He was quite aware of their shamelessness. He sneered and mocked. What do I care about you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Don't talk to me about conscience. When those people attacked my home whose family wasn't involved, it's just that I was magnanimous and didn't come to your doors with a gun to kill you all. And now you dare talk to me about conscience. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you all? His last sentence left many people speechless. They suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not someone to provoke. How did Qin Jinghao die? He was frozen solid and then smashed to pieces. That was all done by Zhang. He stopped speaking and sent a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it's your turn to show your prowess. Don't worry, I've got this. Uncle Yu replied. The owners in the group were at a loss after being scolded by Zhang Yi. The failure of moral coercion and the breakdown of negotiations meant that they still had to face the Tianhe gang, who could burst in at any time and start killing. And with half of the men from 25 dead or injured, the only remaining fighting force was Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu. What are we going to do? We thought that once Qin Jinghao was dead, we could survive. But those from the Tianhe gang are even more ruthless. Qin Jinghao killed for reputation and supplies. But Huang Tianfang and the others kill for revenge, for they kill anyone they see without a second thought. Are we really just waiting to die? Oi. Damn it, why has the world become like this? Is a barbaric society going to be the norm from now on? The snow disaster won't pass anytime soon, and we will all perish in this snowstorm. Many people fell into deep despair, believing they wouldn't survive for many days. At that moment, Uncle Yu, who usually spoke little, suddenly appeared. Everyone, don't panic. The Tianhe gang only has about 20 people. If we unite, we can resist them. Uncle Yu's appearance brought a glimmer of hope to many. After all, this retired soldier felt sincere and reliable in daily interactions. Uncle Yu, it's so good to have you here. I thought you had died because you hadn't spoken in a while. Great. With Uncle Yu here, everyone's safety is guaranteed. Uncle Yu, you say how we should proceed, and everyone will fully support you. Zhang Yi observed the conversations in the group chat. Uncle Yu turned to send a private message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, what should we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the timing is almost right. When the time comes, you need to support me, so that this group will listen to me. He didn't know if they would be safe, but Zhang Yi was sure that he would become safer. Moreover, many of the neighbors would become cannon fodder sent to the front lines by Zhang Yi. Most of them had family members killed by Zhang Yi, so they would definitely seek revenge when the opportunity arose. Therefore, it was best to eliminate them now. After discussing with Zhang Yi, Uncle Yu returned to the owners group. He pretended to tag Zhang Yi, saying, Zhang Yi, everyone really needs you right now. If you were the only one left in this building, you would feel lonely, right? So please show some kindness and help everyone. Everyone would surely thank you sincerely. The neighbors quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you can save us, we will be grateful to you. From now on, this building will be under your command. Zhang Yi, our lives are in your hands. Sweet words poured in worthless. Zhang Yi sneered. I only came to talk to you out of respect for Uncle Yu. I really can't be bothered with you. I'm doing just fine on my own. Why should I care about you? I still have to go out and toil, risking my life. I find it very unworthy. The more Zhang Yi said this, the more uncertain the neighbors felt. Zhang Yi, don't. At worst, we will do whatever you ask us to do, okay? In the face of despair, they wouldn't want to die as long as there was even a glimmer of hope for survival. Zhang Yi, don't. At worst, we will do whatever you ask us to do, okay? In the face of despair, they wouldn't want to die as long. The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, as long as you don't ask us to die, we can agree to any other conditions. Zhang Yi retorted, what if I ask you to take up arms and fight against the Tianhe gang? Would you go? The group suddenly fell silent. No one spoke, waiting for someone else to stick their neck out. Zhang Yi laughed. So you just want me to charge into battle, right? Well, then I won't take care of you anymore. When Huang Tianfang comes with his people to kill, just stick out your neck and let them chop it. Goodbye. Uncle Yu panicked, saying, Zhang Yi, don't. We will definitely listen to you. Since it's death anyway, we might as well fight for a chance to survive. I'm with you. Saying this, he began to rally everyone. What are you hesitating for? If we all fight together, there is a path to survival. Do we really have to wait until we are called out one by one to be killed? Uncle Yu's encouragement proved effective. Thinking that there was still a chance to survive, everyone began to agree to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu harmonized together, thus gaining control over the entire building. He said indifferently, "Well then, from now on, everything must go according to my orders. The situation is severe and the enemy could attack at any moment. Any negative or negligent behavior will be regarded as a betrayal of the entire building's owners. When that time comes, don't blame me for directly killing that person." Zhang Yi's gaze scanned the members list in the group. "Make sure I don't find anyone hiding quietly, unwilling to come out and fight. If I find one, I'll take them out directly. If you want to hide and pick fruit, there's no way." Zhang Yi said this because he roughly counted and realized that only about 20 people were speaking in the group. Clearly some people were silent, planning to hide like ostriches, and let Zhang Yi lead the charge. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, those neighbors who agreed to face the enemy were also displeased. "Fong Lin, come out. I know you're not dead. Oh, I saw you digging in the snow yesterday. Liang Yilu, where are you? Don't hide and don't pretend you didn't see the messages in the group. We will come looking for you." The neighbors readied tag, though people are inherently selfish. They were determined to risk their lives and certainly didn't want to see others hiding behind them. Reluctantly, those people also stuck their heads out. "I just fell asleep and only saw the messages now. Oh, what's going on? Are we counterattacking? That's great. I'm not afraid of dying. Ew, I just didn't see it." A group of people spoke nervously. Zhang Yi didn't care about that, saying, "Anyway, since everyone chose me as the building leader, you must follow my orders. Anyone who dares to be cowardly at the back is betraying all the owners and deserves to die." The owners dared not speak anymore, knowing that Zhang Yi would really kill them. Those 50-odd souls were bloody proof of that. After swinging the big stick, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, preparing to— "Don't worry, I, Zhang Yi, am a kind person and can't bear to see you starve. As long as you are obedient, I will go out and help you find supplies." This matter had been on Zhang Yi's mind for some time. Since there was a construction team that used blasting technology, it was hard to guarantee that more powerful enemies wouldn't appear in the future. He lived on the 24th floor. Although the entire building was made of metal, if there was a collapse downstairs, it would greatly affect. Therefore, he wanted to keep a batch of cannon fodder living downstairs to keep watch and help him to die when necessary. It was certainly impossible to support them without supplies. Zhang Yi was reluctant to give his supplies from his space to them, so he needed to go out to search. Moreover, his consumption of weapons and ammunition was quite fast. In the battle a few days ago, he had already used up 20 rounds of bullets and needed to consider going out to find more weapons and equipment. As for how to travel, that was a simple problem. The snow outside was more than 10 meters thick, rendering vehicles useless. However, there existed vehicles specifically designed for snow driving, snowmobiles. Zhang Yi had 5 of them in his space, 2 of which were snowmobiles with a cockpit along with 3 small snow scooters. In this era of heavy snow trapping the city, others found it extremely difficult to leave their homes. He, however, could move freely throughout the city. The owners group was in an uproar. "Zhang Yi, can you go out to find supplies?"
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
"Don't worry, I've worked in warehousing for many years. I know where the warehouses are in Tianhai City as well as where the large shopping malls and supermarkets are." The neighbors looked as if they had encountered a savior. Even those who had lost all hope and were wrapped in blankets at home waiting for death now had their eyes sparkling with light. "Zhang Yi, can you really go out to find supplies? If that's the case, we can survive. Although the blizzard has sealed the city, the supplies produced by our society over the past few decades are actually enough for us to survive." "Zhang Yi, I really am so moved. We treated you that way back then, and now you still." Some people originally many in their family had died at the hands of Zhang Yi, but now their hatred for Zhang Yi seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi said solemnly, "Since I have become the captain of this building, I must be responsible for everyone. And my family's supplies are running out. Going out to find supplies is our only way to survive." When Zhang Yi said this, everyone felt more at ease. In the apocalypse, if you say you are doing good deeds, others often perceive you as hypocritical. But if you also have something to gain, then everyone thinks it is normal. After all, the apocalypse has been upon them for nearly a month. Many neighbors had people starving to death in their homes. So they believed that even if Zhang Yi hoarded supplies at home, there would come a day when they would run out. Moreover, now there were only 2 people in his family, and the consumption of supplies was even faster. The neighbors were immensely grateful to Zhang Yi, speaking of him as if he were a deity. So much so that Zhou Qir smiled and said, "If you were to establish a cult at this time, you could become the founder." In times of disaster, religions develop the fastest, because people always need a spiritual refuge. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "There's no need to complicate things with a bun. I just need to use a moldy bun to make them see me as more familiar than their own fathers." Zhou Qir curiously asked, "But are you really going out?" Her eyes reflected a hint of worry and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she truly believed he didn't have many supplies left and felt that she was a burden to him. Zhang Yi pinched her tender little face, squinting his eyes and smiling. "Don't worry, the supplies at home are enough to keep you fed. I'm just looking for a suitable opportunity to check the situation outside." If it were usual times, Zhang Yi wouldn't dare to go out fearing an attack from the crazed neighbors. But now he had become everyone's hope for survival, so they naturally wouldn't attack him. Zhou Qier nodded, then I'll go with you. She knew Zhang Yi didn't completely trust her, so she took the initiative to request to accompany him. Zhang Yi looked at her with deep eyes, slowly but firmly shaking his head. Given our relationship now, do you think I would still— Women should stay at home and wait for their men to return. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Zhou Qier's eyes filled with a touched expression. However, this feeling of being touched did not last long, because Zhang Yi soon gathered the remaining food and coal from the house into his space. I trust you 100%, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhou Qier. She looked utterly speechless, having just been moved by Zhang Yi, only to find he immediately reverted to his original demeanor. Zhang Yi ignored Zhou Qier's resentful expression and went back to his room to change clothes. This was the first time after the apocalypse that he chose to leave the apartment building. With the heavy snow sealing the city, there were no visible living beings outside, so the danger level was not too high. However, out of caution, Zhang Yi still put on a layer of small leather jacket.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
This way, even if he encountered an opponent with a gun, a regular pistol wouldn't be able to harm his vital parts. Finally, he put on a cold-proof suit. At this time, his figure already looked quite bulky, but he felt fully secure. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar over a meter long and tested it in his hand. In a real fight, such a heavy crowbar was actually more useful than a machete. A wound made by a knife wouldn't immediately cause someone to lose their combat effectiveness, but being struck by such a crowbar would knock them down instantly. Zhang Yi took the crowbar and filled the pistol magazine, placing it in his pocket. Fully armed, he finally left his home. The temperature outside was very cold, and even wearing the same professional sportswear as the national mountaineering team, he could still feel a slight chill. However, this chill would not affect Zhang Yi. After some outdoor exercise, his body would warm up. He held the crowbar with both hands and walked down the stairs at a steady pace. Before leaving, he would always observe the surrounding situation. Caution prevents great mishaps. There were no incidents on his way down, as there were still very few people who overestimated themselves. Zhang Yi arrived at the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had moved to higher floors. There were no people living below the 10th floor. Zhang Yi pushed the door open, and the inside was a mess. The windows had long been smashed, and even the not so sturdy security bars had been torn open, leaving a large hole. The wind howled as it invaded the building through the large hole. Zhang Yi carefully crawled out through this hole. His feet hit the ground, and the snow immediately reached his knees. However, due to the increasing accumulation of snow, the ground below was somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking completely. But walking in such snow was still quite difficult. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked around. The vast Yulu community was utterly silent, with only the sound of the wind in the air. He didn't see anyone's prying gaze. Zhang Yi took out a snowmobile from the space that had already been filled with gas before he left. The driving of this vehicle was not complicated. After thinking it over and reviewing the operating instructions, he understood how to operate it. He swung his leg over the vehicle, turned the key, and a roar of the engine erupted. Zhang Yi rode the snowmobile and drove towards the exit of the community. As he left the community, Zhang Yi seemed to feel some people watching him through the windows. This was not surprising. After all, there were hardly any traces of humanity outside, and the sound of the motorcycle was extremely jarring. It seems that in the future there will be people who develop greedy thoughts about this snowmobile. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. He was not afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. There were too many people who wanted to take advantage of him. Not to mention that now it wouldn't be surprising to kill someone for a piece of biscuit. In Zhang Yi's own words, it's better to a less. The heavy snow buried many small houses, and the streets were completely invisible. But having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could roughly discern directions through the landmark buildings. Therefore, he wouldn't have any issues with getting lost. The desolate Tianhe city. The white snowflakes engulfed everything, and from high above only the shadows of skyscrapers could be seen, with the rest completely covered in pristine white snow. Zhang Yi rode on a snowmobile, speeding swiftly across the snowy ground. After isolating himself at home for almost a month, this was his first time out racing. The wind whistled past his ears, and the sensation was exhilarating. Zhang Yi couldn't help but howl a few times. The noise of the snowmobile was particularly attention-grabbing. As Zhang Yi drove along, he saw shadows flickering behind the glass of some high-rise buildings. Even in the apocalypse, a resilient part of humanity always finds a way to survive. Just like locusts. This extreme cold was akin to pesticide being sprayed, but after this disaster the survivors would gradually adapt. Zhang Yi touched the gun in his pocket, feeling a surge of security. Each person still alive in this city could potentially become a threat. In the apocalypse, one must never trust human nature. Zhang Yi's first target was not the nearby supermarket. He rode straight to the Tianhe City police station. Because weapons were surely stockpiled there. Zhang Yi remembered the saying, fear stems from a lack of firepower. Thus weapons, especially firearms, are certainly better in abundance. After driving for over half an hour, Zhang Yi arrived at the Tianhe City police station. At this moment, most of it was originally a 6-story building. The bottom 3 floors were completely invisible. Fortunately, the police station was an independent structure with a height greater than that of residential buildings. Otherwise, had Zhang Yi arrived 10 days later, nothing would have remained here. He parked the snowmobile in front of a fort. He dismounted, removed the key, and picked up a crowbar to smash. Crash. The tempered glass shattered into pieces. Zhang Yi pulled out his gun from his pocket and entered the building. Inside was pitch dark, but this posed no problem for Zhang Yi. He directly retrieved a miner's lamp from a spatial pocket. It was used by underground miners, small in size, yet extremely bright. Upon turning on the lamp, it illuminated the surroundings with a brightness akin to a small sun. Unfamiliar with the internal layout of the police station, Zhang Yi had no choice but to search room by room. As he arrived at the second floor covered in ice and snow, he forcefully pried open a locked room, and the scene inside slightly moved him. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 officers huddled together. They were wrapped in thin blankets, their bodies had turned whiter than the snow. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of sadness in his heart. They were all officers on night duty, and when the blizzard struck, they hadn't even had warm clothing to withstand the cold. From their appearance before death, it seemed they had frozen to death. Zhang Yi wanted to give them a proper burial. However, after some thought, he felt that being buried in this place where they had dedicated years of service might also be a form. He bowed his head in respect, paying homage to those who had protected the city. Then he circumvented the bodies and continued searching. The police station was cluttered with many items, making the search time-consuming. Feeling tired, Zhang Yi took out a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his spatial pocket, devoured it, replenished his energy, and continued. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Yi finally found the armory, but it was locked tight. After struggling to pry it open for a while, he could only slap his forehead and go back to find the key. Fortunately, he knew it must be in the duty room and was not hard to find. After obtaining the key, Zhang Yi successfully opening the armory. Zhang Yi's eyes were opened. Inside were numerous firearms, including handguns and rifles totaling dozens. He even found a sniper rifle. However, this was the first time he had seen such things. He couldn't name them and had never used them before. Zhang Yi didn't care about that and gathered them all, planning to study them later. Especially the sniper rifle, it was simply top-notch. It would be incredibly satisfying to use it for sneaky attacks. Even if his shooting wasn't precise, intimidating people was at least achievable. Zhang Yi believed he had a knack for shooting and considered himself a semi-professional, especially skilled at using handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a more steadfast mind, his shooting technique became more decisive. When he shot at the group from the Tiana gang, nearly every bullet hit its target. "I am a shooting genius." Zhang Yi laughed proudly, sounding somewhat self-deprecating. Then he found over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the armory. There were also old firearms that had been confiscated. Who knows how many years they had been stored, and whether they could even fire was uncertain. Zhang Yi didn't mind and collected them all. This time out, Zhang Yi struck it rich. In addition to firearms and ammunition, he also found more than a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of explosive gear. For example, riot helmets, blast shields, and batons. With these, I'll have enough to form a formidable team. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He gathered all these items. Just finding these made his outing worthwhile. Inside the police station, Zhang Yi had a bountiful harvest. This also confirmed something for him. There were still plenty of resources outside. After all the heavy snow that fell on the night of December 12th left more than a meter of snow on the ground by the next day, when people woke up with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. Therefore, at that time, most people were not aware of the impending apocalypse and did not begin to frantically hoard supplies. By the time they realized something was off, it was already too late to go outside. Having found what he wanted, Zhang Yi left the police station. A thick layer of snow had already settled on the snowmobile outside. It dawned on Zhang Yi that he had been out for quite a long time. It's time to get some food for them. Zhang Yi thought of those scoundrel neighbors and said lightly. He circled around and found a supermarket that hadn't been completely buried. Then he broke in through the window. However, once inside, he discovered that the supermarket's items were mostly gone and the shelves were as clean as if they had just been restocked. There were some frozen, rotten vegetable leaves on the floor. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and said, "This place is relatively close to the residential area. It's a convenience supermarket. So it's not surprising that everything was looted. However, those large malls in the city and outskirts surely haven't been touched. Many newly built large shopping malls are generally not located too close to residential areas due to the high cost of land." Zhang Yi himself worked in warehousing, and he certainly knew which large mall in Tianhai City was far from the crowd. Thus, he hopped on the snowmobile and headed toward the economic development zone. Their Awanda Plaza had been completed just 2 years ago, and the nearest residential buildings were 3 kilometers away, making it less likely to be looted. Zhang Yi arrived at this Wanda Mall in the economic development zone. After arriving, he could only see a rooftop. Following the same method, he broke the glass above and used a climbing rope to pull himself inside. Upon entering the mall, the remnants of its once bustling scenes were faintly visible. The circular mall was lined with exquisite products displayed in each store. Valuable clothing, shoes, and various daily necessities were now worthless and could be taken freely. Zhang Yi selected some useful stores and stuffed everything inside his space. The supermarket was located in the basement level. After casually gathering supplies, he headed to the underground floor. As expected, this place, being far from human activity, still had its shelves filled. However, the quality was truly disheartening. The mall had partially collapsed under the weight of the snowstorm, allowing cold air to seep in, leaving the shelves covered in frost. The cold air had completely ruined the food here. Some puffed snacks and biscuits were even coated in ice. especially in the vegetable area. Although not rotten and stinking, the produce was severely dehydrated, likely tasteless. The meat section was relatively better, frozen into solid blocks resembling true zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they had burst from the ice, making fish a distant hope. In short, the food here would have only been considered garbage in normal times. It would either be sent to food factories through connections or processed into ready-made meals. Zhang Yi shrugged, saying, I wouldn't eat this even if it was given to me for free. He was even too lazy to store them in his space. After all, he didn't lack supplies, so why would he want such low-quality goods? However, this was not important. Even if the food was of poor quality for neighbors who hadn't eaten normal food in a long time, it would be a delicacy. Zhang Yi took out 2 large duffel bags from his space and casually tossed in some rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat. He also stuffed in some bread and biscuits that had swelled due to moisture. Soon the 2 large bags were filled. He had no intention of touching the other items, so he decided to leave them here. Perhaps they could save someone else's life in the future, as he did not need to take them. After finishing all this, Zhang Yi glanced at his Rolex on his wrist. This luxury watch had undergone cold-resistant treatment and could still function in extreme low temperatures. Perhaps the time was not entirely accurate, but at least he could grasp a rough estimate. The Rolex displayed that it was 3:30 in the afternoon. It would take about an hour to return to the Yuelu community from here. Zhang Yi wasted no time. After all, he had plenty of opportunities to come out again, and no one could compete with him. 8 other places could be explored slowly later. Zhang Yi took the gathered supplies and left the supermarket, riding his snowmobile back. By the time he returned to the Yuelu community, the sky had already dimmed. Boom. The sound of the engine was especially pronounced in the silent community. Upon his return, faces popped up at the windows of various buildings, staring intently at him. In room 15 on the 26th floor, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianxi gang, squinted, his small eyes fixated on the brand new snowmobile. Half of his face had been burned, making him look even more grotesque. That night, although they had miraculously escaped, half of his face was scorched by flames, leaving him with this appearance. There's actually such a thing that can run in the snow. If we could use such a good item, we could go out to find food later on. A stout man beside him glanced over and said, Uncle Air, I know this thing. In our place, it's called a snow sled. It's an electric snow sled. Huang Tianfang's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile, as he said in a deep voice, no matter what it is, we need to find. Not only Huang Tianfang thinks this way. Everyone staring at Zhang Yi is thinking the same. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them have gone crazy. The remaining ones are only a step away from madness and death. They need to leave this place and find food and space for survival. The heavy snow had originally obstructed them, but Zhang Yi's snowmobile reignited their hope. Zhang Yi could feel the greed and naked killing intent hidden in those gazes. However, after patting the gun at his waist and recalling the large amount of weapons and equipment he had found today, he felt very at ease. After getting off the snowmobile, Zhang Yi looked up and found the neighbors from room 25 were also watching him excitedly. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 duffel bags he had brought back. Zhang Yi smirked, first pretending to drive the snowmobile into the underground garage at the back. Avoiding everyone's gaze, he stored the snowmobile in his space. Then he returned holding the 2 duffel bags. There were quite a few items, so his footprints were deep, which excited the neighbors from room 25, making them lean against the windows, howling with excitement. Huang Tianfang and the others next door had their eyes shining. Uncle Air, could that be food? The stout man excitedly pointed at Zhang Yi and asked. Huang Tianfang scolded, of course. At this time, if you don't go out to look for food, are you going to look for women? The group of workers from the Tianxi gang swallowed hard and gathered closer. Is there food? Did he find food outside? That's great, there's food outside. We are saved. What else is there to say? Let's go after him. Let's snatch everything, including his vehicle. A group of people shouted with red eyes. Huang Tianfang pondered for a moment and coldly said, don't rush. This kid should be the Zhang Yi who took down Qin Zhenghao. This kid is ruthless. Last time he caused the death of so many of our brothers, we need to be careful. Moreover, I heard he has a gun. Even if we want to act, we need to do it quietly. Huang Tianfang was very cautious. Although the 2 buildings were closed, there were still several dozen meters between them. Running over through thick ice and snow would be like being a live target. So while they were greedy for the supplies Zhang Yi brought back, they did not act rashly. However, where there are calm people, there are naturally impulsive ones. The few workers behind were not satisfied with Huang Tianfang. After a brief discussion, several of them felt that if they didn't act now, they wouldn't have a chance once Zhang Yi returned to his house. So they stealthily went downstairs with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi entered the corridor with the supplies through the window and took out his phone to inform Uncle Yu that he was back, asking him to come and assist. In fact, he didn't need to say it, as Uncle Yu had already heard the noise of the snowmobile. Uncle Yu hurried over to assist Zhang Yi. You actually found so many things. Looking at the 2 large duffel bags Zhang Yi was carrying, Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Outside, heavy snow fell endlessly. If someone else went out, they might not even find the way. Professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. Zhang Yi said lightly. Indeed, it's very hard to find supplies outside. As soon as I stepped out, I scoured all the supermarkets and shopping malls I could remember nearby. As a result, the surrounding malls had long been emptied, leaving nothing behind. However, I did not give up. I knew everyone was waiting for me. To ensure that everyone could have enough to eat, I would search the entire Tianhai city, if necessary, to find food and bring it back for everyone. With no other choice I had to wander around the city, and after much effort I managed to gather these items from a shopping mall. Zhang Yi handed 2 bags to Uncle Yu, and returned to open the door for Zhou Qier, leading her down. He then sent a message in the group calling the neighbors over to take the food. Soon the neighbors rushed over. The stairs were filled with people. These thin, hungry neighbors stared eagerly and greedily at the bags of supplies, and some people were fidgeting, even contemplating a rush. However, when they caught sight of the dark iron object in Zhang Yi's right hand, they began to feel a sense of fear. Zhang Yi squinted and smiled. I exerted a lot of effort to gather these supplies for you. He gestured for Zhou Qier to open the bags. Zhou Qier complied, unzipping the bags and spilling their contents onto the ground. Clatter! A mountain of food appeared before everyone's eyes. There were vegetables, meat, as well as bread and biscuits. Although the quality looked somewhat concerning, most of it would have been considered unfit, even for dogs in the past. But now these long, hungry neighbors looked at it with eyes shining green with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors immediately understood and raised their fists, shouting along. Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. Big brother, from now on you are my true brother. Please accept my bow. Now even if Zhang Yi made them crawl like dogs, they would obediently comply. The temptation of food was simply too great. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning struggled to push their way out. At that moment they looked quite disheveled, their hair greasy and messy, resembling 2 crazy women. Seeing Zhang Yi return with so much food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved her hand and shouted, Zhang Yi, Gij, it's me, Qing. She looked at the heroic Zhang Yi, feeling delighted inside. At that moment she still thought Zhang Yi loved her. Even with Zhou Qier by his side, he must still have lingering feelings for her. Therefore, with so much food, he would definitely give her a little more. Lin Canning, following closely behind her, pleaded pitifully. Yuqing, we're such good friends. When the time comes, can you ask Zhang Yi for a bit more food for me? Fang Yuqing shot Lin Canning a disgusted glance and pushed her away. Get lost, you shameless woman. The commotion drew a frown from Zhang Yi. Immediately someone growled at them. Don't cause trouble. Listen to what brother Zhang Yi has to say. The surrounding people glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning, causing them to behave a bit more obediently. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Canning a disgusted glance and pushed her away. Get lost, you shameless woman. Seeing everyone quiet down, Zhang Yi then said, this time I put in a lot of effort to bring back these supplies. His tone suddenly turned cold. However, this is a time of crisis. I absolutely will not support freeloaders. Once you eat this food, you must pick up a weapon to fight against the enemy. Anyone who dares to eat without working, I guarantee they will throw up more than they eat. Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand and the food on the ground, everyone nodded in agreement, surrendering to Zhang Yi's characteristic approach. Alright, let's distribute the food. After saying this, Zhang Yi prepared to call out names. At that moment 2 arms appeared from outside the 4th floor window. Several workers from the Tianhe gang burst in. Upon seeing so much food laid out, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Zhao, so much food, we hit the jackpot. What else is there to say? Grab it. 4 workers pulled out their weapons and rushed towards Zhang Yi. This group was really ruthless. Even with dozens of people in front of them, they didn't care. They could see that the others were sheep and the real fighters were few. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted as he instinctively drew his gun to aim at them. But suddenly he changed his mind. Instead of shooting, he retreated, shouting, this food is for you, don't let them take it away.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Indeed, this food was brought to them by Zhang Yi. If it were taken away, what would they eat? Food is life, without it aren't they? Moreover, Zhang Yi had said that taking down 1 person would reward them with food for 5. The neighbors looked around, there were dozens of them, so what was there to fear? Several young men gritted their teeth, pulled out their weapons, and charged forward. Now, everyone carried weapons when going out, making it very convenient. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retreated to the back, aiming his pistol forward to prevent some from taking advantage of the chaos. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were caught off guard. They thought these softies would be scared into fleeing, but for some reason, they charged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline. In the blink of an eye, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. The space on the 4th floor was not large, and dozens of people were crammed together with shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives, making clashing noises. Fighting for food, everyone was bloodthirsty, and the extreme cold conditions meant that even if they got hurt, they wouldn't. Before long, someone was injured. But even before falling, they kept swinging their weapons with all their might. Uncle Yu was the main combatant, wielding an iron rod with fierce determination, roaring as he struck down. Although the 4 from the Tianhe gang were fearless, they could not withstand so many people. Soon they were all knocked to the ground. The air was filled with the roars of the people. This was a release of emotions. After all, they had been living in fear of death for a long time, being attacked daily by the Tianhe gang. Thus, swiftly taking down the 4 from the Tianhe gang brought them a sense of relief. Their fear of the Tianhe gang was significantly reduced. After the battle, 6 people lay on the ground. Aside from the 4 from the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from the building. Zhou Qier frowned slightly at this scene. As a professional surgeon, she knew that these 2 might still be saved. But it required specialized surgical conditions as well as a lot of medication and blood transfusion. Given the current survival environment, this was entirely impossible. She sighed helplessly. Is this what a lost world? Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Only after taking lives could these neighbors become qualified vanguards and cannon fodder. In the future, it would be much easier for them to help him fend off attacks from other apartment buildings. All he needed to contribute was a bit of garbage food and various empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi smiled and applauded. Well done. Did you see that? As long as we stand united, what is there to fear from these people? Zhang Yi waved at the two most hard-working young men in front of him. You two come here. The two young men with expressions of joy hurried over without bothering to wipe the blood from their faces. Zhang Yi reached down, grabbed a large handful of food from the ground, and stuffed it into one person's arms. One handful isn't enough, so let's take another. Puffed up bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large chunk of pale zombie meat. These are all genuine good items. The other neighbors watched this scene, enviously swallowing their saliva, wishing those items were theirs. Zhang Yi stuffed both young men with a large number of items and patted them on the shoulder. Work hard, and as long as you maintain this level of enthusiasm, I won't treat you unfairly. The two young men were so excited that their bodies trembled. This food was enough for them to eat well for several days. Tears streamed down their faces. It had been far too long since they had eaten normal food. Brother Zhang Yi, we will definitely follow you and work hard in the future. We will listen to you. You are like a brother to me. The two young men, Li Changbin and Jiang Lei, shouted hoarsely. At this moment, the eyes of the two young men looking at Zhang Yi were filled with gratitude. The other neighbors, seeing hope, felt a twinge of regret in their hearts for not putting in more effort earlier. This scene was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. After rewarding the two most hardworking young men, Zhang Yi said to the others, next it's time to distribute the food. One by one. Zhang Yi had been watching everyone's performance closely. Those who performed well would receive more, while those who did poorly would get less. However, most people received only a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits no bigger than a child's palm. Zhang Yi knew from raising dogs that there was a principle to follow. If you let a dog eat too much every day, it becomes lazy and less obedient. Therefore, the best approach is to ensure it doesn't starve, but remains in a state of hunger. Only in this way can the dog remain obedient. The same applies to people. Although the neighbors felt a bit disappointed with the little food they held, they dared not voice their discontent. Because Zhang Yi first showed them 2 typical examples. If you say your food is scarce, then you can only blame yourselves for not working hard enough. Look at Li Changbin and Jiang Lei. Why do they have so much food? Focus less on finding faults in others, and more on finding reasons within yourselves. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the wealthy Su Hao, who hurried over, extending his hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi looked at him with some disdain, then scratched the ground twice with his foot, and casually placed a piece of fruit candy. This is your food. The neighbors around burst into laughter. Even those who received little food felt somewhat balanced. Look, although I received little food, there are others who received even less. Haha, Su Hao is really a pitiful fellow. Su Hao's eyes widened, and a strong sense of humiliation engulfed him. He shouted angrily, are you kidding me? Why do I only get 1 piece of candy? Zhang Yi sneered. And you still have the faith? While everyone else was taking action, you were just standing back the whole time. You didn't even touch those few people. Giving you this piece of candy is already showing me being kind. Su Hao was very cunning. When he was on the offensive, he shouted loudly, holding his stick, yelling, kill them. But while his voice was loud, he honestly retreated to the back and refused to engage in a fight. In front of Zhang Yi, he truly took others for fools. Su Hao argued with wide eyes, is that my fault? There were only 4 of them, and everyone was surrounding them tightly. I had no chance to join in. Zhang Yi replied, that's not my problem. I don't care about the process, I only want results. Su Hao was furious and unwilling to give in, shouting, it's unfair. You're being too unfair, you're clearly targeting me. Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully. Unfair? Are you confused? What are you even? Do you think you're worthy to talk about fairness with me? Do you really think I'm reasoning with you? I'm giving you orders, obey my demands. Do you understand waste? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Changbin and Jiang Lei beside him. How should we deal with someone who disobeys orders and lacks organization and discipline? At this point, Li Changbin and Jiang Lei had already become Zhang Yi's loyal lackeys. At Zhang Yi's command, they carefully placed their food on the ground, then walked over and grabbed Su Hao, giving him a good beating. Su Hao initially wanted to argue a bit more, but as a punch landed hard on his stomach, his whole body began to spasm. In the apocalypse, anyone who still thinks they can reason is definitely a complete fool. Aside from teaching him a lesson with fists, there was no need to say more nonsense. Zhang Yi only allowed Li Changbin and Jiang Lei to stop after Su Hao had been beaten for a while and was nearly breathless. Although Su Hao was useless, he could still be a cannon fodder with a weapon. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao, saying to everyone, this is the consequence of disobeying the orders of the building master. And don't say I'm being tyrannical, I'm actually very fair. If anyone here thinks I'm being tyrannical, they can put down the food in their hands and leave with dignity. I absolutely won't cause them any trouble. The neighbors looked at each other, and not a single person stepped forward. Come on, food is their lifeline. How could they bear to... Zhang Yi nodded. Very well, then we have reached a consensus. He walked up to Su Hao, who, though beaten into a spasm, had curled up like a shrimp. Yet his hands still held tightly. 1 piece of fruit candy might be enough to save his life. Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold as he stomped down hard on his hand. He was wearing snow boots, and the soles were very rough and hard. Stepping on Su Hao's hand directly made the skin on his hand peel away, blood gushing out. Su Hao cried out in pain, involuntarily letting go of his hand. Zhang Yi kicked the piece of candy away and said to him amid his desperate gaze, "I hope you learn to be smarter next time. I Zhang Yi do not nurture waste." After this show of power, everyone became obedient, waiting for Zhang Yi to distribute food. No one dared to voice any objections. Soon Zhang Yi finished distributing the food, with only a few people not receiving anything. "All right, the supplies have been distributed." Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Qier to pack the remaining provisions into her bag. At that moment, a frantic cry suddenly pierced through the crowd. "Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received mine yet. I haven't got anything." The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing, who had long assumed Zhang Yi would grant her special treatment and allocate her the largest share of food. Yet she waited in vain, eyes fixed anxiously on him. Beside her, Lin Canning blurted out, "Brother Zhang Yi, how could you possibly forget me?" Zhang Yi regarded them both with a wry, teasing smile. "I haven't forgotten you." Their faces lit up, convinced he'd deliberately saved them for last as a sign of favor. But his next words plunged them into despair. "You two simply weren't entitled to any." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, as if their ears had betrayed them. Lin Canning burst out, "Why not? Everyone else got theirs. Why am I excluded?" Fang Yuqing, utterly unable to accept it, dashed forward from the crowd straight to Zhang Yi's side, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she pleaded, "Brother Zhang Yi, is this just a joke? A jest for Yuqing? Is it? This can't be real. You wouldn't treat me like this. You once said you loved me, didn't you?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms and arched a brow. "Yes, I did say I loved you. But tell me, did you truly believe it? I speak such words to many girls. After all, we're all just here to have fun. Everyone understands the unspoken rules. I've grown bored of you. Please stop bothering me. I already have a girlfriend." As he spoke, he deliberately drew Zhou Qier close into his embrace. Standing side by side, Zhou Qier and Fang Yuqing formed a stark contrast, one a top graduate from an elite university and a chief physician at a Class 3 hospital, flawless in figure, beauty, and poise. The other a low-level office clerk who spent her days flirting with men and frequenting nightclubs and dance halls, desperate to attract attention and wealth. And now Fang Yuqing stood disheveled and bedraggled, while Zhou Qier appeared immaculate, her makeup flawless, her attire polished. Side by side, they resembled a celestial maiden beside a beggar woman. Fang Yuqing could not bear such humiliation. Her greatest pride, her beauty and allure, had been trampled mercilessly beneath Zhang Yi's heel.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhang Yi curled his lip. "Oh, that? I was merely toying with you. Look at how absurd you appear right now." He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning. "Hey, you two, has she been telling you daily that I love her, that I'd welcome her into my home?" Wang Min and Lin Canning nodded vigorously. "Indeed, she's shameless, living entirely in fantasy. Such trash, doesn't even know her own worth. And she caused my cousin's death. She deserves to die." Zhang Yi publicly stripped Fang Yuqing bare, exposing every secret, every pretense. All eyes upon her brimmed with contempt. Fang Yuqing's face paled as she clutched her head and sobbed. "No. Please stop. I beg you, say no more." Zhang Yi ignored her plea and continued, "You think yourself a fairy, dreaming endlessly of snaring wealthy heirs. Yet everyone in Tianhai City's elite circles knows your reputation. Who hasn't heard that you're a woman easily bought, for a few hundred yuan?" Zhang Yi turned to Su Hao. "Su Hao, tell us, what do they call her?" Su Hao crouched on the ground, grinding his teeth, the self-righteous gold digger. A roar of laughter erupted on the spot. "Ha ha ha ha. Who knew our very own apartment block housed such I used to secretly admire her, damn. Turns out she's just a few hundred yuan away from bed. What a waste of effort. What a shameless, despicable woman." A tidal wave of mockery and scorn engulfed Fang Yuqing. No matter how tightly she covered her ears, the jeers seeped in relentlessly. With a shriek of madness, she fled. Zhang Yi pulled out a small packet of biscuits and tossed it before Su Hao. "Well behaved. Here's your reward. Even dogs must be trained with treats when they obey." Su Hao's eyes blazed with ecstatic relief. He couldn't believe his food had been miraculously restored. So overwhelming was his joy that even the recent beating had dulled his hatred toward Zhang Yi, replacing it with a quiet conviction that Zhang Yi was in fact fair-minded. After all, he had been at fault. Resisting Zhang Yi was foolish. "Thank you, brother Zhang Yi. I'll obey without question from now on." At that moment, Lin Canning stepped forward. "Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing offended me before, but I find you irritating. I simply don't wish to give you anything. Is that unacceptable?" Zhang Yi glanced at her coolly. "No." Lin Canning instantly flared up. "Why? You pursued her, not me." Zhang Yi met her gaze, calm and deliberate. "Frankly, I find you irritating. I simply don't wish to give you anything. Is that unacceptable?" Lin Canning was left speechless. Zhang Yi cut in. "These supplies are mine to distribute. Whom I choose to reward is my sole prerogative. If you object, keep it to yourself." "That's not fair." Lin Canning dissolved into wails. "Only fools invoke fairness." Zhang Yi dismissed her with indifference, while others watched her plight with thinly veiled amusement. Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei promptly escorted Lin Canning away, spared no one the sight of her lingering disgrace. Once distribution concluded, Zhang Yi declared, "Next, we discuss fortification strategy." Beside Uncle Yu, Xiaolime frowned and whispered into his ear, "Why did we receive nothing? You killed two. Our 11-person household deserves 11 rations." Uncle Yu replied, "Zhang Yi won't overlook us. Just hold your tongue for now." Xiaolime shot him a sharp, dissatisfied glance, then cast a sidelong look at Zhang Yi, muttering softly under her breath. Zhang Yi announced, "Of our building's residents excluding infants unable to walk, 47 remain. Excluding myself, Zhokir, Uncle Yu, and Xiaolime. 43 people remain, divided into 6 teams of 7 or 8 members each. Rotating shifts will guard round the clock against incursions from neighboring buildings. If intruders approach, strike the stair rail or any metal object to sound the alarm. Those awakened on lower floors will relay the warning upward using the same method." Zhang Yi stood with hands in his pockets, voice firm. "My earlier promise stands. 5 rations for every enemy. Those who merely stand watch receive 1 ration per day, but only after others have chosen first and portion size remains uncertain." Turning to Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi added, "Uncle Yu, you'll oversee the team assignments." Uncle Yu nodded firmly. "Understood, no problem." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors lowered their heads, pondering the pros and cons. Someone asked, "Zhang Yi, we can understand why you and Zhou here don't need to take shifts. But why doesn't Uncle Yu have to take shifts? He is clearly the strongest." Zhang Yi stared at him and said, "Precisely because Uncle Yu is an important combat force, he must conserve his strength and wait for the critical battle to strike. Do you understand?" This reasoning was somewhat forced, yet no one dared to refute Zhang Yi's words. In truth, Zhang Yi's real goal was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were on the front lines, responsible for fending off enemy assaults from other buildings. They were essentially cannon fodder, or to put it nicely, consumables. Uncle Yu, being skilled and kind-hearted, was Zhang Yi's best subordinate in his heart, so he naturally had to keep him alive for future assistance.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
After making arrangements, Zhang Yi sent the neighbors back to their homes, leaving only those on duty near the 4th floor. To attack their unit building, the 4th floor was a necessary passage. Once everyone else went upstairs, Zhang Yi took Zhokir back. He would not turn his back on those he did not trust. At this moment, there were no others around. Xiaolime, seeing that Zhang Yi was slow to mention the food for their family, couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Yi, did you forget about our family's food?" Zhang Yi glanced at Xiaolime, a hint of cold amusement in his eyes. Uncle Yu quickly tugged at her arm. "What are you?" Xiaolime replied, "Clearly Uncle Yu contributed the most, yet he gets nothing. This is too." Zhang Yi said, "The supplies I brought back are more than just these. The things I give to others are the inferior ones. The good stuff is reserved. Uncle Yu, you can come to my house to pick them up later." Hearing this, Xiaolime immediately put on a cheerful face. "I knew you wouldn't let him work for nothing." Uncle Yu shot her a glance. "I've told you before, Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person." Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word. After returning home, he took out a box of instant noodles from his spatial pocket and placed it at the door, then notified Uncle Yu to come over in 10 minutes to pick it up. Once inside the room, Zhang Yi hurriedly removed his thermal clothing. Clang! The frying pan inside his leather jacket fell to the ground with a thud. Zhokir laughed as she picked up the frying pan. "There's probably not even a ghost outside. You're being too cautious." Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "You won't need this thing in the future." He found something better. The police bulletproof vest is both snug and safe. Returning to his warm home deepened Zhang Yi's sense of happiness. When going outside facing the temperature below -70 degrees, even wearing thermal clothing felt chilly. Especially while riding a motorcycle, the sensation was even more pronounced. Zhang Yi took some food out of his spatial pocket and placed it on the table. Zhokir was also hungry after a day. Before he left, Zhang Yi had taken all the food, leaving neither for him nor Zhokir. The two sat at the dining table feasting heartily. Zhokir curiously asked, "What's it like outside now?" Zhang Yi replied, "What else could it be? The heavy snow has sealed the city and the lower buildings are completely covered. If this situation continues, even if the snow stops and the temperature returns to normal, it will take at least half a month for the snow to melt." Zhokir nodded. "But winter is about to set in and the temperature will only drop further. That's not a problem for us." After finishing their meal, Zhokir cuddled up next to Zhang Yi, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Zhang Yi glanced at
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Zhokir's face turned slightly red, keeping warm. Saying this, she pressed her body against Zhang Yi's with her layer of fat. Ever since Zhang Yi opened her mind, she seemed to have awakened, clinging to Zhang Yi every day. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was young and vigorous. Anyone else in his shoes might have succumbed. Zhang Yi laughed and playfully slapped her curvy backside. "I don't have time to deal with you now. Go take a shower and lie down in your room." Zhokir threw Zhang Yi a flirtatious glance before obediently heading off to shower. What could make Zhang Yi set aside, even beauty? It was of course a common man's hobby. Zhang Yi took out all the firearms he had collected today from his spatial pocket. He had some knowledge of firearms, having previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City and often practicing at the police firearms were naturally far superior in performance to the ones he had bought on the black market. Thus Zhang Yi eliminated the guns he previously used and replaced them with 2 police handguns fully loaded with bullets. The holsters and tactical belts were also ready, easily strapped to his waist. Then Zhang Yi began to study the rifles and the sniper rifle he had acquired. The shooting range in Tianhai City had dedicated rifles for target practice, but they lacked sniper rifles. However, with modern networks being well developed, there was ample information online about various firearms. Zhang Yi took out his phone and went online to search, quickly finding information about them. I didn't expect those servers to still be operational. Indeed, big companies still have their means. Zhang Yi remarked. Although many internet companies collapsed in the apocalypse and numerous software ceased operations, a few large corporations still had their servers running. Of course, this was also in cooperation with the authorities. At least until now, humanity had not given up on rebuilding after the apocalypse, still preserving some sparks of civilization. Zhang Yi, neglecting his feelings of nostalgia, studied the usage instructions for these firearms online. Given Zhang Yi's prior experience with firearms, he learned quickly. Whether he could shoot accurately remained to be seen, but he at least knew how to fire and change magazines. At the very least, it can be used to intimidate, and that's enough. The mere existence of firearms was the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi pondered filling all the magazines with bullets and unlocking the safeties, storing them in his spatial pocket. This way, in case of emergencies, he could draw a gun and shoot at any time. However, he was rather fond of that sniper rifle. A gun is a man's romance. A man's love for guns can be said to be instinctual. Zhang Yi raised the gun using the scope to look at the opposite building. About 50 meters away, the windows of the opposite unit were clearly visible. Even the locks on the window could be seen. I'll find a chance to try out this gun. Oh, it's a real tool for ambushing people. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Direct confrontation was not to his liking. Hiding in the corner to ambush others while they had no idea of his location and were shot down was the most exhilarating. Zhang Yi, wielding a sniper rifle, indulged himself by observing the entire neighborhood through the scope. Since it was nighttime, the other houses were without power, leaving the apartment building cloaked in darkness. However, thanks to the reflection of the snow, the outside remained a sea of white, with faint outlines of scenery still visible. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. As he glanced toward the nearby garage, two small black dots came into view, moving steadily. Garage people. It seemed they were heading for my snowmobile. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. When he returned home during the day, he had pretended to store the snowmobile in the garage. Sure enough, someone had sneaked over at night. Unfortunately for them, it was destined to be a futile endeavor. After a while, he spotted a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the door, and his eyes glistened with excitement. I didn't expect it to be White Elephant brand. Zhang Yi, you are too generous. This box of instant noodles can last the three of us a week if we ration it. Considering Zhang Yi's own supplies aren't plentiful, yet he still gave me so many noodles, uncle, you could only feel touched. Zhang Yi didn't have many of these instant noodles at home. There were only over 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Moreover, until now he hadn't eaten a single pack, as there were various gourmet meals prepared by hotel chefs at home. Who would eat that? Uncle Yu picked up the box of noodles, knocked on the door, and said, Zhang Yi, I've taken the noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi put down his sniper rifle and approached the door, saying, Uncle Yu, why are you being so polite with me? I don't care about others, but I must protect Uncle Yu and ensure he has enough to eat. Only then can Uncle Yu be my ace and human shield in the future. It's not that Zhang Yi is heartless. He wouldn't let Uncle Yu sacrifice himself unless absolutely necessary. Well, not unless it's truly unavoidable. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Don't take what Xiaolime said to you during the day to heart. She can be a bit of a chatterbox. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. Hey, can I really hold a grudge against a woman? I'm not that petty of a person. But Uncle Yu, do you really want to raise someone else's child? Zhang Yi's tone carried a hint. He didn't particularly like Xiaolime, but he also didn't want to sour his relationship with Uncle Yu. Therefore, sowing discord had to be done gradually. Uncle Yu laughed. Hey, in this day and age, what more can I say? It's already fortunate that I can find a woman like this. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, you have a point. In fact, Sister Xia is a good woman, quite attractive and capable of bearing children. I mean, no offense, but I just feel you underestimate yourself, Uncle Yu. In this day and age, a strong and skilled man like you is quite sought after. Joking aside, it wouldn't be too much to say that you could even find a movie star now. Uncle Yu was quite pleased with the flattery. Am I really that good? Zhang Yi replied. You've seen the current situation. Those pretty boys who can sing, dance, and rap are of no use. They can't even support themselves. It's still men like us who can provide a sense of security for women. With that said, Zhang Yi switched the topic. But back to the point, Sister Xia really is quite good. You should work hard to have her. After all, as a man, you should have your own children. Raising someone else's kid feels a bit. Uncle Yu felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Zhang Yi's words stirred some thoughts in his heart. He was quite fond of Xiaolime, as she was well-endowed, skilled, and could satisfy him, a single old man. But that child was less than a year old, and in these times it truly was a burden. To take care of her, Uncle Yu often got woken up in the middle of the night, making it hard to get any rest. If it were his own child, it wouldn't matter, but the key point is that it's someone else's. People are selfish. Uncle Yu had long harbored dissatisfaction, but he held it in and didn't dwell on it. Moreover, Xiaolime constantly brainwashed him, saying to treat the child like his own daughter, that when she grew up, she would show him filial piety. Over time, Uncle Yu genuinely began to help raise someone else's child. It was Zhang Yi's words that alerted him and prompted him to have some different thoughts. Thinking about having kids is not something I dare to consider right now. Let's talk about it after things settle down. Uncle Yu forced a smile, suppressing his unusual feelings. Right, you have a point. Haha, I'm just saying this casually, Uncle Yu, please don't take it to heart. I have great respect for you and Sister Xia, and I sincerely hope you both find happiness. Uncle Yu nodded, then I'll head back. Contact me anytime if you need anything. After Uncle Yu left, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of the sniper rifle and returned it to the storage space. These rifles and sniper guns would become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water stopped in the bathroom. Zhou Qier emerged wrapped in a towel, her skin as white as milk beneath the pink fabric. Her welted long legs possessed elegant lines glistening enticingly under the light. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa pinching his brow lazily and said, I'm a bit tired today, I'll come over and give me a massage. Zhou Qier nodded and walked over to Zhang Yi's side, gently massaging his body. That night, the Tianhe gang, having lost 4 members, launched another attack on Unit 25. The recent string of successes had led them to disregard everyone in Building 25 aside from Zhang Yi. However, this time, they unexpectedly encountered resistance. The team leader was Huang Tianfeng's nephew Huang Wei, who was skilled at stealthy night attacks. Around 2 in the morning, he and 8 others stealthily entered 25. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the stairs, bricks were thrown down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The guards on duty noticed the enemies and immediately retaliated with whatever they had in hand. Armed with knives and sticks, they obstructed the Tianhe gang from above and hurled stones, bricks, and any heavy objects they could find downwards to buy time. While resisting, they also banged on the stairs and windows, creating noise to alert the neighbors. Soon the entire building's residents were awakened. Driven by a thirst for revenge and a lack of resources, Huang Wei and his men chose to launch a strong offense. However, their numbers were too few. Even though they were fierce fighters, they couldn't match the sheer number of opponents. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, one of their lives was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors were like they had been injected with adrenaline, scrambling to claim the kills. The battle lasted only a few minutes, with everyone fighting for keeps, leaving behind 3 corpses at the scene. Seeing the situation turn against them, Huang Wei quickly shouted, "Retreat, let's go, go, go." As they fled, the neighbors from Unit 25 were ecstatic, shouting and chasing after them. A worker who ran slowly didn't manage to climb out of the window in time and was struck in the backside by a knife, embedding half the blade into him. He let out a pained cry, struggling to crawl out. After they left, the neighbors didn't dare to pursue too deeply. After all, it was late at night, and they didn't know what the situation was like outside. At that moment, Zhang Yi was also awakened by the noise. He stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang below, and suddenly had an idea. At this distance, can I kill them with a sniper rifle? When a man encounters a beautiful woman, his first thought is to engage in deep conversation with her. Similarly, when he acquires a good weapon, he is eager to test its power. This is a habit ingrained in his bones. Even as a child, if he found a good bamboo stick by the roadside, he would treat it like a treasured sword. Moreover, what Zhang Yi obtained was a sniper rifle, something that ordinary people in Huawei wouldn't even dare to dream of, let alone use to shoot someone. Let's see how this thing works. Zhang Yi took out the sniper rifle from the other space and began to aim at the ground from the balcony on the 24th floor. The 8-time scope was truly impressive. What appeared as mere ants from the height of the 24th floor was now. Zhang Yi held his breath to prevent his exhaled hot air from blurring the scope. The 7 fleeing individuals trudged through the snow at a slow pace, making it easy to aim. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Yi aimed at one person's back and pulled the trigger. For some reason, at the moment the bullet left the chamber, he felt a strange sensation. This bullet would definitely hit. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the quiet night. Countless people were startled awake from their restless dreams by this sound. Through the scope, Zhang Yi saw that person fall to the ground, blood staining a large expanse of snow. Damn, how is my shooting so accurate? Am I a genius? Zhang Yi was both surprised and delighted. He had merely wanted to test whether the gun was effective and didn't have high hopes. To his astonishment, he hit his target perfectly. What was that strange feeling just now? Zhang Yi was somewhat taken aback. However, he had no time to ponder, as the nearby people, upon hearing the gunshot and seeing one of their companions fall, quickened their pace in fright. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and aimed at the next person. As he focused intently on an individual, that miraculous sensation reappeared. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and yet another person fell. This time Zhang Yi understood that his ability to hit enemies from the 24th floor was not mere coincidence, but a gift. To be precise, it should be some kind of special ability. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. It seems that the ability I have awakened is not just about the other space being that simple. But it can be confirmed that my anomalous ability is definitely related to space. This is what made him a natural sharpshooter. Previously, when using crossbows and handguns, he fought in close quarters and had not noticed this ability, only feeling that the shooting experience was quite pleasant. Now, having switched to the sniper rifle, that feeling became extraordinarily evident. Zhang Yi's heart raced. In this apocalyptic world, having an additional ability meant an increased chance of survival. Once again, he reloaded and raised the gun, this time aiming at a person's head. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, he watched that person's head explode in a large cloud of blood mist. There was no doubt this was indeed a powerful ability for precise shooting. Zhang Yi's heart surged with joy as he targeted the remaining individuals. Click, click, click. With each shot, he swiftly pulled the bolt to reload, the gunfire echoing. 1 shot per person. The fleeing individuals had no time to escape, and all fell midway. 7 corpses lay in the snowy expanse, blood dyeing a large area crimson, appearing particularly striking. A smile couldn't be contained at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. From now on he could hide and become a top-tier schemer, specializing in eliminating others. Meanwhile, the neighbors downstairs, upon hearing the gunshots and witnessing Huang Wei and others fall one by one as if named, displayed looks of horror in their eyes. That gunshot came from upstairs. It must be Zhang Yi up there. At such a distance it can't be a handgun, it must be the power of a sniper rifle. My god, at such a distance a single shot to kill a Zhang Yi is actually a sharpshooter. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt a wave of fear. With Zhang Yi's skill, if he wanted to kill them, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? They automatically filled in the blanks, thinking Zhang Yi was likely a hidden warrior in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such excellent marksmanship? It seems that in the future it's best to obediently listen to Zhang Yi. Yet we have survived this long because Zhang Yi hasn't gotten angry. Human imagination is quite terrifying. Even at this moment their awe for Zhang Yi had skyrocketed. And it wasn't just the midnight gunshots awakened everyone in the community. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle, although lacking a silencer, was easily identifiable by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was definitely not a sound produced by a handgun. In a world where a single handgun could dominate a building, one could only imagine how terrifying it would be if someone possessed a more powerful assault rifle, or even a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder. Continuous shooting had made his shoulder feel somewhat sore. Fortunately, his physical fitness was good, otherwise his shoulder might hurt for several days. That night many people likely found it hard to sleep again. Uncle Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi inquiring if he was the one who... Uncle Yu had served in the military, so he immediately deduced that it was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi did not hide it, and replied, "I got this today from the police station." Uncle Yu curiously asked, "Did you serve in the military before? What was your unit number?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was so fierce that in Uncle Yu's eyes it was definitely at the level of a sharpshooter from the military. Zhang Yi smiled, and said, "I just have a talent for it, haha." Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't press further. "As long as you fired the gun, that's good. If it were someone else, we would be in danger." Zhang Yi casually chatted with him before returning to his room, lying on his warm and soft bed to fall into a deep sleep. The next day, waking up past 9 o'clock, he got up to wash up and let Zhou Qier out of the room. "Get something to eat. I'm craving freshly made food." Could you make 2 bowls of oil splash noodles?" Zhang Yi asked Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier smiled. "What I make isn't as good as what the noodle shop does." Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Then just practice more. After all, we have plenty of time." After eating food from restaurants for a long time, he occasionally craved homemade dishes to change things up. Zhou Qier obediently went into the kitchen and soon came out with 2 bowls of oil splash noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite. The taste was quite good. By the way, Zhang Yi had installed surveillance cameras throughout the entire house, including the kitchen. He also provided the ingredients. As for Zhou Qier, on her first day entering, Zhang Yi had checked her thoroughly inside and out. Until now, Zhang Yi still checked her body every day, ensuring no corner was overlooked. Thus, all possibilities of Zhou Qier poisoning him were eliminated. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat food that others brought him. Sitting at the table, Zhou Qier curiously asked, "Yesterday, I heard gunshots. Was that you shooting from the balcony?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and smiled, saying yes. He took a bite of the noodles. Zhou Qier's cooking was just average, but fortunately noodles were not difficult to make. "I found it when I went out. It's a sniper." Zhang Yi's tone was very calm. Excitement flickered in Zhou Qier's beauty. "A sniper? Can you use it?" "Not only can I use it, but I'm also quite good at it." Zhang Yi pointed out the window. "Last night, I took down 7 people with 7 bullets." Zhang Yi was quite proud of this. Men often like to boast about their trophies to women. Zhou Qier looked at Zhang Yi with a bit more admiration. Being by the side of such a man provided her with a greater sense of security. "Zhang Yi, you're really impressive." She cupped her chin with both hands, gazing at Zhang Yi with admiration. "So aren't you curious about how I can use a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Zhou Qier shook her head. "What does that have to do with me? Even if you were a killer or a psycho in the past, I'm still sticking with you." She thought for a moment and added, "It's better than dying outside, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are indeed smart, unlike some foolish women who always like to ask too many questions." 26. The Tianhe gang's side. Huang Tianfang only discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and the others in the morning. Last night, upon hearing the gunfire, he sensed something was off. However, out of caution, he didn't dare to take anyone out to investigate, but he basically knew that Huang Wei and the others... In the morning, they finally saw the 10 bodies piled up outside. Huang Tianfang's pupils constricted, and a strong rage surged within him, but the fear in his heart was 10 times greater. Now there were only 9 members left in the Tianhe gang, and their combat power had sharply declined. Even if they forced the surviving owners to join, it wouldn't make up for the lack of combat power from those workers. If a battle broke out with other buildings at this time, they would be at a huge disadvantage. They have guns, and not just ordinary ones. I suspect they are rifles or sniper rifles. The bullets were fired so densely last night, which means they must have a lot of ammunition. This opponent is really difficult to deal with. Huang Tianfang's expression was very serious. His subordinates also wore fearful expressions. "Boss, Dou Wei and the others are dead, and we have lost a significant number of our people. Are we still going to fight?" Huang Tianfang glared at the neighboring 25, gritting his teeth, and saying, "What a joke, they have guns, what do we have to fight with them?" The subordinates became anxious. But if we don't seize their sled and supplies, the owners in our building won't have enough to eat. Huang Tianfeng fell silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. Tonight we'll go, and Steel backed away, and their bodies. The others exchanged glances, a struggle flashing across their faces. They had been brothers for many years, sharing life and death together. Now they had to. Everyone felt distressed, but no one spoke up. They all knew that compared to surviving, nothing else mattered. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier finished their meal, he stood up and said, "I'm heading out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qier quickly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi didn't say much this time. He didn't put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. After living together for a long time, he had full trust in Zhou Qier's intelligence. Unless a better tree came along for her to lean on, she wouldn't do anything foolish to betray Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi arrived downstairs, and the few people on duty stood up straight upon seeing him. "Brother Zhang, you're going out." Zhang Yi glanced at them and saw genuine respect in their eyes. Zhang Yi's strength was recognized by everyone. He nodded, saying, "Work hard." He climbed out of the 4th-floor window, and after some thought pretended to take a detour to the back garage. Before long, he rode off on his motorcycle, leaving the community. Many figures appeared at the windows of various houses watching Zhang Yi leave. Their expressions were complex, some were excited, some envious, and some were fierce. At 21, the building was managed by an organization that called itself the Tianlang Gang, composed of a group of young men around 20 years old. The leader of the Tianlang Gang, Wang Chang, stood by the window, a bloodied machete with some rust lying beside him. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Where exactly is his motorcycle hidden? Last night, it was he who sent people to steal Zhang Yi's vehicle. His second-in-command, Xiao Lu, said, "Our community is quite large. He's hidden it very discreetly, and it's indeed hard to find." Wang Chang snorted coldly, crossing his arms and saying, "In any case, this motorcycle must be controlled by our Tianlang Gang. With a snowmobile, we can go out to search for supplies. Expanding our team and forming a large gang won't be a problem." Xiao Lu also nodded seriously. "Indeed, heroes emerge in chaotic times. This era is our brother's opportunity." He looked in the direction Zhang Yi had left, his eyes filled with bloodshot. "Now let's find a way to get some cigarettes. I haven't smoked in half a month. I'm going crazy." In other buildings, the decision-makers were also discussing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's emergence posed a crisis for them, a crisis because he had guns, and not just any guns. But it was also an opportunity because Zhang Yi had a snowmobile, which could be used to acquire supplies. Some wanted to fight while others wanted to cooperate, but one thing was certain, they would soon have to come into contact with Zhang Yi inevitably. This time when Zhang Yi left, he first went to a nearby supermarket to take a look. Unfortunately, the nearby supermarkets were not built tall enough, and some small supermarkets were only 1 story, so they were all buried under the heavy snow. It seems that unless the heavy snow melts, there will be only a few independent large supermarkets where food can be obtained in the end. Warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of the place where he had worked before. The southwest direction of the economic development zone was once a vast wasteland, which was later developed to provide various enterprises with factories and warehouses. Due to the low land prices, most of the city's warehouses were located there. Zhang Yi had emptied Walmart's warehouse, but there were still goods from other companies over there. Medical supplies, food, vehicles, toys. Everything was available. Let's go take a look, maybe there's something useful there. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yi turned the vehicle around and drove toward the warehouse area. The warehouse was only about 10 kilometers away, and Zhang Yi arrived there in less than 20 minutes. It was very spacious here, and the factory buildings were built quite high, not piled up with excessive snow like in the city. So when Zhang Yi arrived, he could still see the tops of some factory buildings. Zhang Yi was far too familiar with this area. The entire Tianhai city had hundreds of warehouses belonging to various conglomerates, both large and small. If he could gather all the supplies back, it wouldn't just be a matter of sustaining himself. He could easily support thousands of people. The real issue was whether those supplies still existed. Zhang Yi took out his handgun and crowbar, heading to a nearby Durenfo warehouse for inspection. He smashed the window from the top with the crowbar. Peering inside, he found the vast factory had become completely empty. Has it been transported away? Zhang Yi was mentally prepared, so he wasn't overly surprised. He continued to other warehouses, only to find the same situation. Medical equipment, daily necessities, food, even snacks, and pet food warehouses had been cleared out. Just as I suspected. When disaster strikes, the officials and experts will report it promptly. Those in power will certainly prioritize the transfer of supplies. That's why Zhang Yi had preemptively cleared the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He understood that once disaster struck, those powerful figures would only consider their own interests, leaving ordinary people's lives in jeopardy. Zhang Yi did not give up searching. With hundreds of warehouses here, there might be something left that could be useful to him. Indeed, after a busy half-day, Zhang Yi found a warehouse storing cars. The area inside was over 100,000 square meters, incredibly spacious. The cars were lined up neatly on steel racks resembling sardines in a can. Among them were many luxury cars that could sell for millions before the apocalypse. However, now they were nothing but scrap, entirely useless. Looking at so many vehicles, Zhang Yi felt quite frustrated. He clicked his tongue, hesitated for a long time, and finally decided, since there's still plenty of space, I might as well throw them in. What if I need them in the future? After all, men love their cars. Seeing so many precious luxury cars, Zhang Yi thought about collecting them for enjoyment. Even if he couldn't drive them now, he could still indulge his eyes. He treated it like a collection of high-end models. Thus he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and stored them in his alt. For the next whole day Zhang Yi was busy in this warehouse area. Most of the warehouses had been emptied, leaving only items that were inconvenient to transport. For example, large machinery or bulk construction materials. He found not a single bit of food or supplies. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, suppressing his frustration, and scavenged many items like a rag picker. Heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if I need them in the future? Zhang Yi reassured. Then he found his thoughts rather amusing. In the icy cold, such vehicles wouldn't move an inch. What use would they be? There was no value in continuing to explore this place, and he had nothing else urgently needed. He took out a chocolate bar from his alternate space and quickly gulped it down.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Eating while the cold wind rushed into his mouth was somewhat unpleasant. There was no way to drink hot water. Once the lid was opened, it would cool down in less than half a minute. Zhang Yi scooped up some snow from the ground and put it in his mouth, settling for melted snow as a drink. Soon he thought of another place he needed to go. Having gathered many vehicles, he recalled the need for gasoline and diesel. Originally, the fuel stored in his alternate space was sufficient for daily use. However, given the current situation, he would heavily rely on snowmobiles as his primary mode of transportation. In that case, the stored amount might not be enough. Out of caution, Zhang Yi decided to go to a gas station to see if he could obtain some fuel. He mounted his snowmobile and after some contemplation headed towards the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Shortly after, he arrived at the location from his memory. However, upon getting there, the sight before him caused him to exhale a long puff of white smoke. The enormous gas station was completely buried under snow. Zhang Yi could only infer its position by the surrounding. Although he had prepared himself psychologically, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Gas stations don't have tall buildings. Does that mean I won't be able to find a place to refuel at?
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Moreover, who knows how long the snow disaster will last? Would he have to conserve fuel for the future? Based on the stock in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it might run out in just 20 years. That was certainly not good news. Human power is truly weak. If only I could use large machinery for excavation. Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to turn the key and leave, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Excavation equipment. He had just picked up some work vehicles from the warehouse, including a few excavators. Originally, he intended to collect them for potential future use. He never expected to use them so soon. Digging holes in the snow with an excavator would be a piece of cake. But to be honest, this situation was quite rare. After all, on past planets, such deep snow and ice were rarely seen. Nobody operated excavators in the Arctic. They used icebreakers instead. However, after careful consideration, Zhang Yi believed this idea was absolutely feasible. The accumulation of snow had not exceeded a month, so it hadn't formed a very hard ice layer. An excavator could definitely dig through. The ice and snow below were only about 10 meters thick. He just needed to dig to the entrance like a door or window to break in. Therefore, it wouldn't take too long. Feasible. Zhang Yi decided to take action, directly retrieving a large excavator from his alternate space. Bang! The nearly 20-ton excavator crashed heavily to the ground, sinking more than a meter deep. Seeing this, Zhang Yi chuckled. That's good, it saves me the effort of digging down myself. The surface snow was still relatively thin, unable to bear this weight. However, the snow below should be more compact. It was Zhang Yi's first time operating an excavator, but it wasn't a big deal. He had driven cranes, forklifts, and large trucks while working in the warehouse before. This vehicle was also manageable. After a little thought, he figured out how to operate it. While he couldn't claim his skills were exceptional, he could at least handle it. The operation of the excavator is quite simple, primarily involving 2 push handles and a control lever for the excavating bucket. Zhang Yi found the fuel tank and took out a barrel of diesel from the alternate space, pouring it in. Then he crawled into the control room and turned the key. Virum. Fortunately, the low temperature did not have much impact on the new machinery, and this excavator could still be used normally. Zhang Yi operated the excavator, starting to swing the snow in front of him to the sides. At first, his speed was a bit slow, but it gradually picked up. After half an hour, he had already dug a 3-meter deep pit, and even the tracks could move slowly. Fortunately, the excavator was not on wheels. Zhang Yi even felt that if faced with special circumstances, this machine could be used as a transport vehicle. The speed was a bit slow, but the excavator's tracks were perfectly capable of moving across the snowy ground. This thing could even traverse muddy wetlands. It was truly impressive. Utilizing his somewhat unskilled technique, Zhang Yi worked for nearly 2 hours and finally dug into solid construction. He felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly started to lift the snow away from the structure. Only then did he slowly see the massive roof platform of the gas station. Finding the structure of the gas station was straightforward. Next, he just needed to clear the accumulated snow. Due to his inexperience, Zhang Yi spent a good 4 or 5 hours before he finally reached the window of the gas station's convenience store. Fortunately, it was the excavator that dug it out, not him. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. Zhang Yi got off the excavator and stored it back into the alternate space. Then he broke the window glass and jumped inside. Upon entering the convenience store, he was taken aback. The accumulated snow had burst through the door, filling most of the space inside. Fortunately, he could still see the back door. Zhang Yi stepped through the snow. He needed to find the place where the oil was stored. The fuel storage of a gas station is usually underground, which also prevents the risk of being buried by snow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the storage room. Despite the large front of the gas station, the space in the back was actually quite small, making it not too difficult to find an entrance. Zhang Yi pried open the iron door with a crowbar and turned on his miner's lamp for lighting. The sight before him made him gasp. Four gigantic oil storage tanks sat in the storage room, holding nearly 200 cubic units of oil. At first glance, it was indeed very spectacular. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, quietly stepping back outside, simply removing some static electricity from his body before daring to walk in. At this point, the gas station had already ceased operations, and it was pitch black inside. Zhang Yi turned off the oil pipeline above. He wrapped the pipeline opening with layers of plastic and cling film to prevent leaks. Only then did he store all 4 of those gigantic tanks into his alternate space. Normally, with these 3 barrels of gasoline and 1 barrel of diesel, he wouldn't have to worry about fuel issues for driving. Wait a minute. Zhang Yi suddenly realized something very important. If I can use the excavator to dig through the snow, does that not mean I can also excavate other places buried by snow? If that's the case, the whole world could become a vast treasure trove. Perhaps even a treasure trove exclusively for me. Good things, all good things. With a newfound certainty, Zhang Yi no longer needed to worry about shortages of any. The vast world could be at his disposal. Zhang Yi climbed up to the surface of the snow along the path pressed down by the excavator's tracks, then hopped onto his snowmobile. It was getting late, so he decided to end today's search here. He made another trip to the supermarket at Wanda Plaza and brought back 2 bags of junk food. As soon as the motorcycle appeared outside the community, many people were peering out of their windows to watch him. Zhang Yi drove the vehicle to the back of the building, pretending to park it in the garage, then carried the 2 bags of food back to Unit 25. Without him having to say anything, the neighbors had already gathered here. However, Fang Yuqing did not come this time. She seemed to have realized that Zhang Yi would not provide her with any food anymore. Yet Lin Kainan was not discouraged and still intended to come over to try her luck. Zhang Yi didn't even spare her a glance. Everyone worked hard yesterday dealing with those invaders. Today's food is a reward for you all. We will distribute the food according to the rules we agreed upon earlier. He distributed the food based on their contributions. After all, there was only so much food. If someone took more, someone else would take less. In short, those who did less work shouldn't expect to eat much. Due to the sniper incident, the crowd held even more fear of Zhang Yi and dared not say much. Moreover, they all knew that Zhang Yi had killed the most enemies. Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei had not been on duty last night, so they only received 1 portion of food each. When Zhang Yi mentioned 1 portion, it implied that it wouldn't be enough to fill their stomachs. The 2 of them looked somewhat disappointed. Li Chengbin said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, are we just going to wait for them to come over? We don't know how long we'll have to wait. You killed over a dozen of their people. They probably wouldn't dare to come anymore. If this continues, how are we supposed to earn reward?" The young man was just too impatient. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose and smiled calmly, saying, "Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I only mentioned that killing an enemy would reward you with 5 portions of food, but I never said you could only wait for them to attack." Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei's eyes brightened. "You mean we can take the initiative to strike? Then if we kill people from other buildings, can we exchange that for rewards, eh?" The 2 were very excited. They desperately needed food, and there was also a desire to show off within the group. They hoped to prove their strength and become Zhang Yi's trusted subordinates following him. Zhang Yi contemplated. So far, aside from the Tianhe gang and Unit 26, no one else had taken action against Unit 25. However, no one could guarantee what might happen in the future. Especially since Zhang Yi had exposed his snowmobile, surely more people in the community would have their eyes on him. Zhang Lei and Li Chengbin's suggestion intrigued Zhang Yi. These people were originally brought in by Zhang Yi to act as cannon fodder. If they wanted to go to their doom, he would let them do so. After all, these junk foods were not worth much to Zhang Yi. He immediately revealed an approving smile and nodded, saying, "Of course. Right now, everyone outside is an enemy. Eliminating them will ensure our group's safety. Now anyone from any building except for ours can be killed, and we can exchange them for rewards." Though he said that given the low temperature and heavy snow outside, they could only target a few nearby buildings. The first to go would naturally be the neighboring Tianhe gang at Unit 26. Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei cheered excitedly. The expressions of the others varied, unsure of what to think. However, it was clear that some were tempted. After all, who wouldn't wish to acquire more food? After distributing the food, Lin Kainan caused another commotion, only to be brutally beaten by Zhang Lei and Li Chengbin, Zhang Yi's 2 henchmen. Zhou Kuer walked beside him, slipping her arm through his, and whispering, "The atmosphere in the neighborhood feels strangely off today." Zhang Yi quietly withdrew his arm and asked Coolio, "What's wrong?" Zhou Kuer paused slightly, then realized he simply did not wish to be restrained. At home, he tolerated such familiarity, but outdoors he remained utterly vigilant, never relaxing even an iota. She said, "I keep sensing countless eyes watching us, intently, relentlessly." Zhang Yi offered a faint knowing smile that's hardly surprising. The appearance of a snowmobile was bound to stir envy, especially here in the south where such vehicles were extraordinarily rare. With it, one could venture beyond the compound to scavenge supplies, and survival therefore became possible. Who wouldn't want to live? Zhou Kuer voiced her concern. Do you think residents from other apartment blocks might launch an attack? I'm afraid it could become extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Zhang Yi glanced around, ensuring no one was near, before lowering his voice. Aren't there still plenty of expendable pawns? Moreover, no matter how formidable they are, breaching our residence would be harder than ascending to heaven. Zhou Kuer smiled wryly, but when cornered, desperation drives people to do the unthinkable. Zhang Yi nodded slowly. You raise a valid point. As they spoke, he habitually scanned their surroundings, his instinct honed by necessity. After all, their conversation was best kept private. Yet that very glance, a fleeting sweep of his periphery, jolted him. A jagged black fissure flickered at the edge of his vision. They had just passed the 13th floor. The metal door of the stairwell stood ajar, just a sliver, and through that narrow gap a blood-red eyeball stared unblinkingly at him. Who's there? Zhang Yi's muscles tensed instantly, not out of cowardice but the raw visceral shock of the unfortunate. The stairwell door slammed open with a thunderous bang. A disheveled woman shrieked as she lunged forth, brandishing a blood-caked kitchen knife aimed straight at his skull. Oh! Zhou Kuer screamed in terror. Zhang Yi shoved her violently sideways. The recoil sent his own body staggering sideways as well. The blade sliced empty air, missing its mark entirely. Yet the woman, wildeed and frenzied, raised the knife again and swung once more. Zhang Yi dropped low, rolled down the stairs in a single fluid motion, tumbling several flights without pause. His thick winter coat and concealed bulletproof vest absorbed the impact, no injury sustained. Only after tumbling past several landings did his body finally come to rest. There, sprawled on the cold concrete, he recognized her, Auntie Lin, the woman who had vanished weeks ago. She charged after him, knife raised high, eyes blazing with crimson fury. Zhang Yi, you will pay for my grandson's life. Damned old hag. Zhang Yi steadied his breath, reached into his spatial void, and drew forth a heavy iron crowbar, swinging it downward with lethal precision. The stairwell was narrow, no room to dodge. Her small kitchen knife never came within striking distance of him. Instinctively she flinched, but the crowbar struck her shoulder instead of her skull. Crack! The sickening snap of bone echoed sharply. Frail as aged limbs were they shattered under such force. Auntie Lin crumpled onto the steps, limbs limp, resistance utterly extinguished. Yet even then her fingers clutched the blood-stained knife with desperate tenacity, her gaze burning with venomous hatred. Kill you. Avenging my grandson. Zhang Yi gazed down coldly, then brought the crowbar crashing down upon her gripping hand. Strangely enough, even in freezing weather, human flesh remains terrifyingly fragile. 3 fingers flew apart, shattered and severed. The knife clattered loudly onto the concrete. Her shrieks, raw, guttural, animalistic, reverberated through the stairwell. Patrol team members rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Zhang Yi standing over Auntie Lin, one asked cautiously, Brother Zhang, what happened? This old woman tried to kill me, Zhang Yi replied icily. At once the patrolman erupted in fury. That vile hag deserves death. Brother Zhang is the hope of our entire building. If she dares threaten him, just end her. She's already lost her mind. Keeping her alive is only inviting future trouble. Indeed, Auntie Lin had long since descended into madness, her rants flooding online group chats for weeks. Zhang Yi said flatly, return to your posts. I'll handle this. The patrolman dared not defy him and obediently withdrew. Zhou Kuer stood frozen on the upper landing, hands pressed tightly over her mouth, eyes wide with anxious dread. The patrolman dared not defy him and obediently withdrew. Zhou Kuer stood frozen on the upper landing, hands. Auntie Lin lifted her chin defiantly, fixing him with a gaze dripping with malice. Zhang Yi, you're damned. You deserve eternal damnation. You killed my grandson. You'll burn in the deepest hell. Zhang Yi made no move to strike. Instead he asked calmly, I didn't kill your grandson. Why seek vengeance again? Her timing had been precise, clearly premeditated. She'd lain in wait behind the door, knowing exactly when he would return. And Zhang Yi, distracted by conversation with Zhou Kuer, had momentarily lowered his guard. Otherwise his sharp vigilance would never have missed that telltale crack in the door. Now he sought only one answer, why target him? Auntie Lin glared, teeth bared, spittle flying, like a rabid feral beast. You murdered my grandson. You deserve death, 10,000 deaths. I'd drink your blood, devour your flesh, bite you to pieces, one agonizing piece at a time. Zhang Yi's expression remained impassive. Yet I don't recall killing your grandson. In fact, I saved you. Chen Zhenghao's men killed him, but I executed Chen Zhenghao. You owe me gratitude, not vengeance. Auntie Lin faltered, momentarily stunned. Then fury surged anew, because infuriatingly his words held truth. Yet a woman consumed by irrational rage would sooner cleave reality than admit fault. Don't pretend to be virtuous. My grandson wasn't dead yet. He died later, writhing in agony because you refused to lend me medicine. You withheld the medicine. You're the true murderer. She spat the words, eyes bulging crimson, transformed in that instant into something monstrous, demonic. Zhang Yi finally understood the whole situation. Oh, so that's how you interpret it, he nodded. But is there some misunderstanding about this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin, meeting her gaze full of hatred. Then Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said softly, actually, I am a person who is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. How could I bear to watch a child suffer to death? So later I went to your house to deliver medicine. Aunt Lin's eyes widened. You're talking nonsense. No, I'm really not talking nonsense. I've been to your house, think carefully. Oh right, you were too focused at the time, and might have forgotten. A hint of regret flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. At that time little tiger was still alive, and I clearly saw his chest moving. But how could you? Son. He originally had a chance to survive, but you deprived him of his chance to live. You're really a good grandmother. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened, his tone extremely cold. Aunt Lin's mental state was already unstable. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, her mind became even more chaotic. A look of panic flashed in her eyes. Could it be that little tiger really didn't die? Instead, she unknowingly caused little tiger's death. No, it can't be. Little tiger was already dead, it was you who caused it. Zhang Yi laughed loudly, pointing at Zhou Qier, and said, if you don't believe it, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Is little tiger still salvageable? Aunt Lin turned her head in confusion, looking at Zhou Qier on the steps. Zhou Qier, seeing Zhang Yi's chilling smile, felt a shiver down her spine. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't directly kill Aunt Lin, but talked with her for so long. It turned out he not only wanted Aunt Lin to die, but also wanted to crush her heart, letting her die in extreme pain. Zhou Qier looked down at Aunt Lin and nodded slowly. Indeed, little tiger actually had a chance to be saved. At that time I contacted Zhang Yi and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But you didn't wait for him to come, mistakenly thinking little tiger had already died. If you could have waited a bit longer, perhaps he wouldn't. Zhou Qier didn't finish her last few words because she felt that her words had already inflicted enough damage. Aunt Lin covered her face in despair, crying out in pain. No, it can't be. It wasn't like this. I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was already dead. Her mind had long since collapsed, memories in a jumble, sometimes not even clear about what she was doing. Surviving to this point was all thanks to her hatred for Zhang Yi. But what Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier said made her unable to distinguish what was reality. Could it be that the person who caused her grandson's death was not Zhang Yi but her own self? Zhang Yi suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, ha ha ha, so that's how it is. This is the good grandmother of the Lin family claiming to love her grandson, yet she caused her living grandson's death. You really love him. Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their grandson to you. Do you deserve them? Aunt Lin's gaze became vacant, covering her head and crying out in pain. No, it's not like this. It's not like this. It is. It's not like this. It's not like this. It is. You did it. Aunt Lin cried out in agony and despair. Zhang Yi stood by laughing as he delivered the final blow. Zhou Qier felt a chill run down her spine. A person like Zhang Yi should never be provoked. He was simply too terrifying when it came to torturing others. Off. Aunt Lin suddenly screamed and violently slammed into the wall. She had completely collapsed, losing. For her death was the best relief. But at a critical moment Zhang Yi chose to be a good person. How could he bear to watch his neighbor die in front of him? Zhang Yi shouted, don't, and then kicked Aunt Lin away. Thud. Aunt Lin fell aside and rolled down the stairs. Zhang Yi said earnestly, Aunt Lin, one must look forward in life. You mustn't think of ending it. After all, his smile grew wider. You sacrificed your grandson to survive. If you die, how will you face your whole family down there? Aunt Lin was now spitting blood, unable to speak, yet her eyes were filled with a plea for Zhang Yi. Don't say that, I beg you, please stop talking. At this moment neighbors from several floors nearby heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was happening. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and loudly said, everyone come quickly, Aunt Lin wants to commit suicide. How strange, how has she lived so long? Do you still have food supplies at home? Upon hearing this the neighbors showed a look of extreme disgust, even though some people would go to great lengths to survive. However, no one could do such a thing to their own kin. That was their final moral bottom line. Aunt Lin was being watched by these gazes, her mental state crumbling, even further blood pouring from her mouth, her eyes filled with struggle and pain. She won't last long, at most half an hour before she freezes to death. Zhou Qier walked over to Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi's earlier actions have been quite heavy, causing her internal organs to rupture. Freeze to death. Zhang Yi frowned. How can it be so cruel? In such cold weather, letting her freeze to death, I can't bear to watch this. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that Zhang Yi intended to spare Aunt Lin? Only Zhou Qier, who understood Zhang Yi, gave him a helpless glance. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi sighed. The elderly have had a tough life, let her be warm before she dies. He reached into his clothing pretending to take something out, but in reality, he retrieved a bottle of alcohol from an alternate space. He twisted the cap and poured it over Aunt Lin. Upon seeing this scene, the neighbors finally understood Zhang Yi's. While speechless, they also found this very reasonable. After all, this person was Zhang. When have you ever seen him show mercy? After pouring the bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly retreated, lit a cigarette with a lighter, took a couple of puffs, and tossed it over. Whoosh! In an instant, flames roared to life. Soon the staircase was filled with extremely piercing screams. Zhang Yi turned around and walked back, not even glancing back. The other neighbors hurriedly made way for Zhang Yi, their eyes full of fear. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier returned to their room, took off their winter gear, and sat on the sofa cursing fiercely. That damned crazy woman. He sprawled on the sofa. Zhou Qier walked into the bathroom and soon brought out a basin of hot water. She smiled as she knelt in front of Zhang Yi, helping him take off his cotton socks before gently washing his feet. She softly asked, were you startled just now? Zhang Yi leaned against the sofa and replied leisurely, actually it's not that bad. Since the apocalypse I have become desensitized to almost everything. In these chaotic times the most absurd thing. He was wearing a police bulletproof vest, unless the old woman was an agile killer who could accurately strike his neck. But Zhang Yi was not a wooden block, and he would naturally dodge. Did anything happen in the neighborhood while I was away? Especially in the other buildings, has there been any movement? Zhou Qier nodded slowly at this question. I was just about to Zhang Yi straightened up slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Oh, what happened? Zhou Qier was massaging Zhang Yi's feet, while casually saying, the person in charge of Building 9 now is one of my former patients named Chen Lingyu. She contacted me today hoping I could help you with her friend request. She said she wanted to discuss something with you. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Building 9, Chen Lingyu. This was a name he was unfamiliar with. Although they lived in the same neighborhood, the Yulu community was quite large, extending nearly 500 meters from north to south. His Building 25 and Building 9 were like the beginning and end of a village, and there was no chance to interact in daily life. What does she want to talk to me about? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Qier shook her head. She only said she wanted to discuss cooperation with the building leader of 25. However, the specific details must be discussed by you. Zhang Yi scoffed. Cooperation? Nonsense. I lack nothing right now, while they can only wait helplessly. What can they offer me in terms of cooperation? Zhou Qier lifted her head, her lips curling into a light smile. Then should I tell her you don't want to talk to her? Zhang Yi waved his hand. There's no need to rush. Tell me about her character. Also the specific situation. Zhou Qier then recounted the information she had gathered about Chen Lingyu, the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company valued at 200 million yuan in Tianhai City. Though it's called a beauty and cosmetics company, it is essentially a micro-business enterprise. Chen Lingyu, 38 years old, is of above-average appearance, has a strong personality, and is a capable businesswoman. She knows Zhou Qier from a previous visit to the First People's Hospital for treatment, and their relationship is merely superficial at best, just an acquaintance. As for Building 9, it is currently under her and her subordinates' control. According to the information Zhou Qier gathered, Building 9 is currently managed quite well, with only 10 deaths so far. After hearing this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers and nodded. At this time, a woman can actually manage a building. This Chen Lingyu indeed has some capabilities. Zhou Qier sighed lightly. Yes, after all, she is in the micro-business and pyramid scheme industry, so she must be skilled at brainwashing others. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. Now that's a ruthless person. When it comes to being harsh, she can turn against anyone, even her parents and relatives. One must never underestimate such a woman. Zhou Qier nodded. I don't have a good impression of her either. We hadn't been in contact for a long time. Suddenly today, she reached out to me asking for help to convey a message. Zhang Yi said, that's not surprising. The news about me having a snowmobile and being able to go out to collect supplies has among the residents of the entire community who doesn't envy me. Who doesn't want to get my snowmobile? Zhou Qier nodded. If that's the case, do you still want to talk to her? Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a few minutes. Let's chat. I also want to know what ideas the other buildings have in mind. At the very least, I can't push those people too hard. Otherwise, if the residents of the other 29 buildings turn against me, that wouldn't be a good situation. If Zhang Yi simply hid in his house, he wouldn't need to fear them. But now Zhang Yi knew that the outside world was a treasure trove, and he would need to continue collecting various survival supplies. Thus, he couldn't afford to fall out with the residents of the other 29 buildings just yet. As he enjoyed Zhou Qier's delicate massage, he opened his WeChat on his phone. His friend requests had piled up to over 99, and he had been too lazy to check, as most of the people who sought him were asking for supplies, which he couldn't be bothered with. Upon opening the friend request list, the first one he saw was President Chen Lingyu of the A Furong Group. In a women's suit and white shirt with her arms crossed and a deep expression, she wore an exaggerated smile, the typical micro-business avatar. Just as Zhang Yi was about to accept her friend request, his gaze suddenly caught sight of another slightly familiar avatar below. Business professionals typically used personal photos as their WeChat avatars. Thus Zhang Yi recognized immediately who that person was. Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. He knew him because he had seen him on stage during a company annual meeting. Zhang Yi also knew he lived in the same neighborhood as him, but their work didn't intersect, so they had no contact. Zhang Yi glanced at the time of the friend request, which was at 1030 a.m. today. It was shortly after he had just left the neighborhood. It seems like he is looking for me for the same reason. Zhang Yi thought to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he simply approved both friend requests at the same time. He wanted to see what these two individuals would discuss with him in order to gauge how to handle the people from Building 29. As soon as his friend request was accepted, responses came almost instantly. Mr. Zhang Yi, hello. I am Chen Lingyu from Building 9, currently responsible for managing Building 9. I would like to discuss something with you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian from Building 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. Oh, I would like to represent the residents of Building 18 to discuss cooperation matters with you. Zhang Yi first opened the chat window with Chen Lingyu. What do you want to discuss? Chen Lingyu quickly replied. It's not very convenient to chat like this. Can we have a voice call? No, it's not convenient for me. Oh, let's just chat like this. Zhang Yi replied coldly. He was very familiar with women in the micro-business industry. Their mouths could be like machine guns, talking endlessly if given the chance for 3 days and nights. Just say what you need directly and simply. I don't have much patience and don't like to waste words. Zhang Yi first gave Chen Lingyu a warning, making her understand that he was not to be trifled with. Chen Lingyu paced back and forth in the room. It was not due to nervousness, but because the weather was too cold, walking a few more steps would help warm her up. She wore many layers of clothing, yet seemed to try her best to appear fashionable, even donning a coat with a fox fur collar on the outside. After receiving Zhang Yi's icy message, she took a deep breath and murmured to herself, "Indeed a formidable person. I must not be careless." Faced with Zhang Yi, Chen Lingji's heart was actually very tense, even fearful. After all Zhang Yi's deeds relying on one person, he had killed half the neighbors of an entire building. Moreover, he had numerous weapons, including terrifying things like a sniper rifle. Various rumors had made those in other buildings who had heard Zhang Yi's stories deeply fear him. Chen Lingyu calmed her emotions and began to type down the countless drafts of words that ran through her mind. "Mr. Zhang Yi, I have long admired your name. We have heard your stories and have always hoped to meet you. Now that I know you have a snowmobile, you can go out to search for supplies. So we hope to cooperate with you." Zhang Yi glanced over and sneered dismissively. "Cooperate? What can you provide?" "Cooperation requires a mutual exchange of conditions. You should understand that." Chen Lingyu immediately replied. "We are relatively harmonious and have not experienced many casualties. So we have plenty of manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile, you can leave the community and venture out." At this point, Chen Lingyu became excited. "We can provide you with 76 people. These are the best laborers. The heavy snow outside has frozen everything, seemingly losing order. In other words, everything buried by the ice and snow in this world belongs to whoever can obtain it. You have transportation and weapons, while I have family who obey commands and can work. As long as we join forces, we will surely achieve great things in the future." Zhang Yi rubbed his ear. "Sounds impressive, but it all seems like empty talk. Let me ask you, in a situation where so many people don't even know how they'll survive tomorrow, what are you developing?" Chen Lingyu swallowed hard. "Of course we need you to help us gather food to ensure our safety first. Then whatever projects you want to pursue, our people will be the best labor force." Zhang Yi shook his head, already losing interest. "I'm completely uninterested in what you're saying, goodbye." Chen Lingyu grew anxious upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. She gritted her teeth and quickly sent a message.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
"You have now become the envy of the entire community. You only need to provide us with food, and at the very least we can maintain neutrality towards you. You wouldn't want us to become your enemies, would you?" After seeing this message, Zhang Yi's expression became slightly serious. This was what he wanted to hear. Why waste time talking about so much unnecessary stuff beforehand? These damned micro-businesses. Oh, so many people in the units want to take action against me. I don't quite believe that. I'm doing just fine. Who would come to attack me?" Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Chen Lingyu knew Zhang Yi was probing, but to express sincerity, she had to reveal some information. "Zhang Yi, you are a clever person and should understand the principle of having a treasure brings trouble. Thousands of people live in this community, and everyone can only wait in their homes to starve. Only you can ride the snowmobile to find food. If you were in my position, wouldn't you feel envy and resentment? The reason everyone hasn't acted yet is merely weighing the pros and cons. However, it is only a matter of time before they take action against you. I do not ask for much, or as long as you can guarantee our basic food needs, the people in our building will absolutely not act against you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a sense, this could be considered a threat. "Oh, you mean if I don't agree, your 9 will attack us in 25, right?" Zhang Yi's voice was extremely cold, filled with murderous intent. Chen Lingyu couldn't help but tremble, but she quickly said firmly, "I believe you won't choose to do that. Being our enemy, even if you win, won't bring you any benefits." She was so calm because the distance between 25 and 9 was relatively far. If Zhang Yi wanted to lead people to attack, it would mean cutting off his own retreat. Moreover, he could also be attacked by people from other buildings. "We only need some food. We have no other requirements. And with my abilities combined with your military strength, ruling the entire community in the future will be no problem," Chen Lingyu said excitedly. Zhang Yi's smile carried a hint of disdain. "This is the first time I've seen someone begging." Chen Lingyu gasped in anger. This is cooperation." Zhang Yi replied indifferently. "Let me think it over, and I'll get back to you later." After saying that he didn't want to continue chatting with Chen Lingyu and closed the chat window, Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap and began to ponder how the situation would develop. After saying that he didn't want to continue chatting with Chen Lingyu and closed the chat window, Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap. They had no idea how many guns and bullets Zhang Yi had in his possession. If they really attacked a single person with an assault rifle, relying on his precise shooting abilities could wipe them all out. However, the problem was that in this community there were definitely more than just Chen Lingyu who had such thoughts. In the other 29 buildings, everyone was coveting his snowmobile. Some were so desperate and low on supplies that they would risk their lives to come after him. If they united and attacked 25 simultaneously, Zhang Yi would have to work tirelessly to take them down. Zhang Yi looked up at the safe room of his home, its outer shell made of aerospace alloys capable of withstanding cannon fire. Even if the entire community attacked, they would absolutely not be able to break through. Unless those people could demolish the 25 building, otherwise they posed no threat to Zhang Yi at all. How likely? Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, pondering this question. If the people from the 29 buildings really acted together, there was a probability of it happening. Current electricity usage does not permit high-power appliances. They would not be able to use equipment such as demolition hammers and electric drills to completely rely on manpower to bring down a building. Under the current extreme cold and severe lack of food to provide energy, it is absolutely impossible to accomplish. After all, with their current physical condition, they would probably freeze just from walking outside for a bit. How could they have the strength to smash walls? Zhang Yi arrived at a satisfactory answer after some contemplation. That is, as long as he remains in Building 25 and does not venture out utilizing the firepower at his disposal and the strength of the safe house, even if the residents of the other 29 buildings unite, they would not be able to harm him. In plain terms, under the current circumstances of extreme food scarcity and biting cold, even stepping out into the frigid wind for just a few moments is a tremendous ordeal. 20 people could not match the strength of one in the past. My personal safety is not an issue. At worst, I could ride my motorcycle out of the encirclement and use the weapons in my possession to engage in guerrilla warfare, slowly wearing them down. But doing so would indeed be quite troublesome. How long would I need to kill the residents of the 29 buildings? However, if I do not kill them, they will undoubtedly come to attack me. Zhang Yi pondered carefully in his heart. Should he spend some time and energy eliminating the threats within the community or seek other solutions? In a short period, Zhang Yi had not made up his mind. He glanced at his phone and decided to chat with Li Jian. He needed to see if all the building leaders shared the same thoughts. Zhang Yi opened the chat window with Li Jian. He did not engage with Li Jian, yet Li Jian was very proactive in introducing their situation to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I come with sincerity, this time hoping to collaborate with you to build a harmonious home, a post-apocalyptic utopia. As of now, we in Building 18 have only lost 5 elderly residents who died from complications caused by the extreme. Everyone has been living harmoniously through reasonable planning and distribution of resources. I believe this is the best way to survive in the apocalypse, preserving the spark of human civilization. This also benefits the rebuilding efforts after the snow disaster. Currently, we lack effective food sources. In hopes of collaborating with you, we can offer manpower and resources to meet your various demands as compensation. Additionally, we can coordinate relations with other building units to prevent conflicts from arising. After reading Li Jian's introduction, Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. No wonder he is the financial director of a large corporation. His emotional intelligence is leagues above that of Chun Lingyu, who is engaged in microbusiness. His arguments are clear, and he presents the stakes succinctly, maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone. However, what Zhang Yi cares about most is the idea of a harmonious home he mentioned. More than 20 days have passed since the apocalypse began, and not a single person has died from conflict. Zhang Yi looked at Zhokir, who was attentively massaging his feet. Here, are you aware of the situation in Building 18? Zhokir thought for a moment and said, I have heard some things. It is said that the leader of their building is a very charismatic person. After the apocalypse began, he united all the residents and implemented a unified resource distribution method, allowing the vast majority to survive until now. In reality, Li Jian's approach is indeed the most reasonable. Other buildings, such as Building 25 where Zhang Yi resides, have suffered from conflicts, and in reality, Li Jian's approach is indeed the most reasonable. Other buildings, such as Building 25 where Zhang Yi resides, have suffered from conflicts and internal strife, resulting in a significant waste of resources. Theoretically, if a person does not engage in physical activity, including mental exertion, the energy consumed in a day is minimal. 1 meal is sufficient. Li Jian is quite talented, Zhang Yi remarked, but then added, however, aiming for long-term survival in the apocalypse is still impossible. Li Jian's strength lies in establishing order. Through his influence in Building 18, he has early on united everyone. But what will happen if they face an external attack? Those accustomed to comfort when faced with villains like Tianhe Gang or Chen Jinghao are likely to be slaughtered. It's akin to how the ancient Central Plains civilization repeatedly fell to nomadic cultures. Without the protection of force, all peace and harmony are mere illusions. Zhang Yi asked, what if I refuse? Li Jian pondered for a long time before replying to Zhang Yi. We uphold the spirit of friendly cooperation and extend an invitation for collaboration. If you decline, I will be deeply regretful. However, this does not mean that your thoughts cannot change in the future. I still look forward to the opportunity to collaborate next time. Zhang Yi chuckled. This formal response was quite pleasant to hear. So you don't intend to attack us in Building 25? Or when attacking other buildings you wouldn't consider joining in? Li Jian's reply was equally candid. Our force is solely for self-defense, but we will not take the initiative to attack others. It is not that we lack strength, but that unnecessary internal strife will only lead to mutual destruction. Zhang Yi felt like applauding him. Look at him, clearly timid, yet speaking with such righteous fervor. That being said, the harmonious home in Building 18 has managed to survive the apocalypse for half a month peacefully without engaging in conflict. Li Jian is a perceptive person. He also knows that if Zhang Yi truly ends up in a fight with others, they would gain little benefit even if they joined in. It is better to sit back and watch the tigers fight. If Zhang Yi were to lose, and his snowmobile fell into someone else's hands, he could still seek out others to collaborate. Let me think it over. Zhang Yi sent this message and then went to find others in his friend request list. Previously, he had ignored all friend requests due to the overwhelming number of people wanting to add him for resources. However, it seems that everyone in the entire community hopes to converse with him and seek his help in gathering resources. Indeed, Zhang Yi later added several heads of buildings. What they expressed was almost identical to what Chun Lingyu and Li Jian had said. They all hoped to collaborate with Zhang Yi and requested his assistance in collecting resources to help them survive. However, the conditions they could offer were extremely limited. They could only provide labor women and a promise not to take advantage of him during conflicts. The difference was merely in the quality of their attitudes, nothing more. Lying on the sofa, Zhang Yi gazed at the ceiling and murmured, now there are only two choices, to fight or to negotiate. If I choose to fight, then I must eliminate those who pose a threat to me. This is not impossible, but it is too time-consuming and ammo-consuming. Killing off the numerous residents of the entire community of Building 30 would deplete all the ammunition I have stored. The amount of ammo I obtained from the police station is not that substantial, just over 1,000 rounds. This consideration is based on ideal conditions. If they come to attack me, I can kill them, but if they hide inside the building and do not come out, I dare not risk going in. Moreover, although I have no psychological barriers against killing, I am not a psychopathic butcher. Most of the people in the community have no significant grievances against me, so it would be somewhat hard to bring myself to kill them all. Listening to Zhang Yi's murmurs, Zhou Qier felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, no one in the entire community knew they were dancing madly on the edge of hell. Life or death hinged on Zhang Yi's one thought. Fortunately, I chose to follow him back then. Zhou Qier felt an immense sense of relief in her heart. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Qier and patted the sofa beside him, saying, "Come here." Zhou Qier walked over and said,
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Thus her dressing style naturally followed Zhang Yi's preferences. The outfit that Zhou Qier wore was very cute and suited her beautiful figure. When sitting close to Zhang Yi, she was as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked Zhou Qier, "Here, from your perspective, should I fight them or negotiate?" Zhou Qier initially thought Zhang Yi wanted to share something intimate with her. Unexpectedly, he was actually asking for her opinion. Of course, this also indicated his trust in her, which was a good thing. She felt a bit regretful, but was also pleased that Zhang Yi was willing to ask for her opinion. Zhou Qier thought for a moment and said to Zhang Yi, "If we fight, can you withstand the attacks from the residents of the other 29 buildings?" "No problem at all," Zhang Yi replied confidently. In reality, he felt slightly uncertain because he only had a 99 assurance. With a 99 certainty, there was still that 0.01 of uncertainty. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there wasn't someone in the other 29 buildings hiding explosives capable of collapsing an entire building. But the probability of that was similar to a meteor falling from the sky and hitting his house. If it happened, there was nothing he could. Zhang Yi chose not to dwell on it. Zhou Qier's eyes were filled with surprise. She had thought Zhang Yi would say it was impossible, but unexpectedly he gave a positive answer. After all, Zhang Yi had never told her how many weapons and supplies he had at his disposal. But then Zhou Qier thought Zhang Yi was someone with special abilities, anything was possible for him. She took a deep breath and continued asking, "If we negotiate, will you then have to provide the living details of everyone in the entire community?" Zhang Yi burst into laughter. According to their perspective, that is indeed the case. Zhou Qier immediately said, "Absolutely not. In the entire community, even if each building had an estimated 50 survivors, that would amount to 1,500 people. If you have to manage the food and necessities for that many people, who knows how much supplies would be needed? Putting all that burden on just one person is simply unreasonable." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "That's not how the calculations work. They propose conditions to aim high and then expect me to negotiate down. Besides, don't think of this group of people as any good sort. Anyone who can control a building certainly has their own once they have supplies, they will prioritize their own people." A deep light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "As for the others, they are merely reserves. Is there any need for them to waste food on reserves, eh?" Zhou Qier found Zhang Yi's reasoning very sound and nodded. Even so, providing supplies for 30 buildings alone is still a huge hassle. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. "Yes, exactly. That's why I must find a way to rid myself of this trouble. Either kill them all. It's a convoluted and troublesome process that might even be a bit dangerous. After all, I would then have to leave this house and go out to play with them." He rubbed his head. "Tell me, is there any way I can get rid of this troublesome group without having to eliminate them all?" Zhou Qier lowered her head thoughtfully, while Zhang Yi wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pondering within. After a long while, Zhou Qier helplessly said, "This problem has no solution. To them, you are their only hope. If you don't help them, they will definitely come to kill you. There is indeed a theoretical perspective, but it's not realistic." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, what perspective?" Zhou Qier chuckled. "Though it may be shameful, escaping is effective. If you leave this community and live somewhere else, wouldn't you?" Zhang Yi stared at Zhou Qier with wide eyes. At first he found her suggestion quite ridiculous, even nonsensical. How could he leave the safe house he had painstakingly built? However, suddenly another idea emerged in his mind. His safe house was integrated into the building's framework. To take it away would require dismantling it. But how to dismantle it? With what would he dismantle it? One condition: exist independently. His safe house was integrated into the building's framework. To take it away would require dismantling it. But how to dismantle it? With what would he dismantle it? If it were possible to dismantle, he believed his annoying neighbors would have done so already. This idea, though bold and extremely difficult to realize, made Zhang Yi feel refreshed. Perhaps in the future, if conditions allowed, he could try it out. But for now, it was clearly not a viable option. Zhou Qier, seeing the serious expression on Zhang Yi's face, couldn't help but laugh. I was just saying it casually, you wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Zhang Yi looked at her and playfully pinched her small nose. Then what do you think we should do? Zhou Qier pouted, I don't know either. Zhang Yi's gaze was deep. Then let's not rush, we'll wait and see. After all, time is on our side, the advantage is mine. Currently the only thing that troubled Zhang Yi was if the other 29 buildings united against him. But in this post-apocalyptic world, people were full of schemes against each other. Within one community among the 30 buildings, various types of civilizations had already emerged. Zhang Yi, along with the Tianhe gang and the Mad Wolf gang, forcibly established dominance through violence and slaughter. Chun Lingyu controlled the building's inhabitants through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian, on the other hand, created a harmonious community through scientific management free of conflicts. With so many organizations, their ideologies were on completely different levels. Moreover, they had to be wary of one another as they could turn into enemies at any moment. Uniting was not an easy task for them either. Zhang Yi planned to continue observing their movements before deciding on a course of action. After all, the initiative was in his hands. In terms of military power, he had a large stockpile of firearms and precise shooting capability, making him unafraid of group battles. Zhang Yi resolved to observe the changes quietly. However, he also knew that some people would inevitably lose their patience and want to take action against him. Therefore, during this recent period, he needed to pay special attention to safety. He wore a police helmet on his head and had a bulletproof vest for protection. Zhang Yi looked at his legs and couldn't help but frown. Although he had a bulletproof vest, he didn't have bulletproof pants. After some thought, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He took out a bulletproof vest from the alternate space and handed it to Zhou Qier. Is this for me? Zhou Qier asked. Help me cut the threads or I need to use it, Zhang Yi said. Zhou Qier pouted in disappointment, but still obediently took the bulletproof vest and used scissors to cut the threads on both sides. The threads of the bulletproof vest were quite tough as they were made of special materials designed to withstand significant impacts. Zhou Qier exerted a lot of effort before finally managing to dismantle the vest. Now the bulletproof vest had transformed into 2 pieces of fabric. Zhang Yi took it and measured it against his legs, nodding in satisfaction. Wrapping it around his legs and putting on an outer cold-proof suit, wasn't this just bulletproof pants? There were major arteries in the legs, and one must not be careless. After preparing his gear, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and decided he couldn't let the neighbors in the building get too comfortable. He had to instill a sense of crisis in them and coax them into proactively seeking fights. After all, Zhang Yi had originally organized them to be cannon fodder, not to coddle them. Other buildings had signaled him, and he had to do something in response. Thus Zhang Yi sent a message in the owner group informing everyone of the current situation. Everyone to the brothers and sisters of Building 25, all family members. We are currently facing a major crisis. Someone is coming to seize our food. Some nearby buildings, envious of my ability to help everyone find food, have threatened me. They claim that if I did not distribute food to them, they would attack our building. As soon as these words were spoken, the owner group, the neighbors had just seen a glimmer of hope for survival, and now they were counting on Zhang Yi to go out and bring back food to sustain them. Naturally, they would not accept anyone trying to seize it. Damn, what are these bastards thinking? If they have the ability, they should go out and find food themselves. Let's fight them. We will protect our food to the death. Not even a grain can be given to them. Yes, as long as Zhang Yi is here, we shouldn't fear them if it comes to a fight. However, some people express concerns. But there are only 30 or 40 of us in this building. If other buildings come to attack us, can we really hold our ground? This, indeed, poses some difficulty. Can we negotiate with them to avoid conflict? Do you really think that's possible? Everyone is fighting hard for food now. Who will reason with you? What should we do then? We fight. Without food, we're dead anyway. The neighbors argued fiercely. They were indignant, but most also felt a sense of fear. If they were to confront the other units in the entire neighborhood, wouldn't that mean fighting over 1,000 people? What difference would that make to seeking death? Zhang Yi timely sent a message. Everyone knows about the current situation outside. The heavy snow has buried various low-rise buildings, including most. Therefore, searching for supplies is extremely difficult and relies heavily on luck. There are thousands of people outside. If we give them our food, none of you will have anything left to eat. I, Zhang Yi, do not wish to offend them. I still have enough supplies to last a few days. So how we proceed is up to you. You can keep the food for yourselves or give it to them in exchange for safety. The choice is yours. Zhang Yi's dilemma was like pointing a gun at someone's head, asking if they wanted to live or die. In truth, there was no real choice. The neighbors understood Zhang Yi's words and knew they had no way out. Without food, they were certainly dead. Fighting might offer a chance to survive. I understand now. Let's fight them. This food belongs to us. Why should we give it? Let them go die. Exactly. If they can't secure food for themselves, they think to rob others. How shameless can they be? The most disgusting thing in my life is people like that. Ugh. Seeing that the emotions were running high, Zhang Yi said, Alright, we can't let them look down on us. We must make them aware of our strength. Tonight, Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei, you two lead people to charge into Building 26. The remaining few of the Tianhe gang are almost all gone. I take them out. 1 to avenge our deceased family members, and 2 to warn the other units. Li Qingbin, understood, brother. Zhang Lei, yes, brother Zhang. Zhang Yi, as for me, I've been busy outside all day and am a bit tired. I will definitely join next time. Li Qingbin, brother Zhang, we understand. You've worked hard today. Zhang Lei, brother Zhang, deserves the most credit. Oh, we can't let him do everything right, everyone. Zhou Qier let out a cheerful scream. An hour later, Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, while Zhou Qier, exhausted, rested on his chest with Zhou Qier let out a cheerful scream. An hour later, Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, while Zhou Qier, exhausted, rested on his chest with a satisfied smile on her lips. Ding ding. WeChat messages chimed. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw a message from Zhang Lei. Brother Zhang, those old members of the Tianhe gang are a bit tough to deal with. Zhang Yi smirked. Of course it's tough. If it were easy, I would have already gone in with a gun and taken them all out. The members of the Tianhe gang worked on construction sites, so they were well-armed, strong, and had great endurance. Moreover, they were accustomed to working with buildings, making them adept at utilizing the terrain. If Zhang Lei and the others charged in when the Tianhe gang was prepared, they would surely suffer heavy losses. But since they were just cannon fodder, Zhang Yi wouldn't feel heartbroken if they died, or in fact he might even find it amusing. After all, most of these bastards were neighbors who had shared in his portion of food. Zhang Yi pretended to be concerned and asked, "How are our casualties?" Zhang Lei replied, "We lost 8 people, but we only took out 3 of theirs." Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with it. There were hardly any members left in the Tianhe gang, and those that remained were tough fighters. Losing 3 meant Huang Tianfang was quickly becoming a loner. Zhang Yi asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhang Lei did not expect Zhang Yi to specifically inquire about his condition and hurriedly replied, "I just bumped at him fine." Zhang Yi immediately spoke with a tone of indignation. "The scoundrels from the Tianhe gang almost injured one of our key members." "Zhang Lei, you don't have to stand guard tomorrow, take a break first." Then he addressed the crowd. "Everyone performed remarkably well tonight. Tomorrow we will reward everyone who participated in the attack on the Tianhe gang with at least double the food." Zhang Lei fought bravely and was injured, deserving of everyone's admiration, so let's give him a day off tomorrow. Additionally, a supersized portion of braised pork rice as a reward. Hearing Zhang Yi's encouraging words, the neighbors were overjoyed. Although 8 neighbors had died, did that even matter now? They had long since grown numb to it. The most important thing was that they would have double the guaranteed food tomorrow. What made them even more envious was Zhang Lei, who could have braised pork rice at such a time. Even if they had ingredients, now they had no seasoning to cook with and were reluctant to start a fire. They had almost forgotten what braised pork rice tasted like. Zhang Yi is mighty. Roar. Indeed, I should stick with Zhang Yi. There's meat to eat. Damn it, I didn't get a kill this time. The next braised pork rice will definitely be mine. Many people secretly resolved to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi donned his full body gear and finally felt at ease leaving his house. He planned to check out some well-known large shopping malls and hotels nearby, looking for anything useful. Climbing out of the 4th-floor window, he saw that the snow below had caved in, significantly stained with patches of blood. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered that there had been many battles around here recently. Zhang Yi merely sighed slightly, and then gathered his full attention, secretly retrieving his snowmobile and heading towards the community exit. As the sound of the motorcycle roared to life, that familiar feeling returned. The sensation of being watched. Although Zhang Yi could not see the people behind the windows, he just knew that many were observing him. Zhang Yi raised his head, his gaze coldly sweeping across building after building. These people might become his enemies in the near future and then die at his hands. Zhang Yi's gaze gradually returned from afar. However, just as he passed by a building, he suddenly felt something was amiss. The red 21 on the wall was very striking. It was under its reminder that a strong sense of unease arose in Zhang Yi's heart. 21. The wolf pack. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought his expression immediately turned sharp. Now I understand what feels wrong. The 21 where the wolf pack was located was not far from their building. Yet until now, even though they knew Zhang Yi had a large amount of supplies and a snowmobile, they still had not taken action against him. In the past, Zhang Yi thought they were being cautious, fearing him. But now he realized it was all too strange. No matter how careful they were still a group of hot-blooded young people in their 20s. Faced with the allure of a snowmobile, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. The strangest thing was that the owners of the nearby buildings had approached Zhang Yi to discuss cooperation. Only the people from the wolf pack had never contacted Zhang Yi from the beginning to the end. This was very abnormal. In Zhang Yi's understanding, this behavior had only one explanation: the dogs that do not bark are the most vicious. They were planning a secret attack. Zhang Yi felt the handgun in his pocket and recalled the guns in the alternate space, all fully loaded with bullets, which made him feel much more secure. He took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Uncle Yu and Zhou Qier, urging them to lock the doors at home and be wary of sneak attacks from other residents. Then he tucked his phone back into his clothing to prevent it from freezing. Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and drove forward. Just as he reached the edge of the community, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, snowflakes erupted from the ground ahead. A door panel stood upright, blocking the front of Zhang Yi's vehicle could not stop in time and hurriedly turned the handlebars. Bang! The motorcycle side-slammed into the door panel, and 2 people were thrown into the snow. It turned out that 2 individuals had hidden in the snow using a rope to bind the door panel as a trip trap. Unfortunately, the door panel was too lightweight, and instead of tripping Zhang Yi, it was thrown away. It proved that one should not recklessly imitate things seen on television. Zhang Yi immediately realized that he had been, without time to think. 7 or 8 people had already crawled up from the snow, armed and shouting as they rushed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, the cold air calming him down. He quickly pulled out his gun from his pocket, but by then the 8 individuals were already right in front of him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 If it had been an ordinary person in such close quarters, even with a gun, they would likely be in trouble. However, Zhang Yi possessed precise shooting ability and had a strong control over space. The bullets in his hand would not miss. 3 shots killed the 3 individuals in front of him, each shot a headshot. Before he could catch his breath, several others approached wielding machetes and coming within just a meter of him. The machetes were raised high and swung down at Zhang. In a critical moment, Zhang Yi swung his gun around. Just as the knife was about to fall, Zhang Yi's gun was aimed at the man's head, nearly shoved into his mouth. The man's body instantly stiffened. He had just wanted to say something. Bang! A single shot left a hole in his head. This scene stunned the other assailants who were charging in. They had never seen someone so ruthless with a gun, taking down 4 of them in an instant. Could it be that he was half human, half ghost, the legendary sharpshooter, Yin Shuangying? Zhang Yi would not give them a moment to be stunned. He raised his gun and fired again, taking down 2 more. Only then did the remaining 4 realize the gravity of the situation and hurriedly turned to flee. Zhang Yi aimed his gun at their backs, watching them desperately scramble through the snow, and suddenly changed his mind. He bit the gun with his mouth and then revved the motorcycle to follow. The few people could barely run in the snow. Rather than running, it was more like crawling. At this moment, the sound of the motorcycle roared in their ears, and they were so frightened that they nearly wet themselves. Zhang Yi caught up to the last person and crashed the motorcycle straight into him. Half of his body lay in the snow. Zhang Yi's motorcycle knocked his upper body to the ground and mercilessly began to— What does it feel like to crush over 400 kilograms of man and machine? The man let out a pig-like scream. His spine was directly crushed, and the motorcycle rolled over his back, then his head. The people in front heard this scream and turned pale, gritting their teeth as they ran for their lives, as if a demon were chasing. Zhang Yi sped past the man on his snowmobile, then glanced back over his shoulder. Though snow cushioned the man's fall, the crushing weight of over 400 kilograms left him spitting blood. Zhang Yi fired a single shot behind him, ending the man's suffering, and continued his pursuit at a deliberate, unhurried pace. He intended to discover where these attackers had come from. Those who sought to harm him would pay dearly for their treachery. And the direction in which the fleeing men vanished pointed unmistakably toward Building 21, the stronghold of the Wild Wolf Gang. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of Building 21, Wang Chong, the gang's leader, and his deputy Xiao Lu watched the unfolding disaster with hearts sinking like stones. They had spent days meticulously planning this robbery, mapping Zhang Yi's routes and schedules, then deploying 10 trusted subordinates to lie in ambush. They believed their scheme foolproof. Yet no calculation had foreseen Zhang Yi's uncanny marksmanship, nor anticipated the sheer volume of ammunition he carried. Not only had they failed to eliminate Zhang Yi or seize his snowmobile, but they had suffered heavy losses, and now Zhang Yi was advancing upon them. This spelled grave danger. Assemble everyone at the entrance immediately. Set traps, and above all beware his firearm. Wang Chong commanded. Understood. Xiao Lu nodded. Rest assured, the stairwell is thoroughly fortified. If he dares enter, we'll cut him down. Either way, the outcome remains the same. Though their words rang bold, both men instinctively stepped backward in unison, vanishing from the window's line of sight. They knew Zhang Yi wielded not just a pistol, but also a sniper rifle, a weapon of terrifying lethality. To expose oneself meant certain death. Inside Building 21, the Wild Wolf Gang braced themselves like soldiers awaiting siege, praying silently that Zhang Yi would not breach their walls. Outside, Zhang Yi pursued the remaining gang members with cold, methodical precision, each step punctuated by a single decisive shot. The last fugitive sprinted toward Building 21's entrance, only to hear the thunderous roar of Zhang Yi's snowmobile erupt beside his ear before he could reach it. Zhang Yi surveyed the dark, silent doorway before him. He knew enemies lay in wait within. Instead of drawing his gun, he withdrew a Damascus steel hunting knife he'd purchased long ago. Forged for cleaving beasts, its edge was razor sharp, though Zhang Yi had never yet used it upon human flesh. With a soft, wet shink, the blade slid cleanly across the man's throat. Blood sprayed like wind, hissed mist to a head arced high into the air before thudding lifelessly onto the snow. Hidden within Building 21, the Wild Wolf Gang watched and shuddered to the marrow. All 10 of their men, slaughtered one by one. Zhang Yi halted his snowmobile, stepped down, retrieved the severed head from the ground, and flung it through the open window of the 4th-floor apartment. The skull rolled several times before coming to rest, its hollow, sightless eyes staring blankly into the room. Silence fell thick and suffocating. Every gang member stood frozen, limbs numb with dread. They knew if Zhang Yi entered, armed carnage would follow, and many would die. Yet Zhang Yi remained motionless outside Building 21, refusing to cross its threshold. He did not know what lay inside, but traps and ambushes were inevitable. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. If Zhang Yi would not court needless peril. Yet to simply let the Wild Wolf Gang escape unpunished felt like an indulgence they did not deserve. Coincidentally, the gunfire had already roused the entire residential complex, including occupants of Building 25. Yu Dashi and Li Bin, on duty that day, arrived swiftly with armed reinforcements. Zhang Yi, what in the world is happening? Yu Dashi demanded, voice taut with fury. They ambushed me outside, Zhang Yi replied, coolly, meeting their gaze without inflection. All of them are dead. From the compound's outer gate to Building 21, 10 corpses lay sprawled across the snow, crimson stains vivid against the white. Yudashi roared, "Damn scum. How vile. If Zhang Yi had fallen, our food supply would vanish, and we'd starve. Our very survival hangs in the balance." His words sent a jolt through the crowd, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yi raised a hand. "Return to Building 25. Gather everyone. Bring every resident here, now." The group rushed back, summoning every tenant. Zhang Yi's expression was granite, his mood black as storm-laden clouds. He feared no ambush. Not in this apocalyptic wasteland where betrayal was currency and survival demanded vigilance. His gear was battle-ready, even his storage space held an assault rifle. Ordinary squads of 20 posed no threat to him. What enraged him was the certainty that someone within Building 25 had betrayed him, leaking his movements to the Wild Wolf gang. His reasoning was sound. For security, he varied his departure times daily, deliberately thwarting any attempt to predict. Ambushes required advanced positioning. Yet at such sub-zero temperatures, lying buried in snow, even clad in thick layers, would render any man unconscious within half an hour. Yet today they had lain in wait precisely when he passed. Such impossible timing proved one truth: an insider had tipped them off, knowing exactly when Zhang Yi would leave. Zhang Yi felt no sting of betrayal, only cold pragmatism. These neighbors were opportunists, given enough incentive. Loyalty dissolved like salt in rain. He simply wanted the informant dead. But suspicion hung over every face in the building. No names surfaced, so be it. Then all would be treated equally. A frontal assault on Building 21 would bleed them dry. Instead, he would let them tear each other apart. Their deaths meant nothing to him. His gaze swept over the assembled tenants, icy, unblinking, eliciting flinches, lowered eyes, and tremor. After a pause, he spoke, voice low and absolute. "The men of Building 21 attacked me. If I die, you perish with me. Their plot to kill me is your death sentence, and ours must be theirs. We will eradicate them, without mercy. Yudashi, you accompany me." The rest under Li Bin's command prepare for full-scale assault on Building 21. 10 rations for every enemy slain. At those words, murmurs stirred. Many still regretted missing yesterday's chance to prove themselves. But storming them now seems unwise. They'll be expecting retaliation. Better to wait until nightfall. Zhang Yi turned, eyes landing on a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. "Guodahai." Then he gestured toward Yudashi. "And Yudashi, our strongest fighter, should hold the rear during a direct assault." The crowd murmured in agreement. Yes, nighttime stealth would serve us better, even for vengeance. Has Zhang Yi lost his composure? He needs to think clearly. Yudashi's strength is irreplaceable. He must lead the vanguard. Zhang Yi heard such a voice and sneered. His voice made everyone present quickly close their mouths. "Have you all become bolder with the food I've been giving you every day, eh?" Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Guodahai. The Mediterranean fat man was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back. "When I first became the building captain, I made it clear that everyone must listen to me." He revealed a sinister smile. It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten." After saying this, Zhang Yi suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Guodahai's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! Guodahai's head exploded in a spray of blood, and many female neighbors screamed in fright. No one expected that Zhang Yi would shoot when he said he would, and kill when he said he would. "Those who do not obey must die," Zhang Yi said coldly to everyone. It was not until this moment that everyone suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not the gentle neighbor who brought them food. He was the demon who had killed more than half of the building's owners. The scene fell silent, and no one dared to breathe. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, looking as nonchalant as ever. "Now go and take down that group from the Crazy Wolf gang. Who agrees, who disagrees?" After a few seconds of silence, Li Changbin raised his hand and said, "I agree, let's listen to Brother Zhang." Only then did others slowly raise their hands. "Let's listen to Zhang Yi." Seeing this, a gentle smile returned to Zhang. "That's more like it. We are all family, and family should help each other. Look, I'm not putting you in a tough spot. I personally took down 10 of them. You guys can handle the rest. I've been generous, right? Come on, Uncle Yu, and I will go out to help you find food tonight. Tonight we'll have an extra meal. Everyone should enjoy it." Zhang Yi's strategy of using carrots and sticks was very effective. Although the neighbors were initially frightened by Guodahai's death, it was Guodahai who died. What did it have to do with them? Zhang Yi promised to bring them food, and their dissatisfaction immediately lessened. Zhang Yi held the gun and watched them enter. Thus this group of people, whether willingly or unwillingly, could only rush into Building 21 with their weapons. After a while, chaotic sounds and shouts of killing came from inside. Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. The golden Rolex still looked so plain and dull. "Let them keep fighting. I have to go. Otherwise I won't know what time it will be when I come back." He turned to Uncle Yu. "Let's go. Today's outing is just a routine search. There's nothing special we need. So it doesn't matter if you come along, Uncle Yu." Uncle Yu chuckled, glancing at Building 21 not far away, nodded, and said, "All right, let's go." Zhang Yi frowned slightly, seeming to clutch his ribs in some pain. "I can't drive. I bumped into something during the fight just now, and now my ribs hurt a bit." Uncle Yu looked at the snowmobile and volunteered, "Then let me drive." Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, "Okay." So Uncle Yu took the wheel while Zhang Yi sat behind him. His injury was fake. He simply didn't trust leaving his back to someone else. The war god, Yin Shuangying, once said, "Be careful of your back." The two left the community together. Uncle Yu had no helmet or goggles. The cold wind forced him to squint his eyes as the biting wind and snow slapped against his face. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt quite invigorated. It had been a long time since he left the community, and being cooped up for over half a month had suffocated him. Haha, it feels great to be out. By the way, Zhang Yi, where are we going? Zhang Yi casually replied, the city is so big we can go anywhere. Let's first head to the World Trade Center and take a look. The World Trade Center is a famous commercial district in Tianhai City. Uncle Yu nodded and drove towards the World Trade Center, relying on his memory of the surroundings. After more than half an hour, the two arrived. At this moment, the World Trade area had many high-rise buildings that seemed to have sprouted from the snow, half exposed while the other half remained buried. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu got out of the car and casually searched for items inside the buildings. It was Uncle Yu's first time out, and everything in the commercial street felt fresh. Especially among those commercial buildings, many were luxury brand stores. Gold, silver jewelry, designer clothes, and luxury cars and showrooms. The once unattainable high-end products were now unclaimed, easily accessible. Uncle Yu was so excited that he ran in and started looking for a bag to stuff things into. Zhang Yi glanced over and was surprised to find that he was primarily looking for clothes, especially clothes for infants. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel speechless. Should he say Uncle Yu is kind-hearted, or should he say he's a bit of a softie? Feeling bored, Zhang Yi walked over and said, Uncle Yu, I've checked around here, and there's no food. It seems like we came to the wrong place. Uncle Yu chuckled. Yeah, that's true. But we still have enough food at home. It's just that the kids grow fast and need clothes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile helplessly as he sat on a nearby chair. Your relationship with Sister Xia seems Uncle Yu replied with a hearty smile. What relationship? We're just getting by together. Having a woman to warm the bed makes life more hopeful, doesn't it? Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with amusement as he said, if you like that, I can introduce you to some women with ample chests and curves who can serve you well. Uncle Yu turned away from Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi could clearly sense his body tremble slightly. That wouldn't be good. You know, I'm not really that kind of person. Zhang Yi raised his chin, showing an expression of I understand what you mean. He knew that Uncle Yu used to visit Yuhu Street several times a month to seek help from the female technicians at the Shuangfeng hair salon for some troubles. Uncle Yu was indeed a straightforward person, but that didn't mean he didn't like women. If that were the case, he wouldn't have been so easily won over by Xieli Mei. Don't worry, bro, I'll take care of this kind of thing for you in the future. Zhang Yi said, draping an arm over his shoulder with a mischievous smile. Oh, come on, look at you. Saying things like that. I'm a decent man. Uncle Yu licked his lips, though he said that his face was filled with an uncontainable smile. Ah, yes. Zhang Yi had come to a conclusion. Uncle Yu had feelings for Xieli Mei, but not too strong. Therefore, if Xieli Mei became troublesome in the future, he could deal with her. However, to maintain his relationship with Uncle Yu, he would need to find him a caring and skilled woman who understood his needs. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were wandering outside, casually collecting supplies. As they chatted, they began discussing the current situation of their community. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi, someone is already planning to take action against you. They are envious of the snowmobile you have. I'm afraid things are going to get more troublesome. Do you have any plans? It was rare for Zhang Yi to chat with Uncle Yu. Hearing this question, Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and said, You're asking me. I was planning to ask you. He sighed heavily. Now everyone is fixated on my snowmobile, knowing it's the only means of transportation available.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Uncle Yu nodded solemnly. You're right. Given the current situation, it's already quite challenging for you to take care of us. Taking care of the over 1,000 people in the entire community is simply impossible. Zhang Yi said, You're right. So for now, I can only take it one step at a time and slowly think of solutions. Uncle Yu pondered for a moment and said, Actually, this morning Huang Tianfang contacted me. Zhang Yi's clear eyes suddenly turned sharp. What does he want from you? Uncle Yu faced away from Zhang Yi and didn't notice the change in his expression. He replied, Huang Tianfang is scared of you, so he wants to negotiate for peace. Additionally, he revealed to me that people from other apartment buildings are organizing an alliance to pressure you together. Someone invited him. He can choose not to join them, but he needs you to provide food and winter supplies. Zhang Yi he had heard this request so many times that it felt like a worn-out record. It was not unexpected. Now it seems everyone wants to target me. It's truly terrifying. Zhang Yi's tone was weak, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. If it weren't for the consideration of ammunition, given enough time, he could even wipe out the entire community. Of course, that timeline might be quite long for safety's sake. But that dog Huang Tianfang, I must take him down. One is his Tianhe gang, and the other is that group from the wolf pack. I won't spare a single one of them. Zhang Yi's voice was very calm, as if he were discussing an insignificant matter. Yet beneath his words lay a chilling intent to kill. They had struck first against Zhang Yi, so he had to ensure to survive well in this apocalypse, he could not allow anyone who threatened his safety to exist. Uncle Yu said they indeed deserve to die. They have killed too many innocent people and even actively attacked you. However, do you have enough weapons for a fight against them? Since Zhang Yi emptied the police station's armory, he obtained a large cache of weapons and ammunition. But Uncle Yu wasn't clear on the specifics. He only knew that when Zhang Yi returned that day, he seemed quite clean and didn't. Therefore, he thought Zhang Yi had used up most of his bullets during these days of fighting. A glimmer flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, and then he sighed deeply. Indeed, it's somewhat difficult in this regard. Ooh, I don't have many bullets. However, as long as it's not a large-scale battle, I should be able to manage. Uncle Yu scratched his head. Zhang Yi, if we had enough weapons, do you think we could successfully protect our home and your snowmobile? This sudden question made Zhang Yi's eyes light up. Uncle Yu, do you know where there are weapons? Although Zhang Yi still had plenty of weapons and ammunition, he was low on sniper rifle bullets. After all, such things wouldn't be stored in large quantities at the police station. Even the police sniper rifle, he could own other weapons and ammunition, of course, the more the better. All fear originates from insufficient firepower. Uncle Yu chuckled, a hint of pride on his face. Have you forgotten what I used to do? I used to be a soldier for 5 years in the army. Zhang Yi hurriedly asked, did you serve in Tianhai City? If so, Uncle Yu could take him to the military camp in Tianhai City to collect weapons. Uncle Yu replied, at that time I wasn't stationed in Tianhai City. However, I do have old acquaintances in the military there. I know where that place is. As long as we go to the military camp and find the stored ammunition, you won't have to worry about bullets anymore. He looked at Zhang Yi with admiration, saying, for a sharpshooter like you, if you don't have bullets, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? In the army, strength was always honored. A marksmanship king was a deity in the hearts of all soldiers. Having witnessed Zhang Yi's terrifying shooting skills, Uncle Yu naturally admired him. Zhang Yi was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected gain this time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. There were so many heavy weapons in the military. What if he could get tanks or armored vehicles and drive over to blow away the... At that time, who would dare to oppose Zhang? Uncle Yu, you're truly a treasure. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Uncle Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward seeing Zhang Yi so excited. Also, even though I know there's a military camp there, don't get your... That place is relatively remote. It's over 100 kilometers northwest of the city. It will take time to get there. Also, even though I know there's a military camp there, don't get your hopes too high. After all, with the snow falling for so long, it's hard to find the exact location. Even if we get there, it's possible everything could be buried under the snow. Zhang Yi calmed down and said seriously, can we spend more time confirming the location? In the midst of a fierce wind and heavy snow, the speed of the snowmobile could not exceed a certain limit lest there be a risk of overturning. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu maintained a speed of 40 to 50 miles per hour, and after more than 2 hours they arrived at the wilderness to the northwest. Once they left the cluster of city buildings, they had basically lost all landmarks. The thick layers of ice and snow several meters deep obscured almost everything on the ground. Before them stretched a vast expanse of white. Uncle Yu temporarily stopped the vehicle by the roadside, and after several observations finally confirmed the direction. He pointed to a distant white hill and said, fortunately, we still have this landmark to look at. It's not far now, about 5 kilometers away. Zhang Yi nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. The two soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. On the ground, they could vaguely see scattered protruding structures. Uncle Yu said it's around here somewhere. As for the exact location of the army camp, I need to confirm it again. All right, let's search carefully, Zhang Yi responded. They parked the snowmobile by the roadside and began to get off and look for the location of the army camp. There were rarely any tall buildings within the army camp. The dormitories were only 2 or 3 stories high, designed for emergency assembly. Moreover, the camp's large area increased the difficulty of searching. If it weren't for Uncle Yu, a seasoned guide leading the way, Zhang Yi would have taken 10 days to half a month to find it alone. After searching for a while, Uncle Yu suddenly spotted a building not far away, and his eyes lit up. Found it, he exclaimed with delight. Did you find the location of the army camp? Zhang Yi hurriedly looked over. However, Uncle Yu shook his head and pointed at the building with a golden sign. I found the bathing center. Zhang Yi's expression instantly turned speechless as he glanced sideways at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu chuckled, don't be anxious. As long as we find this place, I can determine the location of the army camp. He began to explain to Zhang Yi. It turned out that this bathing center was run by his comrade, and Uncle Yu visited once or twice a year both to catch up. The bathing center has a sign that says Inner Universe Bathing Center. Universe. Brilliant. Zhang Yi looked at the golden sign, unable to help but applaud, for the owner of this bathing center was indeed a talent. However, he curiously asked, isn't it strange to have a bathing center outside the army camp? Can it really be profitable? Uncle Yu laughed, you wouldn't understand this. Business is actually quite good here. Life in the army is extremely dull, and most soldiers have no girlfriends. Young people are full of energy and need an outlet. Also, they have nowhere to spend their money in the army. When their monthly supplies arrive, they need a place to spend, right? He added, moreover, they have good physical fitness, strong firepower, and they don't cause trouble. So they are particularly popular at the bathing center. Uncle Yu spoke confidently. When he talked about his past experiences in the army, there was a twinkle of excitement in his eyes. Zhang Yi chuckled, so the leaders in the army don't manage this. Uncle Yu replied, of course such things are against the rules, but the leaders also understand that soldiers have needs, so they just turn a blind eye. He pointed at the sign of Inner Universe and said, in short, as long as you see this, you will know the general direction of the army camp. Uncle Yu turned to face the north, carefully observing for a while in the wind, suddenly pointing to a distant location. Do you see that watchtower? Zhang Yi squinted, carefully observing, and finally spotted a small black dot amidst the wind and snow. I see it. Uncle Yu said the location of the army camp is right there. Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu and asked, but the camp is quite large, and we've only confirmed its location. How do we find their armory? Uncle Yu replied, years ago, I came here to visit an old comrade, and went inside the courtyard. I still remember the rough location of the armory. Zhang Yi quickly said, let's go check it out. As long as he knew the approximate location, he could return later with an excavator. The two hopped onto the snowmobile and sped towards that direction. Soon Uncle Yu pointed out the location to Zhang. It's roughly around here. Oh, what a pity we came too late. It's all buried under the snow now. Uncle Yu looked a bit guilty. I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. I might have wasted your trip. When they came, he still held some hope that maybe this place wasn't completely, but upon arriving he realized that such thoughts were overly naive. Zhang Yi closely observed the snow before him for a while, firmly memorizing the obvious landmarks nearby. For example, the watchtower and the officer's office building, which were not completely covered yet. After memorizing these, Zhang Yi smiled at Uncle Yu and said, "It's alright, you had good intentions. Who knows, maybe one day, when the snow melts, we can come back here." Uncle Yu nodded with an embarrassed smile. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder. "Alright, we should head back. After running around for half a day, it's getting late. The return journey will take another 2 to 3 hours. We can't afford to delay any longer." Uncle Yu exclaimed and hurried to drive. Inside the community. "Retreat, retreat quickly." Li Qingbin, along with a large group of neighbors, hurriedly retreated from the territory of the 21 Wolf Gang. This time they suffered heavy losses with more than a dozen people killed. Indeed, the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory were too great. Although they had the numbers, the opponent was well prepared with many traps laid inside, making it difficult to gain the upper hand. However, they had managed to take down 5 or 6 of the enemy, which was considered a decent result. Due to the extreme cold, everyone was panting heavily towards the end of the fight. They felt that continuing to assault the upper floors was unwise, so they chose to retreat. On the way back, Li Qingbin counted on his fingers, pondering how much reward Zhang Yi would give him once he returned, feeling a bit. However, some people were in a very low mood, their faces filled with displeasure. "I really don't know what the point of this attack was. We lost over a dozen people for nothing. Wasn't it the same last time attacking the Tiango gang? We lost more people than we killed. If this keeps up, well, all be wiped. Is it just to vent our frustrations for Zhang? Just now I was almost beheaded. Zhang Yi sent us to attack, while he ran away with Uncle Yu. Clearly those two were the strongest fighters, yet they hid behind and refused to engage." Such voices came from several middle-aged uncles among the neighbors. They were cunning, contributing the least effort, but voicing the most complaints. Moreover, this time the attack on the Wolf Gang itself was fierce, leaving some people injured, and even nearly dying, so they couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yi. Li Qingbin, walking ahead, immediately frowned upon hearing this, and scolded, "What are you talking about? Keep your mouth shut and don't say anything you shouldn't. If it weren't for Zhang Yi bringing us food, who knows how many people in our building would have starved to death. Can you still shout?" Li Qingbin's words did not silence the complaining individuals. A bespectacled, overweight man coldly laughed. "Li Qingbin, you are about the same age as Zhang Yi. Are you really going to acknowledge Zhang Yi as your father? Didn't you see how he treats us as cannon fodder?" The term cannon fodder undoubtedly carried a heavy weight. The other neighbors changed their expressions upon hearing this. After all, in recent days, due to the continuous offensives against the Tianhe gang and the Wolf Pack, they had lost over 10 people. The thought of this being their possible fate sent chills down the spines of others. Li Qingbin pointed at him and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. At the very least we can eat now, and that is thanks to Zhang Yi." The fat man named Luan Chong scoffed disdainfully. "It's true that he provides us with food. I admit at first I was quite touched." He gritted his teeth and shouted, "But what happened later? He forced us to fight, pushing us into the fire pit. Clearly we could just defend our own building, so why do we need to fight others? If we can ensure our safety and let Zhang Yi find food for us every day, that would be the best outcome. It's him who insists on causing trouble and offending others in different buildings. What if they get angry and come to attack?" At this point, Luan Chong dropped another bombshell. "Moreover, based on my observations, the food he brings us is something he himself never eats. So he must be secretly saving the good stuff for himself, while forcing us to eat junk food. With so many supermarkets and malls outside, he constantly talks about how hard it is to scavenge food. Do you really believe him? He's just deceiving us all." This statement resonated deeply with many. At first they thought they only needed to quietly guard Building 25. Then Zhang Yi would go out to bring them large amounts of food to fill their bellies. Who would have thought that he would actually send them out to fight? How cruel. They didn't want to die, or why should they be sent to their deaths? A woman in the crowd lowered her head and said, "What Zhang Yi is doing is somewhat wrong. There's no need to let us die for nothing, right?" Emotions are contagious, especially since they were currently on the same front. One after another, others began to express their discontent. "We risk our lives every day while he only needs to go out and find a little something. He's just relying on having a snowmobile, contributing nowhere near as much as we do." Exactly. If I had that vehicle, I could also go out to find food. How hard can it be? I think Luan Chong is right. He plans to use us as cannon fodder, making us risk our lives for him. Li Qingbin's grip on the shovel loosened slightly, and he suddenly shouted angrily, "Enough. Don't say such things, or you'll be in trouble if Zhang Yi finds out and has you all killed." Everyone's gazes fixed on Li Qingbin. If he dared to utter a word they were not happy with, they would immediately kill him to silence. At this moment, Luan Chong walked up to Li Qingbin with a sinister look, lowering his voice and saying, "We all said these things, or are you going to squeal and let Zhang Yi kill us all?"
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Li Qingbin felt a chill run down his back and struggled to swallow. "I didn't mean that. We are all neighbors. And if you all die, can I still live? Don't worry, I won't squeal." Luan Chong then smiled and said, "That's more like it. We're just casually venting, nothing more." Others also laughed and said, "Exactly, why take it so seriously? We often complained about our bosses while working, did we still have to show up for work? Everyone had smiles on their faces, but there was something strange in their eyes. After all, they had lost too many people in recent days, and everyone had their own thoughts. Not long after, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu returned bringing 2 bags of junk food with them. After learning about the situation, he pretended to comfort the crowd and publicly handed out 2 portions of braised pork rice as a reward for Zhang Lei and Li Qingbin. The other neighbors also received more than 2 portions of food. However, Zhang Yi felt that the mood was somewhat off this time. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes reflected a bit of rejection towards him. Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. He knew these people were starting to doubt him. But so what? He understood this group of neighbors too well. They were bold in thought, but timid in action, easily frightened into submission by Chen Jinghao's gun. Now they were reluctant to be Zhang Yi's cannon fodder, yet with a gun and a piece of moldy bread, he could make them kneel and lick his boots in an instant. A bunch of worthless scum, there was no need to regard them as human. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, cheerfully handed over the clothes he had collected to Xia Limei. Xia Limei's eyes lit up as she happily took the clothes. The clothes Uncle Yu found for her were all branded. He even asked Zhang Yi for advice, since he wasn't knowledgeable. Xia Limei had never worn such expensive clothing before. Seeing that she and her child had new clothes to wear, she couldn't help but hug Uncle Yu's arm, and affectionately said, "Brother Yu, you are so kind." The neighbors couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing those new cotton clothes. Luanchang, mustering his courage, said, "Zhang Yi, next time you go out, can you bring some clothes back for all of us? Preferably down jackets, or..." He looked greedily at Zhang Yi's professional cold-resistant clothing and gulped, pointing at him, and saying, "Like what you have on. It should be findable, right?" The quality of the clothing could be judged by whether they trembled in the outside cold. Every time they saw Zhang Yi's calm demeanor, they knew his clothes were the top-notch cold-resistant gear. It should be findable, right? The quality of the clothing could be judged by whether they trembled in the outside cold. Every time, Zhang Yi slightly furrowed his brows, a cold sneer rising in his heart. "How greedy you all are! Do you know how many people envy you for being able to eat your fill? I'm just stocking up in case I need to live off it." What he said was nothing but the plain truth, though no one would ever believe it. A certain doctor surnamed Li had proven that all too clearly. "Otherwise, should I not bring you food first and go look for clothes?" The crowd immediately protested. "That won't do. We still have clothes to wear. Even if they're not very warm, we won't freeze to death." But without food, that feeling is unbearable. Zhang Yi nodded slowly. "Then let's find food first. When there's an opportunity later, I will definitely help you find some warm clothes. You won't feel cold again." Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Zhang Yi distributed today's food rations, saving a considerable amount due to the dozen or so deaths over the past 2 days. Many familiar faces had vanished before his eyes. For instance, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had been missing for days. They likely perished from cold and starvation. Returning home, Zhang Yi saw Zhou Qier emerge from the kitchen wearing an apron, smiling gently. "You're back, master." Seeing Zhou Qier's gentle and virtuous demeanor, Zhang Yi's mood lightened somewhat. Over time, Zhou Qier had grown accustomed to playing the role of Zhang Yi's servant. She was a clever woman who understood that in this apocalyptic world, being a vine clinging to a mighty tree was the greatest fortune. Thus, she fulfilled all of Zhang Yi's various requests. Even tasks Zhang Yi hadn't explicitly mentioned, she would strive to accomplish. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yi asked as he took off his cold-proof jacket. Zhou Qier knelt down, handing Zhang Yi his slippers and placing his snow boots neatly on a nearby rack. "Beef brisket stewed with potatoes. You like this dish, don't you? I'm trying to make it, though I'm not sure if the flavor is right." At that moment, Zhang Yi also craved something warm to soothe his stomach. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Qier brought him a basin of warm foot bath water. As his feet immersed in the comforting warmth, a wave of relaxation eased Zhang Yi's tense body. After a day braving the snow and wind, even with all his protective gear, he still felt the chill. Only then did he truly appreciate the comfort of having a warm home. Overall, his spirits were quite high today. With the exact location of the military camp known, next time, he could go alone to excavate the armory below. The weapons and ammunition there would surely outnumber those at the police station by many times. Moreover, there might be some powerful military-grade weapons such as grenades or RPGs. Perhaps even tanks or armored vehicles. Zhang Yi shook his head. Such equipment was not standard issue for ordinary troops. Besides, with their massive weight, dragging them through the snow would just cause them to sink into the drifts, making them impractical. However, securing a large cache of weapons and ammunition is definitely possible. With these, no one here could threaten me. Amid his joy, unpleasant thoughts crept in, like being ambushed by the Quanglong gang. Fortunately, he was fully armored and armed with sufficient ammunition. Otherwise, how could he possibly fend off 10 men in close combat amidst the snowdrifts? I must annihilate the Quanglong gang. But they're cautious now, hiding since learning about my firepower. I dare not attack rashly. How should I deal with them? Zhang Yi pondered deeply. A frontal assault on a tall building would be foolish. They have ample space to retreat, while attackers face snow-covered terrain behind them, hampering mobility and lacking cover. Furthermore, the narrow stairways and complex environment make an underdog victory nearly impossible. If they resort to firebombs, like I might, even if not burned alive, suffocation is inevitable. Suddenly, Zhang Yi, fire attack. Yes, fire attack. He recalled news reports of residential fires, where thick smoke trapped people on upper floors, causing death by suffocation. The more he thought, the more promising the idea seemed. People cannot easily enter, but smoke can. Since smoke rises, escaping to upper floors is futile. Outside temperatures are freezing, so they typically seal doors and windows, accelerating suffocation. If they open windows to flee, I'll shoot anyone who jumps out. Zhang Yi clapped his hands in delight. This strategy was perfect for flushing out enemies hiding in buildings. But the challenge remains to set a fire. It must be a large blaze. Most burnable wood inside these buildings except for doors has already been removed. Zhang Yi contemplated a solution. There are plenty of trees outside. I'll chop more these days. These woods are damp, so when burned they produce thick smoke due to incomplete oxidation. Just douse them with gasoline. That'll be perfect. Having devised how to deal with those hiding indoors, Zhang Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Zhou Qier served the prepared dinner. Zhang Yi tasted it and smiled with praise. Your cooking has improved. Zhou Qier's face lit up with joy at the compliment. Really? If you like it, I can cook this for you every day. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. During the meal, Zhou Qier sat up. Zhang Yi's mind wandered to recent troubles with the troublesome neighbors in the community. He had formed a tentative plan to avoid large-scale conflict for now. Even if fighting was inevitable, it would wait until he had gathered enough firewood for the arson and excavated substantial weapons from the military camp. Only then would he be fully confident in eradicating those plotting against him in one fell swoop. As they ate, Zhou Qier suddenly said, "There have been quite a few deaths in our building these past 2 days." Zhang Yi's thoughts were interrupted. He glanced at her calmly. "Oh." And then, Zhou Qier continued, "I feel they harbor some resentment toward you. You'd better be careful." Concern shone in her eyes. Women are perceptive creatures. She keenly sensed the changes among the neighbors today. Zhang Yi smiled, gently reaching out to stroke her soft cheek. "Don't worry. If I needed your warning for such matters, I'd have died countless times by now." Zhou Qier spoke earnestly. "The death rate has been unusually high lately. Some might be turning traitorous. I fear they might collude with residents from other buildings against you." Zhang Yi nodded, but his expression betrayed indifference. "It's fine. Let them betray me if they wish. I never truly trusted any of them anyway. In fact, sooner or later I intend to eliminate them all." Neighbors betraying Zhang Yi was nothing new. Zhou Qier gasped in surprise, then sighed in resignation. "I was worried about you all this time, but it seems it was needless. You're far more ruthless than they are." Though her words held some regret, her heart felt reassured. Having such a reliable man beside her guaranteed her safety. Suddenly Zhou Qier pondered a question. Zhang Yi trusted no one. So what about her? Having lived together for some time, Zhou Qier had entrusted him with her most precious things and developed a deep emotion. Women are emotional beings. Even the most intelligent find it hard to free themselves from this. Thus she hoped to be. "Zhang Yi, do you trust me?" Zhou Qier looked at him with eyes full of hope, even pleading. In these cold, distrustful times, she longed for a glimpse of warmth. Zhang Yi met her gaze without hesitation. "Kuer, you are the only person I trust in this world." Stars seemed to sparkle in Zhou Qier's eyes as her cheeks flushed deeply. "Are you lying again just to make me happy?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "Of course not. You are unique. No one else compares to you." His gaze was firm, as if truly meaning every word. Zhou Qier's eyes grew moist. Her heart began to believe his words moved deeply. Zhang Yi smiled tenderly and offered her a piece of beef brisket. "Here, have some food." Watching Zhou Qier's blissful expression, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. Women are so easily managed. Just don't feel guilty when telling lies. Zhang Yi genuinely liked Zhou Qier, yet the only person he truly loved was himself. Still, he had to make Zhou Qier believe that he loved her. In this world, the best way for a CPU to manage a person is through emotions. It's like working at a company where the boss talks about feelings and calls employees family. But when they fire you, they do so mercilessly. Only by letting Zhou Qier believe in this and devote herself to him could Zhang Yi's rear be secured. After dinner, Zhang Yi planned to take a shower. Zhou Qier blushed and stood up, asking, Do you want me to help wash your?" Zhang Yi looked at her. Her gaze seemed laced with more affection than usual. He nodded. "All right, it is indeed inconvenient to wash one's own back alone." At this moment, the neighbors of Unit 25 were huddled in their homes, eating dinner with the food provided by Zhang Yi. They hadn't bathed in almost a month, and their bodies itched uncomfortably. Some even developed skin lesions. However, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't obtain enough hot water, and even if they could boil water in a kettle, they had to save it for drinking. Who would dare to take a bath? After washing, getting sick was a certainty, and now they could only wait to die. Jiang Lei and Li Chongbin were roommates. They had been good brothers since college and continued to work at the same company after graduation, their bond unbreakable. That night, both of them were in good spirits because Zhang Yi had given each of them a box of braised meat rice. These 2 boxes of braised meat rice had been taken from the supermarket shelves and were frozen solid. But this did not defeat them. They stuffed the braised meat rice under their down jackets and heated it for several minutes until it became soft enough to chew. In the pitch-black room, the 2 of them were wrapped in thick blankets and quilts with only their heads sticking out. Jiang Lei struggled to scoop out a piece of braised meat with a spoon and chewed for a long time before finally tasting the flavor of the meat. His face was filled with happiness. Being able to eat this was like having a top-tier feast. "Fortunately, we followed Zhang Yi. Now we can even eat braised meat," Jiang Lei said happily. However, beside him, Li Chongbin remained silent, focused on gnawing at his rice. Indeed, it wasn't eating, but gnawing. After all, the rice and meat had frozen together, and he found using a spoon too cumbersome, so he simply pressed his face against it and gnawed. Seeing that Li Chongbin wasn't speaking, Jiang Lei thought he hadn't heard, so he nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, don't you think we should stick with Zhang Yi from now on?" Haven't you seen Jokir? That girl is still looking glamorous dressed in designer clothes. Canadian Goose. The scariest part is she seems to be able to take a bath. Zhang Lei's eyes were filled with envy. His current method of hygiene was rubbing his hands over his body to remove dirt, leaving a long streak. However, he later became reluctant to rub because it kept him warm. Li Chungbin glanced at him and said sullenly, what good does it do to envy others? You don't have the means. That's true, Zhang Lei sighed. We don't have the same parts as them. Otherwise I would definitely give it a try. But before that I'll let you have some fun first. Li Chungbin retorted, get lost with your looks, I wouldn't take it even if it was free. Zhang Lei argued, don't be so picky, I could always use my mouth. Shut up, it's getting more disgusting. The atmosphere between the two began to get a bit delicate. After a moment of silence, Li Chungbin finally said seriously, Zhang Lei, don't you think that Zhang Yi giving us food is actually treating us as cannon fodder? He never intended for us to survive. Zhang Lei's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Li Chungbin recounted what the neighbors had said during the day. Zhang Lei fell silent. What good does talking about that do? We had thought about killing him and robbing his house and food, but we couldn't take him down and almost got killed ourselves. In this world, the one with the strongest fist is the father. If he can provide us with food, we have to obediently obey him. Li Chungbin remained silent. At that moment their phones rang. Li Chungbin pulled out his phone from his pocket, and after glancing at the message his expression suddenly turned serious. Within that seriousness, there was also a hint of inexplicable tension and excitement. The next day, as usual, Zhang Yi rode his motorcycle out of the community. After being ambushed yesterday, he took a long detour this time, leaving in a different direction. Today he didn't call Uncle Yu because he was heading to the military camp to dig up the buried weapons and equipment. He would also conveniently look for some trees to chop down for future use. Last night Li Jian and Shunling Yu had contact. They merely asked how Zhang Yi's considerations were going. Zhang Yi just brushed them off and said he needed to think it over. However, he could clearly sense that some people's tempers were beginning to grow impatient. Zhang Yi didn't care about their attitudes. He was only watching for when these people would take action. After all, it would take some time to unify the people in Building 29 and negotiate a common front. This time was enough for him to prepare thoroughly. After spending 2.5 hours, Zhang Yi arrived at the place he had been to yesterday, guided by his memory. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of white snow with nothing but a distant reference point and emptiness surrounding him. Zhang Yi took out the excavator from the alternate space and began to dig down, just like last time. With experience, Zhang Yi's skills in operating the excavator had become much more refined. After some busy work, he finally dug down to the building below. Zhang Yi wasn't sure if this was an arms depot, but having reached the building, even breaking through a wall would be easier than digging through snow. So he jumped down and searched carefully, only to discover that this place was not an arms depot, but the soldiers' dormitory. Although he had gone to the wrong place, at least seeing the building indicated that the arms depot wouldn't be too far from here. However, Zhang Yi noticed something strange when he entered the dormitory. Logically speaking, with heavy snowfall, almost all land transportation vehicles would be rendered useless. So if these soldiers were left here once the snow became heavy, they would be unable to leave. Therefore, there should be many corpses found in the military camp. Yet when he entered the dormitory, he found the blankets neatly folded and the sheets were smoothed out. He didn't find a single soldier who had frozen to death. How strange, why is there no one here? Zhang Yi was puzzled about where all the soldiers had gone. He went to check a few adjacent dormitories, and the same scene greeted him there. Could it be that they all left this place? A thought emerged in Zhang Yi's mind, and he felt it was the most plausible explanation. After the snow disaster struck, those in higher positions must have received accurate data first, and realized the apocalypse was inevitable. So they needed to head to the shelter, and these soldiers were likely reassigned to protect their safety and transport supplies. With this realization, Zhang Yi's mind became clear. Coupled with the empty warehouse areas he had seen earlier, the truth was that a small portion of high-ranking officials had likely completed their evacuation on the night the snow disaster struck. However, ordinary people had not received any information about this. They were currently hiding somewhere, waiting for the disaster to pass before coming out to continue ruling this world. A sense of vigilance rose within Zhang Yi. He knew that disaster could not be overcome quickly, and after a long period of trials, everyone's hearts would change. By that time, it was possible that some armed forces would emerge, becoming a significant threat. However, that moment would not come too soon, as there was still at least some order being maintained. Zhang Yi did not have much time to ponder here. With the days short and the nights long, if he did not hurry to find the armory, it would likely be dark by the time he returned. However, having dug to the dormitory at least provided a reference point. Zhang Yi crawled up onto the snowy surface from the dormitory and began to reassess the surrounding reference points. In his mind, he recalled the directions mentioned by Uncle Yu yesterday. The excavator continued working, and before long Zhang Yi found the location of the armory. The armory was tightly sealed, obscured by heavy snow, making it hard to see its full appearance, but it felt like a concrete box. Zhang Yi found an iron door with a heavy silver lock hanging on it. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar and exerted tremendous effort, yet after a long while he could not pry the door open. Indeed, it's not so easy to break into the armory of the military. But I can't use a gun either. Zhang Yi placed his hands on his hips, deep in thought, and suddenly recalled that he had come here driving an excavator. He slapped his forehead and hurried onto the excavator, using the machine to smash the lock off the door. Then he eagerly entered the armory. Opening the steel door that barred his way, the scene inside was enough to ignite passion in every man. It was Zhang Yi's first time seeing a real armory, and it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There were no towering stacks of ammunition boxes in large iron cabinets. Camouflage uniforms and helmets hung on the walls, and Zhang Yi even saw some camouflage spray paint placed under the iron racks. He took a deep breath and began to store. Camouflage uniforms and helmets hung on the walls, and Zhang Yi even saw some camouflage spray paint placed under the iron racks. He took a deep breath and began to store all the rifles in his spatial pocket. Now he had far too many guns in hand, enough that he could hardly use them all. Unless one day he planned to form a survival team for the apocalypse, they would have no chance of seeing the light of day again. But Zhang Yi did not care about that. He decided to store them away for future use. His interest in these firearms was not particular. What he primarily sought were bullets, grenades, and even RPGs. Being inside the armory, Zhang Yi moved. He opened the iron boxes one by one, and indeed found various types of bullets. Zhang Yi had learned about firearms at a shooting club, so he understood the basic compatibility of bullet types with guns. In this armory there were around 2,000 pistol rounds, over 5,000 rounds for various rifles, and more than 300 rounds for sniper rifles. Additionally, he found a military-grade sniper rifle. Unlike the police version, he used this military sniper rifle had stronger adaptability to environments with excellent waterproof, dustproof, and even freeze-resistant capabilities. However, its accuracy was somewhat inferior to the police version. But for Zhang Yi this was not a problem, as his unique abilities could compensate for that precision. What thrilled Zhang Yi even more was that he found 10 boxes of grenades, each containing 5 grenades totaling 50. This search was already a great harvest for Zhang. If they all go out on missions, they indeed need to take equipment. So a large portion of the gear in this warehouse is missing. Therefore it was impossible to have only this small armory. After collecting what was available, Zhang Yi went outside and continued to clear the accumulated snow along the con. However, there should be more than just this one armory in the military camp. According to Uncle Yu, the garrison in Tianhai City had a troop strength of about a regiment, which is around 1,500 men. Therefore it was impossible to have only this small armory. After collecting what was available, Zhang Yi went outside and continued to clear the accumulated snow along the concrete walls of the buildings with the excavator. Sure enough, he quickly discovered another armory nearby. The weapons in this armory were fewer than those in the previous one. However, Zhang Yi found several thousand rounds of bullets and 2 boxes of grenades. From the looks of it, this is completely sufficient. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. With these weapons and equipment, if it came down to a contest of force in Tianhai City, there would basically be no one capable of threatening him. He had never used grenades before, but he could ask Uncle Yu later, or look up how to use them online. However, he did not find any other heavy firearms. After all, the garrison in Tianhai City was an infantry army, and there were no cannons or armored vehicles. As for other weapons like heavy machine guns, they had surely taken them along for their missions. If it weren't for the speed at which the snow disaster struck, it would have been difficult for Zhang Yi to keep these weapons and ammunition. Regardless, these weapons are already enough for me. Moreover, this has pointed me in a direction. I can obtain weapons from police stations and military camps in various places in the future. Every city of a certain scale has police stations and stationed troops. With transportation at his disposal, Zhang Yi could easily cross cities to search for weapons and equipment in nearby satellite towns. After searching the nearby area and confirming there was nothing else of value, he left the military camp on his motorcycle. He did not go far. The area was all wilderness with many trees planted perfectly meeting Zhang Yi's needs. He used the excavator to snap these trees in half and stored them in his spatial pocket. He was busy for a long time and did not return until nightfall. Meanwhile, the neighbors in the entire building were waiting for his return to distribute food. But this time Zhang Yi returned empty-handed. Upon seeing the neighbors, he shrugged. I searched many places today, but everyone just bear with it for now. One cannot feed others too well. If they are full, they might get all sorts of messy ideas. For instance, yesterday some people became greedy and started asking for clothes. Zhang Yi deliberately did not bring anything back today to make them remember you are all under my care, so don't try to. If you want food, you better behave. Hearing Zhang Yi say there was no food, the neighbors began to murmur among themselves. What? How come there's no food today? No way, with so many places outside, can't you search a bit harder? It's so tough not having anything to eat at night. Did you really get nothing after working all day? Zhang Yi smiled as he looked at the chattering crowd. Are you done speaking? Everyone's expression changed, and they fell silent, displeased. Recently, it seems you all have gotten a bit carried away. Have you forgotten that it was you who begged me to save you? Could it be that just a few days have passed, and you think it is only natural for Zhang Yi to bring you food? If that's the case, then let's just part ways. From now on, you'll have to solve your food issues on your own. Everyone was taken aback. Li Chengbin hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, that's not what we meant. We understand your hardships. Searching for food in such heavy snow outside is difficult. Please go back and rest. Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders. That's how it ends today. Then he waved dismissively, signaling everyone to disperse. Zhang Yi, you'll hardly find anything on your own out there. Why not take a few more people along? Your motorcycle can easily seat 3, no problem at all. If we all help search together, it'll go much faster. Others turned their heads toward Zhang Yi, gazing at him with curious, almost eager eyes. The prospect of venturing outside to scavenge stirred deep longing in them. especially after witnessing Uncle Yu retrieve clothing for Xieli Mei and her daughter just last time. Once outside, wouldn't everything beyond the walls be theirs for the taking? Zhang Yi, if you need assistance, we'd all be more than willing. A woman summoned her courage to speak. Zhang Yi's eyes, a faint smile curled upon his lips. So now you're coveting my electric motorcycle too. If that's truly how it is, then let's call it off entirely. From now on I won't lift a finger for any of you. Luanchong hurriedly tried to explain, but Zhang Yi cut him off without another word. Instead, he calmly drew his pistol. Click. He expertly disengaged the safety. Every face paled, all scrambled backward, retreating several paces in terror. Zhang Yi, don't do anything rash. We were only negotiating. No hidden intent. Yes, if you refuse, let's just drop the matter entirely. Agreed. We truly appreciate your help securing food, and only spoke up because we feared you'd exhaust yourself. Please don't misunderstand us. Zhang Yi offered a disdainful smirk. Henceforth refrain from uttering words that undermine unity. Or perhaps I've been feeding you too well lately. With that he raised his firearm, and fired a single shot. Bang! Luanchong collapsed lifeless. No one had anticipated Zhang Yi would pull the trigger so abruptly, so coldly. They'd assumed he'd reason with them, allowing their numbers and persuasive rhetoric to corner him into reluctant but they'd forgotten dialogue demands parity, and they held no such standing before him. A chorus of shrieks erupted. Neighbors bolted backward in panic. Yet the narrow stairwell became a crushing bottleneck, sending dozens sprawling in tangled heaps. Without shedding blood, you'll never grasp your true station. His gaze turned glacial. Then, 3 more shots rang out. 4 more bodies fell. Only then did he cease fire, watching them flee like terrified dogs. Only Uncle Yu and Xieli Mei remained behind. Uncle Yu stood unwaveringly at Zhang Yi's side. Xieli Mei, as ever, cowered silently behind him, burying her head like an ostrich. Uncle Yu remarked, "They've grown bloated with full bellies, and forgotten who they are." Zhang Yi thought inwardly, if they weren't still useful as cannon fodder, I'd have wiped them all out long ago. Aloud he merely shrugged with feigned magnanimity. No harm done. I'm inherently kind. I forgive them. His arsenal was now formidable, his actions correspondingly unrestrained. Xieli Mei clutched Uncle Yu's arm, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yi with quiet dread. Kind. Better hope so. Let's go back. Pistol in hand, Zhang Yi strode away. Unhurried, unyielding, utterly indifferent. His preparations were nearly complete. These expendable assets would soon serve no further purpose. Even if they survived the coming conflicts, he intended to purge most, or all, of them. Thus their survival or demise held little weight for him. And he knew with absolute certainty that even after killing several, they would still beg him for sustenance. True to his expectation, the residents of Unit 25 fled in abject terror, slamming doors shut behind them, locking themselves inside. In that moment memories resurfaced, the suffocating dread once imposed by Chen Jinghao. Back then too they'd huddled indoors daily, paralyzed by the uncertainty of death's arrival. Privately the residents formed a new chat group, deliberately excluding Zhang Yi, Zhou Ku'er, Uncle Yu, and Xieli Mei. Since the onset of the Ice Age apocalypse, dozens of such groups had proliferated within the building. Distrust and hollow pretense permeated every interaction. What do we do now? Zhang Yi's enraged. We're unarmed. How could we possibly stand against him? A trembling voice asked. Only after the initial shock subsided did neighbors begin exchanging frantic whispers. Zhang Yi shows zero regard for reason. We merely proposed a discussion, and he opened fire without hesitation. Worse still, he's killed countless people these past days with that gun. How many rounds does he even have? How could an ordinary man possess so many bullets, not to mention a sniper rifle? I told you, he's a metropolitan elite soldier, or a retired special forces operative. A devoted web novel enthusiast voiced his conviction. Forget his background. What matters is we should never have harbored illusions about him. He's profoundly self-serving. Everything he's done for us comes with strings attached. His benevolence is pure fiction. There's no kindness in him. Exactly. He intends for us to serve as disposable shock troops, seizing supplies and territory on his behalf. The group chat devolved into vitriolic condemnation of Zhang Yi, extending even to Zhou Ku'er and Uncle Yu. Before him, they cringed like insects. Online they resurrected their pride and raged like demigods. Yet a new anxiety emerged. Though Zhang Yi is selfish and feeds us only to extract value. Yet a new anxiety emerged. Though Zhang Yi is selfish and feeds us only to extract value. What will we eat if he stops? That question hung unanswered in the chat, plunging it into prolonged silence. Huddled in their apartments, residents stared blankly, then descended into visceral gnawing dread. They recalled life before Zhang Yi's provisions, every edible item consumed, even leather belts and jackets shredded and boiled into gruel. The most desperate, driven mad by hunger, mimicked dogs, resorting to coprophagy for survival. Humanity's deepest torment lies not in enduring despair, but in tasting hope only to have it wrenched away.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
At last someone ventured. On reflection, Zhang Yi isn't entirely terrible. Those he killed deserve their fate. Faced with the terror of imminent death, the residents began nostalgically recalling Zhang Yi's benevolence. Once someone broke the silence, others, easily swayed in these chaotic times, quickly followed suit. Especially now as hunger gnawed at their bellies, they vividly remembered how exquisite the food Zhang Yi had provided truly was. Upon reflection, one murmured, "Have we been overly demanding of Zhang? He braved blizzards and gales alone to forage for sustenance, and not just for himself, but enough to feed. Indeed, he simply came up empty-handed today. No one will starve to death. We can endure a little longer." Those who perished did so purely through their own recklessness. Why stir up that particular hornet's nest? Exactly. Who do you think you are, daring to covet his snowmobile? His death was well-deserved. Now that you mention it, I recall that Luan Chang was utterly despicable. He once let his dog roam unleashed, nearly mauling me. Really? Oh my, then he truly deserved his fate. And before dying he dragged all of us down with him. Leaving aside other matters, the only way forward is to persuade Zhang Yi to resume supplying us with food. Precisely. That remains our sole path to survival. It makes sense. He lives in an alloy-reinforced residence. No siege could breach it. We have no choice but to beg for his mercy. As Zhang Yi had anticipated these neighbors, grant them the slightest kindness and they'd instantly grow insolent. Yet treat them like beasts and they'd kneel groveling at your feet. Confucius observed sagely, women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Draw near and they grow insolent. Keep distant and they resent you. No sooner had Zhang Yi returned home than someone pinged him in the Building 25 residence group, issuing an apology. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong today, and offer our sincere remorse. We hope you'll overlook this given our years as neighbors." Zhang Yi, it was entirely Luan Chang's doing. That wretched man incited everything. None of us harbored such thoughts. We implore your discernment. Henceforth we shall obey your every word without— Would you please venture out again tomorrow to secure provisions? We're starving beyond endurance. Zhang Yi read the messages and curled his lips into a cold, disdainful smile, deeming any reply unnecessary. Let them stew in anguish and toss restlessly through the night. Shall I extract one final surge of utility from them? Deploy them as a suicide squad? Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering. A couple of moldy loaves tossed their way should ignite frantic competition. Just then a rapid succession of ding-dong, ding-dong notifications chimed. Zhang Yi frowned. Most group chats were muted. Why this exception? Glancing at his screen, he understood Chun Lingyu, the head of Building 9, had added him to a new group chat. He scrutinized it closely and grasped its significance. The group contained precisely 30 members. Among them, familiar names appeared: Li Jian of Building 18, Huang Tianfang of Building 26, Wang Chang of Building 21, Zhang Yunian of Building 5. All were de facto leaders of their respective buildings across the residential complex. A sharp, incisive gleam flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes as he murmured, "So, they've decided to lay their cards on the table." He knew this moment would inevitably arrive, and felt no surprise. After all, not everyone possessed inexhaustible reserves, as he did. For others, each day stretched interminably, and none could afford further delay. Upon Zhang Yi's entry, Chun Lingyu announced, "Zhang Yi has joined. Let's discuss the matter at hand." Zhang Yi remained silent, observing how the assembly would deliberate. Wang Chang, leader of the Quanglong gang from Building 21, and Zhang Yi's sworn adversary, spoke first, voice laced with acrid hostility. "Zhang Yi, word reaches us that Building 25 has been dining splendidly these past days. You feast daily while ignoring your destitute neighbors." Zhang Yi scoffed, too weary to engage in pointless squabble. "One tongue cannot out-argue 29, especially online. If you summon me merely to endure your drivel, I'm—" Huang Tianfang hastily interjected, "Zhang Yi, please stay. Should you walk away now, consequences may spiral beyond our control." Zhang Yi laughed coldly. "Are you threatening me? Huang Tianfang, how dare you bark here after my blade claimed so many of your Tiana gang dogs? Shall I march over tomorrow and slaughter every last one of you?" Huang Tianfang, gripping his phone, felt ice crawl up his spine. "Don't frighten me," he stammered via voice message. "The heads of all 29 other buildings have forged a united front. Attack any one of us, and you declare war. Even at your strongest, can you truly overcome such overwhelming numbers?" Zhang Yi's gaze flickered, confirming it. They had indeed allied, sealing a pact of mutual defense. Li Jian, the ever-moderate peacemaker, stepped forward. "Enough. Let's lower our voices." This group was convened to negotiate cooperation, not mutual annihilation. Wang Chang snorted dismissively. "Boldly, you've got the gift of gab. Lay out our proposal for him." Li Jian nodded. "Very well, Zhang Yi. I'll outline the current situation." A master of diplomacy, he soon clarified the 29 building accord with lucid precision. First, they stood unified, exerting collective pressure upon Building 25. Should Zhang Yi strike any single building, all others pledged immediate military aid. Second, they demanded Zhang Yi supply essential provisions to sustain all residents, while offering in exchange a solemn vow not to assault Building 25. Third, to guarantee Zhang Yi's compliance, his snowmobile would be placed under rotating communal custody, never entrusted solely to one individual. Fourth, Zhang Yi must disclose all known resource locations. With the city buried beneath impassable snow, even possessing transport offered no advantage. Without precise intelligence, supplies remained inaccessible. Li Jian concluded, "Zhang Yi, that is our proposition. Have you heard it fully?" A contemptuous smirk played upon Zhang Yi's lips. Their audacity knew no bounds. Seize his snowmobile, compel him to serve as unpaid guide, and shoulder the entire neighborhood's survival. while offering nothing more than a hollow promise not to invade his home. Did they truly believe themselves worthy of such terms? Zhang Yi did not rage, yet neither did he suppress his, though their demands struck him as ludicrous, even absurd. They held a sliver of logic from the opponent's vantage point. Negotiation, after all, was a slow, incremental contest of leverage. Grandiose opening bids existed solely to enable sharper concessions later. Yet Zhang Yi still mocked them, for their entire proposition rested upon a catastrophic misjudgment of Building 25's combat capability. They presumed unity alone guaranteed victory, that eradicating Building 25 would pose no challenge. Yet they remained ignorant. Zhang Yi now commanded vast arsenals of weapons and munitions. Should war erupt, the chasm between their forces would be insurmountable. Not mere numerical disparity, but a gulf of existential asymmetry. Numbers alone never ensured triumph. A single trisolaran droplet annihilated Earth's entire interstellar fleet. Zhang Yi remained silent, mocking the foolishness of these people. He truly wanted to see the astonished and panicked expressions on their faces when they witnessed his true power. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate them all, and simultaneously clean out Building 25 as well? Zhang Yi muttered to himself while stroking his chin. With ample firepower and a method to deal with those hiding in the building, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to wipe out everyone in the entire community. Furthermore, the useless neighbors of Building 25 could be eliminated as they would no longer hold any value. But no doing so would still leave security loopholes. Even if I want to exterminate them, I have to kill them one building at a time. But what if they all come at me recklessly, risking their lives? Thousands of people could easily crush me under their corpses. Although these people are timid as mice, the probability of that happening isn't zero. My life is worth more than theirs. I can't afford to take reckless risks. I need to think of a more reliable method. While Zhang Yi was pondering, the group leaders in the chat became a bit impatient, as he had not responded for a long time. They believed they had the upper hand, as Zhang Yi had no choice but to bow to them. After all, in their own understanding, there couldn't be anyone so formidable in the Yulu community to simultaneously contend against thousands. If there were, it would be a myth. Wang Chong had started to urge, "Is the person mute? Speak up quickly. You must agree to this matter whether you like it or not. Otherwise we won't show mercy." Xinling Yu said, "Zhang Yi, none of us want to die. We are all just trying to survive. Although I know you might feel a bit imbalanced inside, sometimes in life, one must learn to yield. After all, those who understand the times are the true talents." Li Jian said, "Mr. Zhang, I think you need to seriously consider this issue. We also don't want to resolve it through confrontation. If you agree to cooperate with us, then the resource issues for the entire community can be resolved effectively. At that point, perhaps we can restore to the state of a civilized society." Others also chimed in with various opinions. Some played the good cop, while others played the bad cop. But ultimately the message was clear. Zhang Yi must agree to their demands, or he would have to die. Zhang Yi glanced at the messages in the group, and as he scanned the names of the group leaders, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Capture the leader first. If he could eliminate the leaders of each building, the remaining people would inevitably fall into chaos. By then, even without Zhang Yi's intervention, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. Thus he slowly began to speak. "I still need to consider this matter. You all have discussed for a long time, but haven't given me any time to think. Moreover, I hope everyone can sit down together and discuss this properly. It's too noisy here, and it's not convenient for everyone. Otherwise, in a few days we can have the heads of each building meet and have a proper discussion about cooperation. How does that sound?" As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Chong immediately replied with a cold laugh. "What do you want to gather them all together? Meeting is fine, but you must come to our territory. Let's set the meeting place at Building 21. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, knowing that these people would not agree so easily. After all, those who have survived to this point are all sharp-witted individuals. He wasn't in a hurry, merely stating calmly, "You can also send representatives over, but it must be at our Building 25 for negotiations." Zhang Yi's tone was very firm, carrying an undeniable weight. Wang Chong laughed heartily. "Why should you have the say? Do you think we are all fools?" Huang Tianfang also said, "Zhang Yi, stop being clever. We are not idiots." Zhang Yi scoffed. "You can't even dare to send a few representatives, so what are we even discussing? Don't you all like to fight? Then fine, let's skip the talks and just fight." Both sides had very strong tones. During negotiations, momentum is extremely important. One must not lose it. Otherwise, they would only be at the mercy of others. At this moment, the mediator Li Jian stepped in. "Everyone, don't be like this, but it's better to discuss things amicably." He asked Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, how do you plan to negotiate?" Zhang Yi replied, "You representatives from these 29 buildings come over, and we will discuss how to cooperate in the future. I, Zhang Yi, am not completely unreasonable. Now you are all eyeing the resources and snowmobiles in my possession. How can I dare to negotiate with you? In any case, my conditions are laid out here. You can come if you want. I believe everyone has already inquired about me. I'm not afraid to tell you I was aware of this unprecedented cold wave long ago. So the house we built is extremely sturdy, and we are not afraid of you breaking in. At worst, we can just wear each other out and see who can last longer." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the screen. This was a test to see if there was anyone in this community who could destroy his house. Although the probability of that was extremely low, as the impending battle loomed, Zhang Yi had to consider every aspect, facing the prospect of thousands attacking him. It was proven that mathematics does not lie. That kind of low probability event did not occur, and after a while the people in the group felt a bit discouraged. They knew that Chen Jinghao was killed by Zhang Yi initially. When Huang Tianfang brought people for demolition, Zhang Yi's house remained unscathed. They were just ordinary individuals in society and couldn't obtain a large amount of explosives to blow up buildings. So once Zhang Yi chose to seal himself off, they truly had no way to deal with it. After a while, one of the building leaders spoke. You can protect yourself, but can you protect all the people in your building? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Did he think of himself as a saint? He probably was out of ideas and could only use this time. At this point, of course, I'll prioritize my own safety. Don't try to play moral games with me, it's meaningless. Chen Lingyu became a bit anxious. Zhang Yi, even if your house is sturdy, the food inside will eventually run out. Can you guarantee that you won't come out for the rest? Thus, using a method like an ostrich to evade reality is pointless. Zhang Yi couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Then let's give it a try and see who can last longer. Competing in endurance against him, Zhang Yi had one thing to say: I have never cared about how much resources others have, mine are simply more abundant. Other hosts did not expect that Zhang Yi would respond to them in this way. After all, during this time Zhang Yi had to go out every day to search for supplies. This led them to naturally believe that Zhang Yi had to go out and survive by searching for supplies. But now Zhang Yi had his hands in his pockets, and he laid all his cards on the table. Are you going to fight me? Come on, I'll be hiding in the iron tortoise, let's see what you can do. Just when everyone was feeling conflicted, Li Jian stepped in to break the deadlock. I believe negotiation is the best way to solve problems, much better than letting us all perish together. If we are negotiating, I can take the lead. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Mr. Li, I appreciate your attitude. Back in the company, I always thought you were the most Come over and talk to me, I'm much more at ease with you. Unlike those bastards who like to sneak attack others. Zhang Yi deliberately referred to Li Jian as Mr. Li, signaling to others that he was quite familiar with Li Jian. At the same time, he also undermined Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang. To deal with this temporary alliance, it was necessary to create internal conflicts among them. Although the leaders of the 29 buildings reached a temporary united front, they were not harmonious with each other. If it weren't for the common goal of dealing with Zhang Yi, they would have been fighting among themselves. Sure enough, this statement had a certain effect. Wang Chang sneered, Li Jian, can you represent all of us? Huang Tianfang also said sinisterly, you can't just go talk to him alone. Chen Lingyu said, in that case I want to go too. Several people were afraid that others would get ahead and secretly reached some sort of agreement with Zhang Yi. So they were thrown into disarray, all demanding to negotiate with Zhang Yi. Once the first person opened their mouth, the others couldn't help, but also wanted to negotiate with Zhang Yi. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He wasn't afraid of you coming, but he was afraid you wouldn't come. Alright, tomorrow at 2:30 p.m., I will be waiting for all of you at Building 25. Don't be late. After dropping this remark, Zhang Yi left no room for bargaining and quickly exited the group chat. If successful tomorrow, he could eliminate all 29 building leaders. Although this would provoke collective resentment from their subordinates. However, without a leader, once chaos ensues, it would be difficult to unite quickly. Zhang Yi would have the time to eliminate them one by one. Still, as always, Zhang Yi's confidence stemmed from his overwhelming firepower and impregnable fortress. With both offense and defense, he feared no opponent. The foot bath water had cooled a bit as Zhang Yi lowered his head and said to Zhou Qier, alright, please dry my feet. Zhou Qier nodded and used a towel to dry Zhang Yi's feet. She went to the bathroom to dispose of the foot bath water and then came back to help Zhang Yi with a massage. Zhang Yi turned to look at the beautiful female doctor, his gaze lowered, and suddenly he reached out to her. Don't use your phone for the next few days, keep it for me. With the imminent battle, he needed to be fully prepared to take down those who were detrimental to him. And all unsafe factors needed to be completely eliminated. Zhou Qier was taken aback for a moment before handing her phone to Zhang Yi. Are you really going to fight them? She asked softly. Zhang Yi replied calmly, perhaps. But I need to be prepared for war in advance. After all, the number of opponents I need to face this time is not comparable to before. Oh, I understand. Zhou Qier nodded and continued to massage Zhang Yi without asking further questions. After so long, she understood Zhang Yi's temperament. When he was in a good mood, joking and chatting were perfectly fine. But when he became serious, it was best not to provoke him or ask questions. Seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression and the occasional sharp glint in his eyes, Zhou Qier knew he was deep in thought, devising strategies. She couldn't do anything else for Zhang Yi for now. She could only fulfill her duties as a woman. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Qier came to stand behind Zhang Yi.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
This is. Zhang Yi's gaze became dreamy. Zhou Qier's massage technique was unexpectedly good, and the sensation of her fingers pressing on his scalp made his nerves tingle. Her soft white hands rested on Zhang Yi's shoulders, starting to knead with just the right amount of pressure. Recently, she had specially learned new massage techniques, which she began to apply on Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa. This superb massage technique made him feel much more relaxed. At the same time, his thoughts became clearer. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, pondering quietly. He had arranged to meet with the leaders of the 29 buildings. If those people came tomorrow, Zhang Yi would not hesitate to eliminate them all. The remaining people would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos, giving Zhang Yi the opportunity to take them down one by one. However, those people were not all fools. Some might not come, maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. If that were the case, taking action and killing would instead alert the snakes and complicate future actions. So what should be done? Zhang Yi's mind was immersed in the rolling waves of thought. After pondering for a while, he made up, if those people did not arrive as he planned, or if the number of attendees was less than half, he would temporarily pretend to agree with their demands. He would hide his strength and let them become complacent. Then through a series of means he would incite internal strife, weakening their combat power. Afterward, he would wait for the right opportunity and take them all down. After all, time was on Zhang Yi's side. In terms of strength, as long as he didn't actively attack other buildings, he could absolutely crush them all. I must not be hasty. If I'm anxious, I'm likely to make mistakes, and once I make a mistake I might fall into danger. I need to be a patient hunter, setting traps step by step, and let the prey walk into my snares. Zhang Yi's thoughts in his mind were organized, and he figured out how to deal with those people. This might also be related to Zhou Keir's new style of massage. To prepare for tomorrow's negotiation, he needed some manpower to help maintain the situation. Zhang Yi first thought of Uncle Yu. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Uncle Yu briefly explaining what was happening tomorrow. Uncle Yu immediately replied, "Tell me what you need me to do, and it will be done. I'm at your service." During this time, Zhang Yi had been giving Uncle Yu small favors, and coupled with his gun skills displayed in several battles, he had completely won Uncle Yu over. Now Uncle Yu was wholeheartedly following Zhang Yi and executing his orders without hesitation. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "You needn't do anything extraordinary. Tomorrow's negotiation will take place on our turn. Representatives from all 29 other buildings may attend. I'll need someone to maintain order at the venue. I'd like you to lead a team for this task." Uncle Yu nodded. "That's easy enough. If they arrive, we'll search them first and confiscate their weapons." Zhang Yi replied, "Exactly what I had in mind. Then I'll speak to the other neighbors myself." "Agreed. Let it be settled," Uncle Yu affirmed. After confirming with him, Zhang Yi opened the building's WeChat group for residents. At that moment, residents were still pleading with Zhang Yi, begging him not to abandon them, and imploring him to continue supplying food as he had before. Zhang Yi grew weary of their entreaties. He typed directly into the group, "Tomorrow delegates from the other 29 buildings will come to force a reckoning. They're pressuring me to decide whether or not to extend supplies to them. If I yield, I'll have no choice but to forsake you."
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
That might yet preserve a sliver of hope for you. And yes, I'll strive to secure provisions for you as best I can. Hearing this, the neighbors tensed visibly. Not a single dissenting word dared cross their lips. They hastened to pledge obedience. After all, Zhang Yi accounted for the overwhelming majority of Block 25's combat capability. Without his protection, they would be swiftly eradicated by the nearby Tianhe Gang and Quanglong Gang. Once the plan was finalized, Zhang Yi gently patted Zhou Keir's hand. "Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow holds something of great importance." Zhou Keir bit her lower lip, leaned close to his ear, and whispered shyly, "Shall I help you unwind this evening?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "I must conserve my strength. Let's streamline the process." Zhou Keir nodded, and with practiced ease knelt before him. With much to accomplish, Zhang Yi awoke shortly after 7 the next morning. Glancing at his Rolex, he realized it was still early, and sleep had already fled. He swung himself upright from bed and began preparing his gear for the negotiation: bulletproof vest, reinforced ballistic trousers, police issue, helmet, crowbar, and a heavy-duty machete. 2 military-grade daggers were secured in external pockets of his trousers, ideal for close-quarters combat, far more effective than the machete. He also holstered 2 police-issue pistols fully loaded and affixed 6 spare magazines to his belt. Yet this arsenal alone was insufficient. From his spatial storage, he retrieved 2 assault rifles, likewise fully loaded. Deployed inside a confined room, they could eliminate scores in seconds. Few would anticipate Zhang Yi conjuring assault rifles from thin air. Next came his cherished precision sniper rifle. His core armament was now complete. His gaze then drifted toward the dozens of crates of grenades stored within his spatial domain. If they gather en masse in one room, a single grenade would leave them crippled or dead. A cold, razor-thin smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He'd learned grenade deployment entirely online. Simple battlefield AoE tools requiring only knowledge of arming procedure and detonation timing. Though he'd never used one before, years of apocalyptic survival and dozens of kills had forged his resolve into unyielding steel. Thus he felt no tremor of fear towards such ordnance, not even when priming a grenade. "Now let the fish swim." A glint of anticipatory coldness flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. Shortly after noon, fully armed, he descended the stairs and simultaneously instructed everyone via the group chat to assemble on the 7th floor. A 1-bedroom unit on the 13th floor had been renovated into an open-plan space, spacious enough to accommodate many people, yet elevated high enough to avoid projectile attacks from below. Even if fighting erupted downstairs, he could retreat to his safe house in time, making it exceptionally secure. Eager for the rations, he controlled the neighbors, voiced no objections, and gathered there without delay. Zhang Yi cast them a silent glance, then lifted 2 black duffel bags from the floor and dropped them with a heavy "Today's rations, divide them among yourselves." In truth, he'd collected food the previous day, but withheld distribution. Having fasted for 24 hours, the neighbors surged forward the moment they saw the provisions, fighting like starved dogs over scraps. Zhang Yi said nothing, merely watched impassively as they devoured the food. A brutal confrontation loomed. Should it occur, few of these expendable fighters would likely survive. Make no mistake, he offered no final meal out of compassion. Rather, only a full stomach would lend them the strength. Once they'd gorged themselves, Zhang Yi finally issued instructions. Nothing extraordinary today, merely a negotiation with the wardens of other buildings. We'll pursue dialogue in peace. Bloodshed is unlikely. Your sole duty is to hold your posts and uphold order. Should the talks succeed, we'll all escape this life of perpetual dread and reclaim ordinary existence. Therefore, remain vigilant. No one must disrupt this negotiation. Understood? Zhang Yi painted a grand vision, ordinary life. At those words, every resident present wept openly. Some covered their mouths and collapsed sobbing onto the floor. For nearly a month, from harmonious society to post-apocalyptic ruin, they'd endured unbearable suffering. They'd committed unspeakable acts, lost all sense of self. So numb, they often questioned whether they were truly alive. Only in dreams did they revisit the past rather than endure this desolate reality. One neighbor asked, voice trembling with disbelief, Zhang Yi, is this true? Can we return to how things were? Yes. Zhang Yi nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering, unclouded by doubt. If this negotiation concludes successfully, and our food crisis is resolved, bloodshed will cease forever. So comrades, for a luminous future, give everything you have today. Having finished their meal, the neighbors, stricken with Stockholm Syndrome, bowed in gratitude to Zhang Yi. At that moment, Zhang Yi announced they could return to normal life freed from perpetual dread. Their morale surged instantly. What more is there to say? Let's do it. I can't endure this existence for even one more day. To reclaim ordinary life, even at the cost of my life, I'd gladly sacrifice everything. Seeing morale sufficiently galvanized, Zhang Yi rose slowly from his chair. Very well. Now I shall assign each of you specific duties. What lay ahead was a confrontation with the most ruthless individuals from all 29 other residential buildings, and absolute preparedness was imperative, not merely for victory, but to guarantee Zhang Yi's safety. Others might fall, but they must buy him sufficient time to retreat to the safe house. Within the building, excluding Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, 28 able-bodied individuals remained on site. Zhang Yi appointed Li Changbin and Zhang Lei as team leaders, assigning 18 people to guard the fourth-floor entrance. The fourth-floor entrance had been transformed into a lethal choke point. Only a narrow passage remained open for entry, while every surrounding space was barricaded with appliances and heavy equipment. Any attacker would be forced to advance single file through that constricted corridor, rendering overwhelming numbers meaningless and turning assault into suicide. A frontal assault would require clearing the debris blocking the windows, a laborious, time-consuming endeavor demanding numerous hands. Thus, even if the occupants of the other 29 buildings launched a surprise attack during negotiations, Zhang Yi would still have ample time to eliminate everyone present and depart unscathed. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu led 10 others to maintain order on the 13th floor. Zhang Yi had stationed few personnel there, merely for show. After all, even if 29 adversaries converged upon him in that open expanse, Zhang Yi could slaughter them all without difficulty. Everything unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Once his arrangements were complete, Zhang Yi waited, calm and poised, for their arrival. The appointed hour was 2:30 p.m. Yet impatience gripped the crowd. Shortly after 2 o'clock, figures began emerging one by one from neighboring. It resembled swarms of ants erupting from countless nests. Across the vast white expanse, black silhouettes multiplied steadily. The blizzard raged unabated. Today's snowfall lighter than usual, yet the north wind howled fiercer, its mournful wail slicing through buildings and sharpening into piercing shrieks. Seated by the window on the 7th floor, Zhang Yi observed the scene below. Throngs. Endless surging crowds converging from every direction. At first glance, 500 or 600 already gathered, and their numbers continued swelling relentlessly. The central courtyard overflowed. No patch of ground remained visible. So, they intend to play games with me, eh? A cold, disdainful smile curled Zhang Yi's lips. He withdrew his phone and sent a terse message to the building captain's group chat. Withdraw immediately, or today's meeting will never happen. He pocketed the phone, then retrieved a sniper rifle from his spatial storage, concealing it beneath the table beside his feet. Then he called out, Uncle Yu. The elder entered, gripping a thick iron crowbar. Zhang Yi, what are your orders? Their numbers exceed expectations. I fear the younger men may falter under pressure. Go down and reinforce them. Don't worry, I'll provide covering fire from here. Uncle Yu glanced out the window. The sight made his pupils contract sharply, yet he nodded resolutely. Understood. I'll handle it. Though Zhang Yi's message had been dispatched, the crowd did not disperse. Instead, they halted precisely 5 meters from Building 25. A dense, undulating mass of humanity stood shoulder to shoulder, each clad in heavy winter gear, faces muffled by scarves and hoods. Before Building 25, the blockade grew so impenetrable that even fourth-floor light dimmed beneath its shadow. Li Qingbin, Jiang Zhe, and the others felt icy dread crawl up their spines at the sheer scale of the gathering. Even with terrain advantage, such overwhelming numbers meant they could only delay the inevitable for a short while. If battle erupted, death was certain. How can we possibly hold them off? Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? Their posture screams anything but diplomacy. This isn't negotiation, it's annihilation. Chills ran through the neighbors guarding the fourth floor. Despair clouded their minds, leaving them paralyzed by uncertainty. At that moment a calm, steady voice echoed up the stairwell. Why panic? Had they intended violence, they'd have stormed. Uncle Yu descended, crowbar in hand, composed, unshaken. His presence alone steadied the group, who all had witnessed his formidable strength firsthand. Li Changbin frowned deeply. Uncle Yu, there are far too many. Could it be the entire compound has mobilized? How do we fight them? Others stared wide-eyed, pleading silently for guidance. Uncle Yu offered reassurance. There's no need for alarm. Their objective isn't you. It's pressuring Zhang Yi into concessions at the negotiating table. Besides, what exactly do you possess worth coveting? Clarifying these stakes eased their anxiety considerably. Indeed, they own nothing of value. What purpose could such a massive show of force serve against them? They existed solely as collateral. Zhang Yi was the true target. For once they found grim solace in their own insignificance. Then, suddenly, the crowd stirred. Paths parted like water before a ship and 5 figures emerged, flanked by entourages, stepping forward with deliberate authority. They were Huang Tianfang of the Tianhe Gang, Building 26 Wang Chang of the Quanglong Gang, Building 21 Li Jian of Heshiji Yuan, Building 18 Shen Yuling, the building captain of Building 9, and Zhang Yunian, the building captain of Building 5. They approached Building 25's entrance wearing expressions of supreme confidence, especially Wang Chang, a brash 22-year-old street thug, whose swagger radiated raw arrogance. Behind him stretched a legion of over 1,000, fueling within him a surge of boundless bravado. Zhang Yi, now looming ahead, seemed diminutive, almost inconsequential. Victory in today's negotiation felt assured. Wang Chang sneered, "Look at those pitiful souls. They're probably already wetting themselves at the sight of our numbers." Huang Tianfang's gaunt, sallow face cracked into a smug grin. Zhang Yi must already be changing his trousers. Every demand we make, he'll accept them all without exception. 1,000 against 30, they couldn't conceive of defeat. In their eyes Zhang Yi existed only to obey. Li Jian adjusted his glasses, his demeanor courteous, yet his gaze gleamed with quiet pride and self-assurance. Commanding 1,000-strong force was an unimaginable feat just days prior. In that moment each felt himself a general of antiquity, capable of marshalling legions across vast battlefields. Shen Yuling crossed her arms, chin lifted haughtily. "Let's not linger. Out here it's freezing. We'll enter Building 25 speak plainly with Zhang Yi, inform him of yesterday's agreed terms, and expect his immediate compliance." A few people looked at each other, then Huang Tianfang yelled coldly, "Where's Zhang Yi? We came here to negotiate with him." Uncle Yu walked over carrying a crowbar. The scene before him reminded him of his days in the military. He felt as if he had become 20 years younger with the blood in his veins boiling. Uncle Yu fearlessly looked at the several building heads in front of him and said, "Our leader is waiting for you up there. What's the matter? Didn't you come as the 29 building heads together?" Li Jian adjusted his glasses, his smile still humble and polite. "We discussed it yesterday, and it wouldn't be appropriate for everyone to go together, so we let 5 of us represent the group." They also had their concerns, fearing that Zhang Yi would seize the opportunity to eliminate all the leaders. After much deliberation, they finally decided to elect the 5 strongest individuals to negotiate with Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu had received orders from Zhang Yi, frowned slightly, and said, "Then please enter. However, only the 5 of you can come today, no one else is allowed. Moreover, for safety reasons it would be best if everyone puts away any weapons they may have on them. Otherwise it could look bad during the inspection." Uncle Yu's words caused the expressions of the people before him to change drastically. Shen Lingyu raised her eyebrows in anger and shouted, "Search us. What does Zhang Yi mean by this? Is this his attitude?" Wang Chang laughed heartily, pulling out a machete with a sinister expression, and cursed at Uncle Yu. "Zhang Yi is such a fool. How dare he set conditions at a time like this? You really don't fear for your lives." Huang Tianfang said coldly, "Is Zhang Yi blind? Can't he see what's happening right in front of him? With the dozens of you here, one spit from each of us could drown you all." Uncle Yu said no more nonsense and took out his phone. It turned out he had been keeping in touch with Zhang Yi, allowing Zhang Yi to understand the situation below. After hearing the rude tone of these people, Zhang Yi chuckled. "I see what's going on, just wait a moment." It seemed that a lesson needed to be taught to quell their arrogance. He had to let these guys know that having numbers didn't guarantee anything. Zhang Yi walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind howled through. He looked down and saw people everywhere. Zhang Yi took a grenade out from an alternate space, quickly pulled the pin using techniques he learned online, and threw it into the crowd in the distance. The people behind were watching the show. Although there were many of them, most had only come because the building heads had gathered them to increase numbers. Thus they felt they were merely there to watch the festivities. The thought of free food and clothing provided to them in the future made them very happy, chatting joyously about what lay ahead. Suddenly a sound of something cutting through the air reached them. The crowd instinctively looked up and saw an object falling. "What is that?" Some thought it was a thrown stone and didn't pay much attention as it was still quite far from them. Just as they were thinking, the grenade landed. Boom! A fireball erupted into the sky and 7 or 8 people near the impact point were blown away. Along with the falling snow, red blood and shattered limbs flew through the air. The deafening explosion triggered a wave of panic and screams. One grenade instantly killed 7 or 8 people, with 2 at the center being turned into a sieve by shrapnel. The shockwave and shrapnel also affected a dozen others, leaving them bleeding profusely. In such an environment, these injured were as good as dead. The sudden explosion startled everyone. After all, ordinary people never encountered something like a grenade in their... Even in an apocalyptic scenario, they never imagined they would be attacked by a grenade. The scene was chaotic. Although there were many people, they were just a rabble, most merely there to fill numbers. In an instant, chaos erupted, as everyone screamed and scrambled for their lives. Wang Chong and the other building heads turned pale with fear. What building heads? They were just ordinary people, merely bolder and more ruthless. They were also afraid of explosions. Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. The building heads among the crowd tried to suppress their fear and loudly commanded everyone to calm down. But they were not an army, there was no discipline to speak of. Even their subordinates and trusted men were scared out of their wits, huddling on the ground, covering their heads, or finding places to curl up. At that moment, a mocking voice came from Uncle Yu's phone. What's so great about having numbers? Wang Chong and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The grenade was actually thrown by Zhang. Where did he get a grenade? Why does he even have a grenade? Not only they, even Uncle Yu and Li Chengbin who followed were stunned. Only when they heard Zhang Yi's voice did they understand what was happening, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Still in shock, Uncle Yu coughed lightly and said to Wang Chong and the others, "Do you still have any objections now?" Wang Chong and the others were so frightened they couldn't even speak. They exchanged glances, realizing just how unfathomable Zhang Yi truly was. Having guns was one thing, but now he had also pulled out a sniper rifle. They could tolerate the sniper rifle, but how could a grenade suddenly appear now? They still held sticks and machetes, how could they possibly fight back? They had arrived in a fierce manner, but now their faces were incredibly grim. Wang Chong said with a sullen face, "We came here to negotiate, there's no need for this." In the phone came Zhang Yi's disdainful voice. "Do you really need over 1,000 people for a negotiation? I just find them annoying, so I'm helping you get rid of them." On the 13th floor, Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. "Oh, it's almost 2:30. You have 5 minutes. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, then there's no need to negotiate. Fight. What the hell? This is clearly a dimensional strike." Wang Chong and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Chun Lingyu clenched her legs tightly, biting her lip in pain. In fact, she had already wet herself in fear when the grenade exploded. But as a female building head, she absolutely could not let anyone know about this. "No, we came with sincerity to cooperate. Just wait a moment, we'll be there soon." Li Jian, anxious, hurriedly approached Uncle Yu and asked, "Could you please tell us what floor he's on?" Uncle Yu smirked slightly, appearing a bit smug. 13th floor. The 13th floor meant they had to climb 9 stories. Given their stamina, it would probably leave them gasping for breath. The few of them didn't dare delay, quickly leaving their weapons behind and rushing upstairs. From the window on the 13th floor, Zhang Yi watched over 1,000 residents of the residential complex scatter in panic. So much so that even he instinctively drew a sharp, cold breath. It was his first time ever wielding a grenade. Truth be told, he had not anticipated such devastating power. Perhaps years of watching overblown martial arts dramas had warped his expectations, where legendary heroes shrugged off grenades and hand grenades as if unscathed. In reality, modern thermal weaponry inflicts unimaginable devastation upon ordinary people. With just one grenade, Zhang Yi sent more than 1,000 fleeing like rats, and directly or indirectly claimed nearly 20 lives. Zhang Yi had originally intended to toss several more. Yet after the first explosion, the rest scattered like startled birds, rendering subsequent throws far less effective. Seeing how utterly ineffectual they were, he saw no point in squandering his grenades. After all, he possessed only 20 crates, and every single one had to be conserved. He settled into a chair, waiting for Wang Chong, Huang Tianfeng, and the others to arrive. Minutes later, the group arrived, panting heavily one by one. Climbing 9 flights in such biting cold pushed most people's stamina to its absolute limit. Only Huang Tianfeng, a construction worker, and Zhang Yunyan, the head of Building No. 5, fared relatively well. Zhang Yi knew something of Zhang Yunyan. He had once run a boxing gym, a man of genuine physical prowess. Yet to Zhang Yi, this was utterly irrelevant. Zhang Yi knew something of Zhang Yunyan. He had once run a boxing gym, a man of genuine physical prowess. Yet to Zhang Yi, this was utterly... "You've all arrived? Just the 5 of you?" Zhang Yi asked, voice flat and uninflected. Their meager numbers disappointed him. If he could not capture every building head in one decisive stroke, he would have to activate Plan B. Once their breathing steadied, the arrogance they'd carried earlier had all but evaporated. Facing a ruthless figure capable of hurling grenades at will. Who were they really? Li Jian, still catching his breath, said, "Yes, we're here, as representatives." "Oh," Zhang Yi replied coolly. "Then let's talk." Wang Chong and the others, now recovered, found seats, but none dared draw near Zhang Yi. Everyone knew he carried a firearm. Li Jian spoke first, fixing Zhang Yi with a solemn gaze. "Zhang Yi, you know full well how dire things have become. Everyone lacks clothing and food. Many have frozen or starved to death. I've even heard rumors. Some buildings have resorted to cannibalism. If this continues, none of us will survive. So please understand, we aren't singling you out. We simply wish to live, and thus had no choice but to approach you this way." Li Jian's tone had grown markedly more courteous. Yet had Zhang Yi withheld that grenade, his words would have been vastly different. Zhang Yi remained unmoved. "Spare me the emotional appeals. Do you truly believe such rhetoric holds weight now?" State your terms, directly. Psychologically, the 5 men opposite him were utterly subdued. Even their attempts at composure crumbled. The sheer exhaustion of scaling 9 flights left them at an immediate disadvantage. Indeed, this outcome had been precisely calculated by Zhang Yi. The building heads exchanged glances. Wang Chang nodded subtly toward Li Jian. Old Li, you speak. With armed confrontation ruled out, negotiation was their only recourse, and Li Jian's eloquence clearly made him their strongest voice. Frowning deeply, he paused briefly before speaking. What we seek are essential daily necessities. First, food. You must assist us in gathering supplies from outside. Second, materials for warmth, clothing, quilts, and the like. Li Jian paused again, whereupon the others locked their eyes onto him, tense and expectant. Reluctantly, he continued, should our cooperation proceed smoothly, we could even assign personnel to accompany you on supply runs. The more resources everyone contributes, the better, for all of us. Satisfied with his delivery, Li Jian turned back to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Whatever Li Jian uttered always sounded pleasing to the ear, yet Zhang Yi was no fool. He instantly detected the subtext beneath the polished phrasing. Language is an art. Identical demands voiced differently yield profoundly divergent outcomes, and Zhang Yi grasped the implication immediately. He gave a cold, humorless laugh. I see what you mean. You want me to procure food and essentials for you, with no specified quantity. In other words, no upper limit. Before Li Jian could respond, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. Without another word, he drew his pistol and slammed it down. Before Li Jian could respond, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. Without another word, he drew his pistol and slammed it down on the table with a thunderous bang. The 5 men blanched, instinctively recoiling, only to find the doorway already sealed by Uncle Yu. And Zhang Yi, what is the meaning of this? Let me tell you plainly. Even if you kill us, the entire neighborhood will never forgive you. Wang Chang shouted, his bravado brittle and hollow. Mr. Zhang, please calm down. We can discuss this rationally. Li Jian pleaded, waving his hands. Zhang Yi merely smiled faintly. Why so tense? I merely found this handgun inconvenient, so I took it out to air it. Relax. Please sit down. Let's continue. Their faces remained grim, yet they sat. Zhang Yi declared, first, I will not accept any of your proposed terms. They began to protest, only for Zhang Yi to raise a hand, halting them mid-sentence. Wait, let me finish. Do you honestly expect me to shoulder the survival of the entire neighborhood? Don't be absurd. No one, not even the most capable, could possibly manage that. 30 buildings, over 1,000 souls. Just searching for provisions each day would exhaust anyone to death. Most critically, I doubt any of you possess the virtue to share scarce rations with neighbors while starving yourselves. Zhang Yi delivered the barb with sardonic flair, his gaze sweeping across the 5 men. They exchanged uneasy glances, silent. Only Li Jian's frown deepened further. He weighed costs and benefits carefully. His building alone adhered to the harmonious home model where resources were shared equitably, ensuring the highest survival rate thus far. Seeing no objections, Zhang Yi continued, now I'll present my terms for cooperation. Consider whether they're viable. Refuse them, and I won't revise them. We fight. The 5 men wore varied expressions. Frankly, they feared Zhang Yi's overwhelming strength. In single combat, he could effortlessly overwhelm any one of them, or even several united against him. Raising a single finger, Zhang Yi stated, first, I will supply you with provisions, primarily food. But quantities are strictly limited, 10 rations per building. Who receives them, and how they're distributed, is entirely your internal affair. That amounts to feeding over 300 people daily, the absolute limit of my capacity. As Zhang Yi spoke, the 5 men lowered their heads in silent contemplation. They hadn't truly expected him to sustain the entire neighborhood, yet at minimum, they needed to secure survival for their own factions. 10 rations is far too few. Chun Lingyu objected first. Our building still shelters 76 people, including over 20 of my company staff. How then are we to divide 10 portions? So, negotiation is off the table. Zhang Yi shot her a frigid glance. Only then did Chun Lingyu recall his warning, no agreement, then war. Huang Tianfang interjected hastily, hold on. Chun Lingyu, you're not speaking for all of us. I believe the ration quantity remains negotiable. Huang Tianfang of course welcomed the proposal wholeheartedly. His Tianhe gang had suffered heavy losses at Zhang Yi's hands, leaving only 7 loyalists besides himself. 10 rations would suffice comfortably, for 8 people. As for the rest, eliminate them, problem solved. Wang Chang studied Zhang Yi torn. He still commanded 16 followers. 10 rations clearly fell short. Yet alternatives existed, pruned 6 members, simple optimization. 10 portions is insufficient. We'll struggle to justify this to other buildings, Wang Chang remarked, deliberately seeking leverage for better terms. Zhang Yi stared impassively. 300 daily meals. Is that truly little? A single clause had fractured their fragile alliance. Disparate numbers of followers created irreconcilable disparity. Li Jian's face clouded with worry. His authority as building head rested entirely upon equitable distribution. If 80-plus residents had to share 10 rations, his leadership would collapse overnight. The harmonious home would shatter, plunging into chaos far bloodier than rival buildings' brutal infighting. Glancing sideways, Li Jian noted Wang Chang's and Huang Tianfang's growing receptivity. He quickly urged Zhang Yi, let us deliberate further. Please state your remaining conditions. Zhang Yi acquiesced calmly. Very well. Next, what you must provide in return for my provisions. His right hand rested on the table 2 centimeters from the pistol, tapping rhythmically. If we intend to preserve 300 sparks of humanity, sustainability is non-negotiable. Relying solely on scavenging is unsustainable. No one knows how long this snowfall will last. Thus, self-sufficiency and labor must begin now. Zhang Yi produced a packet of corn seeds from behind his back and tossed it onto the table before them. During my expeditions, I secured a stock of grain seeds. Cultivating crops offers a steady, renewable food source. He added, half joking, just as our ancestors did. Food earned by honest labor of the hands. Li Jian and the other 4 leaders exchanged bewildered glances, all unsure of what Zhang Yi was up to. Planting. Becoming farmers. Wasn't that a joke? Huang Tianfang said discontentedly, have you ever farmed? In such cold weather all the crops would freeze to death. Zhang Yi replied, hey, you can't say that. Back in Siberia weren't they promoting corn vigorously? If you think corn is not viable, I have other seeds here, potato.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
But Zhang Yi said seriously, so what if it's cold? Haven't we survived? This snow disaster could last for quite a while. Perhaps you've noticed the higher-ups are all in hiding, preparing for a long-term. This indicates that the apocalypse will last for a considerable time. If we don't grow crops, food will deplete quickly. At that time, wouldn't everyone be doomed? As for where to plant, that's easy to solve. Zhang Yi pointed outside, isn't there? As long as we clear the snow, there's land underneath. To overcome the low temperatures, we can consider underground planting. Although this process is tough, we must attempt it. Only in this way can we maintain a complete ecological chain and allow everyone to survive in the apocalypse. Among the 5, Huang Tianfang and Li Jian appeared somewhat moved. Huang Tianfang had been a farmer and was quite skilled in agriculture. If they could solve the food problem through farming, he would undoubtedly have an advantage over the urban residents in the community. Li Jian believed that their unit had a large number of people, all of whom were valuable labor. If they developed an agricultural model, his influence in the community would also increase. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Yi with suspicion. He had no intention of farming himself, but as the leader of Unit 21, he could certainly have others do the work. Li Jian suddenly asked, if we are to develop agriculture, we must provide enough food. In that case, 300 portions of food are too little. Zhang Yi smiled with a slight curl of his lips, but the number of people I need is more than 300. He spread his hands. All right, it's time to discuss my second condition in detail. That is, each building needs to send someone out to organize farmland. I need to see your labor progress every day. After all, I am not out there working hard just to feed idle people. Zhang Yi looked at everyone, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, while the others calculated in their minds. These are my 2 conditions. As long as you agree, I will promise to provide you with supplies. Moreover, the quality of food for 300 people will also be guaranteed. He added, in the future, I will also provide cigarettes, alcohol, clothing, and even medical supplies. At this statement, some could no longer sit still. Wang Chang suddenly stood up, exclaiming loudly, you can get cigarettes. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Huang Tianfang's lips trembled with excitement. Do you have cigarettes? Hurry, give me one to try. I haven't smoked in half a month, been going crazy. These 2 are seasoned smokers, and being unable to smoke for over half a month is more unbearable than being killed. Their agitation was also related to withdrawal symptoms. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, took out a pack of Likun from his pocket, and tossed each of them a cigarette. The 2 greedily looked at the cigarettes in their hands, and hurriedly put them in their mouths. Fire, anyone got fire? Here, hurry, and light it. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang were so eager that they rushed to the side, trembling as they lit their cigarettes. Then they put them in their mouths, and took a deep puff. White smoke billowed from their nostrils, and both wore expressions of anger. They could go without food, but not smoking it would truly drive them mad. Zhang Yi's smile grew wider. Now my conditions are laid out here. Do you agree? At this moment, Chun Lingyu tightly crossed her legs, her mind occupied with the wetness of her pants, shivering from the cold, yet not daring to express it. Zhang Yuni, being muscular and not very bright, was completely baffled by Zhang Yi's conditions for farming and didn't know. Only Li Jian initially intended to argue rationally and negotiate further conditions. However, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Wang Chang. As long as you can guarantee me cigarettes in the future, I can agree to all these conditions. But it's agreed that I must receive at least 2 packs a day. Huang Tianfang added, I have the same condition. Zhang Yi replied, I can only give you 1 pack at most per day. I can't find more. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang quickly agreed. All right, it's settled, 1 pack a day. You must bring. Zhang Yi smiled and spread his hands. So we have reached a consensus in today's negotiations, right? Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang were not particularly clever individuals. Moreover, cigarettes are highly addictive and can easily undermine one's will. As long as they can get cigarettes, they would not care about. The 2 accepted the benefits Zhang Yi offered without any objections. However, Li Jian said, we still need to discuss this. Still, since the client had made the request, of course the company would strive to fulfill it. With a confident smile, Wu Huiran said, that won't be a problem at all. My conditions are laid out here, and this is my utmost sincerity and bottom line. If you disagree again, we will only resort to armed conflict. The words armed conflict were emphasized by Zhang Yi. This was a reminder to the people present that if they fought him, it would be like battling with swords and guns. Wang Chang extended his hand towards Zhang Yi. I have no issues, just give me a cigarette. Zhang Yi scoffed. What are you joking? Aren't you all supposed to be united? These conditions haven't officially taken effect until you give me a clear response. So if you want to smoke, you'll have to wait until you've confirmed your decision. Wang Chong took deep puffs from his cigarette, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. He impatiently told Li Jian and the others, what are we waiting for? Don't we have what we want? Let's just do as he said. Li Jian said, but this is too. Wang Chong glared, what do you mean too? I said let's go ahead. Don't waste time or I hate you nagging people. Huang Tianfang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, I think this is about right. Zhang Yi is showing us favor, and we should also understand his difficulties, shouldn't we? Li Jian's face was as dark as water, internally scolding Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang. These two foolish teammates were actually starting an internal conflict right in front of each other. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang, driven by their craving for nicotine, would have leapt at Zhang Yi's terms if it meant securing a single pack of cigarettes each day. Chun Lingyu, having wet herself, found her attention consumed by the shame and discomfort between her legs, leaving her scarcely any mental clarity to spare. Li Jian could only force himself to speak. This demand is indeed severe. We cannot make such a decision unilaterally, otherwise the other blocks will not agree. Zhang Yunyan kept his arms folded. He was not the sharpest of men. In his view, so long as Zhang Yi could supply food, however meager, he as head of Building 5 would never truly go hungry. But since others had already spoken, he affected solemnity and added, yes, this matter cannot be decided lightly. I think we should discuss it further. Zhang Yi's expression shifted and his voice grew cold. Discuss further? Are you mocking me? If the 5 of you cannot decide for the whole community, why claim to represent them in negotiations? Outside the door, Yu Dashu and his men tightened their grip on their weapons and closed in their faces hard and grave. A chill ran through Wang Chong and the others. If Zhang Yi chose to kill them, it would be far too simple. He had a gun and they had nothing. They were defenseless. Wang Chong hurriedly reached out to placate Zhang Yi. Don't be hasty. Who says we lack authority? He shot a glare at Li Jian and Zhang Yunyan and continued, wasn't it agreed that the 5 of us would decide? The others wouldn't dare refuse, would they? If you ask me, Zhang Yi's terms are acceptable, Wang Chong added. Barely into his 20s, Wang Chong had little real-world experience. He had committed the cardinal sin of negotiation by revealing his hand and rushing to declare his position. After all, though he was called a building chief, he was merely a bully and a street tough. Li Jian and Chun Lingyu watched Wang Chong's display with venomous hatred, wishing they could strike him down. But the words had been spoken and could not be retracted. Not only Wang Chong, but also Huang Tianfang stepped forward to support the stance, since he commanded the fewest loyal men. The supplies intended for 10 people would be more than sufficient for their group, with daily cigarettes to boot. Life would feel almost heavenly. Old Huang said, we should be understanding. Zhang Yi has his difficulties. Let's not push him too far. To curry favor, Huang Tianfang thumped his chest and declared, Zhang Yi'll state my position first. I agree. Wang Chong quickly echoed, me too. Zhang Yunyan kept his brow furrowed, attempting the air of contemplation. Facing such a scene for the first time, he had no real words, so he simply feigned depth. In short, he put on an act. Of the 5, only Li Jian and Chun Lingyu showed any actual sense. Yet Chen Lingjia's condition had dulled her wits, leaving Li Jian to stand alone and overwhelmed. Their small band fell into chaos, bickering among themselves. Zhang Yi sat by the window, studying them with quiet interest while casting sidelong glances at the activity below. Suddenly his brow tightened, as something was amiss. The same men who had scattered at the blast of his grenade were now regrouping in clusters and creeping toward Building 25. A faint curl touched Zhang Yi's mouth. An attack launched during negotiations was exactly the sort of gambit he had. After all, within Building 25, the fiercest combat power resided in Zhang Yi himself. Indeed, over 99% of that power flowed from the weapon he held. With Zhang Yi detained upstairs by negotiations, others might seize the opportunity to strike and take 25, a classic stratagem. But Zhang Yi was no fool. Would he stand unguarded with 1,000 people milling outside? Surveying the restless crowd, Zhang Yi addressed the 5 building chiefs. Did you arrange people to stage an assault while we were negotiating? Wang Chong and the others answered with obvious bewilderment. Wang Chong scoffed. What are you talking about? We're right here. Why would we send men to attack us? That would be suicidal. Zhang Yi offered a faint smile. I thought as much. Still, if that is the case, you should investigate this when you return. It was unlikely those attackers had been planted by the 5 before him. They all knew Zhang Yi possessed a firearm capable of wiping them out. Only 2 explanations remained. Either the other building chiefs had chosen to abandon these 5, using them as bait to divert Zhang Yi's attention while they struck 25, or their own subordinates had risen up to seize power, launching an attack regardless of their leader's fate. Li Jian grasped the truth first, his face drained of color as he sprang to his feet. They've begun the attack. Wang Chong, Huang Tianfang, Chun Lingyu, and Zhang Yunyan paled at the cry. Those damned fools. Who ordered this? They demanded.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
He roared, leveling the gun's dark muzzle at the 5. At once Yu Dashu and his men burst in, sealing off every... Confronted by the massive rifle, the 5 were stricken with terror. Zhang Yi, we didn't do it. Don't shoot, please don't. Wang Chong's brow beaded with sweat. Chun Lingyu could bear it no longer. She collapsed to the floor, her shame and fear worsening her condition. Zhang Yi ignored their pleas and set the rifle on the windowsill. Below, the crowd had begun to mass at the temporary main gate of 25, and an assault could ignite at any instant. He took aim at a tall figure within the throng and squeezed the trigger. The shot thundered through the compound. The leader of Building 11 erupted under the impact, gore and fragments spattered across the snow. The would-be attackers froze in stunned horror. A second shot cracked, and another head was pierced by the bullet. Only then did panic seize the crowd. Some fled desperately, others flung themselves prone in the snow. Zhang Yi's cold gaze, like a grim reaper, continued to harvest lives without mercy. Out of a cruel whim, he chose not to fire at those who were desperately running back, but instead trained his rifle on those flattened on the ground. You floor crawlers, think yourselves clever. Then he'll slaughter you first. The heavy rifle thundered through the compound. Those lying prone twitched once before their skulls burst. The 5 building chiefs in the negotiation room were struck dumb and shaken to their cores by the spectacle. Watching Zhang Yi fire and kill, they finally understood how fearsome this man truly was. Zhang Yi slaughtered over a dozen people in one breath. Have you ever played that game where you toss stones into a pond to scatter tadpoles? In spring, countless tadpoles gather in shallow streams, swimming together in dense, undulating clusters. When you hurl a stone into the water, the swarm instantly disperses with a sharp splash. Exhilarating, almost hypnotic. To Zhang Yi, killing felt much the same. Spotting clusters of people, he targeted the most conspicuous individuals first. The rest, paralyzed by terror, fled in blind panic. The surviving residents watched helpless and wide-eyed as those beside them fell lifeless. Their clothes were spattered with blood and brain matter, a visceral, undeniable testament to his lethality. In that moment, resistance evaporated, courage abandoned them entirely. Their clothes were spattered with blood and brain matter, a visceral, undeniable testament to his lethality. In that moment, resistance evaporated. He spoke quietly. Have you made your decision? Even Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang, the most ruthless among them, now trembled uncontrollably. It was primal awe, the human instinctive dread of firearms. Wang Chang swallowed hard audibly, then raised his hand. I accept both terms you proposed. Huang Tianfang quickly added, I have no objections either. Zhang Yunyan and Chun Lingyu remained silent, speechless, perhaps frozen, merely raising their hands in mute assent. Li Jian, seeing the other 4 yield, lifted his right hand with bitter resignation. I agree too. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Very well. Labor begins today. Tomorrow afternoon I'll summon you to collect supplies. He paused, voice cool and deliberate. And do work diligently. Don't disappoint me. I'll be watching you closely. No deception, no games. They all nodded in unison. Zhang Yi waved dismissive. You may go. Li Jian left first, shoulders slumped, followed by Zhang Yunyan. Chun Lingyu walked awkwardly, her body trembling so violently she nearly lost her balance. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang lingered, reluctant to depart. Zhang Yi, could you spare that pack of cigarettes? After all, we're allies now, aren't we? Wang Chang pointed at the cigarette pack in Zhang Yi's hand, eyes burning with raw longing. Huang Tianfang panicked, fearing Wang would claim it all. Wang Chang, don't hoard it. He turned to Zhang Yi, flashing an ingratiating smile. Zhang Yi, I haven't smoked in ages. Would you please share? Zhang Yi glanced at them, then tossed the half-pack onto the floor. Instantly, both men lunged forward like starved. 2 grown men wrestled shamelessly on the ground for a mere half-pack of Lacune cigarettes. You little bastard, daring to challenge your elder. Old man Huang, don't tempt fate. Let go now, or else. In the end, the pack tore apart. Each seized a few crumpled sticks, glared fiercely, and stormed out of the negotiation building. The crisis at Building 25 had temporarily subsided. Zhang Yi holstered his sniper rifle and sat calmly in his chair, serene, unruffled. Yet this outcome fell short of his ideal. He had originally intended to eliminate all 29 other building leaders, but perfection remained theoretical. This arrangement, superficial cooperation masking inevitable infighting, was strategically sound. He would wait, then strike at the perfect moment. Zhang Yi felt no urgency. With abundant supplies and superior living conditions, he stood unassailable atop time itself. After the 5 building leaders departed, residents of Building 25 collectively exhaled, then rushed to Zhang Yi, eager for news of the meeting's outcome. He told them plainly, under my armed authority, they conceded. We must supply 300 rations daily to secure peace. Moreover, every resident must contribute labor, cultivating land, establishing agriculture, embracing sustain. Neighbors stared dumbfounded. 300 rations. Can we even manage that? And if we give all our food to them, what about us? None understood why Zhang Yi had imposed such terms, especially since he'd never consulted them in making the decision. Zhang Yi replied, calm and unhurried. Without this agreement, what would you do? Fight the entire neighborhood, over 1,000 enraged residents. He gave a cold, mirthless laugh. I'm indifferent. No matter how many come, I fear none. But can you withstand them? Faces fell, silence descended thick with shame. 99% of Building 25's combat capability resided solely in Zhang Yi, his overwhelming firepower, his impregnable fortress. Should he simply walk away, he would thrive regardless. But what of them? Would they not be hunted down, slaughtered, skewered like kebabs by the furious tenants? Zhang Yi spoke softly, don't worry. I'll search for food myself. No matter what, I will ensure none of you starve. Heads lifted, eyes glistened. tears shimmering with disbelief, gratitude, and profound emotion. Zhang Yi, a woman choked back sobs. You've made me cry. You're bearing the entire weight of building 25 upon your shoulders alone. I'm truly grateful. Zhang Yi, we judged you rightly. You are a leader worthy of our deepest respect. Their eyes brimmed with tears, hearts swelling with reverence. The crushing burden of securing sustenance rested solely upon Zhang Yi. He sighed softly, his tone softening. His gaze swept slowly across the crowd, grave, solemn, resonant. Please don't weep. I know some of you once viewed me harshly, as cruel, even monstrous. But however you see me, my wish has always been sincere for all of you to live, truly live. Not just me, Zhang Yi, but each and every soul here. Zhang Lei wiped his tears and declared loudly, Brother Zhang, we swear to honor your grace. We will. Others murmured agreement. Think carefully. Though Zhang Yi killed 70 or 80, everyone deserved death. He never initiated violence against innocents. He acted only in self-defense. He treated us fairly, even kindly. Perhaps we misjudged him all along. He is a good man. From this day forward, I pledge full loyalty to Zhang Yi and to every decision he makes. His kindness is a debt we could never repay. Zhang Yi moved his neighbors so deeply that they wiped away tears and returned to work. Only Uncle Yu remained behind, approaching Zhang Yi and scrutinizing him intently for a long while, as if he had never known him at all. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have a great auntie written across my face? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Uncle Yu's expression turned awkward, and he shook his head. No, it's just that you seem strangely different today, unlike the person you used to be. Zhang Yi knew precisely what was churning in Uncle Yu's mind. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as his eyelids lowered slightly. Do you find it puzzling why I agreed to such a cooperative arrangement with them? Uncle Yu nodded. Indeed, it feels like compromise, utterly unlike your former self. After all, they required food for 300 people daily. Transporting provisions solely by Zhang Yi's snowmobile was exhausting. And with so many mouths to feed, how many buried supermarkets would one need to excavate from the snow to sustain them all? Uncle Yu was baffled. In his understanding, Zhang Yi was neither malicious nor weak, and certainly no saint given to indiscriminate compassion. Zhang Yi did not rush to explain. Instead, he glanced toward the door and pointed outward. Is anyone out there? Hearing this, Uncle Yu immediately went to inspect the area, returning only after confirming absolute solitude. No one is there. Zhang Yi nodded. Some words demanded secrecy, never meant for outside ears. Otherwise, his carefully staged performance, which had just deceived his neighbors, would have been utterly wasted. He told Uncle Yu, cooperating with them is merely a temporary expedient. Today I had originally intended to summon all the building captains and execute them without mercy. Then each residential block would descend into chaos, leaderless and fractured, giving me the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. Yet today they sent only 5 representatives. Even though these were the most powerful captains among 29 blocks, eliminating them alone would accomplish little. Others have already formed alliances. Thus I must suppress my urge to kill. Feign weakness, letting them believe I dare not confront all 29 blocks simultaneously, and thereby appear to yield to their demands. At this, Uncle Yu's eyes lit up. He raised his thumb toward Zhang Yi. Ah, I see. That makes perfect sense. That's exactly how I knew your earlier behavior didn't match your true nature. Zhang Yi nodded, reassured. You understand? Uncle Yu shook his head. I don't quite grasp it, but somehow it sounds profoundly logical. Zhang Yi fell silent, then drew a deep breath, inwardly rolling his eyes. In short, lull them into complacency first, then strike when they expose their vulnerabilities. And moreover, I've dug 2 massive traps for them. As he spoke, a devilish smile curled across Zhang Yi's lips. Uncle Yu, utterly captivated, urged eagerly. Tell me the details, quickly. Zhang Yi again glanced toward the door and gestured outward. Go check, see if anyone's there. Mistaking the gesture for an actual sighting, Uncle Yu dashed off instantly. After searching thoroughly, he found no one, and returned puzzled. I saw no one at all. Oh, I saw no one either. I simply wished to confirm once more. What if someone happened to pass by mid-conversation? Uncle Yu fell silent. Zhang Yi cleared his throat. Ahem, right. Let's continue. The first trap lies in scarcity: 10 rations per building. Thus supplies will inevitably run short. As the ancient saying goes, it is not scarcity that breeds resentment, but everyone witnesses the distribution firsthand. Yet once the building captains collect the food, they do not distribute it evenly among their residents. So, what do you suppose unfolds within each block? This time Uncle Yu grasped it instantly. They'll turn on each other. Exactly, civil strife. Zhang Yi nodded. Those denied sustenance will plummet from fleeting hope into profound despair, deeper and darker than before. Such agony surpasses even death itself. True, they had no food before either. But then everyone starved equally. Fairness, however grim, prevailed. Even if some perished first, others could not escape freezing or starving to death. Their fates were shared and inevitable. Zhang Yi's smile deepened. But once they learn that 10 individuals per building may secure lasting stable nourishment, and thus survive, do you think their mindset remains unchanged? Uncle Yu pondered briefly, then shuddered involuntarily. Such psychological manipulation was chillingly cruel, first granting hope, then ruthlessly stripping it away. All face death equally, yet some seize life by exploiting others' sacrifice. The humiliation of being discarded, scorned, and singled out for injustice drives men mad. Zhang Yi gazed out the window as the 5 building captains departed. Residents from other blocks gradually dispersed. Soon brutal infighting and slaughter would erupt within every residential block. Utter despair extinguishes before dying. One seeks only to drag another down with them. And then, things grow truly interesting. Zhang Yi said, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. Uncle Yu watched Zhang Yi's unruffled composure, awestruck yet trembling inwardly. He felt profound relief at having never stood against him. Zhang Yi, you're astonishingly brilliant and terrifying. Uncle Yu murmured in reverence. Zhang Yi, however, shook his head. His gaze remained as calm and unyielding as the snow beyond the glass. No. Though I possess some intellect, I refuse to see myself as a master manipulator, someone who toys with lives through sheer cunning. This situation arose not from genius, but from composure. I am well-fed and warmly clothed. I sleep soundly each night, unburdened by hunger or cold. I wield overwhelming firepower, enough to meet them heating. My fortress stands impregnable, immune to their. When such advantages converge, I feel no fear, no mental fog. They, however, hesitate, second-guess, and falter, intellect dulled by desperation. With wry levity, Zhang Yi added, even a world champion boxer would lose to me in the ring after 30 days without food, wouldn't he? Uncle Yu blinked. 30 days without food. Wouldn't he be dead? Zhang Yi replied matter-of-fact, exactly. How could a corpse possibly defeat me? At first Uncle Yu thought it mere sophistry, yet upon reflection recognized it as irrefutable truth. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, what I use is not some underhanded scheme, but rather a straightforward approach. That group of people are not all fools. There are some clever ones among them like Li Jian and Chun Lingyu whose minds are filled with twists and turns. They definitely guess that my goal is to weaken their power. But what of it? I have already demonstrated overwhelming martial prowess and attracted the fools among them with sufficient benefits. The proportion of fools among the rabble far exceeds that of the wise. Li Jian and Chun Lingyu do not hold the power of speech and lack the strength to persuade everyone. Those who only see immediate benefits and cut off their own arms will always be the majority. Like Lu Yilong, who self-destructively killed the general Tan Daoji. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Ancient emperors often did such foolish things, let alone the people in this corner of. Uncle Yu listened bewildered. His education level was insufficient to support his understanding of Zhang Yi's words, and he could only gaze at Zhang Yi with wise eyes. He scratched his head and said, what you said makes so much sense. He could only smile to hide his embarrassment. He then changed the subject and immediately asked, but why do you want them to farm? In this cold weather, trying to grow crops is simply impossible, right? Zhang Yi looked towards the door. This time Uncle Yu had learned to be clever, proactively checking the surroundings, then said, there isn't a single person outside. You can speak freely now. Zhang Yi smiled and said, some things are actually very simple. Don't overthink it. I let them farm merely to exacerbate their conflicts while exhausting their physical strength. He spread his hands. After all, the only thing they can offer now is their worthless physical strength. Uncle Yu furrowed his brows and pondered for a long time before finally managing to say, is this the strategy of tiring the troops? That's the idea. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Today, I didn't eliminate all their leaders. Next time we strike, there will definitely be more to kill. I must weaken their combat strength as much as possible. Zhang Yi said, leaning closer to Uncle Yu with a serious expression in his eyes. I do not trust any of these people. The conflict between them and me is irreconcilable, and sooner or later we will clash. So I cannot let my guard down during this time. Also, what I say must be kept confidential. After this exchange, Uncle Yu was deeply impressed by Zhang Yi's wisdom. He nodded slowly and firmly. I understand. Zhang Yi, now the hope for our family's survival rests entirely. I will do whatever you say. Zhang Yi nodded with a reassuring smile. All right, then let's proceed according to the plan, and let's see how far they can go. Zhang Yi only told Uncle Yu part of the truth. In fact, he had more contingencies that he hadn't disclosed. Because Zhang Yi had already learned that someone in Building 25 was secretly colluding with others. An insider had previously made a move against him and would certainly do so again in the future. For instance, that time when the Wolf Gang ambushed him in the snowy terrain. Zhang Yi returned to his residence and checked the surveillance of Zhou Qir's room. Currently, Zhou Qir was under even tighter control by Zhang Yi. After all, a great battle was imminent. Even though Zhang Yi believed Zhou Qir was not foolish enough to betray him, it was better to be cautious. If he lost, he would be risking his life. No one is careless when it comes to matters of life and death. Zhou Qir's phone had been confiscated by Zhang Yi. Whenever he left, he would lock her in her small room, forbidding her from coming out. However, Zhou Qir's ability to self-regulate was quite good. She was a smart woman, knowing what she should do and what she shouldn't. At the very least, she wouldn't provoke Zhang Yi's authority, so whatever Zhang Yi asked her to do, she would obediently comply. After all, she was the maid and Zhang Yi was the master. And the master's orders were absolute. At this moment, Zhou Qir was doing yoga in her room. Her upper body was clad in a pink spaghetti strap top, and her ample figure fluctuated with her graceful movements, even raising concerns that the thin fabric might not withstand the weight and fall off. Her lower body was clad in a pair of brown yoga pants, showcasing her perfect leg lines. An elegant split was perfectly presented on the floor with her taut calves leading to her voluptuous thighs, clearly a result of regular exercise. Zhang Yi approached her door and took out his key to unlock it. Zhou Qier looked up at Zhang Yi, beads of sweat dampening her hair. A strand of hair clung to her forehead, adding an indescribable allure. "You're back." Zhou Qier was delighted to see Zhang Yi bending her legs to stand up, her eyes sparkling with genuine. She knew Zhang Yi had gone to handle something significant today, and seeing his relaxed expression, it was clear that things had. Zhou Qier walked up to Zhang Yi, wrapped her arms around his neck, and with sparkling eyes asked, "How did the negotiations go?" Her voluptuous figure naturally pressed against Zhang Yi's chest. That feeling could only be described with one sentence: content of the negotiations with Zhou Qier. It probably didn't. Zhang Yi did not feel like he was melting. Instead, he was invigorated. He embraced Zhou Qier, kissing her passionately, then lay back on the sofa with her. "In the coming days we will do this." Zhang Yi shared the content of the negotiations with Zhou Qier. It probably didn't mean much. It was just a man wanting to share his thoughts with a woman while dealing with significant matters. "These next few days might be quite chaotic. You should stay home as usual and not go anywhere." Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, his tone turning cold. "After a while the trouble will completely disappear." Zhou Qier leaned against Zhang Yi's chest, feeling puzzled because Zhang Yi had only given a rough outline and hadn't touched on the important parts. Yet she still revealed a happy smile. Because Zhang Yi didn't let her venture out, it showed that he still cared about her. For a woman, nothing is more important than that. "Zhang Yi, you must be carrying a lot on your shoulders. And I can't help you with anything. Sometimes I really feel quite useless." Zhou Qier's heart held a twinge of guilt. Zhang Yi glanced down at her, thinking, "I buy insurance not to recoup the cost, but to have a safety net in case something goes wrong one day. You, the chief physician, I wish I would never need your services." Zhou Qier's complexion suddenly flushed tightly, hugging, "But there are some things I can still help with, like relieving your stress and such." In the following period, the focus of the conflict shifted away from Zhang Yi. Through a negotiation, Zhang Yi successfully created a rift within their loose alliance, further exacerbated by the limited food supply of only 10 portions per building, which led to significant internal hazards. He would observe when and how the conflict would arise, but regardless of the outcome, it would only benefit Zhang Yi, bringing, as predicted by Zhang Yi after Wang Chang, Huang Tianfang, Li Jianchen, Lingyu, and Zhang Yinian returned to conflict. While the five were still negotiating with Zhang Yi, others disregarded their lives and attempted to storm Building 25. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's intimidation with a sniper rifle, the five would certainly not have survived. Thus they were all seething with anger. After leaving Building 25, these individuals began to settle accounts with those who had made the initial decisions. The entire afternoon was filled with screams, and a bloody cleansing began. However, the next day life seemed to return to normal. Regardless of how many people had died, those who survived had to continue fighting for their lives. People from each building were also sent to the central square to clear snow. Zhang Yi knew that the building leaders had undoubtedly collaborated to conceal the matter of the 10 portions of supplies. Otherwise, most residents wouldn't be so obediently going downstairs to work. The wind and snow today seemed milder than. With thousands of residents in the community, it was a rare, harmonious gathering, and surprisingly, it was not for fighting over supplies, but for communal labor. Everyone held tools, watching their neighbors laboring around them. Initially, the smiles on their faces were a bit awkward, but it's been a long time since we've all come out together. Before the snow disaster struck, our community was so lively. Yes, I remember you had a big golden retriever, so cute. Oh yes, our Jean is very well behaved, so adorable that it tugs at your heartstrings. Even if you hit it with a stick or cut it with a knife, it won't bite. Oh, haha, let's not talk about that anymore. After the snow disaster, it'll get another one. By then we might only be able to keep polar bears. Let's hurry up and work. Our building leader said the more we do, the more right, we need to work. Let's experience a farmer's life. Things are looking up for us. An elderly man looked up at the sky, which was a gloomy gray-white, yet he felt as if he could see the sun, albeit faint. It seemed as if the snow clouds were about to disperse, and bright sunshine would eventually illuminate the land, driving away all the cold. Our community has reached a peace agreement, and we won't have to fight and kill every day anymore. We can eat our fill and wear warm clothes. Life is getting better, the elderly man said, smiling contentedly. The atmosphere in the entire community became exceptionally harmonious, as everyone worked and chatted happily. Although the wind and snow continued, the residents felt less hardship because they had hope. In fact, the presence of so many people raised the temperature significantly. Wang Chang and the other building leaders oversaw the work with their subordinates nearby. The neighbors had long since grown accustomed to them enjoying the most resources without doing any work. The only one still working diligently was Li Jian. Unlike others who appeared joyful, he wore a grim expression, silently focusing on shoveling snow. Zhang Yi, fully armed, walked downstairs. Upon seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Hey Zhang Yi, are you going out to find supplies?" Huang Tianfang from the adjacent building waved at Zhang Yi from a distance, not forgetting to raise 2 fingers, reminding Zhang Yi not to forget to bring him the cigarettes he had promised. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Yes, everyone is working hard, so I can't be idle. Don't worry, your cigarettes are guaranteed." From another direction, Wang Chang from Building 21's voice came over. "Zhang Yi, can you handle it alone? If there's too much stuff, I can go with you." Zhang Yi laughed heartily, saying, "Look at you, don't I have a snowmobile? With it I can carry anything." "That settles it, wait for me to come back. By the way, tell everyone not to slack off and work hard. When I return, I'll check. If the work isn't done well, food will be deducted," Zhang Yi said with a broad smile. Then he pretended to head towards the garage, and soon the sound of the engine was heard as he rode away on his snowmobile. Watching Zhang Yi leave, Wang Chang's expression darkened. Where exactly is that vehicle of his parked? I've searched all around, and there's nothing. Huang Tianfeng murmured softly. So that thing is called a snowmobile, not a sled. Zhang Yi left the community and glanced back at the harmonious scene, within feeling a strange sense of irony. However, he didn't have time to feel pity for those leaks. Though they had no grievances with Zhang Yi, their sheer numbers posed a threat. Allowing them to resolve their issues among themselves was beneficial and harmless to Zhang Yi. This time Zhang Yi didn't head directly to the supermarket, but instead arrived at the Tianhai Mingzhu shopping mall in Tianhai. Tianhai Mingzhu is a famous old mall in Tianhai City, with a history of 70 years. In this land where every inch is valuable, Tianhai Mingzhu is renowned for its affordable and quality goods. The main structure of Tianhai Mingzhu is a 12-story shopping building, which rarely houses large brand stores, mostly consisting of small shops of around 20 to 30 square meters. Inside there are many stores selling cheap jewelry and knockoff clothing. Additionally, there are shops for underwear, hardware, and trimming pants. Zhang Yi came here because he knew there was a veterinary store. Upon arriving at Tianhai Mingzhu, the main building was also embedded in the snow, exposing its upper half. The rat poison from the veterinary shop is a hot-selling product, thus the stock is quite ample. Soon Zhang Yi retrieved 2 boxes totaling more than 30 bottles of rat poison. With this quantity, it should be no problem to poison 300 people, right? Even if they don't die from it, they will at least suffer from organ failure, and without treatment, they are doomed to perish. Zhang Yi looked at the small bottles in his hand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Were they not asking Zhang Yi to help gather food? No problem if they were unafraid of death. Zhang Yi certainly had nothing to say. One could only say thank them for their trust in Zhang Yi. However, administering the poison should not be rushed. Especially in the initial stages, they would definitely be cautious, allowing others to try it first. But could they be that careful every time? Zhang Yi felt they could not, especially given the current shortage of food. The onset time of the rat poison is between 10 to 30 minutes. He specifically checked. Even if they had someone test it, not everyone understands this aspect. Having dealt with the rat poison, Zhang Yi did not rush back. After all, he needed to perform the act of having painstakingly found 300 portions of food. Having dealt with the rat poison, Zhang Yi did not rush back. After all, he needed to perform the act of having painstakingly found 300 portions of food. Stepping out of the veterinary shop, Zhang Yi glanced around. Almost all the shops sold cheap clothing and undergarments. Suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. I don't need clothes, but I do need fuel. Most of these clothes are made of chemical fibers which are very harmful when burned, producing thick black smoke. This will definitely work against those fish that slip through the net and refuse to come out from the building. With this idea, Zhang Yi clapped his hands in delight. Moreover, just the thought of being able to set a large fire openly without anyone stopping him caused a sense of anticipation. To arise within him. Who isn't a mischievous child, huh? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi began using his spatial pocket to store the assorted clothes. Before long, dozens of clothing items from various shops had entered his space. He didn't want any excess, enough fuel would suffice. Why need so much? With so many cheap women's undergarments and panties inside, he felt it would be perverse to keep them. When the time was right, Zhang Yi made another trip to the Wanda Plaza in the development zone. The Yonghui supermarket downstairs is large, making it quite simple to gather 300 portions of food. He didn't want any excess, enough fuel would suffice. Why need so much? With so many cheap women's undergarments and panties inside, he felt it would be perverse to keep them. He packed the junk food into a snakeskin bag, then took 2 pieces of iron sheet and strapped them to the back of his snowmobile. This way a simple sled was completed. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Yi rode the motorcycle back to the Yuelu community. It was around 5 in the afternoon, and the sky had darkened further. No one was in sight within the community. Their time for laboring outside was limited. They couldn't possibly work for an entire day. Zhang Yi cautiously drew his pistol, click, as he engaged the safety, then walked over to observe the situation. Numerous pits had been dug in the snow, and the snow was piled up around the perimeter. Zhang Yi roughly estimated that with this amount of labor, they would have to toil for at least 2 to 3 hours. That should be about right. In a state of lacking clothing and food after working for so long, their physical strength must be severely depleted. I really want to see how they will react in despair and madness upon discovering that the promised food has not arrived after toiling. Zhang Yi's tone was cold, as if he were discussing something entirely unrelated to himself. He took out his phone from his pocket to contact Uncle Yu Jianglei and Li Chengbin to bring people over. Before long, Uncle Yu and the others arrived armed. When they saw that Zhang Yi had indeed brought back a large pile of food, Jianglei and the others were startled. Zhang Yi, where did you get so much food? Everyone's eyes were filled with suspicion. Previously, Zhang Yi would only bring back about 30 portions of food for them daily. They never expected that this time he had managed to gather 10 times that amount. This left them feeling somewhat unbalanced, believing that Zhang Yi was engaging in hunger marketing, deliberately preventing them from eating their fill. Zhang Yi held his phone, notifying the building captains to send people over to collect the food, while casually explaining, I specifically ran to a further place this time. The city is vast. The further away, the more dangerous it is. Previously, I didn't want to go there, but the current situation necessitated looking around. After all, with the cold weather, the further one is from home, the more perilous it becomes. A neighbor nodded. That's true. Zhang Yi goes out daily to find food, which is very risky. I also think that if the car breaks down, it would be disastrous. Li Chongbin looked at Zhang Yi but frowned slightly, clearly not fully believing Zhang Yi's words. Yet he said nothing, quietly standing aside with his weapon. Before long, the people from the other buildings arrived. However, none of them were the heads of their respective buildings, only their subordinates. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh internally. These guys are quite cautious, worried that he would wipe them all out. Zhang Yi didn't say much, starting from the first building, come one by one to collect the food. He pulled out a dagger, tore open the snakeskin bag. Inside, the food had already been packed into large plastic bags. Each bag contained enough food for 10 people. Zhang Yi bent down, picked up a bag, and tossed it onto the snow a couple of meters in front of him, allowing them to collect it themselves. The others didn't waste any words, grabbing the items and leaving. Soon the supplies were distributed. Zhang Yi then instructed the people from Building 25 to gather in the hallway, distributing supplies to them as well, which brought smiles of joy to their faces. After distributing the food, Zhang Yi's expression was warmer than usual. He smiled and said to everyone, "From now on, you all need not be so tense anymore. Although we cannot abandon our weapons, everyone has already seen the dawn of hope. We all have a bright future ahead." The neighbors exchanged glances, their excitement unspoken but palpable. If that could truly happen, even if they had to work daily, they would have no complaints. Zhang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, hurry back. We have to continue working tomorrow." The crowd obediently returned to their respective dwellings. That night, for the first time, they could relax a little and enjoy a nice meal. How could a corpse possibly defeat me? At first, Uncle Yu thought it mere sophistry, yet upon reflection recognized it as irrefutable truth. Then the delightful moment would arrive, which was to watch the conflicts within other buildings with amusement. Breaking the enemy from within is always the quickest way. Zhang Yi returned home, and as usual checked the situation inside the house using his phone surveillance. After confirming that there were no abnormalities and that Zhou Qier was in her own room, he opened the door and walked in. He opened the door for Zhou Qier and then took a refreshing hot shower. Having spent the entire day outside, the cold weather gear prevented him from getting frostbite, but his skin still felt the cold, causing his pores to constrict. Only when the shower head was turned on and the hot water poured over his hair and drenched his entire body did his guard finally relax. Zhang Yi splashed water on his face with force, feeling an immense sense of happiness. This state won't last long. As long as I take care of all those bad guys, they'll find a way to leave this place and seek a comfortable area to live anew. It has been a month since my rebirth, and I have eliminated the vast majority of those who caused my demise. Moreover, my methods of vengeance are certainly more ruthless than how they dealt with me in my past life. Next, Zhang Yi planned to cleanse the entire community, naturally dealing with them all at once. At that time, he would think of a way to dismantle the safe house and move it elsewhere. The quality of the safe house is exceptionally sturdy. Zhang Yi's current plan is to find a large amount of explosives to blow up the entire building. Meanwhile, the other items within the safe house can be stored in a different space. As for the outer shell of the safe house, it is made of lightweight and durable aerospace metal, which would hardly sustain any damage even if it fell into the snow. After all, this thing can withstand the friction of a spacecraft returning from space. Soon getting rid of these guys won't take long. A joyful smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. In the near future, he would choose to bury his hatred and suffering in this place and embark on a brand new life. After taking a shower, Zhang Yi wrapped himself in a towel and approached Zhou Qier's door, helping her open it. Zhou Qier sat on the bed with a flushed face, her long legs tightly crossed with her hands, as if desperately enduring something. When Zhang Yi opened the door, she lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and hurriedly rushed towards the bathroom. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin. What's going on here? Soon Zhang Yi heard the clear sound of running water. Realizing the situation, he slapped his forehead. I locked her in all day. She must be bursting to go. A wicked smile crept across his lips. She is quite particular, isn't she? Even though she's about to burst, she refuses to use a mineral water bottle. Before long, Zhou Qier blushed as she walked out of the bathroom. Having held it in for too long, she seemed a bit weak. Zhang Yi stepped forward, wrapping one arm around her slender waist while holding her delicate wrist with the other. Isn't this a bit much? Are you really that weak? Zhou Qier shot him a look of exasperation. Next time you can try it. Zhang Yi shrugged him. Not that picky. If I absolutely can't hold it anymore, just use a bottle. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. He hadn't noticed it while outside, but now that he was back in the warm room, the hunger pangs. Let's make something to eat. Put in plenty of meat. I've been burning a lot of energy lately. Zhou Qier nodded with a smile. All right, I'll make you braised pork today. She happily dashed into the kitchen to cook for Zhang Yi, resembling a gentle and virtuous little wife. Just as Zhang Yi was savoring the joy of being human at home, the leaders of other buildings also received food sent by their subordinates. Looking at the plastic bag of food, the expressions of these building leaders varied, but most were somewhat disappointed. The food for 10 people was merely the basic ration for a day, fitting neatly into a single plastic bag. On the side of the Wolfgang, Wang Chong, ignoring his lackeys, rushed forward to tear open the plastic bag, rummaging through it for a long time before finally pulling out a pack of Jinwan. Wang Chong's eyes immediately lit up, holding the pack of cigarettes as if it were a treasure. Not just him, but the nearby lackeys also stared wide-eyed, even beginning to swallow hard. These guys were all heavy smokers due to the apocalypse. They hadn't smoked for nearly a month, and were about to go crazy, their tempers exceedingly volatile. Seeing cigarettes, how could they not be excited? The second Dinka man, Xiao Lu, couldn't help but say, "Boss, can I have a smoke?" Other lackeys, seeing this, also mustered their courage to speak. "Boss, can we have one too? We're about to suffocate here. If we don't smoke soon, we might just want to die." Wang Chang's brow furrowed immediately, his expression turning unfriendly. He usually needed to smoke a pack a day, and this one pack was just enough for himself. If he distributed it, these people in front of him would have to share half a pack. However, when he saw the bloodshot and frantic eyes of his lackeys, he was also startled. After some thought, Wang Chang said, "These cigarettes are hard to come by. I forced Zhang Yi to bring them to me with great effort. You are all my good brothers, so I can let you indulge a little. Just make sure to work hard for me in the future." The lackeys didn't hear anything else, they only listened to whatever Wang Chang said. As long as they could smoke, they would do anything. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, handing out cigarettes one by one. His hands trembled while distributing them, and his heart was bleeding. Once the members of the Wolf Gang received their cigarettes, they immediately got excited, lighting up and inhaling deeply with tears in their eyes. Only a seasoned smoker could understand how happy they felt at that moment. It was as if a long-abstinent widow had encountered a robust young man filled with joy. However, the beautiful moments were fleeting. It didn't take long for a single cigarette to be smoked. Wang Chang had already stuffed the remaining half-pack into his pocket, intending to save it for himself. Seeing the resentful gazes of others, he pretended not to notice. Ahem, next let's divide the food. Wang Chang opened the plastic bag and saw that it contained some dubious quality bread and biscuits. Yet in his eyes, these were long-lost good things. Heaven knows how long they had eaten barbecued food, they just wanted to eat something normal like human beings. Glug. Wang Chang swallowed hard, not rushing to grab the bread, but instead beckoned a lackey over. The lackey walked over in confusion, seeing Wang Chang pick up a piece of bread and smilingly hand it to him. "Su, you're the weakest, you eat first." Wang Chang hesitated to eat the food, directly fearing that Zhang Yi might have poisoned it. Su Yi, thinking Wang Chang was being kind, eagerly accepted it and began to wolf it down. Wang Chang and Xiao Lu patiently waited for him to finish. After a while, seeing that nothing was wrong, they finally felt relieved. "Everyone come over. There's enough for everyone." The same situation occurred in other apartment buildings. Zhang Yi had a notorious reputation. After all, he was the ruthless one who single-handedly took down most of an entire building. He also caused the two most ferocious gangs, the Wolf Gang and the Tianhe Gang, to suffer significant losses. Everyone was deeply wary of him. However, they couldn't refuse food that was delivered to them, so most building leaders opted to find someone to taste it first. Understanding human nature well, Zhang Yi made sure that the food he provided on the first day was completely safe. He was clear on his intentions to gradually dissolve their wariness, letting them kill each other off. Then he would wait for the right moment to strike and resolve all issues at once. That night, everyone in the community who held power managed to have a hearty meal. Meanwhile, the ordinary residents were still at home, anxiously waiting for the building leaders to distribute food. At this moment, they naively believed that food was for everyone and thought they could continue to survive. "Honey, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Someone will bring us food, and we can work hard. Darling. We'll survive until the snow disaster passes. By then I want to have 3 children for you. One like you, one like me, and one that's a mix of both of us. Dad, Mom, it must be you watching over me from heaven, allowing me to hold on until now. Don't worry, everything will get better. There will be no more hunger or killing. I will live well." That night, the building leaders and their subordinates devoured all the food distributed to them, enough for 10 people. Meanwhile, the ordinary residents clutched their hungry bellies and struggled to sleep through blissful dreams. The next morning, Zhang Yi woke up around 7 o'clock. The reason he didn't sleep in was primarily due to the room's temperature being consistently between 25 and 27. The warm and comfortable environment made him less reliant on the bed. Just as he was brushing his teeth with a cup in hand, he heard a commotion outside. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a devilish smile creeping at the corner of his mouth before he approached the window to take a look. The noise was coming from several directions. At least 5 or 6 apartment buildings were engaged in very heated arguments. "Good Damon, didn't you agree yesterday? As long as we work, you would provide us with food. Where's the food now? Didn't I say? The problem is just that the situation is what it is, and everyone has seen it. Regarding the distribution of food, we need to hold a meeting to discuss it further and strive to come up with a plan that satisfies." "Brother Huang, we've been working hard as per your instructions. However, you haven't given us any food." "Old man, do you dare to question me? What you did can barely be called work, like a defense for an answer, and you still dare to ask, but what? You all need to work harder today. Only good work will earn you food. We can't work without food. We have no strength." "Then don't blame me. Everyone's life is tough now. No one will feed the idle." "Wang, Leader One, you promised to give us food yesterday." "Hee, who else wants to eat? Step forward." "No one." "Good. Remember, allowing you to live is my greatest charity to you. In the future, if anyone dares to be ungrateful, I'll chop him up." Zhang Yi smiled silently, knowing the cleansing had begun. In the morning, he and Zhou Qier had a simple breakfast of spicy soup, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings. The spicy soup was made from soup packets, the fried dough sticks were semi-finished products, and the steamed dumplings were personally wrapped by Zhou Qier. Although there was a large stock of ratatouille delicacies stored in the alternate space, Zhang Yi enjoyed the food made by. He liked the idea of having a woman in the house bustling about in the kitchen, wearing an apron in the morning, which brought a strong. After breakfast, it was already past 10 o'clock. Zhang Yi left lunch rations for Zhou Qier and locked her in the room. Then he left the apartment building, preparing to pretend to gather supplies. Meanwhile, the central area of the community was still bustling. Uncle Yu and Jiang Lei, Li Qingbin, and a few others were granted permission by Zhang Yi to avoid labor and supervise instead. Residents from other apartment buildings were also working hard to shovel snow under the supervision of their building leaders. However, compared to yesterday, their mental state had clearly changed. They appeared numb, anxious, and filled with strong unease. Before leaving, Zhang Yi leaned close to Uncle Yu's ear and said, "Be extra careful, the food distribution in the other buildings isn't enough, chaos will break out soon. Just protect ourselves and don't bring trouble upon us." Uncle Yu was already aware of Zhang Yi's plan. He nodded and quietly replied, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Zhang Yi then left the community with peace of mind. After wandering outside for half a day, he arrived at a library. It was a municipal library, solidly built and several stories high, so it wasn't buried under snow and ice, and most of the books inside remained dry. Zhang Yi hadn't really liked reading before. In the age of information, reading, which was time-consuming and laborious, had gradually been phased out. During that time, he was busy scrolling through social media, looking at pictures of women in black silk stockings. But now, as the internet was on the verge of collapse, Zhang Yi had fewer entertainment options and rarely scrolled through his phone. Thus, he planned to find some books to pass the time. At the same time, he hoped to use the contents of the books to soothe his gradually cold heart amid the apocalypse. After spending more than half a day in the library, Zhang Yi picked up a copy of Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood and stuffed it into his large pocket. The thick book contained a wealth of human civilization, and holding it in his pocket made him feel a sense of cultural weight. He left the other books untouched, waiting to come back and read them when he had the time. Because once he took them all, he might not have the heart to do so when he returned home. By the time he got back to the community, the sky was already darkening. As usual, Zhang Yi first called Uncle Yu and the others to maintain order, then informed the residents of each building to come down to collect food. This time, Zhang Yi noticed that blurry shadows appeared in front of every building's window. Those were faces filled with longing, eagerly watching Zhang Yi as he delivered food. The heads of each building sent people over to orderly collect the food. The next day, aside from Li Jian, the other heads of the buildings still did not distribute any food to the ordinary resident. That night, witnessing their last hope completely shattered, the residents of the community went utterly mad. The neighborhood became unusually lively. From an unknown time, the sounds of shouting and killing began to emerge from each building. The hoarse curses and desperate screams echoed in the corridors, unable to be completely masked even by the north wind. The dark night was their only cover. When these timid, ordinary people no longer cared for their lives, the rulers of each building finally realized how powerful they were. After all, not everyone possessed a perfect defensive fortress and terrifying firepower like Zhang Yi. They were still in the cold weapon era, and their numerical advantage would have a significant impact on the battle. Zhang Yi sat on his warm and comfortable white velvet blanket, quietly gazing out the window. The lights were off, creating a sense of tranquil silence, contrasting sharply with the howling wind and snow outside, along with the piercing sounds of battle. He had no idea to what extent things had progressed outside. However, he understood that the more people died tonight, the more advantageous it would be for him. Before going to sleep, Zhang Yi thoroughly checked the safety of the entire room, ensured that the bullets in his handgun and assault rifle were fully loaded, and then lay down contentedly. The third day, morning. As Zhang Yi stepped out of the building, the scene before him made him gasp. The once white snow was now splattered with bright red. In the central courtyard lay 50 to 60 corpses sprawled in disarray. Moreover, judging by their appearances, it seemed they had been forced to jump from a height. Some had curled up before dying. Although they hadn't died from the fall, they succumbed to the freezing cold in the snow after sustaining severe injuries. Zhang Yi raised his head and surveyed the surrounding buildings. He saw the dark, congealed bloodstains on many windows. One could only imagine the brutal battle that had taken place last night. As a result, this morning, not a single person had come out to clear the snow, and even the large pile of corpses had not been removed. The residents of Building 25 stood at the entrance, each one terrified, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, they were incredibly grateful to be with Zhang Yi. Otherwise, most of them would surely face a deadly fate. Uncle Yu approached and asked Zhang Yi, "Do we still need to work today?" Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu and then at the neighbor. He replied calmly, "If you want to have food in the future, you must work. Unless," he pointed to the corpses on the ground, "you want to end up like." Everyone's hearts shivered. Compared to those who had died, they were simply too fortunate. At the very least, they didn't have to fight over the scarce food or struggle desperately. It's just work as long as we can survive. Yes, we will start right away. A group of neighbors, stimulated by the grim scene, eagerly took up their tools and began to clear the snow. Uncle Yu looked at the scene around him and asked Zhang, "It seems no one from the other buildings has come out to clear the snow." Zhang Yi glanced at him indifferently and suddenly smiled, asking in return, "Do you think they have time right now?" Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi said, "Last night was just the beginning. This conflict is between the rulers of each building and the unless they can resolve the issue of food distribution, one side must be utterly annihilated. Just one night, how could they kill everyone?" Uncle Yu felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Could this be what the story referred to as two peaches killing three warriors? So what do we do next? Zhang Yi replied calmly, what does it have to do with us? Let them kill each other slowly. He was not in a hurry, the right moment had not yet arrived. After returning in the afternoon, Zhang Yi distributed food to them as usual. However, he noticed that some of the people from a few buildings had changed. They were not members of the groups he was familiar with. It seemed that during the struggle for food rights, the control of some buildings had changed hands. But it didn't matter to him, regardless of who the head was, he would cooperate according to the previous agreement. However, that night after Zhang Yi returned, he sent a message in the group of building heads. If I don't see any results from your labor tomorrow, I can't guarantee the food or cigarettes. Thus the next day when Zhang Yi went out, he witnessed the bustling scene of everyone collectively laboring. However, today the number of people was at least a third less than 2 days ago. In other words, due to the unfair distribution of food, at least 400 people had died in the community over the past 2 days. Uncle Yu expressed his inability to understand the scene before him. He asked Zhang Yi, these people clearly know that the food allocated to each building is not enough for them. But why don't they resist and fight for their chance to survive? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly smiled with interest. Perhaps they haven't reached the brink of life and death. Or perhaps in extreme despair they have already accepted their fate of death, and even see it as a form of liberation. Such is human nature, no one can make sense of it, including myself. Uncle Yu shook his head in confusion, but this isn't a long-term solution. Are we just going to watch them like this forever? Zhang Yi smiled, and shook his head. It won't last long. Whether due to a lack of resources or the conflicts between people, they would quickly perish in this apocalypse. Uncle Yu swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. Just then a woman dressed in fur walked through the snow. Zhang Yi, I want to discuss the cooperation matter with you again. The newcomer was Chunling, the head of Building 9. She was covered in blood, clearly having experienced a brutal slaughter the night before. If the community continues to develop like this, it will collapse sooner or later. There are numerous internal conflicts making it impossible to manage effectively. Even if you can bring back more food in the future, there will definitely be those who use force to take more.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
In that case, the conflicts will keep escalating and more people will die. Zhang Yi looked at her calmly. And then, it was obvious that he understood this outcome. After all, it was he who had orchestrated the current situation. Chunling continued, I will help you manage the community using scientific management methods. If this model proves effective, it could even expand to other places. Now we are in the end times, and all the systems of the world are in disarray. Establishing a kingdom would not be a problem. You can be the king, and I will assist you. What do you think? Zhang Yi merely smiled. After all, he was a graduate of Tianhai Industrial University with 5 years of social experience. He was not easily swayed by a woman involved in a pyramid scheme. Not interested. Zhang Yi coldly dropped those 3 words, unwilling to continue discussing the topic. But Chunling anxiously attempted to persuade him further, only to see Zhang Yi wave his hand at her. No need to say more, we are not familiar, and I don't want to hear your spiel. Zhang Yi's resolute gaze darkened Chunling's expression, as if she had lost her strength, and stepped back 2 paces. Surely after the battle last night, this woman was also frightened. Rather than seeking cooperation with Zhang Yi, it would be more accurate to say she was seeking his protection. But who was she? Not particularly attractive, older with no remaining value, Zhang Yi had no reason to protect her. Chunling said desolately, if this continues, we might die one day. Zhang Yi glanced at her, emphasizing, remove the word we. You might die, but I, Zhang Yi, will not. Chunling shook her head helplessly. Zhang Yi looked at this woman who barely qualified as a strong female figure and curiously asked, as a woman, it's hard for you to hold on alone in the end times. What about your husband? Chunling bitterly shook her head. We separated long ago. Oh, a solitary person then. Chunling replied, not really, I have a daughter. She has been studying abroad in the United States since she was 10, attending an elite school. As she spoke about her daughter, Chunling's eyes noticeably brightened. I don't need to rely on a man for my life. After the divorce, I raised my child alone, starting from washing dishes and being an apprentice in a beauty salon, gradually working my way up to become the president of a quasi-public company. I am no less than any man. Zhang Yi, if you refuse to cooperate with me for this reason, it would certainly be your loss. Chunling still tried to make one last effort. Zhang Yi touched his nose and slowly said, generally speaking, only the heads of conglomerates can be called presidents. You as the owner of such a small company can only be called a general manager. Chunling's face immediately displayed an awkward expression. Well, it's not quite that simple. There is no rule that says a president can only be the owner of a conglomerate. Zhang Yi felt somewhat speechless. It seemed that Chunling's educational background did not exceed middle school. A conglomerate only has shareholders, and the president is merely a position. If you can't even understand such basic corporate roles, what are you pretending to be an entrepreneur for? Then never mind, you can continue to be busy. Zhang Yi walked past Chunling, not wanting to continue arguing with this woman involved in a pyramid scheme. However, as he gazed into the distance, he was surprised to see a scene that intrigued him. Building 18, managed by Li Jian, presented a scene completely different from other units. Li Jian, bundled in a thick black down jacket, was vigorously leading the snow-shoveling efforts. He was short and looked unremarkable from afar, but for some reason Zhang Yi felt there was a tenacity about him. In front of Building 18, everyone was working in an orderly fashion with clearly defined roles. After 10 minutes of work, they would take a break and switch with new people to continue. Zhang Yi was greatly moved. Such a scene was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the end times. Unable to resist, he walked over and stood quietly not far from Li Jian, watching them work. Soon Li Jian noticed Zhang Yi. He looked up, his dark circles under his eyes very noticeable, and he appeared to have lost. Zhang Yi, what brought you here? Zhang Yi did not answer his question, but glanced at the people in Building 18. Although they looked pale, there was a glimmer of light in their eyes. Unlike the people in other units who had become completely numb and lived like walking corpses, Zhang Yi felt a mix of relief and curiosity as he asked Li Jian, how did you manage to do this? What do you mean by manage? Li Jian asked. Zhang Yi replied, in other units, due to food distribution issues, there has been brutal fighting. Yet in your unit, this situation has not occurred. I'm curious, did you hide the news somehow? A hint of pride appeared on Li Jian's face. Although he was short, he still straightened his chest and said to Zhang Yi, I haven't concealed any information at all. From the very beginning, I informed everyone in our building about the results of the negotiation. This outcome was unexpected for Zhang Yi. He was surprised that Li Jian dared to do this. Didn't he fear internal turmoil in the building? So with only 10 portions of food, it's impossible for all of you to survive. Why haven't they revolted? Li Jian seemed to anticipate that Zhang Yi would have such a question. He calmly said, everyone in this building does not wish to become beasts. So if there are 10 portions of food, we eat them equally. If there is 1 portion, we still share it. Zhang Yi scoffed, and crossing his arms mockingly said, but this outcome will only lead to your collective demise. Not a single one will survive. You think you are smart, but in reality you are making the most foolish choice. Li Jian fell silent, unsure how to respond to Zhang Yi's statement. He understood that Zhang Yi was right. Human nature versus beast nature. Clearly the latter was more suited to survive in harsh environments. Zhang Yi shook his head, unwilling to dwell on this issue any longer. He had come purely out of curiosity, and he had no interest in the survival of these people. Seeing Zhang Yi about to leave, Li Jian hurriedly called out, Zhang Yi, wait. Can you help us? Sorry, that's not possible. Zhang Yi replied decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking down at the short, middle-aged man in front of him, he said indifferently, with your abilities, you could easily rally a group of the most hopeful survivors, divide the benefits, and ensure that you live well in the end times. But you are indecisive, wanting everything. However, you do not have the ability to protect everyone, and doing so is akin to committing a crime. The path is yours to choose, so walk it yourself. Zhang Yi ignored Li Jian's request and turned to leave. However, realizing ideals requires strength, not just shouting slogans. Upon returning to Area 25, he happened to pass by Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang. The two of them held cigarettes in their hands, eager to suck the tips right in. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, they instantly approached with eager smiles. Brother Zhang, aren't you going out today? Or did you finish gathering food yesterday? Wang Chang approached with a beaming smile. One wouldn't know he was not Zhang Yi's cousin. They'll go out later, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Huang Tianfang also came over grinning. Zhang Yi is the person who contributes the most to our community. Unlike those useless people, he pointed at the residents shoveling snow, who can't even do a simple task and only know how to ask for food. Zhang Yi laughed. If they can't work, why don't you teach them? Wang Chang looked at the obedient residents he had tamed and disdainfully scoffed. They have 2 arms and 2 legs, what can't they do? Just give them a good beating, and they'll behave. Saying this, he turned to Zhang Yi with a playful grin. Brother Zhang, this Jinwan cigarette is a bit too strong for me. Can you get me some yushi next time? Huang Tianfang said, still yushi. Why not Zhonghua? Just having something to smoke is good enough, but don't put pressure on Zhang Yi. It's not too much trouble, Zhang Yi smiled and replied. I'll help you look for it. And if I find some, I'll naturally bring it to you. It shouldn't be difficult. Besides, at this time, although cigarettes are precious, there's no real distinction between valuable and worth. If you want me to find Yushi or Zhonghua, that's fine, but if you want me to look for Dujiang and Hong Sanhuan, I might not be able to. The 3 of them burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. By the way, I'll show you later. If I find any good wine, I'll bring a couple of bottles for you. It's freezing outside, drinking some wine will warm us up. As soon as Zhang Yi said this, Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang were thrilled. Huang Tianfang loved drinking, and Wang Chang could hold his liquor well. Loving to drink is one thing, but in this weather liquor can genuinely help keep them warm. It's truly a good thing. Brother Zhang, you are so righteous. In the past, I underestimated your good intentions, but if you ever need help, just call on me. Wang Chang gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up, genuinely touched. Huang Tianfang glanced at him, not wanting to fall behind. Zhang Yi, you are our great benefactor. I cannot repay the life-saving grace. I Lao Huang can only say that from now on my 140 pounds are entrusted to you. Zhang Yi smiled warmly and patted their arms. Look at what you're saying. From now on, we are the best partners. We all strive to survive better in this apocalypse. Only through cooperation can we achieve a win-win situation. Just let me know if you need anything. Anything I can fulfill, I will certainly do so. After saying this, Zhang Yi pointed outside. Then I'll head out first. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang hurriedly replied. You go ahead. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, then went to get his vehicle and left the Yuelu community. Huang Tianfang and Wang Chong watched Zhang Yi's departing figure, their expressions slightly complex. The two exchanged glances, not entirely in agreement, and then turned to leave. On the way back, Wang Chong pondered, why has Zhang Yi suddenly been so nice? Later, Zhang Yi retaliated against their wolf gang. Wang Chong slapped his forehead. Oh, so it turns out it wasn't Zhang Yi being ungrateful, it was I who acted improperly. In the past, he had no interaction with Zhang Yi and no conflicts either. After the apocalypse, he coveted Zhang Yi's snowmobile, tried to send someone to steal it, and even ambushed them in the snow. Later, Zhang Yi retaliated against their wolf gang. Wang Chong slapped his forehead. Oh, so it turns out it wasn't Zhang Yi being ungrateful, it was I who acted improperly first. Zhang Yi is quite a decent person, easy to get along with. A cruel smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. I just like straightforward people. On the other side, Huang Tianfang was also pondering Zhang Yi's change in attitude. Why has he suddenly been so friendly to me? Logically, with his strength, he shouldn't be afraid of me. If that's the case, it's likely that he genuinely wants peace and doesn't want to continue fighting. After all, he is alone, and his subordinates aren't entirely loyal to him. If the fighting continues, he might end up, so he must be scared. After pondering for a bit, Huang Tianfang felt he understood Zhang Yi's change in attitude. A proud smile crept onto his face. This is good news. After Zhang Yi exited, he went to the library. Norwegian Wood is a fascinating book capturing the lingering subtle sadness crafted by Haruki Murakami, truly representing the post-Sakura war culture of loss.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
There's no need to bring the library home to gather dust in a different space. Zhang Yi was the type who would want to buy every book in a bookstore, but once he brought them home, he would lose interest. He raised his wrist, revealing his Rolex watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. He should typically go gather some food and bring it back to the community. Zhang Yi murmured, I wonder when those guys will fall for it. I must gradually lower their guard and find the right opportunity. Zhang Yi left the library, collected the necessary supplies from the supermarket, and then rode his snowmobile back to the community. However, there were a few more building managers among those coming to collect supplies today. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang were in the crowd, eagerly looking at the snakeskin bag at Zhang Yi's feet. Their target naturally was the cigarettes and white liquor Zhang Yi promised to bring back. The reason they came in person was to monopolize it. Otherwise, these rare good items could easily spark conflicts between them and their subordinates. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang were well aware of this. When they received the cigarettes yesterday, their subordinates struggled to contain themselves. Seeing them come to collect food personally, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. All right, everyone, line up in order and come to collect your food. When the building manager from Building 1 came over, he suddenly whispered to Zhang Yi, if you can bring cigarettes for Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang, could you also help us out? The fact that Huang Tianfang and Wang Chong smoke is no secret. After all, these two are not the type to hide their actions. While working, they casually lit up outside. Everyone soon speculated that it was Zhang Yi who provided them with cigarettes. Thus, some of the chain leaders with a smoking addiction began to request Zhang Yi to bring them cigarettes as well. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yi smiled and said, providing for so many people might be a bit difficult. The other chain leaders immediately grew anxious. Zhang Yi, you can't be so biased. Our demands aren't high, just 1 pack a day, just 1 pack. This is my life. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. All right, I will do my best to provide for you. Starting tomorrow, I will supply cigarettes for those chain leaders who need them. Seeing this, those who don't smoke couldn't help but step forward with their own requests. I don't smoke, I just enjoy a bite of. Can this request be fulfilled? I want to drink some alcohol, the cheapest loose liquor will do. Zhang Yi helplessly said. All right, I have noted everything you said. I won't be biased, though everyone will have a share. The crowd left with satisfied smiles, taking their supplies with them. After they left, Li Chongbin and Zhang Lei were indignant. Zhang, aren't you being too kind to them? Giving them food is already a great kindness, and now they are getting greedy, asking for this and that. Zhang Yi replied calmly, their requests are not unreasonable. I cannot be biased. It's fine, let's just leave it at that. The others looked at Zhang Yi as if he were a stranger. No one expected the once ruthless Zhang Yi to become so meek at this moment. However, since the supplies were sought by Zhang Yi himself, they couldn't say much. After distributing everything, he took a hot shower and then comfortably lay on the sofa in his pajamas, staring at the ceiling above. It's about time. Internal strife had already caused heavy losses to other units. The number of direct deaths exceeded 400. Moreover, several hundred were injured during the fighting, and these individuals were unlikely to survive. Even if they were fortunate enough to live, they posed no immediate threat. Zhang Yi took a stroll around the community in the morning, during which he observed the number of active individuals. It was approximately 700. Furthermore, he successfully lured the leaders of each unit out using cigarettes and liquor as bait. In other words, the time to act had come. Zhang Yi did not intend to delay any longer. Because in the short term there would be no major conflict among the units, prolonging the time would be meaningless. Additionally, the food he provided would give those people a boost in stamina. After a while they would pose an even greater threat. Tomorrow. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a fleeting glint of cold, killing intent flashing in his gaze. The next day Zhang Yi left the community as usual. He did not inform anyone about his plan for today, including Uncle Yu. This operation was crucial. Missing it would only increase the difficulty and risk of future actions. Thus Zhang Yi trusted no one. After leaving the community, he headed straight for the supermarket. He found a large quantity of food from various shelves, most of which consisted of bulk buns, steamed buns and bags of bread tied with straps. Today Zhang Yi specifically sought out food of better quality than in previous days, and he also acquired a larger quantity. If the last meal can be a bit more sumptuous, I suppose I can be considered merciful. Zhang Yi said so. After piling a huge amount of supplies, he took out the rat poison he had previously obtained from his others. The colorless and odorless powder could be lethal with just a small amount. Fortunately, the food was slightly spoiled and had an unusual color, so adding the powder would be undetectable. Zhang Yi donned the gas mask he had found in the military camp and carefully sprinkled the rat poison over the food. This process alone took him half an hour to complete. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfeng might not trust the food, and they will want someone to taste it first. But greedy people like them would definitely be reluctant to share cigarettes and liquor with others. Old smokers and old drunks will lose their usual caution in front of these temptations. I will drug them through this. Zhang Yi took several packs of cigarettes, contemplated for a moment, then tore open the plastic. When he previously provided cigarettes to Wang Chong and the others, he had opened the plastic wrap for today's preparation. This was to allay their suspicions. After all, being able to obtain cigarettes now is already a stroke of luck, and it's not surprising that the packaging has some issues. Then he carefully stuffed the rat poison into the tobacco of the cigarettes little by little. As for the liquor, the method was a bit more complicated. Zhang Yi first dissolved the rat poison in the alcohol, and then injected it through the bottle cap using a syringe. How should I put it? It was a bit rough, but by the time he returned it was almost nightfall, and it was dark. The alcoholics would hardly notice such minor flaws. After busying himself for 2 hours, Zhang Yi began to pack the food into bags, placing them onto the sled behind. The snowfall outside today was not particularly heavy, but the wind was still sharp. Zhang Yi leaned against the wall of the shopping mall, finally managing to light a cigarette, and took small puffs. Taking too big of a puff could easily freeze his lungs in the cold air. Perhaps today is the end. It feels oddly smooth throughout this process. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Everything that the people from other units had done so far completely aligned with Zhang Yi's expectations. Yet this cooperation gave him an unreal feeling. Everything feels too smooth, yet others aren't fools. How could they possibly be manipulated by me alone? Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly and squinted his eyes. This false harmony is only temporary. Those guys are not stupid. Sooner or later they will turn against me, and the reason for their restraint might be that they are waiting for some opportunity, right? There is a mole in Unit 25 who I still haven't figured out who it is. Is he alive, or has he already died a while ago? Zhang Yi asked himself, but he received no answers. He is neither Sherlock Holmes nor Conan, lacking such powerful detective skills. However, he possesses something better in this apocalypse. He has fortifications and guns. Zhang Yi threw the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground and ground it with his toe. No matter what plans you have in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. After preparing everything, Zhang Yi took the specially made food and rode his motorcycle back to the Yuelu community. Upon arriving at the Yuelu community, Zhang Yi first called Uncle Yu, Jiang Lei, Li Qingbin, and others to maintain. Soon they arrived in the central courtyard of the community, holding iron rods, shovels, and kitchen knives. Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu and the others, nodding slightly. All right, wait here. He'll call them down to get the things. Zhang Yi took out his phone and notified the people in the building group. Uncle Yu stood beside him, wielding an iron rod like a loyal guardian. Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei stood on either side of Zhang Yi, slightly behind, protecting him at the center. Zhang Yi glanced at them from the corner of his eye. Today Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei seemed more focused than usual. Out of self-protection instinct, Zhang Yi took a few steps back, positioning himself behind the crowd. Before long, representatives from each building arrived at the scene. Seeing that group of people, a smile flickered in Zhang Yi. His plan was successful. By using rare items like cigarettes and alcohol, he successfully lured out the building leader. Except for Li Jian from Building 18. This guy seemed to adhere to his principle of fairness and was unwilling to come down to get the items himself. Zhang Yi didn't mind as long as most of the building leaders showed up. The cigarettes and alcohol they retrieved were all laced with a large dose of rat poison. Once ingested, it would take their lives within 10 to 30 minutes. Zhang Yi squinted and smiled, saying, "All right, everyone, come and get your items." He started from Building 1, tossing the supplies onto the ground a few meters away, allowing the representatives of that building to pick them up themselves. One by one, the representatives walked over to take their belongings. Building 21. Zhang Yi called out, directing his gaze toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong approached with his head down, and Zhang Yi bent down to pick up a bag of food. Just as he was about to stand up, a loud shout rang in his ears, "Make a move." Wang Chong pulled a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Zhang Yi, pulling the trigger. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively trying to dodge. At that moment, Uncle Yu suddenly pushed him away. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out beside Zhang Yi's ear. The sudden attack made the intervals between the shots feel unbearably long. Uncle Yu's body slowly slumped down, his knees bending towards the ground. A piercing buzzing filled Zhang Yi's ears as he looked up to see a group of snarling faces rushing toward him. Wang Chong, holding a handgun, pulled out a kitchen knife, while Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei were less than 2 meters away. Among the more than 30 people present, at least half of them came charging at Zhang Yi, their weapons gleaming coldly. For this moment, they had waited a long time. Zhang Yi hoped to numb them, and then find an opportunity to eliminate them all. But they had also had enough of Zhang Yi and wanted to take him down. Just because Zhang Yi was the strongest presence in the entire community, as long as he was alive, others could be killed at any moment. Moreover, someone had told them that Zhang Yi's house was a perfect sanctuary, comfortable and with ample food. Regardless of their motives, they could not allow someone so formidable to exist in the Yuelu community. At that moment, so many of them together, even Zhang Lei and Li Qingbin by Zhang Yi's side, had been swayed by them. They believed Zhang Yi was destined to die. Even if he had a gun at such close range, how many people could his handgun kill? At this moment, Zhang Yi's eyes saw Uncle Yu slowly falling to the ground and the fierce enemies around him. His gaze gradually turned terrifying. He hadn't told anyone about today's plan, not even Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu was even less aware that Zhang Yi was wearing a bulletproof vest and bulletproof pants. His gaze gradually turned terrifying. He hadn't told anyone about today's plan, not even Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu was even less aware that Zhang Yi was wearing a bulletproof. This was the first time Zhang Yi felt guilt since the apocalypse began. Following that was an overwhelming rage. Zhang Lei, closest to Zhang Yi, roared, raising his shovel to smash it down on Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi quickly rolled on the ground a few times and hid behind the snowmobile. He adjusted his posture and got up from the ground. A black assault rifle suddenly appeared in his hands, fully loaded. The expressions of those still charging at Zhang Yi shifted from ferocious to bewildered, finally turning into tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Facing the life-and-death crisis, Zhang Yi firmly pulled the trigger, pressing down on the gun's grip as he began to spray bullets. Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei, closest to him, instantly had over a dozen bullet holes appear on their bodies. Zhang Yi, with nothing else in mind, shot at anyone standing. Behind Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei there were also about 10 members of the patrol team. They were dumbfounded since Wang Chong fired his gun as if they didn't know what was happening. They did not attack Zhang Yi like Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei did. But when the bullets swept through their bodies, there was no difference. With so many enemies in front of him, Zhang Yi had no time to distinguish who was trying to kill him. He could only assume that these people all had to die. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. This was Zhang Yi's first rule of survival in the apocalypse. The people before him fell and rose, and the arrogant leader of the wolf gang, Wang Chong, didn't even get close to Zhang Yi before being turned into a sieve. Before dying, his eyes reflected disbelief. He couldn't understand where Zhang Yi had pulled out that assault rifle from. If it weren't for that assault rifle, they would definitely have won. That handgun had given him the audacity. But just as Zhang Yi didn't know he had a handgun, Wang Chong also didn't know that Zhang Yi had a bulletproof vest and an assault. The difference was that while Zhang Yi didn't know he had a gun, he was prepared for the possibility of guns. Therefore, Wang Chong had no chance of winning from the start. He has a rifle, how could he have a rifle? Run! Huang Tianfeng was so scared that his legs went numb, dropping the kitchen knife in his hand and turning to flee. The other building leaders were also screaming in fear, turning to escape. At this moment, they wished they had 2 more legs. Zhang Yi was already bloodthirsty. He saw the blood under Uncle Yu staining the snow, and the man was completely still. He might be dead. Even if Zhang Yi's heart was ruthless, he was not a cold-blooded creature. Inevitably, he felt a stir in his heart. Uncle Yu, thank you for taking the bullets for me. I will help you take revenge, and Zhang Yi said coldly. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first time he faced so many opponents, but the outcome of the battle was a one-sided massacre. As Zhang Yi had said before, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. The magazine emptied in an instant. Zhang Yi had no time to reload, so he dropped the submachine gun onto the snow and drew 2 service pistols from his waist with both hands. Those men could barely run across the snow, and Zhang Yi shot them down one by one, each bullet striking true, each head exploding in crimson mist. Within 20 seconds, nearly everyone at the scene lay dead. Only a few remained trembling violently where they stood, hands raised high, faces twisted with terror and desperate pleading. Zhang Yi, we're not their accomplices. This has nothing to do with us. I swear this has absolutely nothing to do with us. Don't kill me. Zhang Yi recognized these buildings. When Wang Chong and the others had launched their assault, these men had taken no action. It was highly unlikely they were involved in this affair. Yet Zhang Yi pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Each manager's skull burst open, and they collapsed lifeless into the snow. Zhang Yi leveled his barrel at the last survivor, the building manager of Unit 9, Chun Lingyu. She was now defecating and urinating uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. Zhang Yi, this truly has nothing to do with me. Please believe me. I have a 13-year-old daughter abroad. I must live just to wait for her return. Zhang Yi stared at her, cold and silent. Then after 2 seconds fired once. Her life vanished with the report. The white snow around her bloomed crimson. Zhang Yi stood alone amid chaos. 40-odd corpses sprawled haphazardly across the bloodstained ground. Even in this apocalyptic world, he had never before slaughtered so many in a single moment. He knew most of them likely hadn't participated in the plot to assassinate him. Chun Lingyu, for instance, or other patrolmen. But Zhang Yi had no choice. He would allow no one suspected of conspiring against him to live. To let such a threat escape today would sow peril for tomorrow. The dead were safest. You'll all die eventually anyway. Life is agony. Let me grant you release, send you straight to heaven. Zhang Yi gripped his pistol, exhaling a plume of white vapor. From that perspective, I've spared you suffering. You should thank me. If those fallen neighbors could speak from beyond the grave, they might well whisper, I truly appreciate it. After eliminating every enemy, Zhang Yi swept his gaze across the surroundings. The thunderous gunfire had long since drawn every neighbor's attention. They pressed against their windows, staring at the carnage, eyes filled with awe and dread toward Zhang Yi. Some breathed sighs of relief, silently grateful for what he had done. His gaze settled on units 26 and 21, the territories of the Tianhe gang and the Wild Wolf gang. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang could not escape. They had initiated the attack against him. Their underlings had already gathered at the entrance, poised to storm in and seize supplies the moment their leaders struck. But when Zhang Yi produced that black M4 carbine, they faltered. And Zhang Yi's gaze chilled them further. Xiao Lu, the Wild Wolf gang's second-in-command, shivered violently, backing away with a trembling voice. Fall back, quickly. Don't draw that demon closer. A pack of terrified lackeys scrambled blindly into the stairwell. Zhang Yi ignored them and strode direct. Nearby, the bodies of Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei lay motionless, riddled with over a dozen bullet wounds, still oozing dark blood. Once loyal enforcers under Zhang Yi, they had fought at his side countless times. Now inexplicably they had betrayed him. Yet Zhang Yi felt no surprise. Betrayal to him was neither shocking nor exceptional. Not even Uncle Yu or Zhou Kuer would have surprised him. But from this day forward, Uncle Yu's standing in Zhang Yi's heart would rise immeasurably, worthy at last of entrust. Uncle Yu, are you still alive? Zhang Yi knelt halfway, scanning the perimeter for ambushes while checking Uncle Yu's pulse. No pulse. Zhang Yi recoiled in alarm, only to remember he wore cut-resistant gloves. Of course he couldn't feel a pulse. He turned Uncle Yu over. 3 fresh crimson stains marked his torso. None struck the heart. Zhang Yi couldn't tell whether he still had a chance. Still, he had to try. Only then, even if Uncle Yu died, could Zhang Yi's guilt recede. From his spatial pocket, he withdrew a vial of adrenaline and plunged it deep into Uncle Yu's chest. Then he bellowed toward Unit 25, come help me. At Unit 25's entrance, neighbors stood frozen in fear, stunned speechless by Zhang Yi's godlike slaughter, too terrified to approach. Zhang Yi's icy gaze swept over them and jolted them into motion. Trembling, they rushed forward to assist. Lift him. Carry him to my apartment. Handle him gently. If you bump or drop him, I'll burn you as paper off. Hearing this, the neighbors dared not hesitate, lifting Uncle Yu with more care than they'd ever show their own fathers. Zhang Yi followed behind, both pistols drawn. As they reached the 7th floor, a sudden wail pierced the air. Brother Yu, what's wrong? You mustn't leave us. If anything happens to you, how will we survive? Xieli Mei rushed down the stairs, cradling her child, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Yi noticed. Uncle Yu's eyelids twitched faintly as she wept. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. Old Yu, you're far too kind. Double skill were existential threats. Zhang Yi eliminated them without hesitation. Those who could not be bound to him, and yet possessed formidable skill, were existential threats. Zhang Yi eliminated them without hesitation. Now, however, he owed Uncle Yu a debt beyond measure, and could not vent his frustration upon Xieli Mei. Knowing Xieli Mei's bond with Uncle Yu, the neighbors parted respectfully. She approached him, deliberately positioning herself near Zhang Yi, and broke into fresh sobs. Husband, open your eyes. It's me, Li Mei. You promised you'd marry me. And our baby. You vowed to watch her grow. Then when the apocalypse ends, the 3 of us will finally live in peace. Husband, a 5-second wail. How can your words mean nothing? Same duration. If you leave us, how will we survive? Just take us with you. Why did you play the hero, taking bullets for others to prove your loyalty? Did you ever think of us, your widow and orphan? Zhang Yi's skin prickled with gooseflesh. Xieli Mei never named him, but every word implicated him. On the surface, she mourned Uncle Yu, but beneath she spoke to Zhang Yi. He took the bullet for you. If he dies, you owe us his protection. His life, his duty, now yours.